Chapter 1 Let's Break Up. Dasha Dragon Kingdom, Tianhai City. The scorching sun shone through the clouds onto the playground of a beast-taming academy in the city. The bustling students were staring intently at the awakening magic circle on the high platform. Zhoujin, awakened successfully, C-level beast tamer. Lu Yuan, awakening successful, C-rank beast girl milk tea pearl turtle. Shen, awakened successfully, B-level beast tamer. And Ning, awakening successful, S-class beast girl fiery Pegasus. As news of successful awakenings appeared one after another in front of the magic circle screen, the students in the playground were talking about it. I'm dying of laughter. Someone actually awakened the milk tea pearl turtle? Milky tea pearl turtle? Turtle, could it spray pearl milk tea during battle? What milk tea turtle? Didn't you notice that Class 8's Beauty and Ning successfully awakened the S-rank beast girl, fiery Pegasus? S-level. This is a rare beast girl in the entire Tianhai city. As in Ning's boyfriend, Suke is so lucky. At this moment, Suke, who was in the crowd, scratched his head in confusion. He felt countless pieces of information pouring into his brain, causing his nerves to tingle. After a moment, Suke finally understood his situation. I traveled through time and space to a world of the Beast Girl era where ferocious beasts were rampant. Here, regardless of gender, everyone who turns 18 will awaken. Women will awaken to become beast girls with special powers, while men will awaken to become beast masters, signing contracts with special beast girls to fight. If the two are in harmony, they can exert combat power several times stronger than their own capabilities, fight against those invading beasts, and win a living space for mankind. However, in recent years, the battles between humans and ferocious beasts have become increasingly brutal. Many beast masters and beast girls have died in the battles, and the human race's territory has been rapidly reduced. Fortunately, after hundreds of years of experiments, the probability of successful awakening of the human race has now reached almost 100%, but the level of awakening of each person will be different. The awakening levels of beast girls and beast tamers are divided into fetbas from bottom to top. Above that are the legendary SS and SSS. However, awakening to S is already the supreme honor for beast girls and beast tamers. Above that are some legendary beast tamer combinations that ordinary people can never see. So now seeing in Ning awaken the S-level beast girl, Flame Pegasus, everyone's hearts trembled. And Ning seems to be my girlfriend in this world? A rich woman for the start? That's a good start. After digesting the information in his mind, Suke saw that his girlfriend in Ning had awakened an S-level beast girl, and he felt happy for himself. At this moment, a light flashed above the awakening magic circle, and in Ning, wearing a silk JK skirt, walked out of the magic circle with a pair of long legs and walked straight towards Suke. Seeing in Ning walking towards Suke, the eyes of many male classmates were filled with envy. Suke even greeted in Ning with a smile. Ning-er. However, before Suke could finish his words, he was interrupted by in Ning, who looked indifferent. Suke, let's break up. As soon as these words came out, Suke's face suddenly darkened. Separate? That's right. And Ning's face was full of pride at this moment. Suke, I have already awakened the S-rank divine beast, the blazing Pegasus. You are no longer worthy of me. Hearing what Ning said to Suke, the students watching around were instantly in an uproar. The eyes of the male students who had originally envied Suke were now filled with pity. So it's a breakup. I knew it. And Ning has awakened an S-rank beast girl. How could she possibly tie her future to a school sweetheart? The first sword strike on the shore is indeed to kill the one I want first. Listening to the discussions of his classmates around him, Suke, the person involved, was also a little surprised and looked at Ning with a frown. And Ning, I haven't even awakened yet, why are you so eager to distance yourself from me? Have you ever thought about what would happen if I awakened a better talent as a beast master? However, at this moment, Ning raised her neck like a proud swan. Better beast taming talent than me? Is that possible? I'm an awakened S-rank beast girl. You want to awaken better than me? Is it possible? For a noble S-rank beast girl like me, only an S-rank beast master is worthy of me. And Ning really didn't think so. The probability of an S-level appearing was too low. The last time Tianhai appeared was 18 years ago. That was an S-level beast master named Lu Xiaofeng. Now it is said that he has reached the 7th level of Destiny Wheel and is about to impact the 8th level, Tianyu. You know, whether it is a beast master or a beast girl, there are only 9 realms in total. In just 12 years, they are about to reach the 8th realm. This shows the horror of S-level talent. At the beginning, after awakening his S-level talent, Lu Xiaofeng left Tianhai and went to Kyoto, where he signed a contract with an S-level beast girl. The two of them jointly guarded the demon-suppressing pass, creating a legendary story. A phoenix is paired with a phoenix, and a chicken is paired with a duck. Suke, I hope you can recognize reality and accept my words. As compensation, when my Beastmaster and I are crowned marquises and kings, I will consider accepting you into my palace to ensure your safety in these troubled times. At this moment, and Ning's eyes were full of arrogance, and his tone became condescending and charitable. However, after listening to Ning's words, Suke suddenly laughed. And Ning, you're too ambitious. You really think that ratings are everything? In this chaotic world, even talented S-rank Beastmasters and Beastmothers often die young. Mental state and combat coordination are the compulsory courses for Beastmasters and Beastgirls. You're right, we should break up. Having said this, Suke looked at Ning with a half-smile on his face. But it's not you who wants to break up with me, it's me who wants to break up with you. Your opportunistic mentality is unworthy of me, Suke. So what if I have S-level talent? I don't like it. A firefly may not be able to compete with the bright moon. Well said. As Suke was listening to his words, a burst of clear cheers suddenly came from the side. Hearing the voice, Suke couldn't help but turn his head to look. In the field of vision, a girl with red hair tied up high behind her back, a teardrop mole under her right eye, wearing a belly-exposing top and overalls, whose appearance and figure were no less than Ning's, and even had a hint of crushing her, was clapping and cheering for Suke. The people around heard the sound and looked over, and fell silent instantly. The visitor was none other than the school's famous bad belle Lu Chenhuan, who was known for her aggressive personality and was a type of domineering beauty that could only be admired from afar but not touched. Seeing this, Ning's mouth was full of sarcasm. Hey, isn't this the beauty from Lu University who has awakened the useless F-rank talent-hungry mole? What? You're talking about empathy? Do you really think a loser can make a comeback? Facing Ning's sarcasm, Lu Chenhuan just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pinched his joints and twisted his neck, and spoke to Suke. Su de Shui Chao, you haven't awakened yet, right? Go and do your own thing first. This foul-mouthed bitch from beyond, I'm here to teach her a lesson for you. Chapter 2 Awakening Successfully, God-Level Beast Tamer. Lu Chenhuan, I just awakened my S-level talent. You dare to hit me? What's wrong with S-level talent? You just awakened and your combat abilities haven't even been activated yet. I'm going to beat you up. I despise you the most, you arrogant, heartless bitch. On the playground, the hot-tempered Lu Chenhuan seemed to have been hit in the sore spot by Ning. He chased Ning with his fists raised and punched her. Ning ran away without caring about her image, completely losing her arrogance. None of the students watching around dared to step forward to dissuade him. After all, Lu Chenhuan's father was the head teacher Lu Lingyun, and no one wanted to get into trouble before leaving the school. Suke looked at this scene, and his impression of Lu Chenhuan changed. He smiled lightly and then walked towards the awakening platform. Since I have come to this world, I should not be afraid of fate. Whatever talent I have, I must show it to the world. Suke did not have the fear and nervousness that many of his classmates felt. Instead, he was filled with hope for the future. After being a 996 office worker for a long time, I feel that this world full of fantasy and unknown is the lifestyle I yearn for. Even if my talent is low, I am not afraid. There is no useless talent, only useless beastmasters. While he was thinking, Suke had already arrived at the awakening platform. The teacher in charge of guidance spoke gently to Suke with his shirt sticking out. Suke, right? Don't be nervous, it's your first time here. Put it in. Yes, aim at the right spot. Harder, insert it. Under the guidance of his teacher, Suke poked the awakening instrument in front of him hard. The next second, a feeling like an electric current flowed through Suke's hands into his body. The awakening magic circle around him instantly glowed brightly, and then Suke's eyes went dark. Before I knew it, I seemed to have come to a chaotic and empty place, with the calls of countless ancient beasts echoing in my ears. Suke's consciousness subconsciously drifted towards the direction of those calls, and dots of light emerged from the chaos. A moment later, the world in front of his eyes began to change. There was only a thin mist between the sky and the earth, and gullies and magma gushing out on the vast earth. One after another, ferocious-looking ancient beasts roared to the sky from the vastness. The terrifying pressure even tore apart the surrounding void, and they crawled towards their direction. The roars of those strange beasts seemed to merge into a series of mutterings in his ears. Beast God. At this moment, outside the outside world, the awakening magic circle where Suke was suddenly shining brightly, and the dazzling magic circle light directly turned into a huge beam of light that shot up into the sky. The light of the whole world seemed to be dimmed. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look at the awakening formation where Suke was. That's the awakening platform where Suke is. Why would the awakening array have such a violent reaction? Is it broken? Or has he awakened some incredible talent? Such a horrifying scene attracted everyone's attention. Even Ning, who was being chased, couldn't help but stop and looked at the awakening platform where Suke was with a look of surprise and doubt. What on earth just happened? Take this punch from me. Before Ning could react, a pair of pink fists landed on the back of her head, causing her eyes to go black. Lu Chenhuan, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? And Ning suddenly became angry and no longer cared about her image. She forcibly activated the Beast Girl's talent. Her limbs began to change into colorful hooves glowing with fire, and the hair behind her head turned colorful. She stepped directly towards Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan was not afraid at all. Fluff appeared on his face, his palms turned into sharp claws, and he continued to rush towards Ning with his teeth bared. However, at this moment, Suke was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. A magnificent voice rang out from his heart. God of beast taming, all beasts submit. Wake up! Call! Suke suddenly opened his eyes and returned to the world before him. Detect anomaly! Detect anomaly! At this moment, the awakening device in front of him was shaking wildly, as if it could not bear the pressure brought by its own awakening. Countless garbled characters appeared on the screen, and a clicking sound was made. However, at this moment, the surrounding void vibrated, and a stream of turquoise energy seeped out from the void and merged into the awakening instrument in front of him. The next moment, the awakening device returned to normal, and a crisp prompt sound came from the awakening device in front of him and entered his heart. Test successful, current assessment level God. The moment the word God appeared, the screen blurred instantly, as if wiped out by an invisible force. The next moment, the prompt was regenerated. Current rating level, SSS. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened an SSS-level beast tamer. The information bar has been loaded successfully and will be presented to you soon. The information bar is an ability that every awakener has. It can be used to view their basic information, the release of advanced tasks, etc. It is very similar to the game interface. After a moment, the interface appeared in front of Suke. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, first level microscopic observation. Talent, God level. Contracted beast, none. Talented skills, Divine Eye of Insight, Source of Evolution, God of Beasts, Tyrant. Insightful eyes, can detect supernatural powers, physical conditions, and even flaws in all things. Source of Evolution, help the contracted beast girl evolve and level an ability while receiving a large amount of rewards. God of Beasts, there is no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract. Tyrant, consumes spiritual energy, causing all contracted beast girls to go berserk, increasing all attributes by 100% upgradable. To be unlocked. Looking at his luxurious awakening panel, Suke's mouth curled up. The online article never deceives me. I knew that a great time traveler would not remain unknown. It was not easy for an ordinary beastmaster to possess a good innate skill after awakening, but I have 4. Each of these 4 skills is a 1 in a million magical skill. And as your realm increases, you can unlock more talents and skills. As expected of a god-level beastmaster. Although the awakening instrument had previously changed its upper limit of displayed level due to interference from certain laws, and only showed it as SSS, the prompt in the information bar in front of him was his true potential. At this moment, the awakening instrument's prompt sound was broadcast out. Suke, awakened successfully, SSS-level beast tamer. As the prompt sound spread out, the originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet, and then an even louder uproar broke out. Did I hear correctly? SSS level? Holy crap! SSS has only appeared once in Dasha's history. I thought Ning's awakening S was awesome, but I didn't expect Suke to be even more awesome. That's an SSS, I'm afraid many SS beast girls would be vying for it. An S-rank clown wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. There was an uproar on the playground at this time, and many people looked at Ning differently. And Ning, who was arguing with Lu Chenhuan, was stunned on the spot. She was petrified in her place, her eyes full of disbelief. Suke awakened an SSS beast tamer? How is that possible? It's over, I've become a clown. Chapter 3. Who said you are my contract partner? After Suke awakened as an SSS-level beast tamer, the entire Tianhai No. 1 middle school was in an uproar. Not only the students of No. 1 middle school, but also the dean Lu Lingfeng and the principal Wang Jiangwo were so frightened that they jumped up from the podium. SSS level? He actually awakened the SSS level that only appears once in a century. The last SSS level person in the entire history of mankind was the beast tamer Master Long Yang. Especially the principal Wang Jiangwo, his eyes were filled with unprecedented surprise. SSS grade, Tianhai No. 1 middle school will be famous throughout the history of mankind from now on. If Suke is remembered in history books by future generations, then he, as the principal, will definitely benefit from it. Even the genealogy of his Wang family has a heavy mark for him. In the short term, in order to take care of Suke, the resources allocated to the entire Tianhai No. 1 middle school will be greatly increased in the future. The head teacher Lu Lingfeng was also very pleased. During his tenure, a talent like Suke emerged, and his face was full of glory. However, looking at Lu Qinhuan who was jumping around on the playground, Lu Lingfeng's expression quickly dimmed again. Seeing this, Wang Jiangwo patted Lu Lingfeng on the shoulder. Don't panic, old Lu. Huan is so beautiful. Even if her aptitude is a little lacking, there will be beast masters willing to sign a contract with her. Even if she takes a step back, she has a good father. Even if she is an F rank, there will be someone to protect her in the future. After listening to Wang Jiangwo's comfort, Lu Lingfeng's mood improved, and then he spoke to Wang Jiangwo with a smile. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Let's go down and take a look at Suke, the SSS, and help him find a contract partner. As they spoke, the two of them quickly stepped off the stage and headed towards where Suke was. At this time, the light in the awakening magic circle where Suke was located slowly withdrew, and Suke, the person involved, slowly emerged from the magic circle. Seeing Suke appear, everyone in the field fell silent, staring intently at Suke, the miracle in the history of Beastmaster awakening. Even Lu Qinhuan and Ning, who were fighting, stopped and turned to look at Suke. Suke also seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of the two people. At this time, Ning and Lu Qinhuan were hugging each other, but the stockings on Ning's legs were torn into holes everywhere, and her hair was very messy. It was obvious that she had been at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Seeing this, Suke was slightly surprised. After all, Ning was an awakened S-class beast girl. Although she did not sign a contract with the Beastmaster and could not fully exert her combat power, she should not be suppressed to this extent by the F-class Lu Qinhuan. But after a moment, Suke understood. Because of the talent of insightful eyes, all the information of Ning and Lu Qinhuan was displayed before his eyes. Beast Mother, Peace. Realm, First Level Spiritual Awakening. Talent, S-Level Blazing Pegasus. Beast Master, None. Talent Skills, Beast Transformation, Burning Sky Step, Blazing Sky Wings. Disadvantage, the Beast Girl lacks daily exercise and cannot fully exert the strength of an S-Level Fiery Pegasus. Beast Mother, Lu Qinhuan. Realm, First Level Spiritual Awakening. Talent, F-Rank Hungry Mole. Beast Master, None. Talent Skills, Beast Transformation, Claw Attack. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level Devouring Heaven Taodai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talents. Looking at the information above the two people's heads, Suke's pupils couldn't help but shrink. A hidden SSS-level Heaven Swallowing Taodai? No wonder he was able to suppress Ning with just an F rank. Ning's information was similar to what he had imagined, but Lu Qinhuan's information gave him a big surprise. No one would have thought that Lu Qinhuan, known as the lowest grade F-class beast girl, would actually be an SSS hidden version. Suke knew clearly in his heart that there was probably no other god-level beastmaster like himself in the world, and an SSS-level beast girl was already at the top of the world's qualifications. Just at this moment, Wang Jiangwo and Lu Lingfeng appeared beside Suke. Congratulations, Su. He actually awakened an SSS-level Beastmaster. He is definitely the future savior of our great Xia race. Seeing Wang Jiangwo and Lu Lingfeng appear, Lu Qinhuan and Ning quickly let go of each other and saluted them. I've met the principal and the dean of studies. When the students around saw this scene, their eyes towards Suke were filled with jealousy and envy. SSS-level talent is incredible. Even the principal and the dean came to congratulate him personally. It's so sour that I'm almost turning into a lemon. Facing the gazes of the crowd and looking at Suke in front of him, Wang Jiangwo now paid more attention to his image and spoke to Suke with a kind face and concern. Mr. Su, I wonder what talent you've activated since you awakened as an SSS-level beast tamer. Facing Wang Jiangwo's question, Suke looked a little embarrassed. In such a public place, Suke did not want to reveal his cards and be calculated by those with ulterior motives. Seeing this, Wang Jiangwo, an old fox, instantly understood Suke's idea and changed the subject. Student Su, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. But you just awakened to an SSS-level beast tamer. What are your plans next? Suke did not hide his thoughts and spoke directly. For a beastmaster, the most important thing is to sign a contract with the beast girl and improve their own strength as quickly as possible, so that they can contribute to the protection of the human race. Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo nodded. You're right. Beastmasters and beastmistresses are one and the same. The contract between them is extremely important. Choosing a beastmistress with superior qualifications can greatly enhance the strength of both of you. Lu Lingfeng on the side pondered and said, Mr. Lu, we will report your information to Kyoto, and then we will ask you to help find an SS-level contract partner for you. In their minds, since Suke had awakened an SSS-level beastmaster, he had to have at least an SS-level beast girl to match him. As for SSS-level beast girls, it's not that they don't want them, but they haven't heard of them yet. The fellow disciples who were watching from the side felt like their back teeth were about to break after hearing these words. Excellent students are privileged. They can even be assigned to a specific country, and it's an SS1. I'm so jealous that my mouth is watering. However, before Wang Jiangwo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Suke. No need, headmaster. I already have a suitable contract partner in mind. As he spoke, Suke looked in the direction of Lu Chenhuan and An Ning, who were standing together in disgrace. Are you dating? At this moment, Wang Jiangwo and Lu Lingfeng were stunned when they heard this, and then looked in the direction Suke was looking. Then they both understood. S-level tranquility? An Ning is only S-level, but she is Suke's ex-girlfriend after all, and her qualifications are not too bad. As Suke's contract partner, although she is a little lacking, she is barely a match. I didn't expect this guy to be such a romantic. What a pity. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan saw Suke's gaze heading in his direction, and his eyes couldn't help but dim. Do you still want to choose her even though it's like this? When An Ning heard Suke's words, her eyes lit up instantly. I knew Suke would come back to lick me. If he could contract an SSS-level beastmaster like Suke, his future would be limitless. She didn't bother to argue with Lu Chenhuan, and quickly ran towards Suke with her arms open excitedly. Brother Suke, your choice is absolutely right. You at SSS level and I at S level are a perfect match. If we sign a contract, it will definitely become a legendary story in the history of beast taming. However, facing An Ning's embrace, Suke simply pushed her away indifferently, and then spoke lightly. Who said that the person I want to sign a contract with is you? The person I want to sign a contract with is Lu Chenhuan. Upon hearing this, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 4 Heaven and Earth bear witness, the sun and the moon sing together. Lu Chenhuan? Did I hear correctly? After hearing Suke's words, everyone around was shocked. Lu Chenhuan? Why would Suke choose the F-rank Lu Chenhuan? That's right. Although Lu Chenhuan is the school beauty, her qualifications are too low. Not to mention SSS level, even a level and B-level beastmasters probably wouldn't even want to look at her. Has Suke been blinded by lust? Even Wang Jiangwo widened his eyes and kept hitting Lu Lingfeng beside him. Old Lu, am I hallucinating? This little guy actually chose Lu Chenhuan? However, Lu Lingfeng was also confused, and was in great shock and unable to recover. Huan? Suke, are you sure? And Ning, who had just been pushed away from Suke, had an expression of disbelief on her face. Lu Chenhuan? Suke, are you kidding me? How can she, an F-rank beast girl, possibly be worthy of an SSS rank beastmaster like you? Only I, the S-rank one, am your best choice. I understand. You must have said that on purpose to piss me off. At this moment, An Ning thought she had seen through Suke's thoughts and quickly put on a pitiful expression. Brother Suke, it was wrong of me to break up with you, but I was impulsive. I swear, I will never break up with you again. As long as we make a contract, I will obey you in everything from now on. Having said this, An Ning deliberately bit her lower lip and gave Suke a big wink. Once a beastmaster and a beast girl sign a contract, it will cost a great deal to break it. Geijai, it's not worth giving up your bright future just to piss me off. However, facing in Ning's seductive eyes, Suke turned a blind eye. Angry with you? You think too highly of yourself. She's just an S-rank beast girl. Do you really think you can stir up such a big stir in my heart? Hearing Suke's words, and Ning suddenly became anxious. You look down on me, who's S-rank? Then you look down on Lu Chenhuan, who's F-rank. Lu Chenhuan is only an F-rank, her ceiling is there. No matter how good you are, if you pair with her, it's just a rubbish combination. An SSS-level beastmaster paired with an F-level beast girl, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? It wasn't just in Ning. Lu Chenhuan, who had come to his senses, also hesitated to speak to Suke. Suke, I know you're still feeling resentful because you just broke up with a Ning, and you want to deliberately annoy her. And then you said that because you were grateful to me for helping you. Although I don't want to admit it, it's actually just as she said. You are a rare genius SSS beastmaster in a century. You are the hope of the future of the human race. There is no need to contract me an F-rank beast girl. I know myself well. As an F-rank person, I will only hinder you. Having said this, Lu Chenhuan raised his head and looked at Suke in front of him seriously. Suke, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. But you deserve better. Lu Lingfeng on the side also spoke up. Yes, Su Quebec. Although Huan Huan is my daughter, I also hope that you can sign a contract with her. But her qualifications are far too low. As an SSS rank beastmaster who carries the hope of humanity, you shouldn't act on impulse and give up your future to contract an F rank. Wang Jiangwo on the side spoke up at the right time. Suke, even if you don't want to sign a contract with a Ning for personal reasons, there's no need to form a contract with F rank Lu Chenhuan. With your qualifications, Kyoto will more than be able to pair you with an SS rank beast girl. However, in the face of everyone's dissuasion, Suke refused directly and decisively. How can a mere SS-level person compare to Lu Chenhuan? Lu Chenhuan is a hidden SSS level, how could his future achievements be comparable to that of an SS level? And from the attitudes of a Ning and Lu Chenhuan at this time, it can be seen that Lu Chenhuan has excellent character. Faced with the temptation of an SSS-level beastmaster like himself, Lu Chenhuan's first thought is not to rush to cling to her like a Ning did, but to truly consider whether both parties are suitable and consider the future of himself and the human race. Where can I find such a treasure? At this moment, Suke ignored everyone's strange looks, strode directly to Lu Chenhuan, and leaned over to look at Lu Chenhuan seriously. Lu Chenhuan, I'm not kidding. I want to choose you as my contract partner. Lu Chenhuan looked up at Su Quebec. Under the bright sunlight, Suke's angular face looked even more handsome, which made Lu Chenhuan stunned. Would you like to? Looking into Suke's clear and serious eyes, and feeling the hormonal aura from Suke up close, Lu Chenhuan felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness in his heart. She really wanted to agree to Suke, but her remaining rationality told her not to. Suke, I'm not worthy of you. As an F-rank person, I'm useless except for holding you back and making you a laughingstock. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan no longer looked as domineering as before. Instead, he looked like a cute little girl, with his eyes lowered and his voice as weak as a mosquito. Looking at Lu Chenhuan like this, Suke became more certain of his choice. He did not explain much, but moved closer to Lu Chenhuan again, looking at Lu Chenhuan in front of him seriously. No one would joke about their own future. I chose you for my own reasons. Even if it's not for me, for the sake of the entire human race, I won't choose a contract partner randomly. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan felt a shock in his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at Suke in front of him seriously. Do you believe me? Looking at Suke's clear and serious eyes, and his determination to choose his own path even in the face of everyone's doubts, Lu Chenhuan gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, stared into Suke's eyes, and nodded heavily. I believe it. Since you, an SSS-level beastmaster, are not afraid, then why should I, Lu Chenhuan, be afraid? At this time, Lu Chenhuan was no longer afraid and resumed her domineering demeanor. A contract formation appeared in the air in front of her forehead. Suke, if we sign this contract, you may have to face ridicule and doubts from the whole world in the future. I'll ask again, have you really thought it through? Having said this, Lu Chenhuan paused, and then swore loudly. If you have made up your mind, I will never abandon you even if you are condemned by thousands of people and face dangers. Seeing the unprecedented seriousness on Lu Chenhuan's face, Suke did not answer. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, bit his finger, and gently pressed it against Lu Chenhuan's fair and smooth forehead. A strange power was injected into Lu Chenwan's contract formation from between his palms, and he spoke slowly. With blood as our guide and soul as our pledge, we will be together forever in this life. Lu Chenwan in front of him felt the energy coming from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, then he loudly responded to Su Kei's oath. I am grateful for your kindness and now accept the contract. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, the cycle of reincarnation collapses, and cause and effect are reversed, I will never give up. The sun and the moon are my mediators, heaven and earth are my witnesses, my heart remains unchanged. As the two men finished speaking at the same time, the contract formation in front of them shone brightly, rising into the sky and illuminating the world. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sun and the moon sing together. Chapter 5. It's still unclear who is the real loser. Dawn. Su Kei and Lu Chenwan actually signed a contract. Looking at the contract formation rising into the sky, everyone in the field was stunned. SSS rank Su Kei actually chose F rank Lu Chenwan as his contract partner? This is a complete lack of consideration for one's future. Even the principal Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh and beat his chest. Alas, young people are full of passion and are prone to acting on impulse. My great opportunity to make Tianhai No. 1 middle school famous has slipped away just like that. Beast Masters and Beast Girls are an inseparable combination. Even if it is an SSS-level Beast Master, no one would be optimistic about pairing him with an F-level Beast Girl with no potential. It can be said that Su Kei's perfect talent was completely wasted. But at this point, the matter is done. Once the contract between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl is concluded, the price to be paid to break it is extremely high, which is extremely unbearable for both parties. But at this moment, Su Kei and Lu Chenwan, the parties involved, did not care about the secular eyes around them at all. Instead, they looked at each other with strange expressions. Is this the difference in making a contract? After the contract was successfully concluded, Su Kei could clearly sense a strange feeling of spiritual connection rising in his heart, as if the two had known each other for a very long time. But just as Su Kei was about to speak, and Ning beside him had already come back to her senses, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She pointed at Su Kei and Lu Chenwan who had just concluded the contract, her teeth trembling. Su Kei, you really don't want me, an S-ranker? You're going to sign a contract with an F-rank loser? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the whole world by signing a contract with such a loser? But before Ning could finish her words, Lu Chenwan slapped her in the face. And Ning, who are you calling a waste? I'm really giving you face. Do you have the ability to practice more? And Ning wanted to say something else, but then she remembered the scene where she was attacked in the face, and could only speak out in frustration and resentment. Why are you so arrogant? When I contract a top-level beast master in the future, you, a useless F-level beast, will naturally know the difference between you and me. Having said this, and Ning looked at Su Kei who was watching all this coldly, and clenched his teeth. And you, Su Kei, you will regret what you did today. I hope that when I solidify my form, you can still be as tough as you are today. Then you'll know that even if you're an SSS rank beast master, if you contract an F rank beast girl, you're still useless. At present, Ning and Lu Chenwan have just awakened to the first level of spiritual awakening, and can only awaken basic beast characteristics. Once they are promoted to the second level of condensation, they can partially awaken their beastly combat organs and unleash terrifying killing power. At that time, the difference in qualifications will be more clearly revealed. Su Kei looked at Ning's unwilling expression, but a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Waste? It's still unclear who the real loser is. Do you really think you can defeat Lu Chenwan in the future? At this moment, Ning had a sneer on his face. It's just an F rank, why can't I beat him? If I can't even beat this F rank trash, then isn't that mean I'm even worse than trash? Hearing Ning's words, Su Kei immediately laughed. Well said. Anyway, after the awakening is over, in order to quickly adapt to the fighting methods of Beastmasters and Beast Girls, all the geniuses in Tianhai will also undergo a 1-month youth training. By then, you will know who the real losers are. Su Kei knew better than anyone how terrifying Lu Chenwan's true talent was. With his own god-level beast-taming talent, he believed that he could quickly raise Lu Chenwan to SSS level. As for the mere S rank in Ning, Su Kei never took her seriously. If she hadn't mentioned breaking up at the beginning, perhaps I would have considered our friendship and made a contract with her, but since she mentioned breaking up, we will be strangers in the future. See you at the youth training camp. At this moment, Ning no longer had the face to stay here. After a cold snort, he turned around and left. Looking at Ning's leaving back, Lu Qinuan's eyes gradually dimmed, and the proud spirit he had just hit gradually disappeared. S-level talent, really, can you win? Although she said she didn't care, her heart began to beat fast when she thought about Ning's terrifying S-talent. The reason why he was able to defeat Ning was purely because of his strong physical fitness. Ning had just awakened and had not mastered the real fighting skills. But once they enter youth training and become fully familiar with the combat capabilities of Beastmasters and Beastgirls, the gap in their qualifications will be infinitely widened. Looking at Lu Qinuan's gloomy expression, Su Ke knew that Lu Qinuan had not yet gotten rid of his F-level inferiority complex, so he reached out and gently patted Lu Qinuan's shoulder. Don't be afraid, you still have me. I'm an SSS rank Beastmaster. With me here, anything is possible. Listening to Su Ke's words, Lu Qinuan's originally gloomy expression brightened up again and he nodded heavily. At this moment, Lu Lingfeng on the side coughed dryly and spoke to the two of them. Ahem, although what I'm saying is very inappropriate right now, as Huan's father, I still want to say a few words. In this world, signing a contract is equivalent to getting married. Su Ke, since you disregard worldly prejudices and want to sign a contract with Huan, then you are effectively my son-in-law. From a father's perspective, I don't want you to do something like abandoning Huan after having an affair with her. Don't worry about this, uncle. Facing Lu Lingfeng's instructions, Su Ke spoke in a decisive tone. He has awakened to be a god-level beastmaster, and can sign unlimited contracts. Unlike others, if he wants to sign the next contract, he can only abandon his original wife and replace her with another one. You can have hundreds of millions of them. If that is the case, why should I be the kind of heartless man who abandons his wife and children? Only children make choices, I want them all. Lu Lingfeng had no idea what Su Ke was thinking. After hearing Su Ke's answer, he nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'm hosting a family dinner at home today. Please bring. At this point, Lu Lingfeng suddenly remembered that Su Ke was an orphan. He coughed dryly and changed his words. Just come to my house and we'll have dinner together. We'll be a family from now on. Okay, uncle. Faced with Lu Lingfeng's invitation, Su Ke readily agreed. Lu Lingfeng frowned. It's already this late, why are you still calling me uncle? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinuan, who was standing by, blushed, stomped her feet, and said something coquettishly. Dad, what are you talking about? Lu Lingfeng spoke with a smug look on his face. Am I right? It's time to change your tune. By the way, you guys have to change your way of speaking, otherwise it will feel awkward if you keep calling each other by names. Looking at the three people having fun together, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but cough dryly. Although it's inappropriate to speak at this time. Then don't say it. The three of them spoke in unison. Chapter 6 Lu Qinuan, you wait. After agreeing to go to Lu Qinuan's house for dinner, Wang Jiangwo coughed dryly and interrupted the conversation between the few people. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, congratulations on successfully signing the contract. To celebrate your successful contract, I have personally decided that if you have any resource requests, please feel free to ask me. Listening to Wang Jiangwo's words, Su Ke's eyes lit up. He really has resource needs. Lu Qinuan has a special physique and is an SSS-level heaven-swallowing Taotai, but due to insufficient energy intake for a long time, he is unable to exert his full strength. Because of the long period of hunger, Lu Qinuan's energy was depleted and his aptitude declined. If he wanted to repair these defects, he needed to take it step by step and replenish it slowly. Thinking of this, Su Ke activated his divine eyes of insight and looked at Lu Qinuan again. Beast Mother, Lu Qinuan. Realm, First Level Spiritual Awakening. Talent, F Rank Hungry Mole. Beastmaster, Su Ke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Claw Attack. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level devouring heaven Taotai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talent. Repair plan, take 500 first-level beast cores to replenish the energy you lack in the early stages, and evolve your talent into a D-level gold-eating rat. The divine eyes of insight can not only see through the flaws of all things, but also provide corresponding repair or breakthrough solutions. Looking at the repair plan that appeared above Lu Qinuan's head, Su Ke spoke directly to Wang Jiangwo, who had caught up with him without any hesitation. It's not a big demand, Principal Wang, please arrange 500 first-level beast cores for me first. First-level beast cores? 500? Hearing Su Ke's request, Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened instantly. Young man, do you know what 500 first-level beast cores represent? Beast cores come from ferocious beasts that invade the world. They can replenish and restore spiritual power for beast masters or beast girls, and are a very important resource in this world. First level beast cores come from first level ferocious beasts. Although first level ferocious beasts are of low level, they are very scarce consumables due to the large number of low level beast masters. Although 500 first level beast cores are not expensive, they are very rare. Facing Wang Jianghuo's complaints, Suke looked at Wang Jianghuo with a half smile on his face. What's up, Principal Wang? Are you going to go back on your word so soon? If you can't even produce 500 first level beast cores, what else can I expect? Hearing the metaphor in Suke's tone, Wang Jianghuo blew his beard and glared, then slapped his thigh. Student Su, what are you talking about? It's just 500 first level beast cores. I'll buy them all for you. Even if the school warehouse doesn't have enough, I'll pay for it myself and get it for you. Looking at Wang Jianghuo's confident look, Suke's face was full of smiles. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news, Principal Wang. Of course. Just go to Director Lu's house and have the reunion dinner. I'll go get ready. I'll definitely prepare everything for you before youth training begins. Wang Jianghuo did not ask Suke what these 500 first-level beast cores were used for. After all, Suke had awakened to an SSS-level beastmaster, so they must have their own special uses. Looking at Wang Jianghuo's departing back, Suke's heart moved slightly. He actually knew very well in his heart that in a small place like Tianhai, there were very few top-level awakeners, and they basically did not receive any resources from above. Apart from the fact that an S-class beastmaster was awakened 18 years ago, which gave Tianhai No. 1 middle school a resurgence, the school gradually declined afterwards, and there are actually not many resources in the school warehouse. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of water. Suke looked at Wang Jianghuo's somewhat hunched back and murmured softly. At this moment, Lu Qinhuan hesitated for a moment, then blinked and gently tugged at Suke's sleeve. Brother Su, let's go home and have dinner. Hearing the change in Lu Qinhuan's way of addressing him, Suke came back to his senses and smiled at Lu Qinhuan. Okay, listen to our happy talk. Hearing Suke call her Huan Huan, Lu Qinhuan's ears instantly turned red to the base of her neck, and the hand that was holding Suke's sleeve subconsciously tightened. Seeing Lu Qinhuan's shy little girl appearance, the onlookers around her all showed envy in their eyes. I didn't expect that our school's most popular beauty actually has such a feminine side. Suke is truly blessed with such a good fortune. Are you envious? It's all for a good future. Suke, an SSS rank beast master, is willing to give up his future to contract an F rank beast girl. His future is ruined. Oh, I don't know whether to envy or pity. Listening to the discussions of his classmates around him, Lu Qinhuan's heart tightened, and his originally bright eyes dimmed again. Suke seemed to sense Lu Qinhuan's depressed mood, and reached out to gently pat Lu Qinhuan's half-exposed snow-white shoulders. Huan Huan, trust my judgment and don't care what others think. With Suke's gentle voice lingering in his ears, Lu Qinhuan's originally dim eyes lit up again and he nodded heavily. Seeing this scene, Lu Lingfeng on the side showed a complex and relieved look in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze was far away. Ayu, did you see it? Huan Huan seems to have met the right person. But after a moment, Lu Lingfeng came back to his senses, quickly reached out to wipe the crystal clear eyes that no one noticed, and spoke to Suke and Lu Qinhuan. Let's go home and eat. Upon hearing this, Suke raised his head and looked at Lu Lingfeng, then turned around and looked at Lu Qinhuan beside him, and nodded slightly. Let's go home and have dinner. Lu Qinhuan beside him nodded slightly when he heard the voice. Good. As the words fell, Lu Lingfeng took the lead and led the two of them out of the school. Lu Qinhuan, who was beside Suke, looked at Suke who was quickening his pace to catch up with Lu Lingfeng, hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hands and gently held Suke's arm, carefully resting his head on Suke's shoulder, with brisk steps. Looking at this heartwarming scene, the students on the playground felt so envious that their back teeth were broken. Regardless of the future of Suke and Lu Qinhuan, they are indeed an enviable pair of golden boy and jade girl at the moment. In an unnoticed corner, in the stairwell of a teaching building, and Ning was hiding in the shadows and secretly watching all this, with her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. Damn it! All this originally belonged to me. It's all Lu Qinhuan's fault for stealing the SSS rank Suke that originally belonged to me. Lu Qinhuan, you wait. I'm going to contract an S-rank beastmaster right now to show you how wrong your choice was. Watching Suke and Lu Qinhuan leaving, and Ning gritted her teeth, took out the communicator from her waist, selected a number, and dialed it. Hello, Zhao Fei, it's me, and Ning. I've awakened the S-rank beast girl, Fiery Pegasus. I want to make a contract with you. Chapter 7. Come, let's enter the bridal chamber today. Brother Su, why did you choose me, who is only F rank? On the way home, Lu Chenhuan held Su Kei's hands and listened softly. Don't tell me that you have a crush on me simply because I helped you teach Ning a lesson. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Lu Lingfeng beside him also turned his head and looked at Su Kei. Yes, Su Kei, why did you insist on choosing Huan Huan as your contract partner? With your talent as an SSS-level beastmaster, what kind of contract partner can't you find? Lu Lingfeng was also curious about Su Kei's decision. He knew Su Kei's character and didn't believe that he was such an impulsive person. Seeing the two people looking at him with curiosity, Su Kei smiled. How could any other contract partner be as good as Huan Huan? Huan Huan is the best beast girl I have ever met. What he said was true. A beast girl with SSS-level talent is rare in a century. How could those S-level and SS-level beast girls compare to Lu Chenhuan? But in Lu Chenhuan's ears, it was Su Kei who was deliberately comforting himself. She glanced at Su Kei reproachfully. Brother Su, I'm serious, please stop joking. Su Kei looked at Lu Chenhuan's angry expression and also smiled. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. On the other hand, Lu Lingfeng, who was standing by, burst into laughter after hearing Su Kei's answer. Good boy, your skills in picking up girls are incredible. Then tell me, what's so good about my Huan Huan? Su Kei looked down at Lu Chenhuan, who was blinking his big eyes and waiting for his answer intently, and laughed out loud. Good character, good qualifications, good everything. You really are comforting me. Hearing Su Kei's answer, Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes and returned to her usual domineering attitude. You said I have a good personality, I admit it, but what the hell is good talent? If F-level qualifications are considered good, then what about geniuses like Ning and the others? Facing Lu Chenhuan's rebuttal, Su Kei did not hide anything and gave Lu Chenhuan an evil smile. Because you're not actually F-class. My innate skill can see through the essence of everything in the world. I know you are not F-rank, so I contracted you. Hearing Su Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan, who was holding Su Kei's arm, and Lu Lingfeng beside him were both shocked. Not F-class? What level is that? At this moment, the two of them were half believing and half doubting Su Kei's words. After all, Su Kei awakened as an SSS-level beastmaster, so it was normal for him to have some special talents. Seeing the inquiring eyes of the two, Su Kei laid his cards on the table. Huan Huan, you're not an F-rank hungry mole. Your true aptitude is actually an SSS rank heaven-swallowing Taotai. Cut. Before Su Kei finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes. You really are comforting me. I'll believe anything you say about me being AB grade, but what the hell is SSS grade? Even Lu Lingfeng beside him couldn't help but shook his head. That's right, there have only been 2 SSS-level beast girls in human history. How could Huan Huan be SSS-level? It's not that they don't believe it, it's just that the possibility is too small, basically impossible. Su Kei didn't ask the two to believe him now. He preferred to get things done. When Lu Chenhuan's qualifications were improved by him, the facts would speak for him. As they were talking, the three of them had already arrived in front of Lu Chenhuan's yard. Because of the relationship with the principal, Lu Lingfeng, the school provided Lu Lingfeng with a 2-story villa with a small courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw some cabbages planted inside. Looking at the vegetables in the yard, Su Kei was a little surprised. Did your uncle plant these? As a prominent figure in the school, Su Kei knew that Lu Chenhuan had lost her mother when she was young and was raised by her father Lu Lingfeng, which was why everyone speculated that she was rebellious. No, Huan Huan planted it himself. Hearing Lu Lingfeng's answer, Su Kei was even more surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Chenhuan, who looked so rebellious, could actually grow vegetables. As if he had noticed Su Kei's doubts, Lu Chenhuan hesitated for a moment, then a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. That's because Mom also used to like growing vegetables. When I'm growing vegetables, it's like my mom is right next to me. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Su Kei's heart trembled. For the first time, he felt that the girl in front of him was so lonely. He reached out and hugged Lu Chenhuan in front of him directly into his arms. Huan Huan. I'll be with you from now on. You don't have to live in the past anymore. Lu Chenhuan's delicate body trembled when she was held in Su Kei's arms. She did not struggle, but simply buried her head directly in Su Kei's arms, her voice inexplicably choked. That's what you said. Liars are puppies. Well, as I said, liars are puppies. Seeing this scene, Lu Lingfeng, who was standing by, showed a look of relief in his eyes. He quietly left, went into the house and walked into the kitchen to start preparing food. The two didn't know how long they hugged each other until the sun set. The smell of food wafted from the house. Lu Lingfeng wiped his apron and spoke to the two of them. "Let's eat." The two men came to their senses after hearing the sound. Lu Chenhuan quickly pulled her head out of Su Kei's arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. "It's time to eat." Su Kei looked at Lu Chenhuan, whose face was as red as a red apple and made her salivate, and subconsciously reached out and gently pinched her face. Lu Chenhuan's face turned even redder. But in just a moment, she came to her senses and resumed her usual domineering demeanor. "How dare you, Su Kei? We've only just met for the first day, and you're already touching me like this. In a few days, won't you be ready to touch me all over and play with me?" Listening to Lu Chenhuan's fierce words, Su Kei suddenly realized that the person in front of him was a tiger woman. He felt that he could not resist for a moment and hurriedly fled into the room. Eat first, eat first." Seeing Su Kei coming into the house in a panic, Lu Lingfeng was relieved and served the meal to the two of them. During the meal, Lu Lingfeng even poured Su Kei some fine wine that he had treasured for many years. "Su Kei, this is the daughter's red wine I've treasured for 18 years. Now that Huan Huan finally has a home, it's time to drink it. Come on, let's drink." Su Kei didn't hesitate and just touched the bowl. "Come on, do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kei drank it all in one gulp. Happy. Seeing Su Kei's actions, Lu Lingfeng felt even more satisfied, and he also picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. "Don't look down on me. How can I just stand there and watch my daughter's red wine?" Lu Chenhuan standing by also filled his own bowl and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking a few bowls of wine, the three of them looked a little tipsy, and Lu Lingfeng even reached out and patted Su Kei's shoulder. "Su Kei, this will be your home from now on." "Home?" Listening to Lu Lingfeng's words, Su Kei, who had been an orphan since childhood, was stunned. "Well, home. Our home." Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, was drunk. He put his arms around Su Kei's neck and chuckled in his ear. "Why didn't I realize before that you are so handsome?" Looking at Lu Chenhuan's blurry eyes, Su Kei gently reached out and pressed Lu Chenhuan's forehead. "Huan Huan, you are drunk." "I'm not drunk." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan immediately grabbed the hand that Su Kei extended and smiled at him. "You guys even signed a contract with me, do you still want to leave me? I'm telling you, once you sign this contract, you'll be mine for life. It's only a matter of time anyway. Come, let's enter the bridal chamber today." As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan's hot lips pressed directly against his. "Uncle is still here." Su Kei reached out and pressed hard on Lu Chenhuan's heart-stirring, fiery lips. "I can be absent." Seeing the scene, Lu Lingfeng quickly stood up with the help of the wall and walked out. "I'm drunk and want to go out for some fresh air. Don't worry about me. I'm drunk. I can't see or hear anything." Bang! There was a crisp sound of a head hitting the cement floor outside the house. Chapter 8. Let me pretend again. Early in the morning, when Su Kei woke up from his bed, he found a hand as white as lotus root resting on his neck. Su Kei turned his head and saw Lu Chenhuan sleeping on his side next to him, with one foot on his leg and his arms around his neck. The early morning sunlight streamed through the window onto Lu Chenhuan's fair face, revealing her crystal red cheeks. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, making her look like an angel who had accidentally fallen into the world. For a moment, Su Kei felt as if time had frozen in this instant, and this moment was forever. The so-called peaceful days are just like this. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's beautiful face, Su Kei subconsciously reached out and gently brushed away the messy hair around Lu Chenhuan's ears. The moment Su Kei's hand touched Lu Chenhuan's face, Lu Chenhuan suddenly woke up. She quickly pulled up the quilt to cover her chest, her face full of shyness. "Brother Su, why are you sleeping in my bed?" Su Kei had a wicked smile on his face. "Where else can I sleep? You look quite different from the heroic you were last night. Don't you want to take responsibility?" Hearing Su Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan's face instantly turned red like a red apple. "Don't talk for now, let's think about it together. What happened last night?" "I remember something was about to happen last night. Dad seemed to fall down, and we rushed out to help him. And then I can't remember clearly. Isn't something really happening to us?" Su Kei looked at Lu Chenhuan's somewhat panicked expression and chuckled. "Actually, I don't know what happened last night. I don't have any memory of it. But with your fiery demeanor, I can't say for sure what will happen." Listening to Su Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but bite his lower lip subconsciously. Although she knew in her heart that since she and Suke had signed a contract, it was only a matter of time before they had sex, but it happened so suddenly that she obviously couldn't accept it for a while. After all, he and Suke were not very familiar with each other before, and they had not yet had a deep understanding of the contract they had just signed yesterday. Looking at Lu Chinhuan's dazed look, Suke chuckled. You were kidding. I, Suke, am not the kind of person who would take advantage of others in distress. Even if I want you to be my woman willingly. I won't touch you until you're ready. Last night, after I helped my uncle to bed, I helped you, who had been touching me all over, to come over, and ended up falling asleep as soon as we got into bed. Suke has absolute confidence in himself. Since he has signed a contract with Lu Chinhuan, it is only a matter of time before he becomes his woman, and he is not in a rush. On the contrary, for Suke, improving the strength of both sides and coping with the upcoming youth training as soon as possible is the top priority. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chinhuan stared at Suke in a daze, and his impression of Suke became even more different. You are such a different person. At this moment, Suke's communicator, which he had placed aside, rang. Suke reached out to take it, and the voice of Principal Wang Jiangmo came from the other side. Student Su, did you have a good time last night? On the day of the awakening ceremony, many Beastmasters and Beastgirls will take the opportunity to choose their other half, so that night is also the most hectic day in the entire Tianhai. Suke ignored Wang Jiangmo's teasing and asked Wang Jiangmo directly. Principal Wang called me so early in the morning, it shouldn't be because he wants to know about my nightlife, right? Hearing Suke's question, Wang Jiangmo's voice came from the other side. You really understand me. I have the 500 yuan first level beast core you asked for ready. I'll let you know and you can come pick it up anytime. Then now. Suke was not the type to procrastinate, so he immediately arranged a time to pick up the goods. Then, he stood up, put on his clothes, and spoke to Lu Chinhuan. Huan, wait here for me. I'm going to get something from Principal Wang and we'll be back soon. Following Suke's instructions, Lu Chinhuan lifted the quilt and stood up. You're talking about those 500 first-level beast cores you told the principal about yesterday, right? Let's go get them together. Halfway through his words, Lu Chinhuan saw Suke staring blankly at his chest, and quickly lowered his head to see that half of his t-shirt had been torn off by his turmoil last night. His face flushed, and he quickly reached out to pull it to his chest. You say you're a gentleman, but your body is honest. I even suspected that you were drunk and incapable of action last night, so you didn't touch me. Slander. Blatant slander. Suke spoke up for himself with a righteous look on his face. Lu Chinhuan glanced at Suke shyly, jumped off the bed, and put her arm around Suke. Let's go meet Principal Wang. We should go together, but shouldn't we put on our shoes first? Also, it looks like you just stepped on my paronychia. Soon, accompanied by Lu Chinhuan, Suke returned to Tianhai No. 1 Middle School and came to the principal's office. Hey, classmate Su is here with our classmate Lu? Seeing Suke coming, Wang Jiangmo quickly stood up from his seat and handed a ring to Suke with a smile on his face. Here, Suke, take this. These are the 500 first-level beast cores you need. Looking at the ring that Wang Jiangmo handed over, Suke was slightly stunned. Storage ring? The storage ring is an extremely rare spiritual weapon. Even in the entire Tianhai, there are only a few people who own it. Suke never thought that Wang Jiangmo would give him such a precious thing. Although 500 first-level beast cores are rare, the value of this storage ring is obviously greater. Even Lu Chinhuan standing by opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. Wang Jiangmo, on the other hand, looked at the expressions of the two men and put his hands behind his back, acting calm and composed. 500 first-level beast cores would fill several large bags. Are you two planning on just dragging them back like this? Using a storage ring is much more convenient and won't attract attention. Suke hesitated. But this storage ring is too valuable. Before Suke could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Jiangmo. What's so valuable? Good things should be left to good people. This thing might have been useful to me when I was young, but now that I'm old, it's no longer of much use to me. Instead of letting it get moldy in my hands, I'd better give it to someone who needs it more. Besides, a small storage ring is not worth mentioning to me. After listening to Wang Jiangmo's words, Suke stopped making excuses, accepted the storage ring, and clasped his fists towards Wang Jiangmo. Thank you, Principal. Lu Chinhuan on the side also clasped his fists. Thank you, Principal Uncle. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, just go about your business. Just remember to gather for the youth training in 3 days. Wang Jiangwo simply waved to Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan calmly, then turned his back. Seeing this, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan did not delay any longer. They saluted Wang Jiangwo again, turned around and left hand in hand. Wang Jiangwo glanced at the backs of the two people leaving with the corner of his eye, turned his head secretly, and saw that the two people had completely left. Only then did he relax, closed the door and laughed out loud. I've been able to show off again. It feels so good. Chapter 9: Absorbing Beast Cores and Improving Qualifications. After receiving the Beast Core from Wang Jiangwo, Su Ke took Lu Chenhuan and walked straight back to his rental house. The rental house was subsidized by Daxia and was a kind of low-rent housing in a cluster. Although it was a bit crowded, it allowed Su Ke to at least have a place to stay. Looking at the old and crowded low-rent housing, where most of the wall paint in the corridors on each floor had fallen off and even the bathrooms were shared, Lu Chenhuan's eyes showed a hint of heartache. Brother Su, have you been living in a place like this all this time? The environment that Su Ke lives in is something that Lu Chenhuan, who grew up in a wealthy family, cannot experience. Only Su Ke had a calm expression. After the advent of the age of ferocious beasts, many people lost their homes and became displaced. For an orphan like me, it's good enough to have a place to stand. Su Ke paused at this point. So, for someone like me, awakening as a beastmaster is just the beginning. My ultimate goal is to completely drive those ferocious beasts that invaded the human race out of Blue Planet and restore peace and order to the world. A true man, born between heaven and earth, how can he care only about himself and live in peace in a corner? Listening to Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan beside him felt his heart shaken, and the look he gave Su Ke became even more different. Brother Su. Looking at the dazed Lu Chenhuan, Su Ke subconsciously rubbed Lu Chenhuan's hair, opened the door, and pulled Lu Chenhuan in. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go inside and upgrade your qualifications. Improve your qualifications? Hearing Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, full of surprise and suspicion. Can the aptitude for supernatural powers be improved? Su Ke looked at Lu Chenhuan's incredulous expression and closed the door. That's right. I've said before that your true aptitude is actually an SSS-level heaven-swallowing Taotai. It's just that due to the defects in your body, you only appear to be an F-class hungry mole. I asked Principal Wang for these 500 first-level beast cores so that I could improve your qualifications. Listening to Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but feel moved. He didn't expect that the beast core that Su Ke asked Principal Wang Jiangwo for was actually for his own use. Although Lu Chenhuan was not confident in her heart that she could really improve her qualifications, she was deeply moved by Su Ke's kindness. Brother Su, is it true as you said, that my aptitude can really be improved? Facing Lu Chenhuan's inferiority, Su Ke was full of confidence. Of course. Let me ask you, have you ever felt like you've never had enough to eat since you can remember? You often wake up hungry in the middle of the night? Do you sneak out to find food? Listening to Su Ke's analysis, Lu Chenhuan was shocked and her face turned red instantly. Yes, but how did you know? Faced with Lu Chenhuan's doubts, Su Ke did not hide anything and spoke directly. Remember I told you I have the gift of seeing through the flaws in everything in the world? I used this gift to see through your physical flaws, understand your specific condition, and deduce a way to repair your flaws. Looking at Su Ke's serious expression, Lu Chenhuan gradually believed what Su Ke said. But she was still very nervous. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's uneasy expression, Su Ke knew in his heart that facts were still needed to speak for themselves, so he moved his mind and activated his storage ring, and all 500 sparkling first-level beast cores were placed on the dining table in front of him. Facts speak louder than words. Come on, Xian. Ah. Listening to Su Ke's instructions, Lu Chenhuan felt his head buzzing and pointed at the beast core as thick as his thumb. Hian. Brother Su, you mean to ask me to swallow this thing? It's so big and hard. I'm afraid I can't swallow it. There are still so many, will it burst me? Su Ke gently rubbed Lu Chenhuan's hair and smiled evilly. How do you know you can't swallow it if you don't try? Maybe you'll fall in love with this feeling. As for exploding, you're the heaven-swallowing Taotai, known for being the invincible black hole devourer. How could I possibly burst you? Do you believe me? If you do, swallow it. Okay, I believe you. Looking at the shiny beast core on the table, Lu Chenhuan closed his eyes, grabbed the thumb-thick beast core and stuffed it into his mouth. Chew it up. Su Ke's orders were heard from the side. Lu Chenhuan subconsciously followed Su Ke's instructions and bit the beast core in his mouth into pieces. What she didn't expect was that the seemingly hard beast core actually broke into pieces with just one bite. Then the pure energy contained in the beast core overflowed into her mouth. The sweet and clear taste made her eyes light up instantly. Delicious. I didn't expect this beast core to be so delicious. Lu Chenhuan, who was attracted by the energy of the beast core, could not control his desire at this moment. There was a faint red light of greed in his eyes when he looked at the beast core. This should be the energy of the heaven-swallowing Tao Tai. Looking at the faint red light in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Su Ke made a judgment in his heart. He rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head lovingly. Eat more if it tastes good. These are all yours. After hearing Su Ke's instructions, Lu Chenhuan could no longer control his desire and grabbed the beast core again and stuffed it into his mouth. Even after tasting the deliciousness of the beast core, she was no longer satisfied with eating them one by one. She grabbed handfuls and stuffed them into her mouth, expressing her admiration for the delicious taste as she did so. Delicious. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's bulging cheeks, Su Ke couldn't help but blink. I didn't expect you, a little guy, to be so good at keeping your mouth shut. However, at this moment, Lu Chenhuan was completely immersed in the delicious beast core in front of him, just like a hungry kitten seeing a mountain of cat food, and he did not hear Su Ke's words. As Lu Chenhuan consumed the beast core, streams of pure spiritual power rose from his body and surrounded him like flowing silk. The spiritual energy extracted from Lu Chenhuan's body turned into flowing light and floated towards Su Ke's palm. Beast girls can advance in their cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the energy of beast cores, while beast masters transform through contracts with beast girls, extracting their excess spiritual energy and condensing soul crystals in their bodies for cultivation. At this time, Su Ke was immersed in his mind, taking advantage of the opportunity when Lu Chenhuan was transforming the spiritual energy in his body to wantonly absorb the energy overflowing from Lu Chenhuan's body. The realm of the two people continued to rise at this moment. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan in front of him began to lose control of his human form, perhaps because he absorbed too much energy into his body. His ears gradually stretched and pointed, and grew dark and dense hair. The teeth on both sides also gradually lengthened and turned into cute little canine teeth. Has the beast mother form begun to appear due to energy replenishment? Before Su Ke could calm down, the fur on Lu Chenhuan's body in front of him actually began to emit golden light from the bottom of the skin follicles. A strange golden rune appeared on his forehead, and the fur on his ears and hair also turned from dark red to gold. A powerful aura then burst out from Lu Chenhuan's body. Her information also changed at this moment. Chapter 10 Fairy, I want you to help me practice. In the dilapidated low-rent apartment, after swallowing 500 first-level beast cores, Lu Chenhuan's body burst out with shining golden light, which almost blinded Su Ke in front of him. A powerful energy burst out from Lu Chenhuan's body, and the terrifying airwave directly blew away all the surrounding furniture. At this moment, in Su Ke's eyes, Lu Chenhuan was reflected in the golden light, and the information had undergone earth-shaking changes. Beast Mother, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, Second Order Condensation. Talent, D-level gold-eating rat. Beast Master, Su Ke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold-eating claws, Metal Defense. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level devouring heaven Tao Tai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talents. Although Lu Chenhuan's flaws still exist, his talent has jumped 2 levels from the previous F level to D level. His own level of realm even jumped directly from the previous first level of spiritual awakening to the second level of condensation. You know, for an ordinary beast girl, if she wants to quickly advance from the first level of spiritual awakening to the second level of condensation, even if she is an S level like a Ning, it will take at least half a month to advance even if she devotes all her resources. After all, although the resources are unlimited, the spiritual energy that the beast girl can absorb is limited. If it weren't for Lu Chenhuan's perverted gluttonous physique, she would probably explode and die on the spot after being hit by 500 beast cores. At this time, Lu Chenhuan burped with satisfaction after swallowing all 500 beast cores. So cool. I haven't eaten so happily in a long time. However, when Lu Chenhuan came to his senses, his pupils shrank and he noticed the changes in himself. At this moment, she was shaking her pair of golden animal ears, looking at herself in the dressing mirror in the distance with disbelief, her body shining with golden light. The golden fur and hair also blinded her own eyes. I've advanced. My talent has really improved. I really went from an F-rank useless hungry mole to a D-rank gold-eating rat. Although he was not directly promoted to SSS, it was already great news for Lu Chenhuan. Because it means that everything Su Ke said is true, she is really not a waste. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan's eyes were full of excitement, and there were even tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Su, my aptitude has improved. My aptitude has really improved. I'm better now. The excited Lu Chenhuan stepped forward and hugged Su Ke with his little paws. Feeling the fleshy paw pads on his back that had thoughtfully retracted their nails, Su Ke felt a warmth in his heart. He gently hugged Lu Chenhuan's slender waist, reached out his hand to stroke her cute animal ears through her hair, and comforted Lu Chenhuan softly. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Everything will get better in the future. Hearing Su Ke's gentle words, Lu Chenhuan could no longer hold back and lay directly in Su Ke's arms and sobbed softly. Thanks. Thank you, Su Quebec. Lu Chenhuan originally thought that since he had awakened his F-level talent, that would be the end of his life. He could just find a beast master with the same F or E-level talent, take care of his husband and children, and live a peaceful life. It was Su Ke's appearance that created miracles and hope for him time and time again. It can be said that her future has completely changed because of the man in front of her. Su Ke simply patted Lu Chenhuan's back gently and reached out to touch her ear lightly to comfort her. It was unknown how long it took for Lu Chenhuan's emotions to slowly calm down. Feeling Su Ke's warm hands constantly rubbing his animal ears, Lu Chenhuan hesitated to speak. Brother Su, could you please stop rubbing? The ears are a very sensitive part of the beast girl. Oh? Su Ke shuddered when he heard this and coughed dryly. I don't know. I just wanted to comfort you. Can you rub your ears for almost half an hour to soothe your emotions? Brother Su, are you a beast? You still Rua? Hearing this, Su Ke quickly retracted his hand and laughed. No, I'm used to it, it just comes naturally. Seeing Su Ke's guilty look, Lu Chenhuan glanced at him coquettishly, and a charming smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Brother Su, if you want to continue, it's not impossible. You can even take this opportunity to make some other requests. I'm not in the wrong place. You've helped me so much, I was just wondering how I could help you. As Lu Chenhuan said this, his hands turned back into green jade fingers, and they hooked up along Su Ke's neck like a water snake. His warm lips slowly moved towards Su Ke, and his voice was soft. Brother Su. Looking at those alluring lips and feeling the warm breath coming from them, Su Ke swallowed subconsciously and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You little devil, you brought this upon yourself. If I don't make some requests at this time, it would seem that I don't understand the situation. Looking at the evil smile on Su Ke's lips, Lu Chenhuan gently bit his lower lip, hooked Su Ke's neck and breathed into his ear. Tell me, at this time, no matter what you ask, I will agree to it. Su Ke's smile widened. Then I'll ask you, you can't refuse. Lu Chenhuan spoke softly. Ask me, I promise I won't refuse. Su Ke nodded. I want you to sit down and help me practice. Help you practice? Listening to Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan poked Su Ke's chest in an angry tone. You bad guy, yet you talk so humorously. But before he finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan realized something. Wait, you said sit down? Not lie down? Of course not to sleep. Su Ke's face was filled with righteousness. How can I practice if I don't sit down and absorb the spiritual energy emanating from you with my palms facing you? Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan widened his eyes. Are you serious about cultivation? You're saying you want to cultivate in the presence of such a beautiful woman? Su Ke's face was filled with righteous indignation. What else? Sit down. Compared to the beauty that was within his reach, Su Ke was more attracted by the spiritual power that overflowed from the 500 beast cores that Lu Chenhuan had refined. That is the foundation of your existence in this world. Strength is the only way to survive in this world. Looking at Su Ke's righteous expression, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He sat down reluctantly and began to help Su Ke practice. But she also had some worries in her heart. Brother Su, there's so much energy flowing out. Can you digest it all? I will digest it all. Su Ke directly grabbed Lu Chenhuan's hands, and the contract magic circle in his palms lit up, and began to wantonly absorb the spiritual power that overflowed from Lu Chenhuan's body after refining the beast core. Countless spiritual powers as vast as Hua Ling rushed madly into Su Ke's body and were completely refined by him. As these spiritual powers were refined, the aura around Su Ke also rose wildly. The second level of microscopic observation, the fifth level of microscopic observation, the seventh level of microscopic observation. Boom! A dull sound exploded from Su Ke's body, his eyes suddenly opened, and the aura around him surged. Second realm of soul binding. Chapter 11, Dangerous Future, Good Journey. What's the noise? The moment Suke broke through, many tenants in the low-rent housing turned their heads to look at the floor where Suke was. Earthquake? Because Suke's breakthrough made such a loud noise, the terrifying airwave shook the entire building. Some beast tamers and beast girls who had just concluded their contracts and were currently living in low-rent housing also ran out of the room in their underwear, their faces filled with fear. Some tenants on the same floor who were acquainted with Suke ran out of their rooms into the corridor, looking at the source of the noise, confused and bewildered. Why does this noise seem to be coming from little Suke's room? A silver-haired old man who was in a wheelchair was waving his hands and quickly pushed the wheelchair towards Suke's door, shouting anxiously as he hit it. Little Suke! Little Suke! Hearing the noise outside the house, Suke, who had just made a breakthrough, had no time to savor it. He hurriedly pulled Lu Chenhuan up and opened the door. He just happened to run into a silver-haired old man who was speeding too fast and had no time to brake, and was rushing towards his crotch. Old Wang. At this moment, Suke was a little stunned when he saw Old Wang rushing towards him anxiously. When Old Wang saw that Suke was fine, he first breathed a sigh of relief, but then his face turned horrified. Xiao Shuchue, get out of the way. I, an old man, can't stop the car anymore. Hide quickly, or you'll turn from Xiaopeng into Xiaopeng. The other tenants watching nearby also reacted and quickly called out to Suke to get out of the way. But at this moment, the aura around Suke suddenly surged, and his cultivation in the soul-binding realm was immediately released. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and his mind moved, and he protected Lu Chenhuan in front of him. Huan. Lu Chenhuan on the side dodged and released his cultivation in the condensation realm. His palm instantly turned into golden claws, and he grabbed the rapidly approaching wheelchair with lightning speed. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but exclaim. What a quick reaction! Is this the beast mother that Xiao Suke and he just contracted? But some retired beast masters and beast girls reacted instantly. No, there's something wrong with the aura of little Suke and this little girl. They are not in the same realm, they are in the second realm. After sensing the aura emanating from the two people, the entire corridor was now in an uproar. It really is the second realm. The noise just now was the reaction to Xiao Shuchue and the others breaking through their realm. Old Wang's face was filled with shock. He felt the aura of Suke and Lu Chenhuan up close, his eyes widening. Xiao Shuchue, have you made a breakthrough? Faced with everyone's shock, Suke did not hide anything. He walked up to Lu Chenhuan and nodded gently. Yeah, what just happened? Hearing Suke's admission, everyone was shocked. An old man with a stubble on his face and a cane swallowed his saliva. As expected of an SSS-level talent, this breakthrough speed is really fast. There were many children of beastmasters and beast girls in the low-rent housing who were all studying at Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. Plus, everyone knew each other well, so these family gossips spread very quickly, so they were more aware of Suke's awakening and the contract. This F-rank girl also got promoted thanks to you. What a pity! With such a high talent for beast control, you actually contracted an FSI. Everyone looked at Lu Chenhuan beside Su Quebec. Although they admired her beauty, they felt more of a pity. In everyone's mind, Suke had awakened an SSS-level talent and had a bright future ahead of him, but he acted on impulse and contracted an F-level contract, ruining his own future. It can be said that Suke would have been the greatest hope for humanity to control the ferocious beasts in the future, but at this moment, he had become a laughingstock in the entire city. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Lu Chenhuan's face, which was originally full of high spirits because of the breakthrough, suddenly dimmed. Suke sensed Lu Chenhuan's low mood and instantly walked up to Lu Chenhuan, looking at the old neighbors in front of him. Dear old neighbors, thank you for your concern for Su Quebec. But Huan is not as weak as you think. On the contrary, she is very strong. This breakthrough was only possible because of her blessing. If you really respect me, please don't criticize Huan in the future. On the contrary, if you disrespect her, you are disrespecting me. Seeing Suke's serious expression, the neighbors were stunned for a moment and then nodded. Old Wang even patted Suke's hand. You kid, you've been sensible since you were young. We believe in you. Whatever you decide, we support you. The surrounding neighbors also took advantage of the situation to get out of the way. That's right, the little girl is so beautiful, it would be a good match to be able to sign a contract with her. Xiao Su, if you have time, bring Nizi to dinner. After hearing this, Suke's expression returned to a gentle state. Thank you everyone. As he spoke, Suke took Lu Chenhuan's hand and spoke to everyone. I have another decision to tell everyone. I may be moving away from here. I hope you don't miss me. Listening to Sukei's words, everyone was silent for a moment, but soon they understood. It's normal, all the Beastmasters who have successfully awakened will leave here and rush to the battlefield that truly belongs to them. After all, the battlefield between humans and ferocious beasts is where you truly belong. Old Wan was even laughing. Besides, since you've awakened such a great talent, you've definitely been selected to participate in Tianhai's training camp. There's no need for you to stay here and waste time with us old guys. Go pack up and go. Upon hearing this, Sukei pulled Lu Qinhuan back into the house, simply packed his luggage, put it into the storage ring, and then pushed the door open and walked out. What they didn't expect was that the neighbors in the corridor spontaneously stood together, holding bags of various sizes in their hands. Xiao Shuchua, this is the fermented glutinous rice wine I brewed myself. If you miss us while you're away, just have a sip. You have always had a strong taste for spicy food. This is the chili oil I made myself. Take it. Old Wang pushed his wheelchair and handed a pair of silver bracelets to Sukei. Xiao Sukei, you and the girl have successfully concluded the contract, and you are now married. This is a pair of silver bracelets left by my wife. Consider them your wedding gifts. Nizi is good, you have to treat her well. Sukei reached out to take the gifts handed to him by the crowd, tears welling up in his eyes, and bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you everyone. I, Sukei, will never forget you. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and it was these neighbors who often helped me to have a complete childhood. Lu Qinhuan beside him also bowed deeply. After expressing their gratitude, Sukei and Lu Qinhuan picked up the bags and slowly left. When he reached the corner of the stairs, seeing the reluctant eyes of everyone who had accompanied him to the stairwell, Sukei bowed deeply to them again. Take care, everyone. When the people in the stairwell heard this, tears welled up in their eyes. Little Sukei, the future is dangerous, but safe journey. Remember to come back often. Sukei took Lu Qinhuan's hand and nodded gently. Yes. The sunlight poured onto them through the old windows in the stairwell, stretching their departing shadows. Chapter 12 No, why has your aura improved? On the way back with Lu Qinhuan, Sukei immersed himself in his thoughts and checked his message board. Beast Tamer, Sukei. Realm, 2nd level soul binding. Talent, God level. Contracted beast, gold-eating rat. Talented skills, divine eye of insight, source of evolution, god of beasts, tyrant, soul binding. Insightful eyes, can detect supernatural powers, physical conditions, and even flaws in all things. Source of evolution, help the contracted beast girl evolve in level and ability while receiving a large amount of rewards. God of beasts, there is no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract. Tyrant, consumes spiritual energy, causing all contracted beast girls to go berserk, increasing all attributes by 100% upgradable. Binding Spirit, consumes spiritual energy and generates an energy contract to restrict the beast girl from running wild. To be unlocked. Looking at his information panel, Sukei couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction on his face. After absorbing Lu Qinhuan's overflowing spiritual energy, his own realm also improved. And there is also an additional innate skill, soul binding, which corresponds to his own realm. Binding Spirit, consumes spiritual energy and generates an energy contract to restrict the beast girl from running wild. Sukei was quite familiar with this skill as he had been taught it in school. Most beastmasters would awaken this innate skill after breaking through the soul binding realm in order to prevent the beast girls from going berserk due to improper use of their abilities. However, the moment Sukei's mind focused on this skill, the words on his information bar suddenly became distorted, as if interfered with by an invisible force. New talent skills detected, God-level talent conversion in progress. The next moment, the talent introduction of the bound spirit changed. Binding Spirit, consumes spiritual energy to generate an energy contract to restrict the beast girl from running away, and can also bind the hostile object. Looking at the changes in his innate skills, Sukei couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Is it still possible? Can the newly added talent skills be changed and amplified? This binding spirit can not only bind its own beast girls, but also bind enemy targets. It's really a bit perverted. I can only say that he is worthy of the talent of a god-level beastmaster. Lu Qinhuan, who was holding Sukei's arm, seemed to sense Sukei's mental fluctuations and turned his head to look at Sukei curiously. Brother Su, what happened? Why do you seem surprised? Hearing Lu Qinhuan's question, Sukei did not hide it. Well, I just advanced and awakened the 2nd level talent skill, soul binding. Listening to Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan's handsome brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Is there anything about this that should surprise you, Brother Su? Suke pondered for a moment before speaking to Lu Chenhuan. Do you remember the introduction to the soul binding skill we learned in high school? Remember. Lu Chenhuan nodded slightly. It's to generate energy chains to limit the outburst of the beast girl's psychic energy and prevent her consciousness from going berserk. A beast girl who has been afflicted with a spirit can unscrupulously maximize her abilities. Suke nodded. Is that so? Yes, but my soul binding ability not only prevents our own beast girls from going berserk, but can also bind the enemy by force. Listening to Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan's mouth opened wide. Ah? Is it possible? Every second in a battle is extremely important. It can be imagined that if this alienated soul binding skill is used at a critical juncture in the battle, it can immediately determine the outcome of the battle. It's actually possible to change talent skills. Is the talent of an SSS-level beast master so abnormal? At this moment, Lu Chenhuan only felt that his shock towards Suke was refreshed again. Brother Su, how much do you still have that I don't know? Looking at Lu Chenhuan's shocked expression, Suke simply told Lu Chenhuan all of his talents and skills. Anyway, the two will be fighting side by side for a long time in the future, so understanding each other in advance will be more conducive to cooperation between the two sides. At this moment, after hearing Suke's introduction, Lu Chenhuan's mouth opened wider and wider, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Brother Su, you actually have so many talents and skills? Including the newly awakened bound spirit, there are a total of 5 innate skills? And every skill is so perverted? Lu Chenhuan had thought that Suke's talent was abnormal, but he didn't expect it to be this abnormal. Not only can you see through the flaws of everything, but you can also make unlimited contracts with beast girls, and you can also consume spiritual energy to increase the power of the whole body. Brother Su, you are really awesome. But halfway through his words, Lu Chenhuan realized something. No, Brother Su, there is no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract? You didn't lie to me? Suke smiled and nodded gently. Of course not. Hearing Suke's admission, Lu Chenhuan's expression froze for a moment, and he glanced at Suke meaningfully. Then why didn't you contract an S-class in Ning? Why did you contract an F-class one with me instead? Suke sneered when he heard this. And Ning? Is she worthy? Anyone who is qualified to sign a contract with me, Suke, must be at least SSS level like you. I don't look down on anyone below SSS. Of course, I also look down on SSS with low character. Having said this, Suke suddenly looked at Lu Chenhuan with a half smile. Why? Are you worried after hearing that I can contract with other people? Having said this, Suke gently rubbed Lu Chenhuan's golden hair, his face full of tenderness. Don't worry, I won't contract a second beast girl casually, and I won't abandon you because of this. I'm not the kind of fool who chooses between the two. I want them all. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan punched Suke in the chest with a coquettish look. I didn't expect you to have such a nice idea. Take this girl's punch. Just as the two were playing around, a familiar dry cough was heard from not far away. When Suke and Lu Chenhuan came to their senses, they realized that they had returned to the courtyard of Lu Chenhuan's house without knowing when, and Lu Lingfeng was pacing at the door with his hands behind his back, looking at them. Dad, why did you come out? Looking at Lu Lingfeng in front of the door, Lu Chenhuan's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Suke's chest. Lu Lingfeng coughed dryly and then spoke. Principal Wang just came to our house and brought me an invitation to the youth training. He told me to remember to gather tomorrow morning for the training. As he spoke, Lu Lingfeng took out 2 youth training invitation letters from his arms, which contained a sincere invitation and an introduction to the youth training process. Is youth training finally going to start? Upon seeing this, Suke and Lu Chenhuan hurried forward to reach for the youth training invitation letter, but saw Lu Lingfeng suddenly frown. Huan, why did you dye your hair yellow? Then his eyes suddenly widened. No, why is your aura improved? Why is it the 2nd level of condensation? And Suke, how come you're also at the 2nd level? It's only been a day, how could such a drastic change happen? Could dyeing your hair yellow help you improve your realm? Chapter 13, News about a Ning on the eve of youth training. After Suke and Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Lu Lingfeng finally understood what was going on. You mean to say that Huan took 500 beast cores from Lao Wang and was promoted because of it? Right. Lu Chenhuan nodded proudly. Not only has my realm improved, my aptitude has also improved. I'm no longer an F-rank hungry mole, but a D-rank gold-eating rat. Hearing Lu Qinuan's words, Lu Lingfeng's eyes widened even more. Has your aptitude also improved? Although it sounds like he only climbed from F level to D level, the impact it had on Lu Lingfeng was unprecedentedly huge. Because in the history of human beast girls, it has never been heard that qualifications can be improved. Suke, you actually didn't lie and really improved Huanhuan's aptitude. Although it was only an upgrade from F to D, it brought great hope for future promotions. Because since you can improve from F to D, you can also improve from D to B to A, or even S. At this moment, Lu Lingfeng's eyes were filled with excitement, and he tightly grasped Suke's shoulders. You're really good at improving the beast girl's aptitude. You're worthy of being an SSS-level beastmaster. You're amazing. Suke waved his hand gently. It's not that I improved Huanhuan's aptitude. Huanhuan originally had an SSS-level talent. It's just that due to a flaw hidden within her body, she can't fully unleash her strength. I don't care about that. The improvement in qualifications is a fact. At this moment, Lu Lingfeng felt his heart was filled with surprise. You just need to tell me, what are the conditions for Huanhuan to improve her qualifications again? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinuan, who was standing by, also looked towards Suke curiously. She was also very curious about what conditions would be needed to improve her qualifications, as Suke said. Suke did not hesitate and immediately activated his divine eyes of insight and looked at Lu Qinuan. Beast Mother, Lu Qinuan. Realm, Second Order Condensation. Talent, D-level gold-eating rat. Beastmaster, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold-eating claws, Metal Defense. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level devouring Heaven Taodai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talents. Repair plan, consume 10-second level fierce beasts in their entirety to condense the natal beast core. Looking at the contents displayed by the divine eye of insight, Suke directly stated the repair plan. Hearing what Suke said, Lu Lingfeng and Lu Qinuan beside him could not help but be stunned, with strange looks in their eyes. Fully consume 10-second level fierce beasts? Condensing the core of the natal beast? Especially Lu Lingfeng, the corners of his mouth twitched. The beast's thing is smelly and hard. Can you eat it? Having said that, Lu Lingfeng turned and looked at Lu Qinuan. Huanhuan, can you eat it? Lu Qinuan hesitated for a moment. I can eat 500 beast cores, so I should be able to eat 10 ferocious beasts, right? I mean, the meat stinks. I haven't eaten it, so I can't comment on it. But judging from the beast cores I found today, it might be delicious. Looking at Lu Qinuan's state of endless aftertaste, Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but hold his forehead. One more thing, where do we get these 10-second level beasts? Generally speaking, the carcasses of second-level fierce beasts are of no value. After being killed, their cores are removed on the spot, and the carcasses are discarded directly. I'm afraid there isn't even a single complete second-level beast corpse in the entire Tianhai city. Listening to Lu Lingfeng's concerns, Suke remained calm. Isn't the youth training about to start? Youth training includes field combat drills. Wouldn't it be nice to just kill a few of them? Looking at Suke's calm expression, Lu Lingfeng twitched the corners of his mouth. A second-level beast is extremely ferocious and powerful. Can you kill it just because you want to? There was still no fear in Suke's eyes. Whether you can kill or not, you won't know until you do it. Suke was never one to shy away from a fight. He didn't believe that with the combined efforts of him and Lu Qinuan, any second-level ferocious beast could withstand it. Lu Qinuan standing by also had a face full of confidence. With an SSS-level beastmaster like Brother Su leading the battle, we have nothing to fear from a mere second-level beast. Looking at the confident expressions on their faces, Lu Lingfeng did not continue to attack them. Okay, young man, keep your confidence. Go home first to eat and prepare for tomorrow's youth training. Soon, with Lu Lingfeng busy, the aroma of food wafted out, and the three of them gathered together to eat again. Because they had to gather for youth training tomorrow, Lu Lingfeng didn't persuade Suke to drink too much this time. However, because Lu Qinuan's qualifications had improved, he was so happy that he couldn't help but raise a few glasses himself. I'm so happy, so happy. Huanhuan won't be called a waste anymore. But halfway through drinking, Lu Lingfeng seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Suke. By the way, Suke, this time Lao Wang came over and brought me some news. I heard that your ex-girlfriend in Ning has signed a contract with Zhao Fei, who is also an S-level beastmaster from Tianhai number 2 middle school. She also threatened to make you suffer during the youth training. You and Huan Huan have to be careful. Listening to Lu Lingfeng's suggestion, Su Ke looked disapproving. A mere S rank isn't worth my caution. Lu Chenhuan on the side snorted coldly. What's wrong with being S rank? If she dares to touch Brother Su, I'll beat her to a pulp. At this time, Lu Chenhuan's confidence has returned because of the improvement of her qualifications and realm, and she looks domineering and protective of her husband. Looking at the confidence on Lu Chenhuan's face, Lu Lingfeng's face showed relief. It's great that the Wan Huan I used to know is back. Su Ke, thank you. Su Ke waved his hand gently. No need to thank uncle, this is what I should do. Who knew that Lu Lingfeng's face darkened when he heard this? You kid, I've said it several times, and you still call me uncle? Su Ke was startled when he heard this, then picked up the wine glass beside him. I was wrong, father-in-law. Father-in-law. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, rested his chin on the table with his hands, watching this scene, his eyes curved into a crescent shape as he smiled. I don't know how long it took, but perhaps because he realized he had drunk a little too much, Lu Lingfeng murmured and wanted to get up. Wait until I go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back and drink with you. He muttered to himself and staggered out of the house. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, pretended to help Lu Lingfeng, but was pushed away by him. Don't help me, your father didn't drink much, he's very sober. While speaking, Lu Lingfeng jumped deliberately to prove that he was sober. Then he tripped over the threshold in front of him, and his old face slammed down onto the concrete floor outside the house. Bang! Ouch! The dull sound echoed in the ears of Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, shaking their hearts. Father! Father-in-law! Chapter 14 Hate, there are people in the car. Early in the morning, Lu Lingfeng, with a band-aid on his head, stood at the door to see Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan off. Su Ke, Huan Huan, the youth training will last for almost a month, and all your food and lodging will be in the concentration camp. Please take care of yourselves. Especially you, Su Quebec. I'm finally handing over Huan Huan to you. You must not let her be bullied. Hearing this, Su Ke blinked and glanced at Lu Chenhuan beside him. He felt that given Lu Chenhuan's current condition, it would be good enough if she didn't bully others after entering the youth training camp. But Su Ke still agreed. Don't worry, father-in-law. No one can bully Huan Huan with me here. The moment she is in danger, I will definitely protect her. That's right. Hearing Su Ke's assurance, Lu Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction, but then realized something was wrong. No, you said you were going to protect Huan Huan where? In front of you? Isn't that just using her as a shield? What else? I'm a beastmaster, and you want me to rush to the front as a warrior? Although Huan Huan and I have a good relationship, we must keep things separate. Where's your face? You don't even want to act anymore, right? Just as Lu Lingfeng was about to go up and beat Su Ke, the bus from Tianhai number 1 middle school stopped by the roadside at the entrance. Wang Jiangmo stood by the window and waved at Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. Student Su, Student Lu, get in the car. Let's go. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan smiled and took Su Ke's arm as they got into the car. Seeing this, Lu Lingfeng, who was behind the two of them, stopped what he was doing and nodded slightly. Go ahead, and have a nice journey. He watched Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan get into the car, waved his hand reluctantly, and stared blankly at the back of the car as it drove away. He stood there in a daze until the car completely disappeared from his sight. In the car, seeing Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan get on, everyone looked at them with different eyes. The contract between Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan caused a sensation throughout Tianhai number 1 middle school, and everyone present was quite familiar with the two. But in their eyes, there is more curiosity. I'm curious why Su Ke, who has awakened his SSS talent, would contract an F-rank beast girl and ruin his own future. But because of Wang Jiangmo's presence, no one in the car dared to object to this. Wang Jiangmo seemed to understand what everyone was thinking and spoke to them. I don't care what your previous identities were or what grudges you have. In this youth training, you represent Tianhai number 1 middle school. Please don't bring shame to us. Hearing this, everyone nodded. But Lu Chenhuan on the side showed doubt in his eyes. Principal, where isn't Ning? Isn't she also from Tianhai number 1 middle school? Why isn't she on this car? Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Wang Jiangmo sighed softly. And Ning has signed a contract with Zhao Fei from number 2 middle school and has applied to change her student status to join number 2 middle school. Hearing this, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. As a rare S-class beast girl, if a Ning applied to change her academic status, number 2 middle school would definitely give her the green light. He just didn't expect that a Ning would be so ungrateful that after hooking up with Zhao Fei from number 2 middle school, she would turn around and change her academic status. However, Lu Qinuan on the side sneered. Don't let me meet this ungrateful person during youth training, or I'll beat him up every time I see him. Hearing Lu Qinuan's words, the students around him couldn't help but twitch their lips. An F-class being trying to beat up an S-class, even with the support of an SSS-class Beastmaster, is still outrageous no matter how you think about it. After all, the difference in qualifications between the two sides is too great to be compensated by simple combat skills. But at this moment, Wang Jiangwo, who was in front of the two of them, felt something and looked at them with a look of surprise and doubt. Suke, Lu Qinuan, have you made a breakthrough? The other students in the car were all at the first level, with a low realm, so they naturally could not sense the abnormality of Suke and Lu Qinuan, but Wang Jiangwo was a man of high status, and he noticed at a glance that the two had broken through. Hearing this, everyone in the car couldn't help but look at Suke and Lu Qinuan. Breakthrough? No way? It's only been 3 days since the awakening ceremony, how come he's already broken through? Yeah, how could it be possible to break through in 3 days? Especially since Lu Qinuan is still an F. Facing the strange looks from everyone in the car, Suke remained calm. Yes, thanks to Huan, I was lucky enough to break through to the second level. Upon hearing this, everyone in the car was shocked. What? He really broke through? It's only been 3 days, and you've already created a record for breaking through realms in human history, right? Now that you put it that way, it seems like Lu Qinuan and the others really have a chance to beat up a Ning and Zhao Fei. I can only say, worthy of being SSS. If a Ning knew this news, would she regret breaking up with Suke even more? Everyone looked at Suke and Lu Qinuan with shock in their eyes. They had never imagined that Suke and Lu Qinuan could break through the first level and successfully enter the second level in just 3 days. On the other hand, Wang Jiangwo's face showed not only shock but also joy. Haha, you guys have broken through to the second level. Now our number 1 middle school has a chance in youth training. Participating in youth training with the strength of the second level will definitely be a crushing blow to other schools in the early stages. At this moment, Wang Jiangwo looked at Suke with admiration. Suke, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. As an old fox, Wang Jiangwo already had some vague guesses about Suke and Lu Qinuan's breakthroughs. However, he didn't know that Lu Qinuan had been promoted from F level to D level. If he knew, he would probably be even more shocked. At this time, Lu Qinuan was sitting next to Suke, looking at the shocked and envious eyes cast at him by the crowd in the car, and then glanced at Suke with a gentle face, and his heart moved slightly. Most of the Beastmasters in the car were A level and B level geniuses. Normally, as an F level 1, I wouldn't even have the chance to get on the car. It was all because of this young man next to him that he had the opportunity to train with them and had the capital to shock them. Regardless of whether he was originally SSS rank or not, Lu Qinuan was clear about one thing in his mind: if it weren't for Suke, he would only be F rank for the rest of his life, an F rank that would be looked down upon by others. Thinking of this, Lu Qinuan felt even more grateful to Su Quebec. He gently held his hand tightly and leaned his head obediently on Suke's shoulder. Suke, thank you. Suke felt the rubbing of the hair beside his ear, turned his face slightly, took a deep breath, smelled the lavender fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you are so grateful to me, why don't you marry me tonight? Damn it, there are people in the car. Don't worry, my voice is very soft, they can't hear it. Suke couldn't continue speaking halfway through, because he saw the little bee on Wang Jiangwo's waist. Chapter 15, The Genius Beast Tamer Who is Confident. The youth training bus passed through the noisy streets and headed towards a forest. Soon, they stopped on a flat ground in the mountains and forests. Arrive. Following Wang Jiangwo's instructions, everyone got out of the car and opened their mouths wide at what they saw. Is this the youth training camp? In the field of vision, a huge flat land was cleared in the center of the forest, several watchtowers stood tall, and tents were built early. In front of the watchtower, a bald man with a shiny scalp and a hideous scar on his face and his beast girl partner who was half a head shorter than him and dressed in tight clothes stood in front of the watchtower, looking at the people getting off the bus with an evil smile on their faces. Welcome to the Youth Talent Training Camp. Nice to meet you all. We are your instructors this time, Pang Meng and Su Lu. Looking at the ferocious Pang Meng, many students couldn't help but shudder subconsciously, as if they had already imagined the difficulties of the youth training years to come. However, Suke did not observe Pang Meng and Su Lu the moment he got off the car. Instead, he turned his head to observe the surrounding environment, looking for any signs of the presence of a second-level ferocious beast. After all, another purpose of his coming to the youth training this time was to find a second-level ferocious beast for Lu Chenhuan to upgrade. The carefree Lu Chenhuan also followed Sukei's gaze and looked around curiously, his eyes full of anticipation for his new life, and he didn't care about Pang Meng and Su Lu at all. Seeing that Sukei and Lu Chenhuan actually ignored them, Pang Meng and Sukei, who were standing in front of the watchtower, couldn't help but frown slightly. These two little guys are quite interesting. The two have served as youth training instructors for many years and have met many newcomers. Most of them are more or less afraid of the wild when they first come to the youth training camp. Children who have been protected by safe high walls for more than 10 years will inevitably feel timid when they are about to face the dangers of the wilderness. But Sukei has lived 2 lives and has faced life and death, so he is naturally not comparable to these ordinary students who are just starting out. As for Lu Chenhuan, he is a pure tiger and fearless. At this moment, a terrifying roar of a beast suddenly came from the depths of the valley, which scared countless forest birds and made them fly away. When the newcomers in front of the school bus heard the beast's roar, they couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously shrank towards the door. But Sukei's eyes lit up, and he looked in the direction of the ferocious beast with excitement. Lu Chenhuan was also eager to try, and seemed to recall the delicious taste of the beast core he had taken before. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously licked his lips. Seeing how Sukei and Lu Chenhuan faced the strange beast, Pang Meng and Su Lu couldn't help but admire them even more. These two newcomers are pretty good. It seems there are some good talents in this youth training. At this time, the two of them walked forward with admiration on their faces. These two students are quite good. When faced with a ferocious beast, their first reaction wasn't fear but anticipation. Their courage is commendable. Having said this, Su Lu looked at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan with interest. You two, why didn't you avoid the beast's roar just now? Sukei heard this and spoke calmly. Huan and I are both at the second level, why should we avoid it? Lu Chenhuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That's right, we're all at level 2, and that ferocious beast is so far away, what are we afraid of? Besides, we still have you guys. The sky won't fall. Pang Meng and Su Lu were stunned when they heard what the two said. Level 2? It's only been 3 days since I awakened. Are you kidding me? They hurried forward, looked at Pang Meng and Su Lu with their minds, and then their pupils suddenly shrank. Is it really the second level? At this moment, the two people's eyes were full of shock. Just 3 days after awakening, he's already broken through to the first level of spiritual awakening and observation. What kind of terrifying talent does this have? The two of them quickly looked at Wang Jiangwo, who was standing beside them. Principal Wang, these two are. At this moment, Wang Jiangwo's chest had already been puffed up high, as if it was about to explode. Of course we are students of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. No, Principal Wang, we mean their personal information. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo quickly took out a stack of information from his briefcase and handed it to Pang Meng and Su Lu. Look at my memory. I almost forgot to give you the information. The two of them didn't bother to talk to Wang Jiangwo. They quickly took the information and pulled out the information of Sukei and Lu Chenhuan. Then a look of realization appeared in their eyes. So it's the genius SSS class Beastmaster and his F-class useless contracted beast girl that's been making the rounds all over Tianhai lately. The fact that Sukei had awakened his SSS-level beast taming talent but contracted an F-level beast girl had already spread throughout Tianhai City, becoming a joke among many people. But breaking through to the second level in such a short time is a miracle that has never happened in the entire history of human-beast control. At this moment, Pang Meng and Su Lu looked at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan with eyes full of shock and surprise. He's already at the second level right after entering the camp. This has never happened in the history of our youth training. No wonder you two little guys are so fearless, it turns out you have this confidence. At this moment, Pang Meng looked at Sukei with more admiration in his eyes. He couldn't help but stepped forward and patted Sukei on the shoulder, and spoke to the other students. No matter what the reason, Sukei and his classmates' fearless spirit is something you should learn from. For us Beastmasters and Beastmothers, facing ferocious beasts in the future is a compulsory course. Only with a fearless mentality and a calm mind can you survive on the battlefield. You are all the geniuses selected by Tianhai from among the thousands of freshmen. No one is inferior to the other. Now, throw away the fear in your hearts and gather forward. After listening to Pang Meng's words, the people around looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and came forward to gather. Beastmasters and Beastgirls, stand apart. Roll call will begin now. Afterwards, Pang Mang and Sulu began to call out names with the information in their hands. Although Lu Chenhuan felt a little reluctant, he and Su Ke still stood in two separate rows. Su Ke listened quietly to Pang Mang's call of names, and at the same time activated his divine eyes of insight to start checking the information of the surrounding Beastmasters and Beastgirls. There are not many people selected from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School for youth training, only 30 in total. Among them, in addition to himself and Lu Chenhuan, there are 8 freshmen in Grade A and 20 in Grade B. All of them are in the first level state. Perhaps because they are young and energetic, and at the age when they love to show off, many people look at each other with a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes, and they really want to prove themselves in this youth training. Many people even regarded Su Ke as a target of competition. After all, there is nothing more challenging than defeating an SSS-level player in youth training, and nothing can better establish one's own reputation. But Su Ke had no interest in them. He was just thinking about how to quickly collect 10-second level ferocious beasts for Lu Chenhuan to eat. Chapter 16 Huan, let's go. After the roll call, everyone's youth training life officially began. Principal Wang Jiangwo even secretly drove away on the bus without anyone noticing. Pang Mang and Su Lu led everyone into the watchtower and introduced them to everyone. The tent area over there will be your living area from now on, and the open space in the center will be your martial arts training area. In the coming period, we will specifically teach you how to practice and fight, as well as how to cooperate with each other, to guide you to quickly enter the role of Beastmaster and Beastgirl. Having said this, Su Lu turned around and looked at everyone. By the way, you should have all signed a contract and found your significant other, right? No one should be single, right? After the awakening ceremony, the first task of the Beastmasters and Beastgirls is to quickly find their contracted partners in order to prepare for the next battle. Instructor, the contract has been signed. Adhering to the principle of knowing the person's background and proximity, except for outliers like a Ning, basically all Beastmasters will look for their contract partners in this school. After receiving everyone's affirmative answer, Su Lu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, if there are no special objects that have signed contracts with other schools, then our next training mission will be more convenient. As they were talking, Pang Mang and Su Lu led everyone to the training ground. Since you all come from different classes, we need to select a captain to lead everyone in the upcoming youth training. This captain must have both strength and wisdom to win the support of his followers. Are any of you willing to step forward? As they spoke, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. In terms of strength, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan are definitely the strongest in the field at the moment. After all, the two have completed their promotion and become the second level, far surpassing everyone else. However, Su Ke was reluctant to be the first to speak out. For him, the most important thing about coming to the youth training is to find a second-level ferocious beast for Lu Chenhuan to improve his qualifications and quickly increase the strength of both of them. But Pang Mang and Su Lu didn't think so. They looked at Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan with admiration. Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, you two are the strongest, and judging by your performance when you got off the car, you also seem to have the most stable mentality. How about you be the captains of the young beast tamers and beast girls training teams, respectively? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan waved his hand indifferently. I don't care. It depends on Brother Su. Su Ke frowned and looked at Pang Mang and Su Lu. Can I refuse? Sure. Su Lu nodded gently and looked at Su Ke with a half-smile on her face. But being captain will give you an extra bonus to your youth training rating. Not only will you have an advantage in the upcoming Kyoto exam, but you'll also have priority in resource allocation. Are you sure you want to refuse? Listening to Su Lu's words, Su Ke opened his mouth and then coughed dryly. Actually, it doesn't matter whether there's a bonus or not. The main thing is that I feel like no one else can be the squad leader except me. Whether it was the advantage bonus from the Kyoto exam or the priority allocation of resources, Su Ke wanted to get them all. In this way, it will be easier to collect materials for Lu Chenhuan's promotion. But after hearing Su Lu talk about the score bonus and resource advantages, the other Beastmasters and Beastgirls in the field also became eager to move at this moment. A muscular young man wearing a vest spoke immediately. Wait. Instructor, isn't it a bit too arbitrary to judge strength based solely on realm? The strength of the beast taming team isn't just in their realm, but also in their coordination and the difference in talent. Although Su Ke is strong in terms of realm, his contracted beast girl is only F rank. If they really fight, they may not be able to completely defeat us, an A rank team. The boy's name was Lu Yun, and he and his partner were both a level. Upon hearing that the captain had a resource bonus, he couldn't help but stand up. That's right. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, his contract partner Wu Shuang also stood out from the crowd. F-level talent is generally recognized as useless. Even if she is given a realm, what will happen? Any one of us or ranks can easily beat them. Some of the other A-level beast taming teams were also interested. As for the B-level teams, most of them were just there to watch the fun. They had no chance anyway, so it didn't matter to them who became the captain. Facing everyone's doubts, Pang Mang nodded his bald head with satisfaction, with a sinister grin on his lips. Young people, it's good to have the spirit of not giving up. Well, if you're not convinced, just go out there and fight. Whoever wins will get the captaincy. And this challenge is permanent. You can challenge me anytime you want if you're not convinced. Hearing the teasing tone in Pang Mang's words, everyone in the field became even more agitated, and their eyes towards Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan became increasingly unfriendly. But Su Ke, the person involved, didn't care at all. He knew better than anyone how powerful Lu Chenhuan was at that moment. Huan, what do you think? Looking at the eager eyes of the people around him, Lu Chenhuan regained his former pride and a sneer on his face. Since Brother Su wants to be the captain, no one can take this position away from him. If they don't accept it, then beat them until they accept it. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's answer, Su Ke smiled. This is the confident and high-spirited Lu Chenhuan that he knew. Good. Su Ke took Lu Chenhuan's hand and walked into the center of the open space. Any of you who want to compete for the captaincy, come together. Come together? Hearing Su Ke's confident words, everyone in the field was shocked. You're so arrogant? Do you really think you can defeat all of us just because you've broken through? However, they all had their own pride in their genius, especially Lu Yun, who had spoken earlier, and he walked out with his contract partner Wu Shuang. The two of us are enough to deal with the two of you. Even if you break through, Lu Chenhuan's talent is flawed. You will never be able to defeat us. Shuang, let's teach them a lesson and let them understand that the flaws in talent cannot be overcome. As Lu Yun finished speaking, Wu Shuang beside him suddenly lit up with a silver-white moonlight, beast ears appeared, and his palms turned into a pair of wolf claws. It was the Howling Moon Wolf, the beast transformation talent that Wu Shuang had awakened. Beast girls in the Spirit Awakening realm will awaken their basic beast characteristics, consuming spiritual power to temporarily use them as their own combat capabilities. The spiritual power of an A-level beast girl is far stronger than that of an F-level one. With the support of Lu Yun, an A-level beastmaster, the two of them are now full of confidence. Silver Moon Falls. The moment Wu Shuang entered the beast state, he immediately used his innate skills and rushed towards Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. Lu Yun behind her took the opportunity to draw his hands and draw the bow. The spiritual power in his body gathered and turned into a spiritual longbow. He stored the spiritual power as an arrow and aimed it in the direction of Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke. Combat Beast Master? Interesting. Looking at Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's actions, Su Ke's mouth corners slightly raised. Huan, let's go. Chapter 17. Who else? The moment Lu Yun and Wu Shuang launched the attack, Lu Chenhuan entered the beast state, beast ears appeared, golden fur appeared on his temples, the second-level condensed aura suddenly burst out, sharp claws rose, and rushed out directly in front of Lu Yun at lightning speed. Lu Yun also activated his divine eyes of insight in an instant and looked at the information of Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. Beast Master, Lu Yun. Realm, first level microscopic observation. Talent, A-level. Contracted beast, Howling Moon Wolf. Talent skills, Divine Bow, critical hit. Disadvantage, the skill has a long pre-casting time and is extremely vulnerable to close combat. Beast Mother, Wu Shuang. Realm, first level spiritual awakening. Talent, A-level Howling Moon Wolf. Beast Master, Lu Yun. Talent skills, beast transformation, swiftness, silver moonfall. Disadvantages, strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, defense is poor, waist and head are easily injured. Looking at the information boards of Wu Shuang and Lu Yun, Su Ke instantly had a response plan in his mind. Huan, Lu Yun's spell has a long inertia. You're fast enough, attack Lu Yun first. Lu Chenhuan was promoted to D-level at this time, and even reached the second level of condensation. When he attacked Lu Yun with all his strength, Wu Shuang couldn't stop him at all. If Wu Shuang wanted to take the opportunity to attack him, he would not have enough time. Not to mention that he has the Tyrant and the Bound Spirit in his hands and can counterattack at any time. After receiving Su Ke's order, Lu Chenhuan did not hesitate at all and directly changed his target to Lu Yun. Then it turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards Lu Yun. It was so fast that it left a series of afterimages behind it. So fast. When Lu Yun and Wu Shuang saw this scene, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. At this moment, Wu Shuang understood that Lu Qinuan wanted to defeat Lu Yun first. Worried about Lu Yun's safety, he didn't care about Su Ke and quickly turned around and pounced on Lu Qinuan. Lu Yun was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He watched the spiritual arrow in his hand slowly take shape and wished he could turn on an accelerator. Death arrow, condense quickly. But Lu Qinuan was so fast that before the bow and arrow in Lu Yun's hand could completely take shape, he had already rushed in front of Lu Yun and slapped Lu Yun with a claw. This claw directly shattered the bow and arrow in front of Lu Yun that had not yet solidified, causing Lu Yun's eyes to turn black and he fell down. Everyone in the field widened their eyes when they saw this scene. It's only been less than 2 seconds, right? Lu Yun and a rank beastmaster collapsed just like that? The evenly matched match we imagined didn't happen. It was completely one-sided. Now Lu Yun's side only has the beast girl left. But if the beastmaster gets into trouble, the beast girl will easily be affected and go into a berserk state, and the outcome is uncertain. As expected, when Wu Shuangyan saw Lu Yun fall down, his eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot and he let out a violent roar. How dare you hurt my brother Lu Yun? I love you in the blink of an eye. And then I saw Wu Shuang's breath surging wildly, his speed suddenly increased, his rationality was slightly lost, and he attacked Lu Qinuan. Seeing this, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Is this the beast girl's frenzied state? It was also the first time he saw a beast girl go berserk. In a berserk state, the speed and strength of a beast girl will greatly increase, but she will gradually lose her sanity. If not stopped in time, she will easily attack friendly forces indiscriminately. If this violent state continues for a long time, the person may even turn into a monster that is neither human nor beast. Huan, her head and waist are weak points, stop her. After hearing Su Ke's instructions, Lu Qinuan immediately turned around and rushed towards the violent Wu Shuang. Quick steps. Just as he was about to get close to Lu Qinuan, Wu Shuang suddenly started to run fast, his speed increased again, and he jumped in front of Lu Qinuan in an instant. His claws turned into a silver light, making a sharp sonic boom, and swung towards Lu Qinuan's waist with a claw. Silver moon falls. Everyone in the field couldn't help but feel startled when they saw this scene. They thought that facing Wu Shuang in this state, they would definitely not be able to avoid this sudden combination of skills. Su Lu outside the venue nodded secretly. Howling Moon Wolf is obviously an agile beast girl. She can actually perfectly connect her innate skills in this state. This Wu Shuang has a good fighting talent. Let's see how this little girl Lu Qinuan responds. If Lu Qinuan and Su Ke fail to handle the situation well and get injured here, the chances of others challenging them next time will greatly increase. The best way is to use the agility of a rat and find a way to avoid this attack. However, facing Wu Shuang's terrifying attack, Lu Qinuan did not dodge or evade, but jumped up directly, activated the gold-eating claw, and his front claws turned into a golden light, and swung his claws towards Wu Shuang's head. At this moment, Wu saw the unconscious Lu Yun and his mind was filled with hatred. He was willing to exchange injuries for injuries, wanting to hurt both him and Lu Qinuan. However, at the moment when her silver moon was swinging towards Lu Qinuan's waist, Lu Qinuan's waist suddenly glowed with golden light and turned directly into metal. Her claws grabbed it, and sparks flew, but not only did it not cause any harm to Lu Qinuan, but it also made his palm numb and bleeding. How can an F-class monster have such terrifying defense? This was the last thought in Wu Shuang's mind at the moment. Then, her head was hit directly by Lu Qinuan. Her eyes went black and she fell beside Lu Yun. Looking at this scene, Pang Meng, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's the good thing about being young. You can fall asleep right away. But unlike Pang Meng, who still had the mind to make fun of it, the students watching around were all filled with disbelief after seeing this scene. 3 seconds? Or 4 seconds? From the start of the battle to the moment Lu Yun and his men were defeated, it only took about 4 seconds. These are 2A class, and they're all in a violent A class mode. It was a completely crushing victory. Everyone in the field had thought that Su Ke and Lu Qinuan were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. The cooperation between Lu Yun and Wu Shuang just now was actually seamless. They thought that if they were in their place, they would have been defeated long ago. Even those beastmasters and beast girls who were also a level would be badly injured even if they didn't die after facing the attack from Wu Shuang in his violent state. But Lu Qinuan achieved a crushing victory in just a few seconds without even suffering any damage. And did you notice? Suke didn't even make a move, but he already pointed out Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's weaknesses. You know, as Beastmasters, they usually have their own innate skills, but in this battle, Suke just moved his lips and did not take any action at all. This means that they think Lu Yun and the others are not worthy of their attack, and they are confident that they will definitely win against their contracted beast girl. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt in the eyes of the people looking at Suke and Lu Qinhuan, but only fear. At this time, after knocking Wu Shuang unconscious, Lu Qinhuan stepped on Wu Shuang's back and raised his golden hair high with pride. Who else? Chapter 18. Are you a horse's nature? Seeing Lu Qin standing on Wu Shuang's back with high spirits, and Suke looking at everyone with indifference, everyone in the field was shocked for a moment and dared not step forward. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Su Lu beside them clapped her hands softly and walked over to Lu Qinhuan and Suke with an admiring look on her face. Excellent! You did a great job. Suke, that ability to see through other people's weaknesses just now, is that your innate skill? Suke did not deny it after hearing it, and nodded slightly. Your weakness analysis and combat command are both excellent. Seeing this, Su Lu was even more impressed, and then turned to look at the other students watching outside the field. Who else wants to challenge? If not, then the captain's choice is decided. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. The fighting ability that Lu Qinhuan just displayed was too terrifying. Even Suke, the Beast Master, hadn't made a move yet and the battle was resolved. If the rest of them went up, wouldn't that be pure torture? Seeing that everyone had given up the challenge, Lu Qinhuan instantly released his beastly state, jumped to Suke's side, took Suke's hand with a proud look on his face. Brother Su, did I do okay just now? Looking at Lu Qinhuan's face that looked like he was begging for praise, Suke smiled and reached out to gently poke Lu Qinhuan's delicate nose. Well, our Huan is doing great. I'll give you a reward when I get home tonight. When the people around heard these words, their minds instantly flew away and their faces turned red. Instead, Pang Meng, the instructor, ran over quickly and squatted beside Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. He released his spiritual power towards the two of them, then nodded. The little girl controlled the strength just right, making it confusing but not too stressful. Come, carry them down. After doing all this, Pang Meng looked at everyone again. Okay, since you all just arrived today and the captain has been chosen, I will inform you of the arrangements for the youth training. The content of the youth training course is very simple. First, we will review your 2-day course to consolidate the training methods of Beast Masters and Beast Girls. Next comes combat training. In addition to training your basic physical fitness and combat reflexes, you will also be sent into the wild for actual combat drills, allowing you to truly experience the process of fighting ferocious beasts and grow through battle. Among other things, the youth training camp will also arrange hunting competitions. You will compete with students from other Tianhai middle schools. The fittest will survive, and those who are unqualified will be gradually eliminated. Hearing that there was an elimination mechanism in the youth training camp, everyone's heart was instantly lifted. Looking at everyone's reactions, Pang Meng showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Finally, at the end of the youth training camp, the entire camp will hold a grand competition. The top few will receive generous resource rewards and even qualify to participate in the Kyoto Grand Examination. Of course, rewards aren't reserved for first place. Those with outstanding performance can also gain the military's favor and be selected into the military, earning the opportunity to kill the enemy, earn merit, and defend the country. Listening to Pang Meng's introduction, everyone's eyes were filled with hope for the future. Whether it's taking the Kyoto exam or joining the military, this is the lifelong wish of many Beastmasters. After all, the moment they volunteered to become Beastmasters, they were already prepared to defend humanity and fight the enemy. Suke's face was also filled with longing. Since I have come to this world, it is impossible for me to live a mediocre life like my previous life. In this life, I must live my own wonderful life and experience this different world. On the other hand, Lu Qinhuan, who was standing aside, seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Suke. Brother Su, the instructors just said that we have to compete with other middle schools. Doesn't that mean we have a good chance of running into a Ning and the others? Listening to Lu Qinhuan's muttering, Suke also thought of Lu Lingfeng's instructions to him before leaving. And Ning has signed a contract with Zhao Fei, an S-level student from No. 2 middle school, and it is very likely that he will take the opportunity to target her. What? Our fearless Huan is scared? Suke glanced at Lu Qinhuan with a smirk on his face. Are you afraid that a Ning and Zhao Fei will join forces to target us, or are you afraid that she will show up and snatch me, your man, away again? Looking at the naughty smile on Suke's face, Lu Qinhuan couldn't help but curl his lips. No, I just don't like people like Ning. I don't even want to see her in that disgusting state again. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's answer, Suke reached out and poked her delicate little nose. Don't worry, she can't take mine away. I won't fall for someone like her again. What nonsense! That's not what I think. The more Lu Chenhuan spoke, the weaker his voice became. He even didn't dare to look up at Su Quebec. He simply buried his head in Suke's chest. There was no trace of the arrogance he had just had. Su Lu, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be young. After taking everyone on a brief tour of the youth training camp, it was soon time for lunch. In order to ensure that students can train safely, a special canteen has been set up in the camp. But to Suke's surprise, students from all the camps ate in the same cafeteria. In order to distinguish the teams from different schools, the youth training camps were divided into different camps according to the names of the schools. Suke and his team were in one of the camps. How disgusting! This will only make me encounter that annoying Ning sooner. At this time, after spending a few days with Suke, Lu Chenhuan's dislike for Ning deepened. Suke, on the other hand, did not have much of a change in his mentality, and was always thinking about how to become stronger through this youth training. Soon, led by instructor Pang Meng, the group arrived at the cafeteria. When entering the door, Lu Chenhuan clenched her fists and prayed continuously, hoping not to meet Ning, but the more she feared something, the more alcohol came. The moment they entered the room, a familiar and sarcastic voice came from the front. Hey, isn't this our Lu University campus beauty? A useless F-rank guy really has the nerve to come to youth training? Upon hearing this, everyone in the cafeteria turned their gaze towards the battalion where Suke and his group were. The undisguised mockery and inquiring eyes burned people's faces. And Ning, who was standing in the middle of the 2nd Battalion, clearly had no intention of letting Suke and the others go, and continued to speak with a sullen look on her face. Suke, you too, as a promising SSS rank beast tamer, are you really bringing an F rank loser to participate in the youth training? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Looking at Ning's sarcastic face, Lu Chenhuan was so angry that he sneered. And Ning, no matter how low my qualifications are, I will never forget my roots like you, abandoning the first middle school that has educated you for so many years and turning to the 2nd middle school. So what if I've awakened an S-level Pegasus? I'm still a guy without a horse. What? Are you just following your horse's nature? Have you had enough of being ridden by my brother Su? Do you want someone else to ride you? Then, after seeing me sign a contract with Big Brother Su, you start to feel itchy all over again, missing the feeling of being ridden by your previous master, and start barking and neighing? Chapter 19 Brother Su, you see he is scared. After Lu Chenhuan spoke, the entire cafeteria fell silent. At this moment, everyone felt Lu Chenhuan's powerful attack power. Top taunt. What is top-level taunting? This wave of mental attack was fully exerted on the spot. You. And Ning, who had been relatively well-behaved since childhood, had never suffered such an injustice and was so angry that she was fuming. Lu Chenhuan. You are shameless. I'm shameless? Looking at Ning's furious look, Lu Chenhuan sneered. If you hadn't started cursing first, would I have scolded you? Do you really think you're superior just because you've awakened to the S rank? Aren't there enough geniuses who died prematurely at the Demon Suppression Pass? If your state of mind isn't good, even if you have great talent, you might struggle to even survive. Lu Chenhuan, who originally wanted to hide from Ning, saw that he couldn't hide. At this moment, his logic was extremely clear and he pulled out all the firepower. Even the people present couldn't help but nod their heads, expressing their agreement with what Lu Chenhuan said. Even Pang Meng and Su Lu couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes, looking at Lu Chenhuan with admiration. But seeing Ning being mercilessly ridiculed by Lu Chenhuan, a tall and thin boy with a middle-parted hair stood up from beside Ning and snorted coldly at Lu Chenhuan. You are Lu Chenhuan, right? I really don't know where a F rank loser like you got the courage to mock an S rank. What about the Demon Suppression Pass? A loser like you doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Demon Suppression Pass. Looking at the tall and thin male classmate with a middle-parted hair, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Where did this little chicken come from? You're speaking up for Ning, the green tea girl, so you must be talking to Zhao Fei, the person she just signed a contract with, right? I've heard of you. It seems your family and the family are old acquaintances. Then, because I was obsessed with Ning's looks, I became her lickspill. It's just that Ning was with my brother Su before, so you couldn't lick her even if you wanted to. What? Now you've licked up the leftovers of my brother Su, and you think you found a treasure and are guarding it? Little did you know that what you thought was a tree-lined path was already bustling with traffic. Listening to Lu Chinhuan's ruthless sarcasm, everyone around couldn't help but curl their lips. They once again had a clearer understanding of Lu Chinhuan's attack power. They subconsciously moved away from where Lu Chinhuan was, and secretly vowed in their hearts that they would never argue with Lu Chinhuan. But at this time, Ning and Zhao Fei were already in trouble. Seeing the mocking looks from the people around him, Zhao Fei suddenly became anxious. Lu Chinhuan, what nonsense are you, a useless F-level guy, talking about? Ning is not what you think. She gave up her enrollment in number 1 middle school and enrolled in number 2 middle school for me. This is enough to prove how much she cares about me. Care? Listening to Zhao Fei's words, Lu Chinhuan laughed heartily and leaned his head on Su Kei's shoulder. Ask Ning, is it because she cares about you? It's obvious that she's holding a grudge against me because Big Brother Su doesn't want her anymore, so she deliberately transferred to number 2 middle school and signed a contract with you to target Big Brother Su and me. What? As a scapegoat, it's fine if you can't recognize the truth, but are you so cruel as to even deceive yourself? At this moment, Lu Chinhuan was like Arthur with Black Cleaver, silencing Zhao Fei and breaking his defense. And Ning was watching the frost rising on Zhao Fei's face. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly spoke loudly to Lu Chinhuan. Lu Chinhuan, no matter what you say, it can't change the fact that you are an F-level waste. And I am a high-ranking S-class, a guest of honor that even the principal of number 2 middle school sincerely welcomes. I'm a genius from number 2 middle school, and it's not your turn as a loser from number 1 middle school to criticize me. When the whole world has witnessed my legend, even the people of number 1 middle school will blame you for missing out on such a genius like me. Faced with Ning's arrogant attitude, Lu Chinhuan's mouth was still full of sarcasm. And Ning, I admit that transferring to another school is indeed a quick way to get a nickname, but what are your parents going to do? He went to such lengths to transfer schools and change his student status just to retaliate against Big Brother Su. I'm afraid it's not impossible that he'll turn to the ferocious beast camp and become a demonic traitor in the future for his own selfish desires. You're a villain who forgets your principles when you see profit, and you're trying to curry favor with the powerful. No matter how talented you are or how good your appearance is, you're still a villain. Having said that, Lu Chinhuan looked Ning up and down, with even more sarcasm on his face. Besides, you're not as pretty as me. Lu Chinhuan, you. Faced with Lu Chinhuan's impeccable prophetic attack system, Ning's face flushed red and she almost couldn't stand. However, Zhao Fei came to his senses and quickly protected Ning behind him, looking at Lu Chinhuan fiercely. Lu Chinhuan, you're looking for death. As he spoke, the aura of the 7th level of the first stage of Guanwei burst out from Zhao Fei, causing the clothes of the people around him to flutter, and he was about to attack Lu Chinhuan. But seeing Zhao Fei preparing to take action, Su Kei on the side narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, took a step forward, and the aura of the 2nd level binding spirit burst out, actually shaking all the surrounding dining tables away, and looked at Zhao Fei coldly. Zhao Fei, it's fine if you're just barking like a dog, but do you really want to attack your compatriots? That's right, fight if you want, who's afraid of who? Lu Chinhuan, who was beside Su Kei, also released his 2nd level condensed aura in an instant. He stood with Su Kei and looked at Zhao Fei and Ning with an eager look on his face. After feeling the terrifying aura from Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan, Zhao Fei and Ning were suddenly shocked and looked incredulous. Level 2? How is that possible? At this time, the students and instructors from other camps around them were all shocked after sensing the aura of Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan. Level 2? How come Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan are already level 2? It's only been 3 days since the awakening ceremony, right? How come he's already at the 2nd level? This speed sets a record for the human race's 2nd level breakthrough, right? At this moment, everyone looked at Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan with different eyes. Even Zhao Fei, who was originally arrogant, hesitated. Although his S-level talent was high, he was not sure of winning against Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan, who were 1 level higher than him, especially when he knew that Su Kei was still at SSS level. But looking at Su Kei and Lu Chinhuan at this time, they were full of confidence and were not afraid of the 2 men at all. If I go up and lose at this time, I will definitely be infamous in the future, but if I retreat and become cowardly before the battle even begins, it will probably be a stain that will be difficult to erase in my life. At this moment, Zhao Fei was in a dilemma as to whether to advance or retreat. And Ning, who was standing beside him, looked at the hesitant Zhao Fei, and then compared him with the confident and unrestrained Su Kei, and felt more and more regretful about her original decision. Fortunately, at this time, Pang Meng and the instructor of the 2nd Battalion stood up and shouted at them. During the youth training period, private fighting is prohibited. If you want to prove yourself, prove it during the hunting competition and the competition. Now, get in line and get your food. With the instructor's buffer, Zhao Fei, who was on the verge of collapse, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took advantage of the situation to back down. You're lucky today. The instructor stopped you. Don't let us meet during the hunting competition or the youth training competition, otherwise, I will make you regret everything you did today. Listening to Zhao Fei's words, Lu Chenhuan chuckled and raised his head towards Su Ke. Brother Su, look, he's scared. Chapter 20 Auntie, stop shaking. Thanks to the instructor's intervention, the conflict between Ning and Su Ke was put to rest. However, perhaps because they had seen Lu Chenhuan's powerful mental attack power, many people subconsciously stood far away from Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. Zhao Fei and Ning did not dare to provoke Lu Chenhuan again and stayed quietly in their own team to get their meals. Lu Chenhuan didn't care about this. When she was in school, she was a thorny rose that no one could approach. She had long been accustomed to such a life. However, she also glanced at Su Ke with some worry and asked cautiously, Brother Su, if I caused you to be alienated by everyone, would you be unhappy? Upon hearing this, Su Ke touched Lu Chenhuan's golden hair with a doting look on his face. I'm surrounded by the people I care about the most. I'm so happy, how can I not be happy? It's so bad. Hearing Su Ke's gentle tone, Lu Chenhuan looked at Su Ke with a sly smile. Brother Su is so good at making girls happy, did he learn it from Little Green Tea? Su Ke touched Lu Chenhuan's head tenderly. I'm not trying to cheer you up, I'm just speaking from the heart. Hearing Su Ke's answer, Lu Chenhuan's eyes curved into crescents. I actually found such a good treasure like Brother Su. That little green tea girl really has no taste. As they were talking, it was Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke's turn to queue up at the window for food. Looking at the big pots of delicious food in the window, Lu Chenhuan felt like his mouth was watering. She swallowed hard and looked at the cafeteria lady who was serving food. Auntie, I heard that the youth training camp provides free meals, right? Previously, at home, he had been suppressing his desires for fear of being criticized by Lu Lingfeng. Now that he heard that the youth training camp provided food, he naturally didn't want to miss it. The cafeteria lady was stunned when she heard this, and looked at the frail Lu Chenhuan in surprise. What are you talking about, little girl? Can you go hungry in our youth training camp? Pang Meng, who was standing next to the team, laughed even louder. That's right, do you think our youth training camp is some stingy department? Since you're in our youth training camp, there's no way we're going to let you go hungry. Eat as much as you want. Hearing their answers, Lu Chenhuan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Great. Finally, there's a place where we can eat our fill. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, the people around him looked at Lu Chenhuan strangely. Why does this girl talk like that? Has she never had enough to eat at home before? How pitiful. The lady working in the cafeteria had a righteous look on her face. How can there be such cruel parents? Little girl, eat as much as you want. You won't starve here. Looking at the generous expression of the cafeteria lady, Su Ke, who was standing behind Lu Chenhuan, gently touched his forehead. He knew Lu Chenhuan's gluttony better than anyone else, and he could already imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, when the cafeteria lady asked Lu Chenhuan what dish he wanted, she pointed at the 5 or 6 dishes in front of him. This, and this. One pot of the same. By the way, give me a bowl of rice too. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, the cafeteria lady felt her hand holding the rice spoon tremble. Even Pang Meng, who was standing by, widened his eyes in shock. Lu Chenhuan, don't joke with me. With such a small stomach, can you show off so many dishes? Although the food is not expensive, it is shameful to waste it. But Lu Chenhuan nodded hurriedly. Show off, show off. Su Ke, who was behind him, coughed dryly and spoke to the cafeteria lady. Huan Huan is really hungry, you have to believe her. Well, just serve it to Huan Huan. If you waste it, I'll pay for it. After hearing Su Ke's assurance, the cafeteria lady brought out the bowl full of vegetables with some doubt. We agreed not to waste anything. That can't possibly be wasted. After seeing the aunt bring out the dish, Lu Chenhuan excitedly took it and placed it directly on the dining table beside him. I'm starting. Looking at the 7 large pots full of food, Lu Chenhuan's face was full of satisfaction. He picked up the rice spoon and scooped it into his mouth at the speed of whirlwind. The little girl who usually looks weak and fragile seemed to have transformed into a glutton at this moment, swallowing food madly in big mouthfuls, without any image of a lady at all. So much? Can we really finish it? The classmates around looked at the 7 large bowls full of food and shook their heads and laughed. They thought that Lu Chenhuan was most likely showing off and didn't believe that Lu Chenhuan could really finish it. And Ning in the distance sneered in disapproval. Humph, you even have to pack for a meal. Let me see, 7 full basins, enough for dozens of people, how are you going to finish them? But after a moment, everyone stopped laughing. In less than 2 minutes, several large bowls of food were completely devoured in no time. After finishing his meal, Lu Chenhuan burped with satisfaction and stretched happily. So full. The people around looked at the empty rice bowl and were all petrified. Even Pang Meng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lu Chenhuan as if he were a monster. 7 large basins full of food, and this girl actually ate them all? And her figure hasn't changed even after eating it. No, where did the food go? Only Suke knew that Lu Chenhuan's original body was in SSS-level heaven swallowing Tao Tai. He was mentally prepared and his expression was relatively calm. For a glutton who can eat the whole sky, what does a few bowls of rice matter? Looking at Pang Meng's eyes looking at him, Lu Chenhuan blinked guiltily. Did I eat too much? Is the youth training camp too burdensome? Upon hearing this, Pang Meng slapped his thigh. Nizi, what are you talking about? Being able to eat is a blessing. As long as there is no waste, eat as much as you want. The cafeteria is definitely worth it. Hearing Pang Meng's words, the cafeteria lady who was getting food at the window trembled her hands. I'm afraid I can't afford to eat like this every day. The students at the window saw this and immediately spoke out anxiously. Auntie, stop shaking. My stir-fried pork with chili peppers is shaking so much that only the chili peppers are left. After dinner, students from each camp were called back to their respective camps to start the first course of youth training. Practice. Whether you're a beast master or a beast woman, training is a compulsory course in this world. Only by constantly practicing can one advance as quickly as possible, improve one's realm, and have the capital to settle down in this world. Pang Meng stood in front of the training ground of the 1st Battalion, with his hands behind his back, looking at the people in the field. I believe that during the time you signed the contract, you have each tried your own methods of cultivation. Now, who can tell me what is the correct method of cultivation for a beast master and a beast woman? Chapter 21, 100% Spiritual Power Conversion. After listening to Pang Meng's question, the students in the 1st Battalion looked at each other in confusion. Lu Yun, who had previously lost the battle with Suke for the captaincy, instantly raised his hand and stood up. Instructor, I know this. Whether you're a beast mother or a beast master, using your innate skills requires spiritual energy, so the foundation of cultivation is spiritual energy. The beast mother is responsible for absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into her body, and condensing her own beast core. The beast master, through the contract between the two parties, extracts the beast girl's excess spiritual energy and condenses it into his own soul crystals. After the beast master condenses the soul crystals, the beast girl can also absorb spiritual energy through the beast master's soul crystals to cultivate, forming a positive cycle. After listening to Lu Yun's answer, Pang Meng nodded with satisfaction. It's a fairly detailed summary. Although this summary only covers the early stages of cultivation for beast masters and beast girls, the fundamental principle remains the same. Both beast masters and beast girls rely on the absorption of spiritual energy. The beast girls refine the spiritual energy, while the beast masters absorb excess spiritual power. What about advancement? Do you know how to advance? Hearing Pang Meng's question, Lu Yun stood up again and spoke with confidence. I know that too. For beast masters and beast mothers to advance, they not only need a high enough realm, but also some opportunities. These opportunities appear at irregular intervals and will appear in the form of trial tasks on your personal information column. They are different for each person. Some are related to collection, while others are related to combat training. The difficulty level will also vary depending on your qualifications. Hearing this, Pang Meng nodded with even greater satisfaction. It seems our classmate Lu Yun has done a lot of homework. However, in this regard, I think Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who have just advanced, should have more experience, right? Did any prompts appear when you advanced? Lu Chenhuan was stunned for a moment after listening to Pang Meng's words. It seems not. It's like I advanced inexplicably. It's not as mysterious and difficult as you said. Lu Chenhuan had never seen any trial tasks or prompts. He only knew that he was able to level up after showing off his fullness. So simple? Seeing Lu Chenhuan's dazed look, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and then looked at Suke. Suke, what about you? You didn't advance inexplicably, did you? Facing everyone's questions, Suke nodded naturally. That's right, I advanced inexplicably. Ah? Listening to Suke and Lu Chenhuan's answers, everyone in the room was filled with disbelief. Captain, are you hiding something? They didn't believe that advancement would be so easy. It was common sense that there were trial tasks for advancement. They thought Suke and Lu Chenhuan must be hiding something. What else? If it wasn't so simple, how could we have reached the second level so quickly? At this moment, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but curl his lips. Seeing the genuine expression on Lu Chenhuan's face, everyone couldn't help but look at Suke. Is it because Suke is an SSS-level beast tamer? Is it so easy to upgrade an SSS-level beast tamer in the early stages? Since there were few SSS-level people in human history as a reference, people were not clear about the differences between SSS and simply attributed it all to Suke's talent. Suke, on the other hand, had some vague guesses in his mind. Perhaps, improving Huanuan's qualifications is itself our test? Or perhaps Huanuan's realm is actually quite high, and the so-called advancement is just a return to the original state, so there is no prompt? However, these are just guesses in his mind and cannot be used to determine the specific situation. It depends on how Lu Chenhuan's qualifications are improved next time. Seeing that he could not get any useful experience from Suke and Lu Chenhuan, Pang Meng immediately changed the subject and re-explained some of the tricks of the Beastmasters and Beast Girls cultivation. There are actually some tricks to the training of Beast Masters and Beast Mothers. If both parties are in tune with each other, the more tacit understanding they have, the faster the spiritual power will be transformed through the contract. So, during your youth training, you're not only consolidating your training and combat skills, but more importantly, cultivating the tacit understanding between you and your contract partners. Now, please replicate your training process first, so that I can see the extent of your spiritual power transformation. Under Pang Meng's instructions, all the Beastmasters and Beast Girls, though a little embarrassed, still sat down, placed their palms facing each other, and began to practice. Lu Chenhuan blinked, then grabbed Suke's hand and began to practice. Then Pang Meng and Su Lu came forward to check and give instructions one by one. Pang Meng was responsible for teaching the Beastmasters, and Su Lu was responsible for instructing the Beast Girls. Well, that's good. The tacit understanding between you two is quite good, and the spiritual power conversion rate is 50%. You two don't have enough tacit understanding. The spiritual power conversion speed is too slow, only 30%. You both need to get familiar with each other more and get into the state as soon as possible, otherwise it will delay your growth. Because many Beastmasters and Beast Girls had just signed contracts, most people in the field did not have enough tacit understanding, and the speed of spiritual power conversion was generally less than 50%. We still need to get more familiar with each other and fight side by side a few times, and the situation will improve greatly. But when the two walked up to Suke and Lu Chenhuan, they both stopped and widened their eyes in disbelief. Spiritual power conversion 100%? After seeing the terrifying speed of spiritual power conversion between Suke and Lu Chenhuan, Pang Meng and Su Lu were both shocked. How is it possible to have such an outrageous speed of spiritual power conversion? You know, even Pang Meng and Su Lu, who are at the 4th level, cannot achieve 100% spiritual power conversion. Because theoretically speaking, there is no such thing as a truly 100% conversion rate. No matter how strong the tacit understanding is, there will be more or less some delays in synchronization. Those with more than 70% tacit understanding are considered to have extremely high tacit understanding, and those that can reach 80% are even rarer. Every pair can shine in the battle. No wonder they were able to advance to the 2nd level in such a short time. These two little guys are really capable of giving people surprises. At this moment, the more Pang Meng and Su Lu looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the more they felt that they had found a treasure. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. With these two here, maybe our number 1 middle school can create an unexpected miracle in this youth training ranking. The instructors of each camp are generally seniors selected from the seniors of the school. Therefore, they have a stronger sense of belonging to their camp and will be more dedicated to their students. Our number 1 middle school has been at the bottom of the rankings for a long time. This time, maybe we can turn the situation around and get out of the bottom 3. Before Pang Meng finished speaking, Su Lu gave him a cold look. Can't you have some backbone? With these two little guys, I think we'll be in the top 5 at least. Chapter 22 Another Hidden SSS Beast Girl. Since Suke and Lu Qinhuan's spiritual power conversion rate has reached 100%, Pang Meng and Su Lu have no instructions at all. The students around them were also concentrating on their cultivation. Although they noticed the peculiarities of Suke and Lu Qinhuan, they did not devote too much time to exploring them. It was not until the end of the course in the evening that Pang Meng and Su Lu began to review everyone's practice methods and shortcomings, and pointed out each person's shortcomings in areas that needed improvement. But when Suke and Lu Qinhuan were mentioned, they were skipped directly. Seeing the two people being skipped, Lu Yun asked curiously, "Instructor, don't our captains have anything we need to pay attention to?" Su Lu rolled her eyes at Lu Yun when she heard that. If you can achieve 100% spiritual power conversion like them, then you don't have to pay attention. After hearing Su Lu's words, all the students in the first camp became muggles in an instant. A 100% spiritual power conversion rate? Is this still a human? It seems that in the entire human race, there are currently no beastmasters or beast mothers who can transform their spiritual power into 100%. Everyone looked at the expressions on Suke and Lu Qinhuan's faces, and felt more and more that the two were monsters. As expected of the captain of our 1st battalion, he's either creating miracles or on his way to creating miracles. The more the students of number 1 middle school spent time with Suke and Lu Qinhuan, the more they admired them. Let's have dinner. As today's classes came to an end, the sun set in the west, and Lu Qinhuan's favorite part of showing off to fans began again. After the lesson at noon, the cafeteria lady cooked several large pots of dishes for Lu Qinhuan this time. As soon as Lu Qinhuan came over, she and her partner took great pains to hand the dishes to Lu Qinhuan. But even after experiencing the shock at noon, the students in the youth training camp were still shocked when they saw Lu Qinhuan showing off his fans in the afternoon. And Ning and Zhao Fei, perhaps after having thoroughly witnessed Lu Qinhuan's terrifying verbal attack power and Suke's 2nd-level combat power at noon, wisely did not provoke the two of them again. Suke, who was happy to have some free time, took advantage of Lu Chen's happy meal to secretly activate his divine eyes of insight and scan the information of everyone in the cafeteria. Beast Master, Zhao Fei. Realm, 1st-level microscopic observation. Talent, S-level. Contracted Beast, Flame Pegasus. Talent skills, Battle Inspiration, Speed, Lullaby. Disadvantage, the skill has a long pre-casting time and is extremely vulnerable to close combat. Looking at Zhao Fei's information introduction, Suke's mouth corners slightly raised. Zhao is worthy of being an S-level Beastmaster. He actually has 3 initial skills, one of which is a lullaby that is obviously a bug. But its weaknesses are the same as most Beastmasters. The Beastmaster is weak, the casting time is too long, and it is easy to be interrupted. After taking a quick look at Zhao Fei's message, Suke turned his attention to the other people in the cafeteria and checked their information. But apart from Zhao Fei and Ning who were S-level, most of the other talented Beastmasters in Tianhai were hovering between A level and B level, and were not at all in Suke's eyes. But just as Suke was about to regain his composure, his brows furrowed slightly, and he stared blankly at a girl who was sitting alone in the corner eating. The girl had fair skin and wore an ice blue dress. Her hair and eyebrows were all silver white, and her long eyelashes covered her lowered eyes. There was no one around, and she was eating her meal quietly. But at this moment, Suke's eyes showed a glint of surprise, because in his field of vision, the information about this girl was also extraordinary. Beast Mother, Lang Ruoxue. Realm, 1st-level Spiritual Awakening. Talent, F-level Iceworm. Beast Master, None. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Frost Shards. Flaw, the body contains SSS-level Frost Dragon energy, but because the Dragon Crystal core has been corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has dissipated by 99.99%, making it unable to display the form of a dragon. Another hidden SSS-class beast girl? And there's no one to contract with? Looking at the silver-haired girl who was eating quietly, Suke's eyes flickered. Lu Qinhuan, who was eating at the side, seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Suke's gaze, and saw Lang Ruoxue sitting alone in the corner, eating quietly with a spoon. Alright Suke, you're peeking at other beauties while I'm eating? Lu Qinhuan felt a tightness in his heart when he saw Lang Ruoxue's beauty which was no less than his own. At this time, the corners of Lu Qinhuan's mouth, which still had rice grains hanging on it, shrunk, and his face was full of grievance. Suke, do you dislike my lack of image and prefer girls who look weak and delicate? At this point, Lu Qinhuan sniffed, scooped up a large spoonful of fried pork with chili peppers and stuffed it into his mouth. Good Songxin, have another spoonful. Looking at Lu Chinhuan's bulging cheeks, Suke reached out and gently rubbed Lu Chinhuan's golden hair with a doting look on his face. How could that be, silly Huan Huan? I like you no matter what you look like. It's just that girl seems a little unusual. She's a hidden SSS level like you, with a huge flaw hidden inside her. Listening to Suke's explanation, Lu Chinhuan stared with his cheeks puffed out and his eyes wide open. Hidden SSS level like me? After so many proofs, Lu Chinhuan was already somewhat convinced that he was an SSS. When he heard Suke say that an SSS like himself had appeared, he was naturally shocked. At this moment, Lu Chinhuan quickly opened his mouth wide and slurped the food from the bowl in front of him. He took out a tissue to wipe his mouth and grinned at Suke, showing his white teeth. Brother Su, wait for me for a moment. I'll go find out about this girl. Lu Chinhuan was seen walking towards Lang Ruoxue with his hands in his pockets, but he did not walk directly towards Lang Ruoxue. Instead, he sat down next to a pair of beastmasters and beastgirls not far from Lang Ruoxue, and chatted with them with a smile. Perhaps because of the shock at noon, the beastmaster and beastwoman were quite nice to Lu Chinhuan and talked to him eagerly. Soon, Lu Chinhuan came back with money in his pocket and raised his head to Suke with a smug look on his face. Done. That girl's name is Lang Ruoxue, and she's the school belle of number 3 middle school. But according to her classmates, she's related to someone else, the daughter of Lang Qianqiu, the richest man in Tianhai City. Her father used his connections to get her into the youth training program. Did you get in through connections? Hearing this, Suke frowned slightly. That's right. Lu Chinhuan, who was standing in front of Suke, nodded. I heard that Lang Ruoxue, like me, has awakened the lowest level F grade talent, the Iceworm ability. Because she awakened at the F level, apart from a few E-level beastmasters who coveted her beauty, there are basically no beastmasters willing to sign a contract with her. Lang Qianqiu was unwilling to see his daughter's future end here, so he spent a lot of money to secure a place for Lang Ruoxue in the youth training program. He not only hoped that Lang Ruoxue could grow during the training, but also hoped that someone would take a liking to his daughter. But there are so many talented people in the youth training camp. Basically, every beastmaster has his or her own contracted beast girl. It's even more unlikely that anyone would be willing to cancel their contract for an F-rank beast girl. Having said that, Lu Chinhuan sighed softly. So, in this youth training camp where everyone joins in pairs, Lang Ruoxue seems even more lonely. I also get more cold stares. Chapter 23. Let me relax. Listening to Lu Chinhuan's introduction, Suke frowned slightly. He didn't expect that there was such a story behind this person named Lang Ruoxue. Lu Chinhuan on the side also felt a little emotional. Alas, sometimes having your family place too high expectations on you isn't necessarily a good thing. As an F-level fighter, Lu Chinhuan could empathize with Lang Ruoxue's experience better than anyone else. The prejudice from the world is enough to shatter a person's inner pride. However, thinking of this, Lu Chinhuan suddenly frowned and looked at Suke with suspicion. Brother Su, I remember you said there's no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract. Are you attracted to this girl because she doesn't have a contract partner? Looking at Lu Chinhuan's suspicious expression, Suke calmly spread out his hands. I admit that I have had this thought. Of course, it's not that I like her. I just want to give a home to every F-grade campus beauty who is ridiculed. Ah. Big scumbag. Listening to Suke's shameless confession, Lu Chinhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. I knew you had bad intentions. Looking at Lu Chinhuan's adorable look of rolling his eyes, Suke reached out and rubbed Lu Chinhuan's head with a doting look on his face. I'm lying. I just used my talent to see through her flaws and was a little curious. If our Huan Huan doesn't like it, I won't force you to accept other beast girls. However, seeing Suke looking at him seriously, Lu Chinhuan suddenly fell into silence. After a long while, he took a deep breath and looked at Suke seriously. Brother Su, if you're interested in Lang Ruoxue, you can sign a contract with her. Although you say I'm SSS level, I know in my heart that you had many better choices at the beginning instead of choosing a beginner like me to patch things up. Now, I am actually holding you back. If forming one more Beast Girl alliance can help you, I'm actually willing to do so. Looking at Lu Chinhuan, who was staring at him seriously with tearful eyes, Suke raised the corner of his mouth slightly to smile. Huan Huan, you don't have to be so wronged. In my heart, you will never hold me back. Even my realm advancement this time was achieved because of you. You don't have to compromise like this. Although we could conclude more contracts, Suke has always been a sentimental person. It is impossible for Suke to conclude a contract with a third party without Lu Chinhuan being prepared. Hearing Suke's concern for him, Lu Chenhuan's eyes were filled with emotion, with a mist appearing in his pupils. He hugged Suke directly, buried his head in Suke's chest, and whispered softly, "Brother Su, you are so nice." Suke subconsciously put his arm around Lu Chenhuan's slender waist, and gently rubbed Lu Chenhuan's golden hair with the other hand, feeling a little embarrassed. "Huan, we're still in the cafeteria, there are so many people watching us." Lu Chenhuan came back to his senses after hearing this, and quickly pushed Suke away. He coughed twice and spoke to Suke in a pretentious manner. "I know it's in the cafeteria." "Why, are you scared?" "I'm not embarrassed, why are you embarrassed?" As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan followed Suke's gaze, looked at Lang Ruoxue who was leaving with her plate, and reached out to twist the flesh on Suke's arm. "You guys, you say you don't care, but where are you looking? Tell me, did you do it on purpose or by accident?" Suke looked very righteous. "I was being careless on purpose. You're not wearing a skirt for me to see, so why should I see what's wrong with others?" Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. What a joke! A skirt can make you so fascinated. Let's go back to the tent. I'll get you something different. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan took Suke's arm and pulled him outside. Seeing this ambiguous scene, and Ning, who had been secretly watching Suke from a distance, made a snapping sound and almost bit her chopsticks off. Damn it! All of this originally belonged to me. It's all Lu Chenhuan's fault, that green tea bitch, for ruining the relationship between Suke and me. Zhao Fei, who was standing by, looked at Ning's unhappy expression and spoke to her tentatively. Ning, why are you unhappy again? Is it because those two idiots Suke and Lu Chenhuan are getting in your way again? However, before Zhao Fei could finish his words, Ning stopped him sternly. Shut up! You wimp! You actually showed your cowardice in front of that F-rank loser Lu Chenhuan today? I'm so disappointed in you. Next time I get into a conflict, I don't want something like this to happen. Zhao Fei, who was scolded, coughed dryly and nodded hurriedly. Today I only refrained from doing anything for the instructor's sake. Don't worry, Ning. If they're so ungrateful again next time, I'll knock their heads off. That night, Lu Chenhuan, who was lying next to Suke, couldn't help but blush as she heard the sounds of cultivation coming from the tent not far away. Brother Su, these people are too shameless. They can't help themselves just after arriving at the youth training. Suke reached out and held Lu Chenhuan in his arms, gently stroking Lu Chenhuan's hair, his expression calm. It's normal. Many beastmasters and beastgirls have just signed contracts and are at the age of first falling in love. If they try the forbidden fruit, it will be extremely difficult to control their behavior. Besides, they are practicing. Only by communicating with each other can we strengthen our mutual understanding and increase the conversion rate of spiritual power, right? Do you think everyone is like us, with 100% spiritual power conversion? Having said this, Suke looked at Lu Chenhuan with a sly smile on his face. Huan, after hearing all this, are you feeling a bit restless and itchy, and ready to make a move? Looking at the naughty smile on Suke's face, Lu Chenhuan's face turned even redder, as if a red cloud of shame had appeared on her face, which made people look even more mouth-watering under the dim light. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's blushing cheeks, Suke naughtily put the corner of his mouth close to Lu Chenhuan's ear and breathed gently at her. Little girl, didn't you say you wanted to show me something different today? How about you let me have some fun now? Feeling the hot breath from Suke's nose lingering around his ears, and listening to that extremely seductive hoarse voice, Lu Chenhuan's ears instantly turned red all the way to the base of his neck. He gently bit his lower lip, and his legs, which were pressed together, clamped together, and twisted nervously. Brother Su, why are you so mean? I just said it casually. But I took it seriously. At this moment, Suke buried his head in Lu Chenhuan's hair, whispering like a succubus. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan clamped her legs tighter together, then as if she had made a decision, she took a deep breath and hesitantly reached her hand into her arms. Okay, I'll show you then. Just a look. Then he took out an old pocket watch. Chapter 24 Lu Chenhuan's background. I've taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? Looking at the pocket watch that Lu Chenhuan took out from his arms, Suke couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But to Suke's surprise, Lu Chenhuan did not argue with him as usual, but looked at the pocket watch in his hand with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. This is the pocket watch my mother gave me. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan reached out and opened his pocket watch. As the pointer slowly turned, an old headshot came into view. She was a beautiful woman who looked extremely intelligent, generous, virtuous, and dignified. Looking at the photo that looked about 60% similar to Lu Chenhuan, Suke guessed the owner of the photo at a glance. Is this the mother? Hearing Suke's address to the woman in the photo, Lu Chenhuan's eyes misted over and he sniffed lightly. Well, this is my mother, Chen Yu. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's tearful expression, Suke reached out and carefully hugged Lu Chenhuan's head into his neck, gently patting Lu Chenhuan's snow-white shoulders. It's okay, Huan Huan. If mommy sees you growing up happily in heaven, she will definitely be happy too. Suke was also an orphan, and he knew very well how painful it was to lose a family member at a young age. Lu Chenhuan was also a mentally strong person. He quickly calmed himself down and gently stroked the pocket watch in his hand. Do you know why I like this pocket watch? Why? Because the chest is the place closest to the heart. Every time I feel the pocket watch close to my chest, it feels like my mother is still by my side. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's confession, Suke stroked Lu Chenhuan's golden hair with some heartache. Lu Chenhuan seemed to have opened up his chatterbox and continued to speak to Suke. Do you know why I particularly hate people like Ning who abandon their lover after having sex? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Suke's eyes showed doubt and he looked at Lu Chenhuan with curiosity. Why? In fact, Suke was also very curious about why Lu Chenhuan had stood up for him regardless of everything. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan looked at the pocket watch in his hand, took a deep breath, and then told Suke a piece of news that shocked him. Because Lu Lingfeng is not actually my father. Hearing this, Suke frowned immediately, his eyes full of doubt. Uncle is not your father? Then your father is Lu Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng? Lu Xiaofeng, the S-rank beastmaster who appeared in Tianhai City 18 years ago? Suke took a deep breath after hearing the news. He had never expected that Lu Chenhuan had such a background. But I remember that Lu Xiaofeng is my uncle's elder brother, isn't he? That's right. Lu Chenhuan clenched his teeth as memories flooded his mind. Lu Xiaofeng was originally in a secret relationship with my mother, and we agreed to sign a contract after awakening. But after he successfully awakened and gained the talent of an S-class beast master, he decisively abandoned my mother and went to Kyoto to marry another S-class beast girl. Unfortunately, he didn't know that my mother was already pregnant with me at the time. Faced with his abandonment, my mother was heartbroken and fell seriously ill, but she still endured the difficulties and gave birth to me. But because of that serious illness, my mother developed a chronic illness. Just then, my current father, Lu Lingfeng, came to us. Father has always had a crush on mother, but because of Lu Xiaofeng, he kept it a secret and didn't dare to speak out. Seeing that mother was in trouble, he offered to take care of us. My mother was ill at the time and it was extremely difficult for her to even take care of me. Because I was still an infant, she agreed to let my father take care of us. Although my father adored my mother, he never overstepped his bounds. And because of her initial illness, my mother passed away before I could even remember. Lu Chenhuan laughed mockingly when he said this. It's ironic that my mother's last words to me before she passed away were for me to not bear a grudge against that bastard Lu Xiaofeng. But how can I not hold a grudge? If it weren't for him, my mother wouldn't have ended up like this, and I wouldn't have become a homeless child. Hearing the hatred in Lu Chenhuan's tone, Suke finally understood why Lu Chenhuan was so rebellious in the first place. In fact, it is because of the lack of love and the unwillingness to be hurt again that people package themselves as a rose with thorns and do not want anyone to get close to them. So, this is also the reason why you couldn't stand in Ning's abandonment. Lu Chenhuan nodded heavily. I just can't stand this kind of behavior of abandoning someone after having sex with them. I know Lu Xiaofeng's original decision was probably made with the future of humanity in mind, but if Lu Xiaofeng had insisted on taking my mother with him, even if we didn't sign a contract, my mother would have definitely understood and stayed by his side. At least she would have been happier than she is now. But he just wants to abandon us. This is unforgivable. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's cute look of gritting her teeth, Suke gently rubbed her head. So, you're also afraid that I'll abandon you, right? Lu Chenhuan sniffed lightly, not hiding his emotions at all. I'm afraid. So, promise me that you won't abandon me no matter what, okay? When Lu Chenhuan said this, her lips pursed and her eyes were filled with tears. I can be very generous. I don't mind even if you contract someone else. As long as you don't leave me, I can always follow you. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan had none of the domineering attitude he had when debating with the scholars during the day. He looked like a helpless and weak little white rabbit. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's tearful expression, Suke reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a distressed look on his face. Silly Huan Huan, how could I possibly abandon you? Have you forgotten what I said? I'm not the kind of fool who would choose between the two. I, Suke, want them all. As soon as Suke finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan punched his chest with a coquettish look. You bastard. Suke laughed and rubbed Lu Chenhuan's ears. Okay, I was just kidding. But I'm not kidding. Lu Chenhuan grabbed Suke's hand that was rubbing his ear, took a deep breath, and looked at Suke seriously, which was unusual for him. Brother Su, I'm serious. That day in the public housing, I saw those poor people who had lost their homes due to the invasion of ferocious beasts. I saw your reluctance to leave, and I knew that you must have many things in your heart that you wanted to protect. As an SSS rank beast master, you shoulder not only your relationship with me, but also the future of humanity. If, because of your contract, the human race can have another SSS beast girl, I am willing to give up my possessiveness of you. But I only ask you, don't abandon me because of this. When Lu Chenhuan said this, his voice became weaker and weaker, and his voice was choked with sobs. Okay? Listening to Lu Chenhuan's heartbreakingly sensible words, Suke sighed softly. He just pulled Lu Chenhuan closer to him and hugged him tightly. Silly Huan Huan. How could I bear to abandon such a cute silly girl like you? Chapter 25. It's good to be young. When the first rays of sunlight in the early morning shine on the earth, a new day of training begins. In the martial arts arena, Pang Meng put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone with a cold face. We already reacquainted ourselves with the basic training yesterday. Today's training session will focus on combat. Listening to Pang Meng's words, everyone standing in the martial arts field couldn't help but perk up. Suke and Lu Chenhuan also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Sulu stood beside Pang Meng and looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were listening to the lecture. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, you just fought yesterday during the captain's selection. If you have any particularly profound impressions, please share them with us. Lu Chenhuan, as the main striker, you speak first. Lu Chenhuan was stunned when he heard this, blinked his eyes, tilted his head and spoke seriously. Well, the feeling is that winning was too easy. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang in the team couldn't help but frown. Perhaps realizing that what he said was inappropriate, Lu Chenhuan quickly changed the subject. Of course, it's because Brother Su is a good commander. Without Brother Su, I might not have a clearer battle plan, and resolving this battle wouldn't have been so easy. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, everyone around couldn't help but nod in agreement. Everyone saw yesterday's battle. Suke's outstanding command ability is still unforgettable to them. With just a few simple commands, he beat Lu Yun and Wu Shuang without any room to maneuver. Sulu also agreed with this, nodded slightly, and then looked at Suke. Suke, then tell me how you feel. Suke looked at Sulu's expectant eyes, pondered for a moment, and expressed his greatest feelings. After yesterday's battle, my biggest feeling is that there are actually big problems with the combat coordination between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl. Hearing Suke's words, Pang Meng and Sulu's eyes lit up and they looked at Suke. Suke, please continue. Suke was not polite and directly expressed his opinion. When the Beast Girls are fighting, it is actually very dangerous for the Beastmaster to control or cooperate with them from behind. Just like yesterday, I had Huan Huan defeat the Beastmaster Lu Yun first, and the threat posed by the remaining Beastmaid Wu Xuan was greatly reduced. Listening to Suke's words, Su Lu couldn't help but clap her hands in appreciation. Very good. Suke summarized it very well. Having said this, Su Lu looked at everyone in the martial arts arena. This is also the biggest pain point for all students right now. Compared to Beast Girls, most Beast Tamers have weaker defenses, making them easy targets for the enemy in battle. So, Pang Meng on the side looked at the Beastmaster and his team. As Beastmasters, in addition to your daily training, you also need to train your physical strength and agility to enhance your self-defense abilities. Pang Meng was right. Perhaps some Beastmasters had stronger attack capabilities than the Beast Girls they had contracted, but in terms of defense, they were definitely no match for the mutated Beast Girls. And Beast Mothers, while also engaging in battle, must also learn to pay attention to the safety of their own Beastmasters at all times, maintaining an optimal safe distance to be prepared for any emergencies. Listening to what Su Lu and Pang Meng said, everyone in the room couldn't help but agree. Only by actually coming into contact with and witnessing the battle can one intuitively feel the pain points of these battles. Even Suke agreed in his heart. Indeed, the existence of a youth training camp is very necessary. If there is no centralized youth training, throwing people with no combat experience into the battlefield is simply a waste of food. While thinking, Pang Mang looked at everyone with a sinister grin on his face. From now on, our youth training enters the second phase, physical training. Whether you're a beastmaster or a beast girl, you're all about to embark on your own hellish training. Sure. Looking at the hideous smile on Pang Mang's face, everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Now, let's start by running. Carry 100 kilograms of weight and run 10 kilometers cross-country. As Pang Mang finished speaking, 30 sandbags weighing hundreds of pounds appeared out of thin air in front of Pang Mang, and he waved his hand at everyone. Come on, grab your bags and get going. Looking at those huge sandbags, despair appeared in everyone's eyes, but they also knew that this was a fate they could not resist, so they could only move forward reluctantly. Suke, since you and Lu Chenhuan are both at the second level, the weight will be doubled to 200 jin. Is that a problem? Looking at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the captains who took the lead, Pang Mang showed a playful smile. No problem. Suke directly picked up the sandbag and started running side by side with Lu Chenhuan. When he was still in school, Suke always ranked first in the school's physical tests. Now he has even broken through to the second level and is not afraid of a 200 jin sandbag at all. When the people behind them saw the scene, they showed pity in their eyes. They gritted their teeth, picked up the sandbags and followed the two men. At the beginning, the team's formation could barely keep up, but as time passed, the physical strength of many beastmasters and beast girls began to fall behind and they began to fall behind. On the other hand, Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the team leaders, although a little out of breath, did not show any signs of serious decline. Pang Mang and Su Lu stood in front of the team and ruthlessly shouted at the members who had fallen behind them. Run faster. Your captain can run so fast even with 200 kilograms, don't you feel a little embarrassed carrying only 100 kilograms? If you don't finish running before lunch, you'll be hungry until the afternoon. After listening to Pang Mang and Su Lu's words, the team members who had fallen behind gritted their teeth, sped up again, and caught up with the team. After all, the youth training camp provides meals in a centralized manner. If you miss the scheduled time, you will just go hungry. During the physical training period, there will definitely be high-intensity training in the morning and afternoon. If you are hungry, you will probably die. 10 kilometers, if you run normally, may only take about 1 to 1.5 hours. But at this time, everyone was carrying a heavy load on their shoulders. Ordinary people would not be able to walk for long if they carried it. Even the beast masters and beast girls were gradually unable to carry the sandbags through the mountains and forests. As time passed, the sound of panting rang in everyone's ears and sweat soaked everyone's clothes. Suke, who was running in the front, looked at Lu Chenhuan, whose collar was soaked with sweat and whose face was flushed with fatigue, and expressed his concern. Huan, how do you feel? Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan turned around to look at Suke, who was walking side by side with him, breathing happily. With brother Su by my side, I'm not tired. On the contrary, I've never been happier. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's high-spirited and passionate confession, the team members behind him who were running like they wanted to die were all frowning. It's already this late, and you're still being so ambiguous? Aren't they tired? On the other hand, Su Lu, who was following the team, had a smile on her face. It's good to be young. Chapter 26, Time Erosion Poison. As time passed, more and more people behind began to fall behind, and the hundreds of pounds of sandbags on their shoulders felt like 1,000 pounds to everyone. What was even more despairing was that the leaders Suke and Lu Chenhuan had disappeared. Lu Yun and Wu Xuan, who were barely in second place, couldn't even catch the tail gas of Suke and Lu Chenhuan. Are these two guys really human? Aren't they carrying 200 kilograms? Why do they feel it's easier than our 100 kilograms? Fortunately, Su Lu and Pang Mang would follow the team from time to time to encourage those who fell behind, otherwise it would have been even more difficult for everyone to persevere. At this time, Suke and Lu Chenhuan, with the help of their strong physique, had already run most of the distance. During this period, due to the complicated paths between the mountains and forests, Suke and Lu Chenhuan also met some members of other camps in the mountains. They immediately realized that the training content of this youth training should be the same. Not only that, Suke and Lu Chenhuan also encountered Ning and Zhao Fei, who were walking breathlessly while carrying sandbags. Although Ning and Zhao Fei were a little out of breath at this time, their faces were full of unwillingness. Humph, I don't believe this youth training will end up losing to Suke and that damned piece of shit Lu Chenhuan. They're just lucky. They've barely surpassed us in realm now. When we catch up to them, we'll definitely be able to hold them down. Let's not talk about anything else. Even an F-class Lu Chenhuan can't handle this kind of weight-bearing run. He'll definitely give up halfway. While thinking, and Ning looked at Zhao Fei, who was gasping for breath beside him, and kicked him in disgust. Come on. Don't embarrass us as class. When we meet in the cafeteria, I'll show off to that little bitch Lu Chenhuan. But before Ning finished speaking, two huge sandbags appeared in his sight. And Ning's eyes widened as he looked at the sandbag that was twice as big as himself and Zhao Fei. Whose sandbag is this big? It looks like it weighs at least 200 pounds, right? We're exhausted carrying 100 kilograms, how can we move with these 200 kilograms? While Ning was shocked, the figures of Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke appeared in her sight. Moreover, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan did not slow down at all at this time. They walked very fast while carrying the 200 jean sandbags. Seeing this scene, and Ning's desire to compete disappeared in an instant. No. Why? How can they carry such big sandbags? Zhao Fei, who was standing by, heard the displeasure in Ning's tone and spoke tentatively. Ning, how about I ask the instructor to give you a 200 jean sandbag? Roll. At this moment, Ning looked at Zhao Fei's clear yet stupid eyes and wanted to kick him twice. She subconsciously wanted to pull Zhao Fei away, but she was afraid that they would deviate from the route and it would be difficult to run back later. Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, who were in the distance, naturally also saw Ning and Zhao Fei. Lu Chenhuan, who had a bad temper, was about to go up to Ning and say a few words of greeting when he saw her appear, but was stopped by Su Ke. Huan, don't waste time with them. Let's finish running quickly and take a break so we can have dinner. For Su Ke, completing the training as quickly as possible and improving his strength were the most important things. As for Ning, as long as she didn't take the initiative to provoke him, there was no need to waste time with her. Lu Chenhuan pursed his lips when he heard that, and nodded at Su Ke while carrying the sandbag. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su. But Lu Chenhuan, who was strong-willed by nature, deliberately jumped up with a sandbag in his hand and kissed Su Ke in front of Ning when they were about to fork in the road. Su Ke felt the warmth on his cheek, and freed one hand to rub Lu Chenhuan's little face lovingly. Naughty ghost. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's provocative behavior, Ning felt like her lungs were about to explode. She glanced at Zhao Fei, who was struggling to walk with a sandbag beside her, and kicked him impatiently. Look at that little bitch Lu Chenhuan. She can even jump up and down while carrying a sandbag. She's showing off her physical fitness and feelings for Su Ke to me. Zhao Fei, who was kicked again for no apparent reason, looked aggrieved. Lu Chenhuan kissed Su Ke, why did you kick me? Do you also want to jump up with a sandbag on your shoulders and kiss me? Go ahead and kiss me. I'm not against it. Hearing Zhao Fei's aggrieved tone, Ning became even more furious. You don't understand romance at all, get out. After missing Ning and Zhao Fei, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan met fewer and fewer people. Seeing that they were about to reach the finish line, Lu Chenhuan's eyes showed anticipation. We're almost at the finish line. We can take a good rest and then have a good meal. I probably won't meet anyone again. However, before Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, he paused. Su Ke beside her also frowned slightly, looking at a familiar figure at the intersection in the distance. Cold as snow. At this time, Lang Ruoxue was dragging the sandbags alone with great effort, moving step by step towards the intersection. It was obvious that she had separated from the team. Although her speed was extremely slow, her eyes were full of determination. No, is this girl's physique so poor? Looking at Lang Ruoxue's strenuous appearance, even Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but show a look of pity. Su Ke, who was standing aside, frowned even more as he recalled Lang Ruoxue's introduction to his flaws. Suffering from the time erosion poison, my energy is dissipating. Because of the interference of this time corrosion poison, Lang Ruoxue's current physical condition is probably not even as good as F-level, and even her lifespan will be affected by long-term erosion. What is time erosion poison? Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, listened to Su Ke's mumblings and asked him curiously. Su Ke did not hide anything and directly told Lu Chenhuan all the flaws of Lang Ruoxue that he had seen through his divine eyes of insight. Listening to Su Ke's introduction, Lu Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruoxue with even more sympathy. It's really heartbreaking that this girl, despite having such a poor physique, is forced to participate in this brutal youth training. Having said that, Lu Chenhuan pursed his lips, as if he had made a decision, and turned his head and blinked at Su Ke. Brother Su, how about we help her? Take her in, and help her get rid of that poison? Seeing Lu Chenhuan staring at him seriously, Su Ke held his forehead with his hand. Let's talk about it later. Although Lang Ruoxue's qualifications were very attractive to him, and Lu Chenhuan also expressed that he could accept his contract with other beast girls. He did not know Lang Ruoshua's character very well and needed time to observe her. If it was someone like Ning who was a snob who only cared about gaining power, Suke would not sign a contract with her even if her qualifications were very attractive. Lang Ruoshua over there also seemed to notice the gazes of Suke and Lu Chenhuan, but she still maintained her stubborn and taciturn appearance, dragging the sandbag laboriously forward step by step. It looks like a lonely blue dragon. Chapter 27. Now that you are here, why not finish your meal before leaving? As the people in the 1st Battalion panted and carried sandbags to the finish line, Suke and Lu Chenhuan were holding hands and basking in the sun, pillowing their heads on the sandbags. Captain, when did you arrive? Looking at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who looked very happy, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang swallowed hard. I arrived just over half an hour earlier than you guys. Hearing Suke's nonchalant tone, Lu Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. Originally, the two thought they were fast enough, but they didn't expect that Suke and Lu Chenhuan could still be 2 hours faster than them while carrying a 200-gene sandbag. The other rank beast masters and beast girls who came behind him also gave Suke a thumbs up. As expected of our captain, strong. At this time, everyone had gradually accepted Suke and Lu Chenhuan in their hearts, and felt more and more that the two were qualified to be their captains. However, although some students arrived one after another, instructors Pang Meng and Su Lu were still on the road because there were still some students who had fallen behind and they needed to accompany them to ensure everyone's safety. As noon approached, everyone arrived at the team one after another, and then did some simple sit-ups and leg lifts under Pang Meng's instructions. The exercise made everyone miserable, but they called it muscle relaxation. Fortunately, when it was time for lunch, Pang Meng did not keep everyone to continue torturing them, but instead led everyone towards the cafeteria. Perhaps because of the extreme exhaustion from the physical training, the students from the various camps who were rushing to the cafeteria were all starving, their eyes full of desire for food. But Lu Chenhuan, who had always been greedy, was unusually worried and did not have the usual hunger for food. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's worried expression, Suke frowned slightly. What are you thinking about, silly girl? Hearing Suke's questions, Lu Chenhuan did not hide anything. I was thinking about the girl named Lang Ruoshua whom we met this morning. She's working so hard, can she make it before dinner time? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's worry, Suke frowned. It's a bit uncertain. Unlike the agile Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoshua's physique is really poor, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a sickly person. Based on what happened today, it was obviously unlikely that Lang Ruoshua would be able to get back before the meal was over. Listening to Suke's analysis, Lu Chenhuan was silent. But she soon calmed down and happily pulled Suke into the cafeteria. After entering the cafeteria, Lu Chenhuan first looked around the surrounding environment, then pursed his lips. Sure enough, he didn't come. Seeing Lu Chenhuan enter the cafeteria ant greeted Lu Chenhuan enthusiastically. Nizi, come here and serve yourself. Due to Lu Chenhuan's special situation, the cafeteria gave Lu Chenhuan a special privilege. He didn't have to queue up and could just go in, pick up the basin and leave. Lu Chenhuan didn't hesitate and picked up the basin and left, but before leaving, he didn't forget to speak to the cafeteria auntie. Auntie, you should be familiar with our youth training process, right? Aren't you worried that I won't be able to keep up with the physical training? Then won't all those dishes you cooked be wasted? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, the cafeteria auntie spoke honestly. Just Nizi, you have a big body grid with several large basins of food, and the physical training that you can't pass? Hearing the aunt's praise, Lu Chenhuan laughed out loud. Thanks for the compliment. Auntie, do you have disposable lunchbox chopsticks? Give me a pair. The cafeteria lady was stunned for a moment, nodded to Lu Chenhuan, and took out a pair of disposable lunchbox chopsticks from under the cabinet. Nizi, do you still need to pack? Here. Don't worry, thank you. Lu Chenhuan took the lunchbox and chopsticks, thanked the cafeteria lady, and walked to his seat with the lunch bowl. Suke looked at the disposable bowls and chopsticks in Lu Chenhuan's hand and quickly understood Lu Chenhuan's intentions. Are you planning to leave one for Lang Ruoshua? According to the rules of youth training, the instructors in their camp would definitely not leave any food for her. As for her classmates in the same camp, Lang Ruoshua seemed to be unable to get along with anyone, so they would not risk offending the instructors by leaving any food for her. Lu Chenhuan nodded slightly. Yeah, as a member of the 1st Battalion, it shouldn't be against the rules for me to bring food to the 3rd Battalion, right? Besides, even if the instructors are unhappy, they have no say over me. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's stubborn yet kind expression, Suke reached out and gently scratched her nose. You clever little thing. After receiving Su Kei's praise, Lu Chenhuan pouted proudly, then opened the disposable lunchbox, scooped out a bowl of food from his own vegetable bowl, added some rice, covered the lunchbox, and then began to eat with peace of mind. And Ning, who was sitting far away and still a little breathless, looked at Lu Chenhuan, who was eating his meal as if nothing had happened, and pinched her chopsticks angrily. Foodie! How can a foodie with no image like this surpass me in every aspect? But although Ning was angry, after what happened yesterday, she would never dare to provoke Lu Chenhuan again in the short term. She could only angrily grab Zhao Fei's hair and pull it down one by one. Zhao Fei, on the other hand, had a look of despair on his face, not knowing what he had done wrong. Soon, Lu Chenhuan swept away all the food in front of her, which attracted the attention of the students around her. But after finishing his meal, Lu Chenhuan did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat quietly in the cafeteria and waited. Su Kei was not anxious either. He stayed beside Lu Chenhuan and waited quietly. After about 40 minutes, the students in the cafeteria left one after another, and even the cafeteria auntie began to clean up the plates and wash. Looking at Lu Chenhuan and Su Kei, who were still sitting at the dining table with their lunchboxes, the cafeteria lady spoke with concern. "Little brother and little girl, who are you waiting for?" Lu Chenhuan grinned when he heard this. "Waiting for a friend." "Oh." The aunt continued washing without saying anything, as if she understood what was going on. Su Kei looked at Lu Chenhuan with a half smile on his face. "They might not even know you yet, how can we be friends?" Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes at Su Kei. "Then won't we become friends after we meet?" Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Su Kei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "My little Huan, how can you be sure that she will come to the cafeteria? Just in case." Before he could finish his words, he heard a loud thud of something heavy hitting the ground at the cafeteria door. The dusty silver-haired girl dragged a sandbag and leaned against the cafeteria door, looking into the cafeteria breathlessly. It was Lang Ruoxue who arrived late. When she arrived at the 3rd Battalion dragging sandbags, there was no one there at all, only an empty space. Realizing that she was abandoned, she dragged the sandbag step by step to the cafeteria, but saw that the cafeteria aunt had already started washing the dishes. And a couple seemed to be sitting in the cafeteria and laughing at their own joke. It seems that no one has ever cared about me. Looking at this scene, Lang Ruoxue's icy blue eyes dimmed again, and he turned around and was about to leave, dragging the sandbag. But at this moment, the sunny blonde girl called him with a disposable lunchbox. "Lang Ruoxue, right? Now that you're here, why don't you finish your meal before leaving?" The girl's bright smile seemed to turn into boundless warm sunshine at that moment, as if melting the frost and snow on her head. Chapter 28: Abducting Lang Ruoxue. Looking at Lang Ruoxue sitting quietly at the dining table with her lunchbox, chewing slowly, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but sigh. People eat differently. I feel pity when you eat, but I feel miserable when I eat. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's praise, Lang Ruoxue lowered her head a little embarrassedly, her silver white eyelashes fluttering. She quickly finished her meal, carefully put away the lunchbox, and quietly thanked Lu Chenhuan and Su Kei in front of her. "Thank you." Hearing Lang Ruoxue's thanks, Lu Chenhuan patted Lang Ruoxue's shoulder casually. "No, you're a bit weak, so we shouldn't be holding you to the same standard. It's your instructor who's being inconsiderate. He should have left some food for you." Su Kei beside him also nodded gently. "That's right. Even in youth training, teaching should be tailored to each student's aptitude. They can't deliberately alienate and ignore you just because you have a unique problem." Listening to Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan's comfort, Lang Ruoxue pursed her lips in silence. "You guys also know that I'm F rank?" Looking at Lang Ruoxue's inferiority complex, Lu Chenhuan spoke carelessly. "Look at how unconfident you are. So what if I'm F rank? Who isn't F rank? Do you think anyone dares to look down on me? With my brother Su here, even F class can create miracles." Seeing Lu Chenhuan's high-spirited look, and catching a glimpse of Su Kei's angular and handsome face from the corner of his eye, envy appeared in his cold, blue eyes. "I really envy you for having such a beast master who doesn't look down on you." The news of the contract signed between F-level Lu Chenhuan and SSS-level Su Kei had already caused a sensation throughout Tianhai. Yesterday, on the first day of entering the camp, they publicly slapped the faces of S-level and Ning and Zhao Fei. Even if Lang Ruoxue didn't pay attention, she knew something about the two of them. Unfortunately, as someone who was also F rank, I only received the cold shoulder from the world. Seeing the envious look in Lang Ruoxue's eyes, Lu Chenhuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of cunning appeared in his eyes, and he chuckled at Lang Ruoxue. "How about it? Are you envious?" Yeah, I'm envious. Lang Ruoxue did not hide her envy. Seeing the cunning look in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Suke's heart skipped a beat. He probably guessed what this tiger woman Lu Chenhuan was trying to do, and hurriedly went to pull Lu Chenhuan. Huan. But Lu Chenhuan had already taken the opportunity to put his face in front of Lang Ruoxue and spoke to her in a seductive tone. Lang Ruoxue, you don't have to be envious. As long as you want, you can have a life like mine. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruoxue was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. Student Lu, please stop joking with me. How could I possibly be as popular as you? Let alone an SSS-level legendary beastmaster like Su, even those A and B level beastmasters would never sign a contract with me. In their eyes, I was just a clown who got in through connections. During training, they didn't treat me as a member of their own camp at all. They even deliberately mock me in a sarcastic way in front of me from time to time. Say, don't you even consider your own worth? Just any random person can get into this youth training camp. When Lang Ruoxue said this, her eyes turned slightly red, and a distressed look appeared in her blue eyes. Suke, who was standing beside him, also sighed softly. Lang Ruoxue's father must have considered his daughter's future, which is why he spent a lot of money and used his connections to send Lang Ruoxue to the youth training camp. However, he ignored the strange looks that Lang Ruoxue, who was in F level, would receive here. Even though Lang Ruoxue is as beautiful as Lu Chenhuan, in this world where strength is respected, few people would give up their future and sign a contract with her. Without the support of the beast tamer, Lang Ruoxue, who is at F level, is more like an isolated and transparent person in the youth training camp. Looking at the sparkling eyes in Lang Ruoxue's corners, her expression froze slightly. As both of them are F level, she can empathize with Lang Ruoxue the most. If it weren't for Suke, my current situation would probably not be much better than Lang Ruoxue's. Thank you. Lang Ruoxue's voice was slightly choked at this time. Thank you for letting me feel a rare touch of warmth as I am about to leave the youth training camp. Hearing Lang Ruoxue's words, Suke and Lu Chenhuan frowned at the same time. Are you leaving? Through his chance encounter with Lang Ruoxue in the morning, and her determination to prove herself by carrying a sandbag to the cafeteria, Suke felt that Lang Ruoxue was not someone who would give up so easily. What else can I do if I don't leave? In this youth training camp full of talented people, the gap between me and everyone else will only widen further as I'm in F rank. There's no point in staying here any longer, other than being laughed at by everyone. Lang Ruoxue lowered her eyes as she said this, her eyes filled with gloom. Seeing the gloom in Lang Ruoxue's eyes, Lu Chenhuan on the side became anxious and pushed Suke directly. Brother Su, Lang Ruoxue is quite pitiful. How about you consider helping her? Don't worry, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke frowned slightly, then nodded. Through a simple contact with Lang Ruoxue, he found that although this girl was a little cold, she had a simple and stubborn personality and was also a good seedling worth cultivating. Besides, Lu Chenhuan has expressed his support for him, so he has nothing to worry about. If I don't make a decision now, and wait until Lang Ruoxue leaves the youth training camp, the chance of finding a third beast girl with SSS-level potential will be too small. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing aside, listened to the conversation between Lu Chenhuan and Suke with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Help me? Having made the decision, Suke looked at Lang Ruoxue seriously, and spoke with a hint of charm in his tone. If I tell you there's an opportunity right now that can change your fate, help you defy fate, improve your aptitude, and become an enviable powerhouse like Huan, would you take it? Hearing the temptation in Suke's tone, Lang Ruoxue's eyes showed obvious temptation, but then she shook her head. Impossible. How could a weak F rank like me possibly have the chance to change my fate? Why not? Suke's tone was full of confidence. Because you are not an ordinary F rank. You are originally an SSS rank, surpassing all others. However, due to a hidden defect in your body, your talent cannot be manifested, making you the laughingstock of everyone. SSS level? Listening to Suke's words, Lang Ruoxue's eyes became even less confident. How can I be SSS rank? How is it impossible? Suke tapped the dining table lightly and stared at Lang Ruoxue seriously. Let me ask you, do you often feel cold limbs, unusually weak, or even frequently sick with fever? How do you know? After listening to Suke's analysis, Lang Ruoxue's blue eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Suke in disbelief. Seeing the surprise and doubt in Lang Ruoxue's eyes, Suke looked confident. Because your body is corroded by defects, causing energy to overflow and affecting your body. And I can help you solve these problems. Chapter 29. The contract was concluded, and everyone was shocked. Seeing Sukei's confident expression, Lang Ruoshua's heart wavered. In this world where strength is respected, no one would not want to have great strength. Moreover, he himself suffered from almost all the symptoms Sukei described. At this moment, Sukei dropped another bombshell. If I'm guessing correctly, your father must have consulted a doctor for you. According to the doctor, you were born with insufficient energy, and you might not even live past the age of 30. Lang Ruoshua was completely shocked after hearing Sukei's words. How do you know all this? She didn't expect that Sukei knew such a private matter. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, looked at the shock in Lang Ruoshua's eyes and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Don't you see who my brother Su is? He's an SSS-level beastmaster who has never appeared in human history. He can see through any flaws in your body. Since Sukei had not yet signed a contract with Lang Ruoshua, Lu Chenhuan only said that Sukei was an SSS-level beastmaster. But this was enough to make Lang Ruoshua believe it. Sukei nodded slightly and looked at Lang Ruoshua, who was feeling a little shaken at the moment. So, I can help you. Help me? How? At this time, Lang Ruoshua had almost believed Sukei and Lu Chenhuan. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, showed a cunning look in his eyes and smiled at Lang Ruoshua. If you sign a contract with Brother Su, he can use his innate abilities to generate a repair plan to help you resolve the defects in your body. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruoshua couldn't help but open her mouth wide, her blue pupils trembling slightly. Contract? But didn't I hear that a beastmaster can only contract one beast girl, and if they cancel the contract, they will suffer severe backlash? Mr. Lu, Mr. Su, are you willing to take such a big risk for a stranger like me? Of course not. Lu Chenhuan on the side rolled his eyes at Lang Ruoshua, then looked around the cafeteria. Seeing that the cafeteria ant was still washing dishes in the kitchen and there was no one around, he lowered his voice and spoke to Lang Ruoshua. Because my big brother Su can make unlimited contracts. As long as you are willing, he can sign a contract with you at any time, and there will be no restrictions or backlash. Infinite contract? After listening to Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Lang Ruoshua opened her mouth again and looked at Sukei in disbelief. Is this true? The one-on-one binding contract between a beastmaster and a beast mother is a recognized restriction of the entire human race, but Lang Ruoshua could never have imagined that Sukei could actually break through this restriction. Certainly. At this moment, Sukei looked at Lang Ruoshua with confidence. There's no need for Huan and I to lie to you about this. If you don't believe me, try to sign a contract with me and you'll know the truth. The conclusion of the contract is witnessed by the laws of nature, and there is absolutely no possibility of falsification. Lu Chenhuan on the side struck while the iron was hot and gave him patient guidance. Lang Ruoshua, you have such a good opportunity, don't miss it. Do you really want to leave the youth training camp as a loser? Are you willing to let those who mock you whisper behind your back, saying that they were right and that you are a loser? Are you really willing to live your whole life in obscurity like this? Now, such an opportunity to change your destiny is in front of you. Hold on, Brother Su. From now on, your fate is in your own hands. From now on, no one will dare to look down on you again. From now on, you will have the opportunity to write a legendary chapter in the history of the human race with me and Brother Su. Looking at the confidence on Sukei's face and listening to Lu Chenhuan's persuasive words, Lang Ruoshua gently clenched her fists. It's so exciting. Then he gritted his teeth, and an ice blue magic circle appeared in front of his forehead, and a faint light flickered in the cafeteria. Bring it on. At this moment, Lang Ruoshua's eyes showed an unprecedented determination. Seeing Lang Ruoshua directly cast the contract formation, Sukei couldn't help but be stunned. Ha? You agree? Aren't you going to go down and think about it again? Sukei didn't expect that Lang Ruoshua didn't even bother to think about it, and directly cast a magic circle to sign a contract with him. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, kicked Sukei directly. Brother Su, the girl has already offered herself voluntarily, why are you still hesitating? Marriage, no, a covenant. Sukei reacted without hesitation and looked at Lang Ruoshua in front of him seriously. Okay, since you don't mind, classmate Lang, then there's no need for me to be shy. As he spoke, Sukei stretched out his right hand, bit his finger, and stretched it out to press towards the azure magic circle in front of Lang Ruoshua's forehead. With blood as our guide and soul as our pledge, we will be together forever in this life. Feeling the energy coming from her forehead, Lang Ruoshua's body trembled slightly, and then she loudly responded to Sukei's oath. I am grateful for your kindness and now accept the contract. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, the cycle of reincarnation collapses, and cause and effect are reversed, I will never give up. The sun and the moon are my mediators, heaven and earth are my witnesses, my heart remains unchanged. As the two men finished speaking at the same time, the contract formation in front of them shone brightly, rising into the sky and illuminating the world. Heaven and earth bear witness, the sun and the moon sing together. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations vibrated and hummed from the cafeteria, shocking everyone in the youth training camp. What's the noise? The cafeteria lady who was washing dishes in the kitchen felt the vibration coming from outside and hurried out with the dishes. After seeing Sukei and Lang Ruoshua sign a contract, her eyes widened. What? A contract? Why did the signing of a contract cause such a big commotion? No, isn't the guy who made the contract the man of that gluttonous beast lady? Not only the lady in the cafeteria, but everyone in the entire youth training camp was attracted by the brilliant beam of light rising into the sky at this moment, and they all looked sideways. This aura, this movement, it seems like someone is making a contract. That direction? Towards the cafeteria? Who will sign the contract during the youth training period? At this moment, the instructors and students of the 3rd Battalion all thought of someone. Lang Ruoshua? Could it be that loser Lang Ruoshua has signed a contract with someone? But the places in the youth training camp have already been reserved. All beast masters and beast girls have contracts. Who did she sign the contract with? Is there really anyone who would be interested in an F-rank piece of trash? Unable to control their curiosity, everyone quickly stood up and ran towards the cafeteria. Not only the 3rd camp, many students from the youth training camp were running towards the cafeteria at this moment. And Ning, who was preparing for lunch break, also pulled Zhao Fei and followed the crowd over. In a wooden house in the youth training camp where no students had ever been, a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face opened his eyes at this moment. Chapter 30. You are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. In the cafeteria, as the light on Lang Ruoshua's forehead disappeared, it meant that the contract between Sukei and Lang Ruoshua was completely concluded. Lang Ruoshua, who had successfully concluded the contract, still had disbelief in her eyes. Successful? Actually successful? Lang Ruoshua had never imagined that Sukei could actually conclude a contract with her without terminating the contract with Lu Chenhuan. But at this moment, a loud shout of justice came from the side. You're a jerk who abandons me. You can't look down on Mr. Lu just because he eats a lot and then sign a contract with a third party. As he was speaking, the cafeteria lady raised the plate in her hand and slapped it towards Sukei. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan on the side quickly reached out and pulled Sukei away, protecting him behind him. Seeing Lu Chenhuan protecting Sukei, the cafeteria lady felt even more heartbroken. Student Lu, it's already this hour, and you're still thinking of protecting this unfaithful man? Seeing the frustrated look of the cafeteria lady, Lu Chenhuan felt warm in his heart, but he still spoke up for Sukei. Auntie, that's not the case. You misunderstood Brother Su. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? He has already signed a contract with another girl. What did I misunderstand? At this moment, a lot of youth training students had gathered outside the cafeteria, and they all looked into the cafeteria curiously. Aren't those Sukei and Lu Chenhuan who have been causing a stir in Tianhai recently? The one in front of Sukei seems to be Lang Ruoshua from the 3rd Battalion. I heard she's also an F-rank loser who got into the youth training camp through connections. Why are they together? Looking at the condensed light that had not yet completely dissipated in front of Sukei and Lang Ruoshua, the students around them couldn't help but guess the truth of the matter. Could it be that Sukei abandoned Lu Chenhuan and signed a contract with Lang Ruoshua? At this time, no one thought that Sukei could contract with beast girls without limit. They just thought that Sukei abandoned Lu Chenhuan and turned to sign a contract with Lang Ruoshua. I heard that it costs a lot to break the contract. It's not worth it for an F-rank beast girl, right? Listening to people's chatter, and Ning in the crowd couldn't help but brighten her eyes, and pulled Zhao Fei and squeezed into the door. And Ning laughed out loud at this time. Lu Chenhuan, I never thought that this day would come to you. What? Abandoned by Sukei? Having said this, and Ning sneered and looked at Sukei. Sukei, I didn't expect that your vision is still as poor as ever. I heard that Lang Ruoshua is also the last one in the 3rd Battalion, an F-level relative. Why, do you have a waist fetish? Are you specifically looking for a useless F-rank contract? Hearing In Ning's sarcasm, Lu Chenhuan sneered. What? Do you think everyone is a power-seeking, fickle little slut like you? Faced with Lu Chenhuan's sudden increase in attack power, and Ning was stunned at first, and then immediately made a sarcastic remark. It's already this late, and you're still speaking up for Su Ke? If Su Ke hadn't terminated the contract with you, how could there be someone named Leng Ruoxue on the contract? Faced with In Ning's sarcasm, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but hesitate. He wanted to defend Su Ke, but was worried about exposing Su Ke's secret. But at this moment, Su Ke knew that the moment he contracted Leng Ruoxue, the secret that he could not only contract one beast girl could no longer be concealed. Thinking of this, Su Ke directly blocked Lu Chenhuan's way, looking calmly at the people in front of him and the furious cafeteria lady beside him. Since everyone has seen it, I won't hide it anymore. I, Su Ke, can actually contract more than one beast girl. Su Ke did not say that there was no limit to the number of contracts he could make. He just revealed to everyone that he could contract more than one beast girl. As for the exact number, he did not say it, leaving it to everyone to guess. Hearing Su Ke's words, everyone around him was suddenly shocked. What? Can I contract more than one beast girl? This has never happened before in the history of beast control. Is this the special thing about SSS-level beast masters? Some people also raised doubts at this time. But, since he can contract with more than one beast girl, why didn't Su Ke choose In Ning, who is also from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School and has an S-level talent? Although In Ning is not as good as Su Ke's SSS level, it is still better than Lu Chenhuan and Leng Ruoxue's F level. As they spoke, everyone's eyes turned to In Ning, with a strange look in their eyes. At this moment, after hearing that Su Ke could contract more than one beast girl, In Ning was stunned on the spot and kept shaking her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Ke, you must be lying to me, right? After listening to Su Ke talk about his talent, Lu Chenhuan no longer felt the need to hide it and spoke to In Ning with a sarcastic look on his face. And Ning, do you really think you're that great? Did Brother Su have any reason to lie to you? Brother Su can contract more than one beast girl. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's sarcasm, and Ning's teeth trembled and she looked at Su Ke in disbelief. But why? Su Ke, why didn't you tell me earlier? You can obviously contract more than one beast girl, why didn't you choose to contract me? Su Ke raised his brows slightly and looked at In Ning with a half smile. Do you think I, Su Ke, would be interested in any kind of trash? Listening to Su Ke's words, In Ning almost roared. Am I not as good as these two F-class losers? Looking at In Ning, who was roaring at him furiously, a sneer appeared on Su Ke's lips. You're right, you're really no match for Huan Huan and Leng Ruoxue. You are not even worthy of carrying their shoes, whether in character or talent. Upon hearing this, In Ning felt her body shaking, her vision went dizzy, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Zhao Fei supported her in time and prevented her from falling. But Zhao Fei's face was also very dark at this time, and it was unclear whether he was criticizing Su Ke's ruthless ridicule or In Ning's obsession. Su Ke, you are truly blind. At this time, In Ning forced Zhao Fei to stand firmly, his eyes full of hatred. You must be retaliating against me by deliberately contracting two F-class losers. You want to prove that even if they are F-class, you can raise more than me, right? Just wait, I'll let you know that F-class is trash. No matter how hard you try, they are all trash. When I reach my level, I will let you know what regret is. Regret your original decision. Zhao Fei, let's go. And Ning yelled, and when he saw Zhao Fei standing there motionless, he became even angrier. Zhao Fei, are you fucking deaf? Why don't you help me leave? Zhao Fei came back to his senses and quickly said oh and helped In Ning leave in a panic. At this moment, a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform pushed through the crowd and walked quickly towards Su Ke, Leng Ruoxue and the others. Chapter 31 3 years in the East, 3 years in the West. Looking at the instructor who pushed through the crowd and came to stand in front of him, Su Ke couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Who are you? However, Leng Ruoxue beside him quickly and respectfully spoke to the instructor in front of him. Meet the instructor. Su Ke understood immediately upon seeing this. The person before him must be the instructor of the 3rd Battalion. As expected, the instructor in front of him also spoke directly to Su Ke. Hello, I'm Zhao Yang, the instructor from the 3rd Battalion. Meet Instructor Zhao. Su Ke would still give due respect to the instructors of the youth training camp. I wonder what Instructor Zhao is here for. Is it about Leng Ruoxue? Hearing that Su Ke had guessed his purpose so quickly, Zhao Yang couldn't help but show a hint of admiration for the young man in front of him, but he quickly suppressed it from his eyes. Yes. Student Sue, as you know, our youth training camp has always focused on training Beastmasters and Beastgirls together. Now that Lang Ruoshua has signed a contract with you, for the sake of future training convenience, she should also be assigned to your 1st Battalion. Listening to Zhao Yang's words, Su Ke instantly understood Zhao Yang's purpose. Zhao Yang was disgusted with Lang Ruoshua for being a drag on their 3rd Battalion, and he took the opportunity to send her to his 1st Battalion. After all, for them, keeping an F-level warrior like Lang Ruoshua with a weak physique in the 3rd Battalion would only reduce everyone's training efficiency and slow down the pace of the competition. Although from Lang Ruoshua's previous narration, Su Ke also did not like Lang Ruoshua staying in the 3rd Battalion, which did not care about her, but out of respect for Lang Ruoshua, Su Ke still looked at Lang Ruoshua. After all, changing camps is a matter of great importance. Ruoshua, what about you? Hearing Su Ke's address to her, Lang Ruoshua's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Then she looked up at Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, who were concerned about her. Compared with Zhao Yang's indifferent face, Lang Ruoshua made a decision in her heart instantly. I do. I'm willing to stay with Su from now on. Seeing the determination in Lang Ruoshua's eyes, Su Ke nodded and then looked at Zhao Yang. Okay, since Ruoshua has made up her mind, then there's no problem on my side. Instructor Zhao, you might need to communicate with our instructor Pang. Hearing what Su Ke and Lang Ruoshua said, Instructor Zhao Yang's face instantly showed joy. No problem, I'll take care of it. Lang Ruoshua originally got in through connections, and was dispensable to their 3rd Battalion. Now that she had signed a contract with Su Ke, it just gave them the opportunity to get rid of Lang Ruoshua. As long as the parties involved agree and the matter is reported, there is nothing Pang Meng and others can do even if they disagree. Okay, since you all agree, I'll take Lang Ruoshua to go through the formalities now. At this moment, Zhao Yang could not suppress the joy on his face, as if getting rid of Lang Ruoshua, this burden, was a great thing for him. Lang Ruoshua looked at this scene and felt even more disappointed with the 3rd Battalion. Student Su, I'm going to go handle the formalities first. Lang Ruoshua spoke to Su Ke, and then followed Zhao Yang towards the youth training camp office. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing next to Su Ke, looked at Zhao Yang and Lang Ruoshua leaving, and spat on the ground with disdain. You're a rubbish instructor, unfit to be a teacher. After listening to Lang Ruoshua's story, Lu Chenhuan didn't have a good impression of the instructors of the 3rd Battalion. Now, seeing Zhao Yang so eager to take the opportunity to get rid of Lang Ruoshua, he became even more angry. What's wrong with F-class? Don't F-class people deserve a normal life? Brother Su, we must prove to them that even an F-ranked piece of trash can create miracles they can't even imagine. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's angry little face, Su Ke reached out and pinched Lu Chenhuan's nose lovingly. Alright, listen to us, we're going to teach them a lesson during the youth training competition. Su Ke knew better than anyone how terrifying the true qualifications of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua were, despite their apparent F-level status. Even if he cannot fully recover, he is definitely not comparable to those in the youth training camp. Well, let's go. At this time, after hearing Su Ke's answer, Lu Chenhuan directly pulled Su Ke up and left. The crowd gathered around the cafeteria and remained in shock for a long time until Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan left. So Su Ke can really contract more than one beast girl? Is this the exceptional talent of an SSS-level Beastmaster? Oh my god, why don't I have this kind of talent? It's such a shame. Su Ke had the chance to contract 2 beast girls, but he wasted it all on 2 F-rank losers. If you ask me, this guy is just a face chaser. He's lost in the sight of beauty and has no regard for his own future. Sooner or later he'll realize that F-rank is F-rank. Even with the cooperation of his SSS rank Beastmaster, he's still a hopeless loser. Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, who had already walked away, naturally did not hear the discussion of the crowd. But given Su Ke's understanding of human nature, there was no lack of doubt and ridicule. But the road to becoming a strong person is full of doubts and ridicule. Lu Chenhuan, who was holding the arm of a scarce person, gritted his teeth and kicked the stone in front of him, breaking it into pieces and sending it flying out. They're a bunch of dog-eyed scoundrels. Sooner or later, we'll teach them the truth about the saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. At this point, Lu Chenhuan's tone paused, and he seemed dissatisfied with what he said. 30 years is too long. 3 years. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. Don't bully the weak F-class. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Su Ke couldn't help but smile indulgently and ruffled Lu Chenhuan's golden hair. Silly girl. Don't think about those things. We still have training in the afternoon. Let's go back to the tent and take a nap. Okay. Lu Chenhuan nodded obediently upon hearing this, took Su-Kei's arm and walked back to the tent, then rested his head on Su-Kei's arm with his clothes on and began to take a nap. Su-Kei, on the other hand, held Lu Chenhuan in one arm and rested his other hand behind his head, staring at the top of the tent in deep thought. Now, with the addition of Lang Ruoxue, who had just signed a contract, he had already contracted 2 talented beast girls with potential SSS. Next, he should concentrate on training, and then find opportunities to quickly improve the qualifications of the two, so that they can achieve good results in the competition and enter the Kyoto exam. Once the exam enters Kyoto, the resources for cultivation will be more abundant, and it will be easier to help Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan recover to SSS level, and his own strength will also increase faster. The lunch break passed quickly and it was soon time for afternoon training. Just as everyone was gathering to prepare for training, Lang Ruoxue, with her silver hair and blue eyes, was brought into the team by Su Lu. Looking at Lang Ruoxue's peerless beauty that was no less than Lu Chenhuan's, many students in the first camp who had not gone out to watch at noon showed doubts. Who is this? How did our instructor bring him in? I remember seeing her in the cafeteria. She seemed to be the school beauty of number 3 middle school. I heard she wasn't very popular in the 3rd battalion. Some students who had participated in the onlookers at noon were excitedly preparing to gossip when they heard the news, but were interrupted by Su Lu's cold voice. Everyone, be quiet. This is Lang Ruoxue from the 3rd battalion. She just signed a contract with Su, so she's transferred from the 3rd battalion to our 1st battalion to facilitate training. From now on, you'll be classmates. Upon hearing this, everyone in the field instantly became excited. Chapter 32, worthy of being the future son-in-law of my Lung family. What? Did I hear correctly? Our captain's contract partner? But didn't Captain Su and Captain Lu already sign a contract? Why did they sign another one? I heard it's also an F rank? Did Captain Su and Captain Lu break up? But they were so close just now, it doesn't seem like that. Listening to those students who didn't know what was going on eating melons, some students who ran to watch at noon finally couldn't help but speak out. You probably don't know this, but Captain Su is a talented SSS-level beastmaster and can contract with more than one beast girl. The unusual noise in the cafeteria at noon today was related to the contract between Captain Su and Lang Ruoxue. What? Captain Su can repeat the contract? Why didn't I get this talent? What a shame. Captain Su is incredibly talented, but his vision is a little too unique. Then why did Captain Su not agree to Ning's request and sign a contract with her? Captain Su said today that he doesn't care about just any rubbish. Compared to qualifications, our Captain Su seems to focus more on character. Hiss. For a moment, the martial arts arena was filled with an uproar, and everyone looked at Su-Kei with ambiguous eyes. Since entering the camp, Su-Kei has always brought different surprises to everyone, and everyone's attitude towards Su-Kei has gradually changed from disdain in the beginning to more respect. Su Lu didn't delay any longer and waved directly to Lang Ruoxue. Okay, Ruoxue, return to the team. Ruoxue, this way. As Su Lu finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan excitedly waved at Lang Ruoxue. Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoxue turned her gaze towards the Beast Girl team where Lu Chenhuan was, then stood up and joined the team, following behind Lu Chenhuan, then looked at Su-Kei who was not far away from her, and lowered her head shyly. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan in front of Lang Ruoxue turned around and patted Lang Ruoxue on the shoulder. What are you thanking me for? Since you have signed a contract with Brother Su, we are a family from now on. Don't worry, since you've come to our 1st battalion, as its captain, I will definitely not treat you badly like those heartless people in the 3rd battalion. From now on, Brother Su and I will protect you in the 1st battalion. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's enthusiasm, Lang Ruoxue gently grasped the hem of her clothes and nodded. Good. Seeing Lang Ruoxue integrated into the team, Su Lu coughed dryly and announced a new round of training with Pang Meng. The intensity of the afternoon training was not much different from that of the morning, but the scope of the training was reduced to daily training such as weighted frog jumps, high leg raises and push-ups for all participants to continue to improve their physical strength. Even with the previous experience of the morning, everyone still fell silent when looking at the heavy sandbag. But everyone who entered the youth training camp had their own pride. Led by Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan, they picked up their own sandbags and began training. Lang Ruoxue's pupils couldn't help but shrink when she saw Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan's sandbags, which were twice as big as their own. Although they had seen it in the morning, they were too far away to observe carefully. Now they discovered that Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan had twice as many sandbags as they did. Seeing Lang Ruoshua's confusion, Lu Chen beside her explained to Lang Ruoshua with a smile. This is because Brother Su and I are at the second level, so we need to increase our training volume. After listening to Lu Qinuan's explanation, Lang Ruoshua was even more shocked. She was originally a student of the 3rd Battalion, and since she didn't talk to people often, she didn't know that Lu Qinuan and Su Ke were already at the second level. After hearing about their levels, she couldn't hide her amazement. Seeing this, Lu Qinuan on the side laughed at Lang Ruoshua and said, Ruoshua, don't be envious. Now that you are following Brother Su, you will soon be able to improve your realm like me. Your hard days are over from today. Hearing Lu Qinuan's encouragement, hope rekindled in Lang Ruoshua's eyes and she nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard and will not embarrass you. Su Ke, who was training not far away, watched this scene and smiled. Lu Qinuan was very happy to see that he could live in harmony with Lang Ruoshua. This way, he would have less worries in the future. Now that Lang Ruoshua has also signed a contract with me, I can customize a repair plan based on her defects. Let me see what conditions are needed to repair Lang Ruoshua's defects. While thinking, Su Ke activated his divine eyes of insight and looked at Lang Ruoshua again. Beast Mother, Lang Ruoshua. Realm, 1st level spiritual awakening. Talent, F level iceworm. Beast Master, none. Talent skills, beast transformation, frost shards. Flaw, the body contains SSS-level frost dragon energy, but because the dragon crystal core has been corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has dissipated by 99.99%, making it unable to display the form of a dragon. Repair plan, finding the ancient artifact Cambrian ice core can help suppress erosion, restore energy, and store dragon breath. Looking at the repair plan on the information board, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Cambrian ice core? If I remember correctly, this seems to be an extremely rare mineral crystal. It is a crystal core formed by the ice crystal energy of the Cambrian period, the first geological era of the Paleozoic era. It is buried in the bitter cold sea in the far north. It can quickly help condense the ice elements in the air. It is an energy crystal that some ice-attributed beast girls and beastmasters are very eager to pursue. It is hard to find in the market. Is this first patch so strong? Su Ke looked at Lang Ruoshua's repair plan with a frown on his face, thinking about how to find the Cambrian ice core. At this moment, Su Ke seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head while training and looked at the shadow of a big tree in the distance of the martial arts field. In the shadows, a middle-aged man in a neat suit and slicked back hair was quietly leaning aside, looking towards the martial arts arena where they were. Judging from the features and eyebrows, that person actually resembled Lang Ruoshua to some extent. Seeing this scene, Su Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this uncle be Lang Ruoshua's father, Lang Qianqiu, the richest man in Tianhai City? Su Ke was right. The person who came was Lang Qianqiu, the richest man in Tianhai. After learning at noon that his daughter had signed a contract with someone in the youth training camp, Lang Qianqiu immediately flew to the youth training camp. After learning that the person who had signed the contract with Lang Ruoshua was an SSS-level beastmaster, Lang Qianqiu was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. He didn't even have time to drink tea and rushed to the 1st Battalion. For him, it doesn't matter which camp Lang Ruoshua is in. As long as Lang Ruoshua can contract a powerful beastmaster and her future is guaranteed, he, as her father, will be relieved. At this moment, Lang Qianqiu seemed to notice Su Ke's gaze on him and raised his eyebrows slightly. This little guy, even without falling behind in training, can still pay attention to his surroundings. That's pretty good. You are worthy of being the future son-in-law of my Long family. Chapter 33I, The Father, have confirmed. Training time is always boring and torturous. When carrying 100 kilograms of weight, many people's bodies are gradually unable to bear even ordinary frog jumps. Some people with poor physical fitness even fell down the moment they squatted down with sandbags on their shoulders and cried out in exhaustion. On the other hand, Su Ke and Lu Qinuan, the team captains, gritted their teeth and trained normally with weights throughout the entire process, and their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. Lang Ruoshua, who was in a weak constitution, was a little slow and had to pant for a long time after each movement, but she gritted her teeth and never made a sound. Su Ke secretly admired Lang Ruoshua's strong character and felt that he had not misjudged her. This girl may appear weak on the surface, but she has a strong character. She's a promising talent. At the same time, a plan to repair Lang Ruoshua's plan emerged in Su Ke's mind. Soon, an entire afternoon passed amid the wailing of the crowd. Very good, everyone did a great job in today's training. No matter how hard or difficult it was, no one gave up and never brought shame to our number one middle school. Today's physical training ends here. Go back and prepare for tomorrow's actual combat training. When they heard Pang Meng and others announce the end of the training, many people even lay down on the open space below without caring about their image, gasping for breath and wiping the sweat from their foreheads. It's finally over. My old waist and legs feel like they're about to break. I guess the evening reward process won't work. However, Suke, the team leader, threw away the sandbag in his hand after hearing that the training was over, and walked straight towards Lu Chenhuan, who was sweating profusely, and Lang Ruoxue, who was holding her legs and gasping for breath, and gave them a thumbs up. Huan, Ruoxue, you both did a great job today. Lu Chenhuan on the side had a happy smile on his face. This is just the beginning, little kiss. Ruoxue, you were able to hold on until the end without saying a word. That's extremely rare. Well done. After hearing Suke and Lu Chenhuan's praise, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but be stunned, with a complicated look in her eyes. This was the first time she was praised since joining the youth training camp. Thank you, Brother Su and Sister Huan. Lang Ruoxue took a deep breath, raised her head and looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan with gratitude. At this moment, a tall figure appeared near the three people. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and found Ling Qianxiu, who had appeared beside them without them noticing. Dad, you're here. Seeing Ling Qianxiu's figure, Lang Ruoxue's eyes were complicated. Ling Qianxiu laughed and said, I heard that my daughter had signed a contract with a beastmaster. As a father, how could I not come and see it? Having said this, Ling Qianxiu looked at Suke with a smile on his face. You're Suke, the beastmaster who's been making waves in Tianhai City, the one who's awakened an SSS-level talent, right? Suke nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. It's me, Suke, meeting Uncle Lang. The boy is quite polite. Looking at Suke's neither humble nor arrogant appearance, Lang Qianxiu's eyes showed satisfaction, and then he looked at Lu Chenhuan beside him. You are Suke's first contract partner, Lu Chenhuan, who has the same F-level talent as Ruoxue, right? Before coming, Lang Qianxiu used his own means to find out all the information about Suke and Lu Chenhuan, and learned that Suke could contract with more than one beast girl. Yes. Facing Lang Qianxiu's question, Lu Chenhuan nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Seeing this, Lang Qianxiu was also very satisfied. Then he turned his head to look at Suke again and spoke to Suke with a serious face. Suke, thank you for not despising my Ruoxue and for signing a contract with her. But I want to know why you chose Ruoxue as your contract partner? When asking this question, Lang Qianxiu's face was serious, and the smile in his eyes was completely gone. Suke, I hope you can answer this question of mine seriously and don't lie to me. I know very well how low Ruoxue's talent is, so I can't understand why you chose Ruoxue. Can you tell me? As a businessman, through his observation of Suke just now, Lang Qianxiu keenly felt that Suke was not, as the rumors said, a person who was easily seduced by beauty. Lang Qianxiu felt that Suke must have a purpose behind doing this, and he had to know. Because he didn't want his daughter's second half of life to be harmed by this. Looking at Lang Qianxiu's cautious expression, Suke knew in his heart that he could not deceive Lang Qianxiu. So Suke simply told the truth. Uncle Lang, to tell you the truth, the reason I contracted Ruoxue is not only because I value her character and intelligence, but also because I see her extraordinary potential in the future. Extraordinary potential? Listening to Suke's explanation, Lang Qianxiu's brows instantly furrowed. Suke, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that Ruoxue has extraordinary potential that the world cannot see? Right. Suke nodded gently and looked at Lang Qianxiu seriously. Since you are Ruoxue's father, I don't intend to hide it from you. The true talent hidden within Ruoxue is not an F-class iceworm, but an SSS-class frost dragon. What? The moment he heard Suke's words, even Lang Qianxiu, who was known for his calmness, couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the gazes of his classmates not far away, Lang Qianxiu instantly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly pulled the three of them away from the crowd. He lowered his voice and looked at Suke cautiously, his face full of anxiety. What on earth is going on? Suke, tell me quickly. Suke glanced at Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan, who were also staring at him, then turned to look at Lang Qianxiu again. Uncle Lang, I believe you must have done some background checks on me before you came here, and you know that I have a talent that can see through the flaws of everything. It was with this talent that I was able to discern Ruoxue's true talent and the huge flaws she harbored. Listening to Suke's explanation, Lang Qianxiu couldn't help but swallow his saliva subconsciously, his eyes showing excitement, and he slapped his thigh in excitement. SSS level, I didn't expect Ruoxue to be SSS level. I knew it. I knew Ruoxue's physique wasn't that simple. But Leng Qianqiu quickly came to his senses, looked at Suke excitedly, and grabbed Suke's arm tightly. Son-in-law, since you chose to contract Ruoxue, does that mean you know how to repair the flaws in Ruoxue's body and help her return to SSS level? Looking at the anxious look on Leng Qianqiu's face, Suke showed a confident smile. Certainly. Having said that, Suke changed the subject. However, Ruoxue's internal illness is difficult to cure. My own strength may not be enough. I need your help, uncle. Listening to Suke's answer, Leng Qianqiu was extremely excited. I knew my future son-in-law wouldn't let me down. It's okay, my good son-in-law. As long as I can help Huan improve his qualifications as quickly as possible, just let me know if you have any requests. Even if you want to consummate your marriage tonight, as your father, I will allow it. Chapter 34 Ruoxue, why don't you come and watch the game tonight? Dad, what are you saying? Sister Huan is still here. As soon as Leng Qianqiu finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue's cheeks instantly turned red, and she stomped the ground under her feet in annoyance. On the other hand, Lu Qinhuan on the side chuckled. It's okay, Xiao Ruoxue, don't be shy, I don't care about your sister Huan. If you really cared, I wouldn't have allowed you to sign a contract with Brother Su in the cafeteria. For me, the most important thing is to help Brother Su become stronger and have more people to protect him. Listening to Lu Qinhuan's words, Leng Qianqiu on the side couldn't help but cast an admiring look at him. Son-in-law, you have good taste. Nizi has a big vision. As he spoke, a hint of reminiscence appeared in Leng Qianqiu's eyes. If I had been as considerate as you. Halfway through his words, Leng Qianqiu realized that he seemed to have gone off topic when he saw Leng Ruoxue's tightly furrowed brows. He quickly came to his senses and looked at Suke again. Speaking of which, son-in-law, you just said that you needed my help. What kind of help do you need? Suke did not hide his intentions and refused, and spoke up immediately. To be honest, the reason Huan's SSS talent can't be displayed is because her body is corroded by the time erosion poison, causing the energy in her body to continuously dissipate. It has even damaged her own essence, causing her to be afraid of cold and insomnia, and it may even affect her lifespan. Listening to Suke's analysis, Leng Qianqiu believed in Suke even more. Good son-in-law, your analysis is absolutely correct. Go on. Suke continued to speak. Now, if we want to repair the flaws in Ruoxue's body, we must first suppress this erosion and restore the dragon power within her. At this stage, we need to find a Cambrian ice core to suppress the time erosion poison, store dragon breath, and restore energy. Cambrian ice core? After hearing Suke's words, Leng Qianqiu couldn't help but frown slightly. This thing seems to be very rare. It's a rare crystal left over from the Paleozoic era. Even in the major exchanges in the market, it's extremely difficult to find. Suke nodded slightly. That's why I need your help, uncle. Our youth training will take some time to finish, so we can't go out. If we wait until the training is over before looking for her, it will undoubtedly greatly delay Ruoxue's training progress. Listening to Suke's words, Leng Qianqiu patted Suke's shoulder with a cheerful look on his face. My dear son-in-law, what are you talking about? Ruoxue's affairs are naturally my affairs. You can train without worry. Leave the Cambrian ice core matter to me. Facing Leng Qianqiu's promise, Suke clasped his fist slightly. Thank you, uncle. Leng Qianqiu burst into laughter. You are so polite, kid. Why are you saying thank you? We are family and we should keep our distance. Alright, you guys go back and rest first. I'll go look for that Cambrian ice core myself. Having said that, Leng Qianqiu looked at Leng Ruoxue with a smile on his face. Ruoxue, Suke is a good guy. You should listen to him more in the future. Dad, I'm leaving now. After finishing speaking, Leng Qianqiu quickly left the martial arts arena. Before leaving, he secretly found Pang Meng and Su Lu, gave them a few instructions, secretly stuffed some things into their hands, and then left completely. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Qianqiu's back as he left, and at the strange looks from her classmates in the distance. She twisted her silver hair that fell on her chest with her fingers in an unnatural manner. Brother Su, Sister Huan, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again because of the contract with me. Seeing this, Lu Qinhuan patted Leng Ruoxue's shoulders. Why bother? Since you have signed a contract with Brother Su, we are a family from now on. You will be my good sister from now on. When Lu Chenhuan said this, a hint of cunning appeared in the corner of his eyes. He lowered his voice and raised his eyebrows at Lang Ruoxue. The teardrop mole at the corner of his eye swayed in front of Lu Chenhuan. Let's serve your brother Su together. Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue's face instantly flushed. She lowered her head shyly, and her long silver eyelashes hid the panic in her eyes. Sister Huan, brother Su, and I just signed a contract. Isn't it too early to talk about this now? Not fast, not fast. The process is actually very fast. Seeing Lu Chenhuan constantly teasing the innocent little girl in front of Lang Ruoxue, Su Ke couldn't help but give Lu Chenhuan a slap on the head. Huan, please stop teasing her with those lewd words in front of Ruoxue. It makes you look like you know everything. Looking at Lu Chenhuan, who was covering his head and looking at Su Ke with a wrong look on his face, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but blink, as if she had found a loophole in Su Ke's words. Sister Huan, don't you understand? She's just talking big. If you ask her to actually go into battle, she won't dare to do it. Hearing the sarcasm in Su Ke's tone, Lu Chenhuan pouted in dissatisfaction. Who said I don't dare? How about we have a real fight tonight? Facing Su Ke's invitation to fight, Lu Chenhuan was fearless. Fight if you want, who's afraid of who? Do you really think I dare not attack you? Okay, I'll wait. Su Ke looked at Lu Chenhuan with a provocative look on his face. Listening to the two people's conversation, Lang Ruoxue's face turned even redder, and her fingers kept twisting her hair, almost leaving afterimages. She changed the subject somewhat nervously. Brother Su, Sister Huan, why don't we go eat first? Listening to Lang Ruoxue's words, Lu Chenhuan coughed dryly and spoke to Su Ke. Ruoxue is right. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Eat first. After dinner, I'll have the energy to show you how powerful I am tonight. Having said this, Lu Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruoxue, whose blush spread to her ears. He seemed to have thought of something and spoke to Lang Ruoxue in a teasing tone with some ill intentions. Ruoxue, how about you come to watch the game tonight and be the referee? You'll have to go through this sooner or later anyway, so why not just broaden your horizons? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's teasing words, Lang Ruoxue's whole body turned red, and she lowered her head even lower, somewhat afraid to look at Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke. Su Ke, on the other hand, looked at the two of them with a doting smile on his face. Okay, Ruoxue, don't listen to Huan. She's just teasing you for fun. Let's go eat first. As they were talking, Su Ke took the lead and walked towards the cafeteria with the two of them. After what happened at noon with the contract, Su Ke and the other two had already become famous throughout the youth training camp. When they saw the three people coming, they all turned their heads to look at them, their eyes filled with ambiguous expressions. However, the three of them had long been accustomed to the strange looks from the world. As long as no one was so blind as to provoke them, Su Ke and the others would pretend not to see anything. After dinner, when the three returned to the tent, night had already fallen. Looking at the other tent next to his and Lu Chenhuan's tent under the cover of night, Su Ke blinked and turned to look at Lang Ruoxue beside him. Ruoxue, yours? Lang Ruoxue nodded somewhat embarrassedly after hearing this. Dad asked someone to arrange it this afternoon. He said it would be convenient. Convenient? Convenient for what? Lu Chenhuan, who was standing aside, looked at the two tents that were almost stuck together, and looked at Lang Ruoxue with some ill intention. You girl, you don't really want to be our referee, do you? Chapter 35 now, don't move around. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The magpies fly south, and their cawing sounds echo in the silent night sky. Under the cover of night, many tents turned off their lights early, and the charming atmosphere generated by cultivation spread across the earth. Inside the tent, Lu Chenhuan, unlike her mischievous and stubborn self during the day, lay obediently in Su Ke's arms like a little white rabbit, stretching out her hand and drawing circles on Su Ke's chest. Su Ke felt the itch on his chest and looked at Lu Chenhuan with a half-smile. Why, our fearless god of war Huan, didn't we agree to have a fight tonight? What are you doing now? Are you planning to launch a tender offensive against me first, and then surrender without a fight? Hearing Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan paused, then pursed her lips and lightly punched Su Ke in the chest, making a coquettish sound. Brother Su, what are you talking about? How could I, Lu Chenhuan, surrender without a fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Unexpectedly, Su Ke smiled wickedly upon hearing this. He put his free hand around her, gently lifted Lu Chenhuan's chin with his fingers, and stared at her stunning face. In the dim light, Lu Chenhuan's already beautiful face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of charming mist, which made Su Ke's appetite grow. He gently put his nose close to hers, a wicked smile on his face. Aren't you afraid? Feeling the warm breath coming from such a close distance, Lu Chenhuan felt his heart pounding, almost jumping out of his throat. But Lu Chenhuan still raised his chin high like a stubborn little swan. Of course I'm not afraid. My only fear is that you might have to hold on to the wall to walk. Yo? So crazy? Facing Lu Chenhuan's intimidation, Su-Kei's smile widened. Then why don't you declare war on me? That's because. Lu Chenhuan paused, blinked wildly, and then spoke with courage. That's because I'm afraid that Lang Ruoxue is eavesdropping next door. Upon hearing this, Su-Kei couldn't help but frown slightly. No way, from what I know, Ruoxue shouldn't be that kind of person, right? If you don't believe me, let's take a look now. Having said that, Lu Chenhuan didn't hesitate and directly pulled Su-Kei up and pretended to stand up. Perhaps sensing Su-Kei and the others' movements, a rustling sound was heard from Lang Ruoxue's tent next door, followed by the crisp sound of a head hitting the corner of a table. Ouch! What's the noise? Hearing the noise coming from next door, Lu Chenhuan frowned at first. Little girl, are you really eavesdropping? Hearing the noise coming from Lang Ruoxue's tent, Lu Chenhuan glared and quickly pulled Su-Kei outside. Su-Kei held his forehead with a look of confusion, followed Lu Chenhuan out of the tent, and then knocked on Lang Ruoxue's tent. Ruoxue, Ruoxue? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's anxious call outside, Lang Ruoxue, wearing a set of blue dinosaur pajamas with a big hat hanging behind her, yawned and looked at Lu Chenhuan and Su-Kei with a sleepy face. Brother Su, Sister Huan, it's so late, aren't you going to sleep? Do you have something to talk to me about? Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruoxue with suspicion. You're still asking us? Let me ask you, were you eavesdropping on what was going on in our tent just now? Lang Ruoxue raised her beautiful, elf-like face and looked at Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan with an innocent look on her face. No, I was sleeping so soundly just now. I woke up when I heard you knocking on my tent. Real? Looking at Lang Ruoxue's innocent face, Lu Chenhuan was full of suspicion. Really? I'll send 4. Lang Ruoxue raised 3 fingers and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Did we hear it wrong? Lu Chenhuan approached Lang Ruoxue again. Lang Ruoxue nodded hurriedly. Of course it is. Sister Huan and Brother Su must be under too much pressure and are hallucinating. Oh. Lu Chenhuan nodded with a look of sudden realization, and then took advantage of Lang Ruoxue's unpreparedness and pressed a finger on Lang Ruoxue's red forehead, causing Lang Ruoxue to subconsciously cry out in pain. Ruoxue, I didn't expect you to look so innocent on the outside, but you can lie without blinking an eye. If you didn't listen, how did you get that bump on your forehead? That. Seeing her lie exposed, Lang Ruoxue was at a loss and reached out to twist her hair. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Lang Ruoxue's expression, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but chuckle. Ruoxue, you don't have to be so sneaky. If you want to hear or see, you can watch it up close. After all, we are all a family now. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruoxue was stunned at first, then twisted her body a little embarrassedly. That's not good. Such a private matter. What's wrong? Before Lang Ruoxue finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan pulled Lang Ruoxue over. Come, we invite you to be our referee now. Let's see for ourselves who's stronger, me or Brother Su. Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue looked even more embarrassed. She clenched her fingers and blinked her eyes continuously. It's still not right. Perfect. Lu Chenhuan dragged Lang Ruoxue directly to the door of his and Su-Kei's tent, then pulled Su-Kei to an open space on the side and spoke to Su-Kei with a serious face. Brother Su, I, Lu Chenhuan, now officially declare war on you and challenge you. Come, let's have a hearty competition. Ha! Looking at Lu Chenhuan getting ready, both Su-Kei and Lang Ruoxue beside him were stunned for a moment. When you say fight, do you mean this fight? What else? Is there any other way to fight? We have actual combat training tomorrow, wouldn't it make sense for us to get familiar with it tonight? At this moment, Lu Chenhuan felt very righteous. Brother Su, you wouldn't dare, would you? Looking at the speechless Su-Kei, Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes and coughed dryly. Well, let's raise the stakes. The loser must unconditionally agree to one condition of the winner. Ruoxue is watching, don't regret it. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Su-Kei's eyes lit up. That's what you said. Certainly. Lu Chenhuan was so confident at this moment. I have many skills now. I don't believe that a beast master like you can do anything to me. Take my punch. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan leaped up, spiritual energy surging around him. His beast ears and claws transformed, and he retracted his claws and pounced towards Su Ke. Looking at Lu Chenhuan rushing towards him, Su Ke smiled. Little girl, you still want to rebel against your master. He took a step forward, reached out and lightly touched the person who was rushing in front of him. Bound spirit. In an instant, Lu Chenhuan's figure was frozen. Su Ke, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and hugged Lu Chenhuan's waist. He took the opportunity to cover Lu Chenhuan's forehead with his lips, speaking in a gentle tone. Silly girl, you lose. Now, don't move. Chapter 36. Let us fight. Early in the morning, Su Ke, looking refreshed, pulled Lu Chenhuan, looking shy, and knocked on Lang Ruoshue's tent. Ruoshue, get up and train. Lang Ruoshue, who had already changed into training clothes, opened the tent and walked out, blinking at Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. Brother Su, sister Huan, you're here so early. You were so tired yesterday, yet you still managed to get up so early. Hearing Lang Ruoshue's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened instantly. You girl are eavesdropping again? Lang Ruoshue quickly stretched out 3 fingers and raised them to the sky. No, I didn't, I sent 4. You guys trained so hard yesterday and then had a fight at night, so you must be tired. Listening to Lang Ruoshue's analysis, Lu Chenhuan nodded guiltily, then coughed dryly. You're right. But I always feel that it's not a good idea to have ears through the wall all the time, and it's not convenient for me to learn and communicate with you. Anyway, the relationship between the 3 of us is clear. We are all family. There's no need to be polite. Well, you can move in with us. The 3 of us living together will make it much more convenient for us to study and communicate in the future. Having said that, Lu Chenhuan nudged Su Ke with his elbow. Brother Su, don't you think so? Su Ke reached out and rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head with a doting look on his face. You little girl, Ruoshue hasn't known us for long, and you're asking her to move in and sleep with us? So what's wrong? Lu Chenhuan pouted her little mouth. Brother Su and I haven't known each other for very long, haven't we even slept on the same bed? As long as you meet the right person, what does it matter how long it takes? Listening to Lu Chenhuan's twisted logic, Su Ke reached out and gave Lu Chenhuan a slap. Silly girl, instead of focusing on improving your own strength, you're distracted all day long. Let's go to today's training camp together. Youth training lasts about a month, and we strive to fully develop everyone's abilities in a short period of time. Daily training is extremely important. As he spoke, Su Ke pulled Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue and walked quickly towards the martial arts training ground. Seeing the 2 stunningly beautiful faces beside Su Ke, one fiery and passionate, the other cold and beautiful, the beastmasters in the training ground couldn't help but shed tears of envy. What a wonderful day this is. I'm so envious. Although they knew that Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue were both low-level beast girls with F-grade qualifications, their looks still made them jealous. One leading 2, and still being so harmonious, he's worthy of being our captain, awesome. I can't imagine how happy this guy is to go home and face 2 beauties every day. Seeing the tears of envy on the corners of their own beastmaster's mouth, the beast girls couldn't help but reach out and pinch their beastmaster hard. Are you envious? Envious of why you didn't dare to make a contract with them back then? Do you envy Captain Su for having his courage? Hearing the ridicule from their beast mothers, all the beastmasters fell silent again. Indeed, just as those beast girls said, although all the beast masters were extremely attracted by the looks of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue, they also knew in their hearts that if they were asked to give up their future to sign a contract with 2 F-level beast girls, no one in the field believed that they could do it. Fortunately, Pang Mang and Su Lu appeared at this time and told everyone to stand up and prepare to start a new round of training. As I said yesterday, today's test is about actual combat training. Today, you will each choose an opponent to conduct actual combat training with. Try to quickly enter the Beastmaster's combat state. For Beastmasters and Beast Girls, basic training is the focus, and practical combat ability is the core. Therefore, on the 3rd day of youth training, we arranged actual combat directly to facilitate everyone's training. Today, we will be conducting actual combat training from morning till night. After each battle, you will rest and then fight the next target so that you can quickly familiarize yourself with how to deal with different combat methods. Under Pang Meng's instructions, the entire battalion of students were divided into 15 teams according to the combination of Beastmasters and Beast Girls, and then chose their own combat targets in a self-selection mode. But unexpectedly, when everyone was choosing their opponents, they subconsciously stayed away from Su Ke and the other 2. Seeing this scene, Pang Meng couldn't help but raise his brows. You seem very reluctant to choose Suke and the others as your training subjects. Hearing Pang Meng's words, AB-level Beastmaster couldn't help but speak with a bitter face. Captain Su and his team are completely superior to our second-level team in terms of realm, and they are a team of 3. How do I choose? The other Beastmasters and Beast Girls nearby also echoed this. That's right, Captain Su and the others are so strong, choosing them is just asking for trouble. Listening to everyone's words, Pang Meng, the instructor, frowned and looked serious. Strong? Are you afraid of me just because I'm strong? This is youth training, a training that won't kill you. You're all afraid. If you encounter ferocious beasts stronger than you on the battlefield in the future, will you be afraid too? If every Beastmaster and Beastwoman were as cowardly as you, our human race's territory would have been completely divided up by those ferocious beasts long ago. After listening to Pang Meng's teachings, everyone in the field couldn't help but lower their heads, with stern expressions on their faces. Instructor, you can't blame them entirely. Seeing this, Suke stepped forward and looked at the people around him with a smile on his face. This way, when we train with you guys, Huan and I will both suppress ourselves. And I won't send out 2 beast girls at the same time. I will only choose one to fight with you. Hearing Suke's words, everyone in the field couldn't help but brighten their eyes. After Suke said this, everyone immediately gained the confidence to challenge Suke. After all, what everyone was afraid of was Suke's powerful realm and the combined combat power of the 3 beast girls. If they lowered their own level and only sent out 1 beast girl, everyone thought they might be able to win. After all, those who came to participate in the youth training were originally some A-level and B-level geniuses. They were all proud and arrogant children of heaven, and they didn't think they would lose to Suke, who was paired with an F-level beast girl. Pang Meng, who was standing by, was slightly surprised after hearing Suke's words, and then patted Suke's shoulder with an appreciative look on his face. Okay. Just do as you say. Now, your captain is willing to lower himself to a lower realm and face you with only the first-level combat power. Who among you is willing to challenge him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the field couldn't help but get ready to fight. After all, Suke is currently at the peak of his popularity. If he can be defeated, he will definitely become the center of attention. Lu Yun, who had fought with Suke before, led Wu Shuang and could not contain his excitement and jumped out quickly. Me. I want to fight Captain Su again and prove myself. Having said this, Lu Yun looked at Suke expectantly. Captain Su, are you willing to accept the challenge? Suke's face was full of confidence and calmness. Why not? Come and fight. Chapter 37 Death Bow, Quick Condensation. Hearing that Suke accepted Lu Yun's challenge, everyone's eyes turned towards this side. As for Suke, in addition to everyone's admiration for him, they also feel a little bit dissatisfied in their hearts. In their minds, the reason why Su Chueji and Lu Chenhuan were strong was because of their realm, but if Suke and Lu Chenhuan lowered themselves to the same realm as everyone else, the outcome would be uncertain. As Lu Yun had fought with Suke before, he was the best example to measure the strength of Suke and his team. Seeing people around looking at him, Pang Meng, the instructor, was not annoyed. It just so happens that after the training over the past few days, your reflexes and endurance have been significantly improved. We can use this opportunity to serve as a demonstration template for the other students. Having said this, Pang Meng looked at Suke. Suke, since you promised that you would only choose one partner to fight with, now, please choose your beast girl. Upon hearing this, Suke calmly turned around and looked at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, who's going to go up? Faced with Suke's invitation, Lang Ruoxue shook her head in resistance at first. Brother Su, I've never been in actual combat before. This battle concerns your honor, so I won't hold you back. Listening to Lang Ruoxue's words, Suke smiled and his tone was encouraging. How can this be considered a drag? If you don't take action, how do you know you're incapable? Besides, I'm here, you have to believe in yourself. However, facing Suke's invitation, Lang Ruoxue still shook her head. Brother Su, I really don't have the confidence. How about you and Sister Huan go first, and I'll learn from the side? Listening to Lang Ruoxue's words, Suke couldn't help but secretly shook his head. Lang Ruoxue is a sensitive person. She has been looked down upon too much at number 3 middle school and has lost all confidence in herself. Her current situation is actually very similar to Lu Chenhuan's at the beginning. She didn't really believe that her qualifications could be changed. She felt very lucky to be able to sign a contract with herself. The only way to change this situation is to truly improve her qualifications and make her believe that she is not useless, so as to rebuild her confidence. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, also noticed Lang Ruoshua's concerns and spoke directly. Brother Su, let me fight with you first, to set an example for Ruoshue. I'll fight with you after she's familiar with the game. Suke nodded in agreement with Lu Chenhuan's words, then walked into the center of the martial arts field hand in hand with Lu Chenhuan and looked at Lu Yun, who was ready to fight. Bring it on. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun didn't hesitate and walked side by side with Wu Shuang to the opposite side of Suke. Pang Mang told everyone to leave the venue. Sulu took out a timer and waved to Suke, Lu Yun, and the others. The battle begins. Let's go in pairs. After Sulu finished speaking, Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and he and Wu Shuang immediately launched an offensive. Wu Shuang instantly transformed into a beast, with wolf hair appearing on his face and his beast ears standing high. He started to walk quickly, and his speed increased immediately, rushing towards Suke first. Behind her, Lu Yun gathered his energy in both hands, drew his divine bow, and aimed at Suke. At the same time, Lu Yun moved quickly, trying his best to ensure that Wu Shuangchong could serve as his cover in front. At this time, the magic bow in Lu Yun's hand kept gathering energy. When he looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, a confident smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. We won't fail again this time. After the last battle and Suke's summary, Lu Yun realized the fact that the Beastmaster's defense was weak, and therefore changed his battle strategy. Go up and charge the opponent's Beastmaster first. He just didn't believe that with the perfect cooperation between himself and Wu Shuang, Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were at a lower level, could still be his opponents. However, facing the attacks from Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, Suke's eyes were extremely calm. Huan, attack Wu Shuang first and break her weakness. Lu Chenhuan understood it in his mind and instantly entered the beast state. Golden beast ears appeared, and he suppressed his own realm to the first level of condensation and rushed directly towards Wu Shuang. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun, who was moving quickly not far away, couldn't help but grin. As expected, after I changed my battle strategy, Lu Chenhuan prioritized defense and attacking the beast girl for Suke's safety. In this way, my advantage in long-range shooting will be maximized. At this time, Lu Yun was full of fighting spirit. Last time, he was interrupted by Lu Chenhuan before he could even use any skills, and his A-level combat power was not fully utilized. This time, he must let everyone see what real A-level combat power is. Shuang, hold them back. As Lu Yun finished speaking, Wu Shuang launched an attack directly in the direction of Suke, with silver light floating on the beast's claws. Silver Moon Falls. Wu Shuang, who had activated the sprint mode, was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already approached Lu Yun, and the Silver Moon spiritual power fell into the void. Facing Wu Shuang's attack, Suke's eyes remained calm, and an unprecedented powerful pressure suddenly increased around him, as if the king of beasts had descended from ancient times. Tyrant launches. All the contracted beast girls are going berserk, and all their attributes are increased by 100%. As the tyrant was activated, Lu Chenhuan's original speed suddenly increased, his muscles swelled instantly, and he burst out with a terrifying speed that was twice as fast as Wu Shuang, who had activated the sprint, and instantly rushed in front of Wu Shuang. The gold-eating claws then slapped towards Wu Shuang's waist. This was the weakness Suke analyzed last time. Bang! A dull and crisp sound exploded. Although Lu Chenhuan had deliberately restrained his strength, under the powerful blessing of the tyrant, this blow directly knocked Wu Shuang backwards and fell heavily to the ground beside him, instantly losing the ability to move. Lu Yun, who was still gathering strength not far away, widened his eyes when he saw the scene. What? He didn't expect that the tyrant launched by Suke would have such a powerful blessing on Lu Chenhuan, instantly increasing his speed, strength and agility by 100%. Wu Shuang from Class A was ruthlessly crushed. At this moment, Lu Yun looked at the divine bow in his hand, which had not yet been completely solidified. The last time he was knocked unconscious emerged in his mind, and despair appeared in his eyes. It's over. However, to his surprise, after knocking Wu Shuang down, Lu Chenhuan did not immediately attack to interrupt Lu Yun, but stood there in a daze, staring at his palm with interest, as if feeling the sense of power brought to him by the tyrant. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Lu Yun took the opportunity to retreat frantically, and his spiritual power madly gathered in front of him. Death Bow, condense quickly. Finally, when Lu Chenhuan raised his golden eyes to look at him again, the divine bow in Lu Yun's hand was completely condensed. He bent the bow and put the arrow on it. The long arrow condensed from spiritual power whizzed out, making a terrifying sonic boom, and shot towards Suke. At this moment, Lu Yun saw the spiritual arrow shooting out and laughed wildly. Captain Su, if you let me shoot this arrow, the outcome is decided. Feel the power of the arrow god. Looking at the arrow coming at him with all its might, Lu Chenhuan narrowed his eyes and instantly flew in front of Suke. Chapter 38 All-Round Crushing. Buzz. The piercing sonic boom pierced everyone's eardrums, and a terrifying stream of light shot towards Suke at lightning speed. Seeing this powerful attack, everyone in the field couldn't help but feel their hearts rise. So powerful. This Lu Yun is indeed worthy of being an A-level beastmaster. This powerful attack actually directly caused a sonic boom. This attack has surpassed the energy range of the first-order microscopic. Even an ordinary second-order one can fight against it. Even Pang Meng beside him couldn't help but squint his eyes. Lu Yun's attack is indeed powerful. Although the lead-up time is long, once it is launched, it is enough to turn the tide of the battle. I just don't know if Lu Chenhuan and Suke, who have lowered their realm to the first level, can withstand this attack. Although it would be easy for Suke to take this attack if he gave it his all at his current level, if Suke and Lu Chenhuan chose to take this attack at the second level, it would also mean Lu Yun's victory. What a pity! Just now, when Lu Chenhuan was dealing with Wu Shuang, he clearly had the opportunity to interrupt Lu Yun, but he was inappropriately dazed at the critical moment. At this moment, as everyone watched in astonishment, the divine arrow condensed by spiritual light had already arrived in front of Suke. Lu Chenhuan also appeared in front of Suke, with his arms crossed in front of him, and a light flashing in his golden eyes. Metal defense activated. The next second, the skin on Lu Chenhuan's arms flashed with dazzling golden light and turned directly into metal. When a violent sound exploded in front of Lu Chenhuan, and huge energy waves exploded in all directions, raising countless smoke and dust, causing the people around him to retreat. Success? Just as everyone was in shock, a golden figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust, and rushed in front of Lu Yun at lightning speed. It grabbed Lu Yun with its claws, but stopped less than 2 centimeters away from Lu Yun. Feeling the cold and sharp metallic breath between his neck and looking at Lu Chenhuan with cold golden eyes in front of him, Lu Yun felt cold sweat all over his body. At that moment, he truly felt the breath of death coming. If Lu Chenhuan wanted to, he would be gone. We lost. After Lu Yun launched this attack, most of his spiritual power had been consumed. Now that Lu Chenhuan was close to him, he had no chance to counterattack at all. After hearing Lu Yun admit defeat, Lu Chenhuan retracted his claws, and ended his beastly state. He pounced on Suke, who was walking out of the smoke and dust at a leisurely pace, and threw himself into Suke's arms happily. Brother Su, we won again. Suke reached out and gently scratched Lu Chenhuan's delicate nose, his eyes full of doting. You girl, you had the opportunity to end the battle directly, but you insisted on testing the power of Lu Yun's attack. What a waste of time. Lu Chenhuan blinked guiltily when he heard that. How can you measure my defense without trying? Hearing what Lu Chenhuan and Suke said, everyone around was in an uproar. It turns out that the reason Lu Yun was able to land that blow just now was because our captain let him off the hook. I was saying it. The captain was clearly dazed for a few seconds just now. He shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. It turns out he was deliberately giving Lu Yun an opportunity. As the person involved, Lu Yun listened to the conversation between the two and smiled bitterly. So this attack is the opportunity you gave me. What a pity. Even if I was given a chance, I still lost. At this moment, Lu Yun finally understood how big the gap was between himself and Suke and the others. After witnessing the fighting power of Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the people around them no longer had any hope of defeating Suke and the others. Captain Su and Captain Lu are too powerful, especially Captain Su's buff skill, which instantly doubled Captain Lu's combat power. Who can withstand this? Captain Lu is really impressive. With such strong physical strength and agility, is he really F rank? Why do I feel like even a rank can't compare to him? After this battle, the field was filled with praise for Suke and Lu Chenhuan. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing aside, stared at the scene with disbelief in her eyes. Is this the strength of brother Su and sister Huan Huan? She had never expected that Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who had suppressed their realm, could win so easily even against Lu Yun and the other A-level. It can even be said to be a ruthless crushing. If Lu Chenhuan hadn't deliberately tested the power of Lu Yun's attack, Lu Yun wouldn't even have had the chance to attack. At this time, Lang Ruoxue had a completely new understanding of Suke and Lu Chenhuan's strength. I also have a new understanding of Suke's beast-controlling ability. Especially when Suke just launched the Tyrant, as Suke's contracted beast girl, Lang Ruoxue actually felt the blessing of that amplification. Even though she was not in a combat state at that time, she had a sense of invincibility. That is the confidence that comes from the all-round surge in strength. When Pang Meng saw that the four had decided the winner, he stepped forward quickly and spoke to the people around him. Well, Su and Lu have set a great example for everyone. Now everyone should have a deeper understanding of actual combat training. Alright, everyone else, continue to select your own combat targets for actual combat training. Before Pang Meng finished speaking, Su Lu continued to speak. By the way, this training is mainly about training combat skills, not about winning or losing. Everyone, please stop when you're done. Of course, don't be too afraid of getting hurt. I can help you heal. It only takes a moment, and you'll be back in battle. Having said this, Su Lu helped the injured Wu Shuang up. Deer Antler slowly appeared on her head, and emerald green light spread from her hands towards Wu Shuang's waist, treating him. Instructor Su is also a healing beast girl. Watching Su Lu's actions, Su Kei's eyes flickered, and his insightful eyes activated again. Beast Mother, Su Lu. Realm, 4th level of seclusion. Talent, B-level Creek Deer. Beast Master, Pang Meng. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Healing, Blood Burning, Spirit Deer Step, Ghost Passage. Disadvantages: abilities tend to be auxiliary, combat effectiveness is relatively poor, and the neck and abdomen are relatively fragile in the beast state. Looking at Su Lu's message, Su Kei's mind moved and he quickly looked away. I used my insight eyes to scan the cafeteria earlier. Many instructors in the youth training camp have some healing abilities. It seems this is to allow students to use their full strength during training. While thinking, Su Kei found that Lu Qinhuan beside him had left at some point, and was standing in front of Lang Ruoxue with an excited look on his face, speaking to her. What's up, Ruoxue? Didn't you embarrass us F ranks? Looking at Lu Qinhuan's smug expression, Lang Ruoxue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Strong. Sister Huan, you and Brother Su are really too strong. Of course. With Brother Su here, even a piece of stone can be turned into gold. At this time, Lu Qinhuan poked Lang Ruoxue's elbow with his elbow, and there was temptation in his tone. How about Ruoxue, do you want to try it in actual combat? There's no winning or losing, so what's there to be afraid of? Listening to Lu Qinhuan's words, Lang Ruoxue fell into hesitation for the first time in her life. Chapter 39 Frost Dragon Horn. The practical training course went by very quickly. After a whole morning of fighting, almost every pair of beast masters and beast girls had fought against more than 2 teams of opponents. Except Su Kei. After the battle with Lu Yun, almost no one dared to choose Su Kei as an opponent. That kind of all-round crushing will crush the confidence of every opponent. However, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, after being treated by Su Lu, fought with another team of 11 beast masters. With their almost perfect coordination, they successfully cleared their names. But it also deepened everyone's understanding of Su Kei's strength, and made them even more hesitant to challenge him. Pang Meng was naturally unhappy when he saw this scene. Why didn't anyone choose Team Su after watching you guys fight for so long? Have you forgotten what I said before? How can a beast master retreat because of fear of a strong opponent? This kind of opportunity to train with a strong person without any danger is rare. If you waste it, you won't have such a good opportunity again in the future. Perhaps Pang Meng's words worked. When lunch was about to start, another team of 11 beast masters and beast women from the 1st Battalion hesitated for a moment and then challenged Su Kei. Seeing that someone had issued a challenge to him, Su Kei was naturally happy to accept it. Come. As he spoke, Su Kei turned to look at Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, who's coming? Listening to Su Kei's words, Lang Ruoxue fell silent again, but was pushed out by Lu Qinhuan beside her. Little girl, it's just training, what are you afraid of? Brother Su and I have already fought the Battle of Restoration. It doesn't matter if you go in now and lose. Besides, with Brother Su's help, you may not lose. Be more confident. Listening to Lu Qinhuan's encouragement, Lang Ruoxue raised her blue eyes and looked at Su Kei. But. No buts. Before Lang Ruoxue finished speaking, Su Kei patted her shoulder gently with a smile on his face. Ruoxue, I'm here, don't be afraid. Besides, it's just training. A loss is better than being helpless when facing ferocious beasts in the future due to lack of combat experience. Are you willing to live in fear all your life, not even knowing the difference between yourself and others? Listening to Su Kei's words of encouragement, Lang Ruoxue, who was standing beside him, gradually showed a fighting spirit. Brother Su is right, it's just a loss. If you don't truly fight, you won't even know the gap between yourself and these geniuses, and you will live in unknown fear and cowardice for the rest of your life. War. Lang Ruoshua had been plagued by the time erosion poison since she was a child. The years of suffering from all kinds of cold and pain had forged her extraordinary character. After a little encouragement from Suke, she regained her spirits. So what if I'm a genius? According to what Brother Su said, I might not be a genius either. At this moment, Lang Ruoshua gritted her teeth and walked to Suke, clenching her fists lightly. Looking at the well-prepared Lang Ruoshua, Suke couldn't help but reveal a satisfied look on his face as he looked up at the two people in front of him. Beastmaster, Shenjin. Realm, first level microscopic observation. Talent, a level. Contracted beast, Gale Leopard. Talent skills, encourage, deter, heal. Disadvantages, weak combat power, long spell casting time, extremely afraid of close combat. Beast Mother, Wen Fei Fei. Realm, first level spiritual awakening. Talent, a level Gale Leopard. Beast Master, Shenjin. Talent skills, beast transformation, strength and claw attack, killing justice. Disadvantages, strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, defense is poor, waist and head are easily injured. Looking at the information boards of Shenjin and Wen Fei Fei, Suke couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. Judging from the information about Shenjin, he is purely a beastmaster with an auxiliary orientation. Wen Fei Fei is an agile beast girl similar to Wu Xuan, with similar weaknesses. She is more offensive and has weak defense capabilities, with her waist and head being her weaknesses. For Lu Qinhuan, who has improved his qualifications and has rich combat experience, dealing with the two of them is easy with his cooperation. But for Lang Ruoshua, this battle may be a little difficult. Especially since Lang Ruoshua is an F-rank beast girl and only has one ice chip skill, it is even more difficult to deal with her. At this moment, the other people around also turned their heads to look at where Suke and Lang Ruoshua were standing, eager to know the direction of the battle. After all, Lang Ruoshua's F-level reputation had spread to their ears, and the supernatural power she awakened was even that of an iceworm, which was almost not even capable of being called a beast. They were all curious about whether Lang Ruoshua's ability, which sounded extremely weak, could create a miracle with Suke's cooperation. At this time, Shenjin and Wen Fei Fei saw that Suke sent Lang Ruoshua, and their eyes showed joy. Facing Lu Qinhuan, they had no confidence at all, but if they switched to Lang Ruoshua, who looked weak at first glance, their hope of winning would greatly increase. The battle begins. As Pang Meng finished speaking, Wen Fei Fei in front of Shenjin instantly transformed into a beast. Her pitch-black ears grew, and beautiful leopard patterns spread along her neck and chest. Her hands turned into leopard claws, and she crawled on the ground with all fours. She grinned and let out a leopard roar. She quickly rushed out and pounced on Lang Ruoshua, who looked rather weak. As she flew by, a mark emerged from above Wen Fei Fei's head, like some source of power, blessing Wen Fei Fei. Shenjin, who was behind Wen Fei Fei, took the opportunity to move quickly and began to release skills to add status to Wen Fei Fei. The first thing is encouragement. In the encouraged state, Wen Fei Fei's speed and strength suddenly increased. Her eyes were full of bloodthirsty desire as she attacked Lang Ruoshua. Little bug, eat my claw. Facing Wen Fei Fei's attack, Lang Ruoshua did not hesitate and directly started to transform into a beast. But she did not grow animal ears like others. Instead, two small lumps of flesh appeared on her forehead. The skin all over her body became smooth and shiny, with layers of white frost appearing on it. Seeing Lang Ruoshua's beastly state, Wen Fei Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are those little bumps on your forehead the tentacles of a bug that haven't grown yet? So cute. The other people in the field also had meaningful expressions in their eyes. They had previously heard that Lang Ruoshua had awakened a worm, and they were a little skeptical. How could a beast girl have weak insects? Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but look down on her. Only Suke looked at the fleshy bump on Lang Ruoshua's forehead, his eyes slightly narrowed. A bunch of blind guys. This should be the horn of the frost dragon that hasn't hatched yet. Lang Ruoshua's true potential is beyond the imagination of these ordinary AB-level beastmasters. When Lang Ruoshua showed her beastly state, the air temperature around her dropped instantly, and in the blink of an eye it became below zero. Layers of transparent ice crystals emerged around Lang Ruoshua. This is Lang Ruoshua's basic ability, Ice Chips. At this time, after Lang Ruoshua transformed into a beast, her temperament seemed to be affected. Looking at Wen Fei Fei who was rushing towards her, her blue pupils were full of indifference. Chapter 40, We Admit Defeat. Strength and Claw Attack. Wen Feifei is a leopard-type beast girl, known for her agility. With Chen Zhen's encouragement, she is even faster. Seeing Wen Feifei rushing towards her, Lang Ruoxue, who was standing in front of Suke, couldn't help but swallow subconsciously and felt a little nervous. Lu Qinhuan, who was standing by, noticed Lang Ruoxue's nervousness and used his hand as a megaphone to shout encouragement to Lang Ruoxue. "Come on, Ruoxue. You're the best." Listening to Lu Qinhuan's encouragement, Lang Ruoxue's eyes gradually became firm. "If Sister Huan can do it, I can do it too. I absolutely cannot let Brother Su down. Even if I lose, I must lose with dignity." While thinking, Lang Ruoxue's eyes focused, and the ice chips covering her body flew up with a buzzing sound, stabbing towards Wen Feifei, who was rushing towards her. The ice chips were hard and sharp. In the blink of an eye, they turned into countless sharp ice spikes that whistled towards Wen Feifei. Little ice chips? Interesting. At this time, Wen Feifei's mouth was full of disdain, and she didn't take Lang Ruoxue's ice chips seriously at all. She is a noble A-class beast girl, how could she be injured by the ice crystals condensed by a tiny F-class beast girl? Wen Feifei didn't think that all F-level fighters were as abnormal as Lu Qinhuan. At this moment, she just wanted to quickly get rid of Lang Ruoxue, who had obvious flaws and weaknesses, and then turn around to deal with Suke. Crash! A large amount of ice chips whizzed and hit Wen Feifei at lightning speed. Each ice crystal was as hard as a stone. Even though Wen Feifei had entered the beast state and kept waving her claws to avoid the ice chips, there were so many ice chips that it was like a big net, and she was still hit by many ice crystals. Feeling the sharp pain on her skin, Wen Feifei's eyes showed a hint of anger. She gritted her teeth and rushed madly towards Lang Ruoxue despite the ice chips. Looking at this scene, Suke's eyes showed a pensive look. At this time, Lang Ruoxue was more like a long-range mage. Although the ice chip's skill had a large range, due to Lang Ruoxue's F-level qualification, the damage it could cause was extremely limited. As long as Wen Feifei rushed to Lang Ruoxue against the ice chips, she would basically be defeated. Moreover, the ice chips condensed from Lang Ruoxue's beast transformation have been almost used up. As her spiritual power is depleted, the speed of condensing new ice chips has slowed down significantly. Tyrant! Seeing this scene, Suke activated the Tyrant Blessing without any hesitation. Since Lang Ruoxue has decided to stand up, I definitely can't let her fight alone. As Suke activated the Tyrant state, Lang Ruoxue's entire state instantly sublimated, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy suddenly increased. The temperature within a radius of 10 meters around her body dropped sharply, and countless ice chips condensed again, emitting a heart-pounding cold light. The amount and range of the ice chips were twice as large as before. Lang Ruoxue's blue eyes instantly became more confident after receiving the blessing. She launched the ice chips again, controlling countless ice crystals to smash towards Wen Feifei. Come again? Seeing the overwhelming ice chips, Wen Feifei's eyes were full of impatience. Ranged mages are so annoying. Seeing that she was less than 10 meters away from Lang Ruoxue, she increased her speed again, ready to withstand this wave of damage and quickly defeat Suke. However, when this wave of ice crystals hit her body, Wen Feifei's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Ice crystal has become stronger? From the perspective of perception, this wave of ice crystals far surpassed the previous wave of attacks in both hardness and sharpness. If the previous ice crystals were like gravel, then the current ice crystals are as hard as steel. Swish! In a moment of inattention, Wen Feifei was scratched with a tiny wound on her face. So sharp! Feeling the stinging pain on her face, Wen Feifei's pupils shrank sharply and she roared. Chen Zhen, treatment! Chen Zhen, who was following behind her, threw out the treatment without hesitation. A ball of emerald green energy connected the two sides and began to repair Wen Feifei's wounds. But there were too many ice chips, and in the blink of an eye, Wen Feifei's body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, and the pain made her face distorted. But compared to the pain in her body, Wen Feifei felt even greater shame in her heart. Because at this time, her clothes were torn by ice chips, breaking into countless tattered strips that barely wrapped her body. The students watching around opened their mouths wide at this moment, not knowing whether they were shocked by the ice chip skills or by Wen Feifei's looming figure. Damn it! At this moment, Wen Feifei's face was filled with shame and anger. The killing mark on her head lit up instantly. The speed and strength around her body surged again, and she pounced towards Lang Ruoxue madly. At this moment, Wen Feifei was extremely clear in her mind that after the blessing of the Tyrant Suke, Lang Ruoxue's combat power had obviously increased by more than one level. If she continued to fight with Lang Ruoxue, she would definitely lose. At this moment, the only way to break the deadlock is to exchange injuries for injuries and force his way close to Lang Ruoxue. Lang Ruoxue's true form is a bug, so she must be extremely fragile. If I get close to her, she will be defeated. Suke, who was standing behind Lang Ruoxue, couldn't help but nod secretly when he saw Wen Feifei risking her life to continue approaching Lang Ruoxue. This Wen Feifei is also a top-notch person. She can quickly think of a way out of a desperate situation and exchange injuries without regard for her own safety. Not bad. Under the attack of countless ice chips, even Shenjin's frantic treatment could not keep up. In the blink of an eye, Wen Feifei's body was covered with scars, but at the same time, she also approached Lang Ruoxue. The people watching around exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. If Wen Feifei really gets close to Lang Ruoxue, the situation of the battle may be reversed immediately. Lang Ruoxue also understood this in her heart. While using ice chips, she was also trying to retreat, but her speed was no match for Wen Feifei, who was firing at full speed. At this moment, Wen Feifei looked at Lang Ruoxue, who was so close to her, and a smug grin appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lang Ruoxue, you finally let me get close to you. Now, it's my home turf. But before Wen Feifei could finish her thought, it turned into fear. Because she saw Suke raised his hand towards her and opened his lips slightly. Bound spirit. The next second, his movements seemed to be frozen in time, and he was completely unable to move. Lang Ruoxue in front of her saw this scene and quickly seized the opportunity to retreat. The ice chips around her body condensed frantically and she took the opportunity to attack. Shock. At this critical moment, Shenjin quickly used his innate skill of shock, and an invisible wave quickly spread out forward, trying to interrupt Lang Ruoxue's spellcasting, but to his surprise, under the shock, neither Lang Ruoxue nor Suke were affected at all. Then, the overwhelming ice chips instantly swallowed up Wen Feifei, who was standing still. And in order to prevent accidents, Lang Ruoxue was still frantically condensing ice chips. Seeing this, Shenjin quickly raised his hand. Give up. We give up. In an instant, there was an uproar. Chapter 41 Brother Su is so bad. What? Shenjin and the others actually admitted defeat. Wow, an F-rank beast girl, with Suke's support, was able to suppress the A-rank Wen Feifei the entire time? Yes, Wen Feifei didn't even get close to me the whole time. She was played to death and operated to death. What kind of operations are you talking about? This is pure numbers. Captain Su's buff skill is too incredible, even weaklings can become numerical monsters in seconds. It's so frustrating. This style of play is so frustrating. If I were in that position, I would have already lost my mind. At this moment, everyone in the field felt a little uneasy when they saw Suke and Lang Ruoxue's inhumane suppression style of play. Compared to Lu Qinuan's overwhelming melee burst, Lang Ruoxue's suppressive long-range output is the most frustrating. Luckily, Captain Su can only send one beast girl at a time. Otherwise, with both ranged and melee attacks maxed out at the same time, who would be able to withstand it? Strong. Both Captain Su and his contracted beast girl are too strong. Who said this is F-class? I'd believe it if you said it was S-class. Listening to the endless praises from the people around her, Lang Ruoxue, standing in front of Suke, looked at her own hands with a face full of disbelief. I actually defeated an A-rank beast girl? I did it! At this moment, tears welled up in Lang Ruoxue's eyes. She ended her beastly state, hugged Suke tightly, put her arms around Suke's waist, buried her head in Suke's shoulder, and her voice was slightly choked. Brother Su, I did it! With our cooperation, I defeated Class A. Suke looked at Lu Qinuan, who was not jealous at all but rather looked at the scene with satisfaction. He stretched out his hand and gently wrapped it around Lang Ruoxue's slender waist, gently stroking her silver hair to comfort her. Yes, you did. Thanks to our cooperation, the 2A levels admitted defeat. You have successfully proved yourself. Listening to Suke's words, Lang Ruoxue could no longer hold back her tears, which kept dripping down her face and rolling down Suke's shoulders like dazzling diamonds. Thank you, Brother Su. The other people around looked at Suke and Lang Ruoxue hugging each other beside the hill of ice chips. Their eyes were reflected on the two of them through the ice crystals, as if shrouded in a layer of colorful halo. Everyone at this moment. So beautiful, what a perfect match. I'm so envious. Looking at the admiring expressions on everyone's faces, Wen Feifei, who was covered in wounds, exhausted of spiritual power, and buried in the ice pile, widened her eyes and her face turned red. Hey, isn't there anyone who feeds me peanuts? Shenjin, why don't you run over here quickly? Chinjun, who was not far away, seemed to feel Wen Feifei's anger, and hurriedly quickened his pace and ran over to shaved ice to save his wife. Seeing Chinjun stretching out his hand to shave ice, Lang Ruoshua beside him realized something and quickly waved her hand, and the pile of ice chips quickly melted away. Looking at Wen Feifei lying in the ice water with wounds all over her body, Chinjun quickly hugged her with a look of heartache and continued to release healing energy to heal Wen Feifei. At this moment, Su Lu appeared beside her. She squatted down and put her hands on Wen Feifei. Wen Feifei's wound, which had been healing slowly, immediately began to heal at an astonishing speed. During the treatment, Su Lu couldn't help but nod in admiration. Student Lang's ice chips are sharper than I imagined. They can actually injure someone so deeply. Good. If I continue to perform well under Suke, I hope to get a good ranking in the final youth training competition. Listening to Su Lu's praise, Lang Ruoshua, with her head resting on Suke's shoulder, felt even more grateful to Suke. She knew very well that without Suke's help today, she would have no chance of doing anything to Wen Feifei. Thank you, Brother Su. Lang Ruoshua bit her lip lightly, as if she had made up her mind, and pecked Suke lightly on the face to express her gratitude. At this moment, Lu Qinhuan came to the two of them without knowing when. He looked at Lang Ruoshua, who had just pecked Suke on the face, and then her cheeks quickly turned red and she buried her head in Suke's shoulder again, and he couldn't help but make a clicking sound. What a beautiful scene of love between a man and a woman. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Looking at Lu Qinhuan with a slightly jealous look on his face, Suke stretched out his other empty hand towards Lu Qinhuan. No, you came just in time. Come on, Huan, let's squeeze together. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinhuan rolled his eyes. You've watched too many idol dramas, and you really think I'll do what you want? But even though Lu Qinhuan complained, he kept moving towards Su Quebec. Then Suke pulled him over and held him in his arms, one on each side, Lang Ruoshua. Seeing this scene, the Beastmasters watching around were so envious that tears started streaming down their faces. With women on both sides, this is truly a role model for our generation. Captain Su is simply the grandmaster in the hearts of gay men like me. Idol. Captain Su will be my idol from now on. Even Pang Meng, who was supervising the battle on the side, couldn't help but click his tongue. The little guy is quite old, but he is quite lucky. If I had been treated this way. What's wrong with this treatment? Before Pang Meng finished speaking, he saw Su Lu's familiar face rising in front of him. Seeing this, Pang Meng couldn't help but be shocked. When did you come over, honey? Did you cure that little girl Wen Feifei? But unexpectedly, Su Lu did not answer Pang Meng's question at all. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and stared at Pang Meng dangerously. You haven't answered my question yet. What's wrong with you being treated this way? Looking at the dangerous expression on Su Lu's face, Pang Meng quickly coughed. It's impossible for me to get this treatment. I'm not Suke, that kid, who can contract 2 beast girls. Besides, even if I could make a contract, I wouldn't. Everyone knows that I, Pang Meng, am famous for my single-mindedness. Having said this, Pang Meng deliberately sighed in the direction of Suke, pretending to be heartbroken. If you ask me, Comrade Suke's style is not quite right. I can't stand people who are so fickle. You should learn from me in this regard, wholeheartedly. Listening to Pang Meng's words, Lu Qinhuan, who was held in Suke's arms, poked Suke's chest with a wicked smile. Brother Su, they say you're fickle. Upon hearing this, Suke raised his head high. Who said that? How could I, Suke, be so fickle? I've always been single-minded. I only like pretty ones. Get lost. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Qinhuan pouted and wanted to push Suke away, but Suke increased his strength and hugged her tightly, with a sly grin on his face. Little girl, you've boarded my pirate ship, Suke, and you still want to run away? Neither of you can escape. Feeling the strength coming from Suke's arm, Lu Qinhuan struggled a little and then stopped moving, pretending to be helpless. How could I, Lu Qinhuan, end up with such a shameless bastard like you? Lang Ruoshua, on the other hand, buried her head in Suke's shoulder from beginning to end, and a blush crept up to the base of her neck. Brother Su is so bad. Chapter 42 Lu Qinhuan, you dare to hit me? After a whole morning of training, Su Lu simply helped everyone recover and they all went to the cafeteria to eat together again. Just as Suke and his battalion entered the cafeteria, the instructors and students from other battalions all involuntarily looked in the direction of Suke and his battalion. The news that Suke had contracted Lang Ruoshua yesterday afternoon had already spread throughout the youth training camp. Everyone was very curious about Suke, the the legendary Beastmaster who had contracted two F-level beast girls at the same time. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were holding Su Kei's arms on the left and right, had different reactions when they saw this scene. Lang Ruoxue lowered her head shyly, while Lu Chenhuan raised his head proudly like a proud little tiger. Seeing this scene, many Beastmasters couldn't help but look at Su Kei with envy and jealousy. This kind of life with beauties on both sides is exactly what they dream of. But everyone knew in their hearts that this was just imagination. Although beauty was attractive, they did not dare to have the courage like Su Kei to sign two F-level contracts in succession. What a pity! With Su Kei's talent, if he had contracted an F-class face to please the eyes, and then contracted an S-class or higher, it would have been a perfect match. Two F-class ones, it's a bit of a pity. He must have suffered a lot during today's actual combat training within the various camps. He was beaten badly. Not necessarily. They have two beast girls, so they have an innate advantage in numbers. Moreover, no one has broken through to the second level yet, so they shouldn't be a threat for the time being. After a while, if someone breaks through to the second level, they will be in danger. Facing the discussions of the crowd, Su Kei didn't care at all. Su Kei knew very well in his heart that in this world, the only thing that could make others shut up was absolute strength. Now the hunting competition and the competition have not started yet. People from other camps have not really seen their own strength, so it is understandable that they have doubts. When the time comes, I will use my strength to make them shut up. But just as Su Kei was thinking this, Lu Yun in his own camp sneered at those who questioned Su Kei. You are a bunch of ignorant fools. You don't know how powerful Captain Su is. When you meet him, you'll know how ridiculous you are. But who would have thought that after hearing Lu Yun sneer, some people would directly show disdain and disdain? Powerful? How powerful can it be after signing two F-class contracts? You have no vision at all. What a waste of SSS-level talent. That's right, he's scrambling to treat a useless relative of our 3rd Battalion as his treasure. What a fool who's been blinded by beauty. Su Kei didn't want to argue with them at first, but when he heard the last few words, his eyes narrowed instantly and he looked in the direction of the speaker with a cold look on his face. A young man with dyed yellow hair, curled hair and a scoundrel look was sneering at him with disdain, and next to him was a young girl with short hair and eyeliner. Shen Tsong-yun. Looking at the figure mocking herself and Su Kei, Lang Ruoxue clenched her fists instantly. As for Su Kei, murderous intent gradually grew in his heart. That Shen Tsong-yun who led the team in the 3rd Battalion to isolate and bully you? Through a heart-to-heart talk with Lang Ruoxue, Su Kei learned that Lang Ruoxue was often isolated and bullied in the 3rd Battalion, and the person who led the bullying was Shen Tsong-yun, the captain of their 3rd Battalion. Lu Chenhuan on the side didn't care about any impact at all. The second-level condensed aura burst out instantly, and he rushed in front of Shen Tsong-yun at lightning speed and slapped Shen Tsong-yun in the face. Bang! A crisp sound shook the cafeteria, followed by Lu Chenhuan's cold voice. Shen Tsong-yun, try beeping again? At this moment, Shen Tsong-yun was suddenly slapped in the face, and he was stunned, but he reacted quickly. He covered his swollen face and looked at Lu Chenhuan fiercely. Lu Chenhuan, you dare to hit me? You are so mean, why shouldn't I dare? At this time, Lu Chenhuan released his second-level aura unscrupulously. If you don't agree, do it. Feeling the second-level condensed aura on Lu Chenhuan, Shen Tsong-yun's mouth twitched constantly, and his heart was filled with unbearable anger. But he also knew in his heart that Lu Chenhuan was suppressing him in terms of realm at this time. Even if the other party was only F-level, he might not end up in good shape if he acted rashly. Thinking of this, Shen Tsong-yun gritted his teeth and looked at Pang Meng and Su Lu. Instructor, the students from your 1st Battalion are openly trying to fight me in the cafeteria. Are you not going to do anything about it? Who knew Pang Meng would frown and look at Shen Tsong-yun with a righteous expression? What private fight? Did the order department say anything? Didn't they just slap you? They didn't use any skills to call you. If you're not convinced, you can slap me back. Hearing Pang Meng's words, Shen Tsong-yun's eyes widened. He never expected that Pang Meng, as an instructor, would react like this. He quickly looked at Zhao Yang, the instructor of his 3rd Battalion. Instructor Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang stood up and walked forward, looking at Pang Meng and Su Lu with a cold face. Pang Meng, Su Lu, keep a close eye on the students in your battalion. Don't take advantage of your connections and money to do whatever you want. If you continue to do whatever you want like this, don't blame me for being rude. Who would have thought that when hearing Zhao Yang's threat, Pang Meng looked fearless? Zhao Yang, before you say that, please take care of the people in your 3rd battalion. If they hadn't provoked and insulted anyone first, how could Lu Chenhuan have taken action? That is. Su Lu, who was standing aside, had a sneer on her face. The juniors have finished their business. If you guys from the 3rd battalion have the guts to fight back, I won't intervene. Or are you just going to call the parents when you can't win? Hearing Su Lu's obviously biased sarcasm, Zhao Yang instantly clenched his fists, sneered, and looked at Lu Chenhuan, who had a proud face. But I'm lucky enough to have reached the 2nd level first. When Shin Song-yun and the others also reach the 2nd level, I'll let you know what cruelty is. Song-yun, let's go. As he spoke, Zhao Yang directly pulled Shin Song-yun away. Behind them, Lu Chenhuan made a face at their departing backs and shook his head in imitation of Zhao Yang's tone. Song-yun, let's go. If you're a coward, but you're pretending to be so imposing. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's ridicule behind him, Zhao Yang misstepped and clenched his fists instantly. But he still suppressed his anger and spoke to Shin Song-yun beside him with gritted teeth. Song-yun, hurry up and raise your realm. I'll make them pay the price during the team hunting competition. Shin Song-yun also clenched his teeth at this time, his eyes full of hatred. Don't worry, instructor. I'll make sure they look good when the time comes. Chapter 43: The Miraculous Effects of Cambrian Ice Cores. After the farce in the cafeteria at noon, the students in the youth training camp had a clearer understanding of Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, and others. Su Ke, the miracle maker. Lang Ruoxue, a person with powerful connections. Lu Chenhuan, Tiger Lady. As everyone is currently only at the 1st level, Su Ke and the others are definitely not to be provoked. For a while, except for the students in the 1st camp who were relatively close to Su Ke and his group, the people in other camps basically stayed as far away from them as possible. Su Ke was also happy to see this situation. After all, in Su Ke's heart, his real target was the countless ferocious monsters outside the demon-suppressing pass that were lurking around him. Su Ke never took these hot-headed arguments among young people seriously. Lang Ruoxue, on the other hand, was deeply grateful for Lu Chenhuan's act of loyalty, and her relationship with him became increasingly harmonious. After lunch, the 3 of them walked back to the tent together, took their usual lunch break, and prepared for the afternoon training. However, just as the 3 of them were preparing to attend afternoon training after their lunch break, Lang Qianqiu's figure interrupted their plans. At this time, Lang Qianqiu, escorted by bodyguards, carefully held a jade box in his hand and handed it directly to Su Ke. Son-in-law, this is the Cambrian ice core I just got from the exchange. Tell me what to do with it. Uncle, what a fast driver. Su Ke looked at Lang Qianqiu in surprise, took the jade box from Lang Qianqiu's hand and opened it, and a piece of ice core that was emitting cold air and was completely blue appeared in his eyes. The moment the ice nucleus came into contact with the air, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly, and even the water vapor in the air was condensed into ice and fell to the ground. When he touched it, a bone-chilling coldness emanated from it, running along his hands and straight into his heart, freezing Su Ke's fingers so much that they hurt. This is the Cambrian ice core. This was also the first time Su Ke had seen this Cambrian ice core, and he couldn't help but admire it. Not only can it help condense the ice element in the air, but it can also store elemental power. It's indeed a good thing that ice attribute beastmasters and beast girls need. Of course, the biggest effect of this Cambrian ice core on Lang Ruoxue is to suppress the erosion of the time corrosion poison in her body, help store dragon breath, and restore her SSS qualifications. At this time, Su Ke took out the Cambrian ice core from the jade box, took out the necklace he had prepared long ago from his storage ring, passed it through the gap in the ice core, and spoke to Lang Ruoxue. Turn around. Then, he put his arm around Lang Ruoxue's snow-white neck and carefully hung the ice core necklace on Lang Ruoxue's chest. The moment the Cambrian ice core came close to her body, a bright white light suddenly emanated from the ice core and rushed into Lang Ruoxue's body. Seeing this scene, Lang Qianqiu's eyes lit up. He also knew about the Cambrian ice core. This thing was a treasure that many ice attribute psychics loved very much, but generally one needed to mobilize one's own spiritual power to use it. He had never heard of anyone who could react at close range like Lang Ruoxue. How is it, Ruoxue? How do you feel? At this time, Lang Qianqiu looked at Lang Ruoxue anxiously, eager to know how this Cambrian ice core could help Lang Ruoxue. Lang Ruoxue did not answer Lang Qianqiu immediately, but closed her eyes and immersed her mind, carefully feeling the difference of this Cambrian ice core. The weakness in my body seems to be decreasing. The pain that was tormenting me is also subsiding. The speed at which I absorb spiritual energy is also increasing. Hearing Lang Ruoxue's answer, Lang Qianqiu on the side suddenly burst into tears and his shoulders trembled slightly. It really works. Suke beside him nodded slightly. Of course. Ruoshua was previously severely eroded by the time erosion poison. With the help of this Cambrian ice core, her aptitude will soon recover and improve. Of course, the most important point is that this Cambrian ice core can help store the dragon breath in Lang Ruoshua's body. It can not only help suppress erosion, but also be used as an offensive means at the appropriate time. Listening to Suke's words, Lang Qianxiu nodded continuously. Enough is enough. As long as I can help Ruoshua suppress the erosion and reduce the pain she suffers, it will be great. For so many years, Lang Qianxiu listened to Lang Ruoshua's sound every day because she couldn't sleep at night due to pain, and he knew best how hard it was for her. Thank you, Su Quebec. At this moment, Lang Qianxiu bowed to Suke with a serious look on his face. Seeing this, Suke hurriedly supported Lang Qianxiu. Uncle Lang, don't be like that. How can an elder bow to a younger person? Besides, since I have signed a contract with Ruoshua, I should be of one mind and one heart with her, and advance and retreat together. This is all part of my responsibility. Listening to Suke's words, Lang Qianxiu's expression of satisfaction became even more pronounced. Your son-in-law is someone worthy of trust. I am not mistaken. Okay, Ruoshua, since the things have been brought here, you can go to training first. Daddy won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, Lang Qianxiu led the bodyguards away, while Suke took Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua to the martial arts training ground. At this time, a new round of training has begun in the martial arts field, and the various skills are dazzling. Unexpectedly, Pang Mang and his men ignored the lateness of Suke and the other two. When they saw them arrive, they nodded at them and continued to supervise the battle. Because of their outstanding performance in the morning, almost no one dared to choose Suke and his group as training targets in the afternoon. Suke did not slack off because of this. After greeting Pang Meng and the others, he took Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua to an open space not far away and sat down, then looked at them. While we have nothing to do, let's try practicing now and see how Ruoshua's strength improves this time. The two women also nodded, expressing their support for Suke's idea. The three of them sat in a circle, stretched out their hands, put their palms together, closed their eyes, and began to try to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Because they were too tired from training yesterday, the three of them went to bed early after returning to the camp and did not try to practice together. At this moment, as their minds were immersed in it, they instantly noticed the difference. From the perspective of the three people, a large beast core had already condensed in the bodies of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua. In the dark sea of consciousness, they were like two bright moons, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. In front of them was a huge soul crystal that had not yet solidified into shape. It was like a rising sun, absorbing the energy overflowing from the two beast cores and beating like a heart. The beast cores and soul crystals of the three people were opposed in a triangle, linked together by energy ties, and resonated with each other. At this time, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua were also surprised to find that they could use each other's beast core soul crystals to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation at the same time. In other words, if they practice at the same time, the blessing will be tripled. For Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua, it was even more than 3 times, because Suke's soul crystal, which had not yet been fully condensed, was 10 times the size of their beast cores. As the three of them were practicing, they felt that the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth turned into countless tides in an instant, rushing towards them madly. The realms of the three people are growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Pang Meng and Su Lu, who were supervising the battle in the martial arts field, frowned. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seems to be a little thin? Chapter 44, D-Level Evolution, Repaying the Heart-to-Heart Contract. Training time always passed quickly. Seeing that Suke and the other two were immersed in their training, Pang Meng and Su Lu did not force Suke and the others to continue fighting. After all, judging from their performance this morning, Suke and the others coordinated well in the battle, and there was nothing that needed strengthening. The most important point is that the strength gap between the youth training students and Suke and his team is quite large, and they are unable to force Suke and his team to make further progress. After an entire afternoon of practice, Suke and the others clearly felt that their realms had made great progress. Suke and Lu Chenhuan both advanced from the first level of the second stage to the third level, and the soul crystals in their bodies also condensed a lot more completely. Threesomes are fast. Feeling the solidity of the soul crystal, Suke couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lu Chenhuan on the side also nodded continuously. I didn't expect that. If we had known that the three of you were cultivating so quickly, we should have slept together and cultivated last night. Ruoshue, why don't you practice with us on the same bed tonight? Lang Ruoshue's face flushed as she listened to Lu Chenhuan's words. But we've only known each other for less than 2 days. Isn't this a bit too fast? What's fast? Listening to Lang Ruoshue's words, Lu Chenhuan frowned, his face full of seriousness. Ruoshue, you just got this Cambrian ice core. You finally have the chance to become stronger. Are you willing to continue to be ridiculed by others? Having said that, Lu Chenhuan looked Lang Ruoshue up and down and said with a wicked grin. Besides, Ruoshue, you've already signed a contract with Brother Su. You're going to sleep together sooner or later. Why are you shy? Don't you want to become stronger? Or do you dislike Brother Su? Seeing Lu Chenhuan's somewhat suspicious look, Lang Ruoshue hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head. No, it's not that I don't want to become stronger, nor do I dislike Brother Su. I am. Lang Ruoshue was interrupted by Lu Chenhuan before she could finish her words. That's it, as long as you are willing in your heart, then it's settled. Tonight, come to our tent and we'll practice together. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Su Ke beside him also had a warm smile on his face. Don't worry, Ruoshue. I, Su Ke, am not the kind of person who forces others to do things against their will. If you don't want to, you can leave at any time. I won't force you. Facing Su Ke's gentle smile, Lang Ruoshue gently bit her lower lip. I'm not unwilling. I really like Brother Su and Sister Huan. Hearing this, Su Ke reached out and gently touched Lang Ruoshue's head. It's okay, try it tonight, and we'll talk about it if you don't like it. Good. Hearing this, Lang Ruoshue took a deep breath and made her own decision. Seeing this, Su Ke nodded with satisfaction. After Pang Mang and the others announced the end of the training, the three of them ran towards the cafeteria. After finishing their meal, the three returned to the tent. Lang Ruoshue went into her own tent, tidied herself up briefly, changed into her cute dinosaur pajamas, and shyly walked into Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan's tent. Seeing Lang Ruoshue coming in, Lu Chenhuan smiled. Hey, our little Ruoshue looks pretty cute in this pajamas. Come and pinch it. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan directly pinched Lang Ruoshue's face, which still had a little baby fat. Su Ke, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them with a doting look on his face. Alright Huan, stop pinching me. You'll scare Ruoshue. Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Take your hand off Ruoshue's head first. Lang Ruoshue, who was being rubbed by the two men, had a shy look on her face and kept blinking her big eyes. She looked even more adorable in those cute dinosaur pajamas. Fortunately, the three of them did not forget their main task for today. After simply sorting out their emotions, they climbed onto the bed and sat opposite each other, stretched out their hands, crossed them and held them, and began to practice. After getting familiar with each other during the day, the three people on the bed quickly entered a state of deep communication. Their consciousnesses were entangled with each other, and they quickly absorbed the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. This girl Lang Ruoshue's speed in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased again. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming from the Lang Ruoshue beast core, Su Ke couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that the description of the Eye of Insight is correct. The Cambrian ice core can suppress erosion, allowing Lang Ruoshue's originally suppressed bloodline to slowly awaken. As the three of them practiced, a whole night passed by unknowingly. When the early morning came and the first rays of dawn shone from the eastern sky to the earth, Lang Ruoshue, who was being pulled by Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, suddenly felt the energy around her body erupt and she uncontrollably entered the beast state. Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan opened their eyes instantly and looked towards Lang Ruoshue. Snap! As the long silver hair danced, the temperature around her dropped rapidly. Silver scales with a blue glow in the center grew out of Lang Ruoshue's arms and spread madly along her forearms towards her chest. In the blink of an eye, most of Lang Ruoshue's body was covered with scales, like a beautiful suit of armor protecting her. Lang Ruoshue, who had been practicing with her eyes closed, opened her eyes in an instant. Her azure pupils turned into vertical pupils, emitting a dangerous light. In the reflection of the scales, the fleshy bump on her forehead appeared even more bulging. Seeing this scene, Su Ke's eyes instantly showed joy. Talent advanced? As he spoke, Su Ke's insightful eyes quickly looked towards Lang Ruoshue. Beast Mother, Lang Ruoshue. Realm, First Level Spiritual Awakening. Talent, D-Level Ice Ring Snake. Beast Master, Su Ke. Talent Skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Storm, Extreme Cold Field. Disadvantage: the body contains SSS-level frost dragon energy, but because the dragon crystal core is corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has leaked out by 90%, and it cannot show the posture of a dragon. Looking at the information displayed by Lang Ruoxue, Suke couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Not only has Ruoxue's talent advanced, but her skills have also evolved. The original ice shards have evolved into an ice crystal storm, and she has also gained an aura skill that can create an extremely cold field. And the energy dissipation rate has changed from 99.99% to 90%, a reduction of nearly 10%. At this time, Lang Ruoxue also felt the difference in herself, and she jumped up from the bed with excitement. My talent has advanced. From F rank to D rank. Brother Su didn't lie to me. My qualifications do have the potential for promotion. Lang Ruoxue beside her also nodded continuously, her eyes full of satisfaction, as if she saw the time when her talent was changed and promoted by Suke. At this moment, a prompt popped up from Suke's message board. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for successfully upgrading 2 F-rank Beast Girls to D rank and receiving a reward. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for unlocking the passive skill, Heart Contract. Concentric Contract: the Beastmaster and the contracted party are in telepathic communication, and can use all the contracted party's skills. Chapter 45, Divine Skills and Heart Contract, New Repair Plan. Looking at the prompt that popped up on his message board, Suke's eyes lit up. The reward for repaying kindness is finally here. Previously, when he improved Lu Chinawan's qualifications, he did not receive any prompts. At that time, Suke mistakenly thought that the feedback in cultivation was the feedback mentioned in his innate skills, and he also felt that this feedback was a bit hidden. But now it seems that is not the case at all. The reason why there was no prompt before was because Suke only upgraded Lu Chinawan's qualifications to D level, and the conditions for feedback were not sufficient. Now that Lu Chinawan and Lang Ruoxue have both been promoted to level D, the rewards for their contribution will follow. At this moment, Suke couldn't wait to look at his information board. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, 2nd level Soul Binding. Talent, God level. Contracted Beast, Gold Eating Rat. Talented skills: Insightful Eyes, Source of Evolution, God of all Beasts, Heart Contract, Tyrant, Soul Binding. Insightful Eyes can detect supernatural powers, physical conditions, and even flaws in all things. Source of Evolution: help the contracted beast girl evolve in level and ability while receiving a large amount of rewards. God of Beasts: there is no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract. Concentric Contract: the Beastmaster and the contracted party are in telepathic communication, and can use all the contracted party's skills. Tyrant consumes spiritual energy, causing all contracted beast girls to go berserk, increasing all attributes by 100% upgradable. Binding Spirit consumes spiritual energy to generate an energy contract to restrict the beast girl from running away, and can also bind the hostile object. To be unlocked. Looking at the skill introduction of Tong Xin Shi, Suke couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I actually got an extra passive talent skill, and it's a talent skill with such a powerful bug. This skill is so buggy. To put it this way, the biggest weakness of the Beastmaster is insufficient defense. Once the distance between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl is lost, it is extremely easy for the opponent to target it and break it first as a flaw. But with this skill, you can use all the skills of the contracted object, plus your own skills. Not only is it not a flaw or weakness, it is equivalent to the max version of Beast Girl. If the enemy dares to get close to you, he will definitely be in trouble. Cool. Now that Suke had obtained the heart-to-heart contract, he became more confident in facing the ferocious beast. In this way, when hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, I can take Huan and Ruoxue with me and act alone to hunt the 2nd-level ferocious beast that Huan wants. Being promoted from F rank to D rank had such a generous reward, Suke became even more interested in the next talent promotion rewards for the two. Alright, and Ruoxue, let's first see what the conditions are for her next talent promotion. While thinking, Suke used his insightful eyes again, looked at Lang Ruoxue, and quickly analyzed the flaws. Flaw: the body contains SSS-level frost dragon energy, but because the dragon crystal core has been corroded by the erosion poison, 90% of the energy has been lost, making it unable to display the form of a dragon. Repair plan: consume aurora jellyfish every night to gradually dissolve the time corrosion poison. After half a month, complete a hibernation at 50 degrees Celsius to awaken some of the Dragon Clan's genes. Looking at Lang Ruoxue's repair plan, Suke couldn't help but frown slightly. Aurora jellyfish, hibernating at 50 degrees Celsius, 2 repair conditions? From a literal point of view, Lang Ruoxue's repair plan is slightly more complicated than Lu Chinawan's. The difference is that the difficulty of Lang Ruoshue's repair is the scarcity of materials, while Lu Qinuan's is the large quantity. I can only say that this is indeed an SSS level talent. The repair conditions are not something that ordinary people can easily gather. However, now that I have a direction, my next action goal will be clearer. The first is to find those 10-second level ferocious beasts for Lu Qinuan to show off to her, and the second is to find this Aurora jellyfish and let Lang Ruoshue take it every night. After half a month, let Lang Ruoshue hibernate at minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the qualifications of both of them will be improved again. However, before Suke and the others could finish their joy, after Lang Ruoshue was promoted to D-level ice ring snake, the beast core in her body condensed again, and a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth quickly rushed into Suke's tent. Buzz! A slight sound exploded from the tent, and a violent force rose wildly from Lang Ruoshue. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the roof of the tent, and his terrifying cultivation spread out in all directions. Second-order condensation. After a night of threesome, coupled with the improvement of her talent this morning, Lang Ruoshue also entered the second level of condensation cultivation. The moment Lang Ruoshue broke through, the students in other tents in the distance jumped out of their beds, quickly opened their tents and ran out. What's the noise? This aura, it seems like someone has broken through to the second level? Who is it? Since most of the people near Suke's tent were from the 1st Battalion, everyone quickly came to a conclusion after a brief check. That direction seems to be the camp where Captain Su and the others are. But aren't Captain Su and Captain Lu already at the second level? How could they possibly break through? What do you think? Could it be Lang Ruoshue? When this conclusion was reached, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. No way? How long has Lang Ruoshue been accepted by Captain Su and she's already been promoted to the second level? Exactly. An F rank. This cultivation speed is too ridiculous, right? I haven't even reached a rank yet, so how come I've already reached F rank? Could it be that Captain Su has some talent that helps his contracted partner level up quickly? I'm so envious. I also want to be Captain Su's contract partner. But you're a beast master. For a moment, everyone's heart was filled with turmoil. Even Pang Meng, the instructor, was looking in the direction of Suke and the other two from outside the tent and exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a legendary SSS-level beastmaster, this little fellow Suke always manages to surprise people. Maybe he can actually break the F-level curse of the contract and bring unexpected shock to the world. Su Lu on the side rolled her eyes at him. Don't think about those trivial things for now, let's think about this youth training and how can our number 1 middle school stand out. Although Suke and the others are advancing rapidly, the upper limit of Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshue's talent is there. The hunting competition is coming soon, and there is a high possibility that they will be targeted by S-level and Ning and Zhao Fei, as well as the people from the 3rd Battalion. But unexpectedly, Pang Meng looked indifferent. Don't forget, Suke has the natural advantage of population and realm. 3 against 2, we won't necessarily lose. And through our interactions over this period of time, I believe this kid will definitely give us unexpected results. As he spoke, Pang Meng seemed to have thought of something. He took out a communicator from his chest and dialed it. Hey, President Lang. What's wrong, Pang Meng? It's so early in the morning, you'd better be busy. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that your daughter has achieved a breakthrough. What? My daughter has broken through? A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of someone hurriedly getting up, but then there was a crisp sound of a head hitting a heavy object. Ouch. Chapter 46 Aurora Jellyfish. When they gathered, everyone looked at Suke and the other two walking towards the martial arts field, and felt the heart-pounding aura of Lang Ruoshue, and couldn't help but burst into an uproar. It's really Lang Ruoshue who has broken through. Captain Su is too strong. All the beast girls who follow him can break through in just a few days. I can only say that he is worthy of being an SSS-level beastmaster. Seeing Suke and the others coming over, all the students couldn't help but express their congratulations to Lang Ruoshue, congratulating her on her successful breakthrough. Lang Ruoshue felt the enthusiasm of the crowd and smiled in response to their thanks. Pang Meng, who was standing in front of the team, frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I always feel like there's something different about Lang Ruoshue's aura. Su Lu on the side also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not just her realm that has improved, it seems she has completely transformed herself. Although the two had never seen the former F-level Lu Qinuan, they had actually seen the F-level Lang Ruoshue. At this time, the two of them keenly noticed the difference in Lang Ruoshue. However, they did not dwell on this issue. After instructing everyone to return to the team, they started a new round of physical training. According to the youth training curriculum, physical training and combat training are carried out alternately, so that everyone's endurance and agility can be trained while not neglecting actual combat drills. After Lang Ruoxue achieved a breakthrough in her realm, she took the initiative to increase the intensity of her training to the same level as Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. Then the three of them led the other team members to start today's training. Thanks to the previous experience, everyone quickly adapted to the training this time. After Lang Ruoxue's aptitude and realm were improved, she was able to barely keep up with the intensity of Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. For such a result, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan naturally did not hesitate to praise Lang Ruoxue, which made her more confident and full of hope for the future. Her current state was completely different from her previous state in the 3rd Battalion. She was full of energy and confidence. After the weighted running in the morning, it was physical training in the afternoon. Lang Ruoxue was still full of energy and treated the 200-pound sandbag as nothing, which stunned Pang Mang and Su Lu. How come I feel like a completely different person just by reaching a higher realm? That sickly little girl from before, could it be my hallucination? Not only Pang Meng and the students in the 1st Battalion, but also Lang Qianxiu, who was watching all this secretly from a distance, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and felt relieved for Lang Ruoxue's change. No one knew that Lang Qianxiu had been secretly paying attention to Lang Ruoxue's every move in the youth training camp, and he had also seen all the grievances Lang Ruoxue had suffered in the 3rd camp. But for Lang Ruoxue's future, even if his daughter suffered injustice, Lang Qianxiu could only hope with tears in his eyes that Lang Ruoxue would continue to persevere. Because in his heart, it was already a great opportunity for Lang Ruoxue to be able to enter the youth training camp. Even if she suffered injustice because of it, it was better than having her future prospects ruined. The only thing that made him feel distressed was that Lang Ruoxue, who was already a little depressed, became even more depressed after entering the youth training camp. Lang Qianxiu couldn't stop crying several times when he saw Lang Ruoxue's isolated and lonely back and watched all this secretly. But the appearance of Su Ke brought a ray of hope to Lang Ruoxue's originally gloomy life, like a ray of sunshine piercing her gloomy sky, making Lang Ruoxue gradually become confident and generous. So even though Lang Qianxiu knew that Su Ke had a contract partner, he became more and more satisfied with Su Ke. Su Ke also noticed Lang Qianxiu, who was observing him secretly. He waved in the direction of Lang Qianxiu and led Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan to continue training. After Pang Mang and Su Lu announced that the training was over, Lang Qianxiu couldn't wait to walk towards Su Ke and the others, looking Lang Ruoxue up and down with surprise. Ruoxue, you really broke through. Thanks to brother Su Ke. Lang Ruoxue's face was also full of joy at this time. She walked forward excitedly and hugged Lang Qianxiu's hand. Dad, this is more than just good news. Not only did I break through, but my aptitude also improved, from an F-rank iceworm to a D-rank ice ring snake. Having said this, Lang Ruoxue excitedly showed her beastly state in front of Lang Qianxiu. Looking at Lang Ruoxue's beastly state, which was completely different from before, Lang Qianxiu's eyes were filled with excitement. My daughter's aptitude has actually improved. Great. That's great. Having said that, Lang Qianxiu directly grabbed Su Ke's hand, his face full of excitement. Son-in-law, thank you so much. Seeing Lang Qianxiu almost kissing him in excitement, Su Ke quickly withdrew his hand and coughed dryly. We are all family, and this is what I should do. I have some new things here that I need your help to find. Listening to Su Ke's words, Lang Qianxiu waved his hand. We're family, so don't talk behind each other's backs. My dear son-in-law, if you need anything, just tell me. Seeing Lang Qianxiu being so generous, Su Ke didn't hesitate and immediately put forward his demands. Ruoxue used the Cambrian ice core to temporarily suppress the erosion of the time erosion poison, but it only suppressed 10%. If we want to further dissolve the erosion of the time erosion poison, we need to find something called the Aurora jellyfish and give it to Ruoxue for half a month. Aurora jellyfish? Hearing Su Ke's request, Lang Qianxiu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This material seems to be a bit scarce. Even I haven't heard much about it. However, Lang Qianxiu's expression soon returned to calm. Don't worry, son-in-law. Since these are materials for Ruoxue's erosion suppression, I will definitely gather them for you within 3 days. Having said this, Lang Qianxiu glanced at Lu Chenhuan beside Su Ke. By the way, where is Miss Lu? Is there anything I can help her with? Seeing the concern on Lang Qianxiu's face, Lu Chenhuan waved his hands repeatedly. No, Uncle Lang, don't worry about me. We have our own plans. Compared with Lang Ruoshue's repair plan, Lu Chinhuan's is much simpler. He only needs to make some tricks during the hunting competition to achieve his goal. After hearing Lu Chinhuan's answer, Leng Qianqiu nodded slightly, then gave Lang Ruoshue some life advice and left. Su Ke and the others continued their growth plan, training during the day and practicing at night. Through diligent mutual practice, the three of them advanced rapidly. Su Ke and Lu Chinhuan advanced from the original second stage third level to the fifth level, and Lang Ruoshue also followed suit and advanced to the third level. To Su Ke's surprise, Leng Qianqiu came to the three people's tent in the evening of the next day with Aurora jellyfish, and prepared a total of 18. After simply thanking Leng Qianqiu, Su Ke instructed Lang Ruoshue to take the Aurora jellyfish at night according to the memory of the divine eye of insight. Looking at the jellyfish emitting colorful light, Lang Ruoshue frowned, but still gritted her teeth and swallowed it. As expected, after swallowing the Aurora jellyfish, the erosion of the time corrosion poison in Lang Ruoshue's body was greatly eliminated, and the energy overflow was reduced by about 2% again. Seeing this scene, Lang Ruoshue's confidence increased greatly, and her gratitude towards Su Ke became even greater. She was so excited that she hugged Su Ke directly. "Thank you, Brother Su." Lu Chinhuan on the side took the opportunity to do something bad and quietly pushed Lang Ruoshue's buttocks. The pressure of getting closer again made Su Ke's heart tremble. "Ruoshue, don't just say thank you, you have to take some practical action. How about you just obey Brother Su tonight?" Chapter 47 Lung Fog can only bark like a dog. Under high-intensity physical and combat training, everyone was tortured for almost half a month. During the past half month, as everyone became more familiar with the training, the difficulty of the training became increasingly greater, and everyone was even required to climb with weights on their hands to maximize their potential. It was also during this half month that everyone's cultivation and aura became more solid. The immaturity and ignorance in every student's eyes faded away, replaced by confidence and perseverance. As for actual combat training, given the formidable strength of Su Ke and Lu Chinhuan, no one was so blind as to dare to challenge them. Su Ke and the other two were happy to have some free time, seizing the opportunity to practice non-stop and quickly improve their realm. Seeing that everyone's training was almost complete, the hunting competition was also put on the agenda of the youth training camp. Under the scorching sun at noon, Pang Meng and Su Lu looked at the people who had finished training for the whole morning and spoke. "Everyone, after this period of training, everyone is basically ready to go, both in terms of physical fitness and actual combat coordination. But if you want to become a hero who protects our human race, you still need to undergo a baptism of blood and fire. I'm giving you an early day off today. Rest and cultivate your relationships. Everyone, gather at the gate tomorrow." Listening to Pang Meng and Su Lu's words, everyone in the martial arts arena couldn't help but feel different emotions. Some were cheering, others were worried, but more were curious and looking forward to tomorrow's hunting competition. After all, the students had been protected in Jinghai City for 18 years and had never really seen what a ferocious beast looked like. They were more curious about the unknown. Among them, Su Ke and Lu Chinhuan were the most excited. Because this hunting competition is not only a challenge for them, but also an opportunity for Lu Chinhuan to improve his qualifications. If he could help Lu Chinhuan improve his qualifications, the combat effectiveness of his trio would rise to another level. However, just as everyone was dispersing, two strong spiritual power fluctuations suddenly rose from the direction of the second camp in the distance. Feeling that fluctuation, many people's expressions couldn't help but change. Second level? Someone has the aura of breaking through to the second level. Look in that direction, it's the direction of the 2nd Battalion. 2nd Battalion? Could it be the S-rank Xiao Fei and Ning? Having said this, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of Su Ke and the others. The emotional entanglement between Su Ke and Ning had long been a hot topic throughout the youth training camp. Now that the hunting competition is approaching, if Ning and Xiao Fei really break through to the second level, the threat they pose to Su Ke and the others will be enormous. After all, both Ning and Xiao Fei are S-level, while Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoshue are still F-level, as everyone knows. When facing Ning and Xiao Fei who are of the same level, the outcome is uncertain. However, Su Ke, who was at the center of everyone's attention, had a calm and indifferent expression on his face. For Su Ke, he never took Ning seriously. Especially after this period of practice, Su Ke and the other two have made great progress in their realms. Su Ke and Lu Chinhuan are already at the 10th level of the second stage, and are only half a step away from breaking through to the third level. Lang Ruoshue is also at the 9th level of the second stage, and is about to catch up with the two. For Su Ke, finding 10 second-level ferocious beasts in tomorrow's hunting competition is the top priority. Brother Su, are you worried? Lang Ruoxue, who was standing aside, looked at the distant look in Sukei's eyes and asked with concern. Hearing this, Sukei turned around and looked at Lang Ruoxue, who was holding his arm, with a doting smile on his face. What are you worried about? If we three work together, what is there to worry about? I'm just thinking about tomorrow's plan. I might need to go deep into the heart of the game and see what unexpected events might arise. Listening to Sukei's answer, Lu Qinuan leaned his head gently against Sukei's shoulder. Brother Su, there's no need to worry too much. As long as the three of us are together, we can get through any difficulties together. Lang Ruoxue also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yeah, rush over. Seeing the two women being so considerate, Sukei's smile widened. Okay, let's not think about those things anymore. Let's go eat first. After dinner, come back and practice for a while. Then, have a good rest tonight and prepare for tomorrow's hunting competition. Aha! Listening to Sukei's instructions, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue nodded, holding Sukei's arms on the left and right, and walked towards the cafeteria. When walking to the cafeteria, he happened to see Ning and Zhao Fei surrounded by people from the 2nd Battalion. When Ning saw Sukei and the others enter the cafeteria, she walked proudly in front of Sukei with her high heels and Zhao Fei. Sukei, Zhao Fei, and I are now also 2nd level people. Facing Ning's provocation, Sukei just looked indifferent. Oh. As early as when he saw the two people, Sukei had already activated his divine eyes of insight and knew the fact that they had broken through. Seeing Sukei's indifferent expression, Ning couldn't help but snort coldly. Don't pretend you don't care. I know you must be panicking inside. As the hunting competition approached, Zhao Fei and I advanced to the 2nd level. The pressure in your heart must have skyrocketed. After all, Zhao Fei and I are both genuine S-level, while Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue are only F-level. Because of Lu Qinuan's previous lessons, Ning no longer dared to mock Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue as trash, but when mentioning F-level, he still looked proud and disdainful. How do you know they're only F-class? At this moment, Sukei had a cold smile on his face. But who would have known that after hearing Sukei's words, Ning laughed disdainfully. Sukei, what you're saying is, isn't the aptitude test determined at the time of awakening? Could it be possible that they can break through the human race's genes and improve their qualifications? At this moment, Lu Qinuan on the side sneered. What's with Ning? You think you're so great just because you broke through to the 2nd level? Have you really forgotten what you were like before? If you're not convinced, why don't you practice now? Hearing Lu Qinuan's ridicule, Ning clenched his fists instantly, but was quickly pulled back by Zhao Fei who was standing beside him. Ning, it's dinner time now. Private fighting is prohibited in the youth training camp. Anyway, there's a hunting competition tomorrow, so there will be plenty of opportunities to teach them a lesson. Having said this, Zhao Fei cautiously glanced at Lang Ruoxue who was beside Sukei, and spoke to Lang Ruoxue in a low voice. Ning, have you forgotten that Lang Ruoxue is related to someone? If we have a conflict now and it affects tomorrow's game, it will be more trouble than it's worth. The hunting competition is open to the entire battalion, and the chances of the teams running into each other are extremely high. We'll teach them a lesson then, and completely wash away the grievances we suffered earlier. Listening to Zhao Fei's words, Ning looked at Lang Ruoxue who was looking at him unfriendly and snorted coldly. Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to argue with you. See you at the hunting competition tomorrow. After saying this, Ning pulled Zhao Fei away arrogantly. Behind them, Lu Qinuan raised his middle finger. Lung fog is just a dog barking. Chapter 48. On the eve of the competition, a storm is coming. After dinner, Sukei brought Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue back to the tent and started today's training. After this period of continuous practice, the realms of the three have become more and more consolidated. Sukei's soul crystal has gradually condensed and become complete, and the beast cores in Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue's bodies have also grown a lot. Feeling that Sukei and Lu Qinuan were only half a step away from entering the 3rd level, Lang Ruoxue, who was holding hands with them, was full of envy. Brother Su, you and sister Huan are about to enter the 3rd level. Hearing this, Sukei looked at Lang Ruoxue with a doting look on his face. Don't worry, Ruoxue. The difference between your realm and ours is actually not that big. You will catch up soon. Consume the last Aurora jellyfish tonight. After the hunting competition, look for an opportunity to hibernate and complete your transformation. Perhaps you'll even improve your aptitude before your sister Huan. Listening to Sukei's description, Lang Ruoxue's eyes revealed a desire for the future and she nodded gently. Yeah, I'll listen to Brother Su. As they spoke, the three of them immersed themselves in the practice mode again. However, just in the evening, when the three had just withdrawn their actions, two auras of people breaking through the realm came from the direction of other camps in the distance. Feeling the direction of the breath that broke through the realm, Lu Chenhuan frowned slightly. Someone has broken through again. It seems to be from the direction of the 3rd Battalion. It seems the battalion that broke through doesn't like us. Are they planning to put pressure on us together since the hunting competition is approaching? Lang Ruoxue also bit her lower lip lightly, with a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She didn't have a good relationship with the people from the 3rd Battalion. If someone from the 3rd Battalion really broke through, she was worried that it would cause trouble for Su Ke during the competition. Su Ke, on the other hand, had a calm expression. It's just a breakthrough to the 2nd level. There's nothing to worry about. We are all going to break through to the 3rd level soon, so there is no need to pay attention to these small characters. Su Ke's goal has never been just a small Tianhai. His goal is to crush the army of ferocious beasts that are suppressing the human race outside the demon suppressing pass. After completing his training, Su Ke took Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue to have the last meal before the hunting competition, and thus confirmed the person who had broken through in the afternoon. Captain of the 3rd Battalion, Shin Song-yoon and his beast mother. Faced with this result, Su Ke was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shin Song-yoon, an A-level cultivator, could break through the realm at a speed that could catch up with a Ning and Zhao Fei. However, perhaps Shin Song-yoon had suffered a loss last time, and did not show off in front of Su Ke and the others like a Ning did. Instead, he stared sinisterly in the direction of the three people, as if he was thinking about how to trip them up in the hunting competition. Su Ke didn't really care about these little thoughts. It would be fine if they just thought about it, but if they really dared to target me in the hunting competition, I would definitely not show any mercy. Lang Ruoxue, on the other hand, was still a little worried after confirming that it was Shin Song-yoon and the others who had made the breakthrough. After finishing his meal, Su Ke led the two women back to the tent. When night fell, he instructed Lang Ruoxue to take the 15th Aurora Jellyfish. As Lang Ruoxue took the Aurora Jellyfish, it seemed to have aroused the residual energy in the Aurora Jellyfish she had taken before. Strands of black gas with a slightly inky color slowly rose from Lang Ruoxue's head and spread out to the surroundings. Looking at this strange scene, Su Ke's eyes were filled with hesitation. This must be the erosion of the time erosion poison. Now, after taking a total of 15 Aurora Jellyfish, most of the time corrosion poison in Lang Ruoxue's body has been eliminated, and the energy is not dissipating as quickly as before. Thinking of this, Su Ke immediately activated his divine eyes of insight and looked at Lang Ruoxue. Flaw, the body contains SSS-level frost dragon energy, but because the dragon crystal core has been corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has been lost by 70%, and it cannot display the form of a dragon. After half a month of continuous consumption of Aurora Jellyfish, the energy overflow rate in Lang Ruoxue's body has been reduced from 90% to 70%, and the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is almost 3 times faster than before. This is also the reason why Lang Ruoxue's realm was able to be promoted to the 9th level of the 2nd stage so quickly. Now, all that's missing is one more hibernation period to completely improve Ruoxue's aptitude. However, now that the hunting competition is imminent, I can only postpone the hibernation schedule and wait until the competition is over to leave enough time to hibernate. Huanoan's schedule for improving her qualifications will also begin during this competition. At this moment, Su Ke's heart was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's competition. Alright, since we're going to have a real combat match tomorrow, let's not practice tonight. Let's get some sleep and get enough rest so we can head out tomorrow. After saying this, Su Ke ordered everyone to turn off the lights and go to bed. But just as Su Ke turned off the light, a rustling sound came from the bed beside him. Su Ke turned his head and looked at Lang Ruoxue, who was wearing dinosaur pajamas and carefully crawling into the quilt next to him in the dim night. Seeing this scene, Su Ke was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Ruoxue, why are you here? Although Lang Ruoxue had moved into the same tent with him and Lu Chenhuan early on, they had always slept in a separate bed. Now she actually took the initiative to move closer to him, which surprised Su Ke a little. Lu Chenhuan on the side also quickly turned around and looked at Lang Ruoxue. Hey! What's up? Has our Ruoxue finally come to terms with it? Even your brother Su hasn't figured it out yet. But who knew that Lang Ruoxue only spoke weakly? No, I just couldn't sleep because I was going to face the beast tomorrow, so I wanted to come over. Having said this, Lang Ruoxue gently bit her lower lip in the night. If you don't like it, I can go back. As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue gently twisted half of her body and was about to leave. But who knew that in the next second, a pair of strong hands instantly wrapped around Ling Ruoshiwa's slender waist and pulled her. "Since you're here, don't leave." Then Suke pulled hard, and two huge pressures fell from the sky. Unlike the bustling youth training camp, at this time, outside the Fengming Valley not far from the Tianhai youth training camp, two figures appeared in the dim forest at the edge of the forest, looking at the youth training camp surrounded by watchtowers from afar. One of the tall and thin men adjusted his glasses, which were somewhat reflective in the night. "I heard that this time, an SSS-level and 2S-level geniuses appeared in Tianhai City. Bluebird, the divine cult has issued an order that we must use this youth training opportunity to eliminate them all." Another woman with short hair and a hot body leaned lazily against a big tree nearby and waved her hand gently. I know, but are you sure that if we do this, we won't attract the pursuit of Dasha's top leaders?" The man turned his head to look at the youth training camp in the distance and sneered. This action was launched by the divine cult against geniuses from all over the world, not just Tianhai. Even if the Dasha leaders are furious, they won't just target us. Besides, aren't the Dasha leaders' pursuit of the divine cult enough? Act as planned tomorrow. Chapter 49. From now on, everything is under my command. Early in the morning, at the gate of the youth training camp, all the people in the camp gathered together and walked towards the Fengming Valley where ferocious beasts gathered nearby. When everyone arrived at the valley, a middle-aged man whom no one had seen before appeared in front of them. "Hello everyone, I am Li Shangdong, the person in charge of this youth training camp. Today, you will have your first real fight with a ferocious beast in your life, a hunting competition. This actual combat competition is also a yardstick for judging your own abilities. This competition will be scored based on the quantity and quality of the ferocious beasts you hunt. There are 9 camps in total, 271 students, and only 150 spots for promotion. Whether you choose to work as a team or fight alone is entirely up to you." Having said that, Li Xiangdong simply waved his hand. "Now, instructors from each battalion, lead your teams into the mountains." As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, the instructors from each camp led their students towards the valley. But when they reached the front of the valley, the instructors from each camp stopped and pointed at the teleportation array in front of them and looked at everyone. "Everyone, in order to prevent those with ulterior motives from using the hunting competition to harm our human geniuses, a teleportation array has been specially set up in the trial valley. If you want to enter the valley, you can only enter through the teleportation array. This teleportation array has realm restrictions. Beings above level 3 cannot enter it." After listening to the instructor's explanations, the students couldn't help but feel relieved. The instructors looked at the students who seemed somewhat relaxed, then frowned. "But you must not slack off. This trial valley is vast and filled with ferocious beasts. They are all capable of devouring humans and have an innate hatred for the human race. If you are not careful, you will die. What's more, fierce beasts can also grow through self-eating. There are many second-level fierce beasts among them, and they may even have spawned creatures close to the 3rd level. We must not be careless." Listening to the instructor's instructions, all the students' faces froze. Quite a few second-level ones? Close to 3rd level? Except for special beings like Suke, most of the students in the field are only at the 1st level. If they really encounter such a terrifying existence, they have no choice but to escape. For a moment, some people couldn't help but show a look of retreat on their faces. At this moment, the instructors took out jade talismans from their pockets and distributed them. "To ensure your safety, this is a one-time teleportation talisman. Crush it in an emergency to teleport directly out of the valley. Of course, this jade talisman can only be used once. Once used, it will be considered as giving up the competition in advance. Everyone should think carefully before using it." Suke reached out and took the jade talisman distributed by Pang Meng and the others, his eyes flashing. With the teleportation talisman, the safety of everyone participating in the competition is guaranteed, and at least they have a chance to trial and error. "Everyone, this is the teleportation array into the valley. Once you step onto it, everyone except those with whom you have a mind-connected contract will be randomly teleported to any location within the valley. There is a surveillance array in the valley set up by our human race's great masters. We can observe your movements at any time. The trial steel can also rank you based on your performance in the valley." After listening to Pang Meng and the others' introduction, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and the others turned to look at the huge stone tablet standing outside the valley. At this moment, the stone tablet was blank and no achievements were recorded. "Okay, now get into the formation and start the game." After the introduction of the general process of the hunting competition, Li Xiangdong announced the start of the competition. A beast master and a beast girl walked into the magic circle hand in hand, and then there was a flash of light, and both figures disappeared. Huan, Ruoxue, are you ready? Suke, Lu Qinuan, and Lang Ruoxue looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then walked hand in hand towards the magic circle. Seeing Suke and the other two walking hand in hand towards the magic circle, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but smile. This must be Suke, the SSS Genius Beastmaster who's been making a lot of noise in Tianhai lately. He's leading two beauties into the valley at the same time. It's quite a sight. Mr. Lang, your daughter is lucky. Beside Li Xiangdong, Lang Qianqiu appeared with his hands behind his back, looking at the backs of the three people with a smile on his face. It's not just good, it's simply amazing. Meaning this boy is a blessing that Ruoxue has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Li Xiangdong raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Master Lang, you think so highly of this kid? Even if this guy has good talent, contracting 2 F-rank beast girls is almost equivalent to destroying his own future. Is he worthy of your attention? Lang Qianqiu sneered when he heard this. Old Li, you don't understand. You'll know when the time comes. Lang Qianqiu did not reveal the fact that Suke had improved the qualifications of both Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinuan, in order to give them a good slap in the face in front of everyone who had doubted and despised Lang Ruoxue. Today's hunting competition is almost entirely monitored, and this is the time for me to show off. Looking at Lang Qianqiu's mysterious confidence, Li Xiangdong frowned slightly and looked at the surveillance array. At this time, with the flickering light of the teleportation array, pairs of beastmasters and beast girls were teleported to the valley and began the real trial. In the valley, on a piece of wilderness, the figures of Suke, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue flashed and appeared on the wasteland. Wilderness? When the 3 figures appeared in the wasteland, Suke quickly took in the surrounding scene, made his own judgment quickly, and spoke to Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue. Huan, Ruoxue, the terrain of Fengming Valley is complex. There are huge mountains with overlapping lush greenery all around, and there are also basins and wastelands sandwiched between the valleys. We need to be more careful. Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were standing by, were also experiencing a field battle for the first time. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva and moved closer to Suke, preparing to take his arm. Unexpectedly, Suke pulled his hand out and gave them serious orders. The wild is different from the training camp in Tianhai. We must be on guard the entire time to prevent any accidents from happening. Holding hands at this time will only increase our inconvenience when danger strikes. It has no meaning. Looking at Suke's serious expression, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue bit their lower lips a little aggrievedly. No. Brother Su, please don't be so fierce. Suke, however, still had a serious expression on his face, completely different from his previous gentle demeanor. We beastmasters and beastmothers are warriors who have awakened to protect humanity. From now on, you must learn to get used to the transformation of your identities. In this dangerous wilderness, our identities are not only lovers, but also companions fighting side by side. From now on, everything is under my command. Chapter 50, Ferocious Beast Hunting. Li Xiangdong, who was standing in front of the surveillance array, couldn't help but sigh as he watched Suke quickly get into the situation and start exploring the surroundings with Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue. Mr. Lang, your son-in-law is in a good mood. He quickly got into the state and determined the direction of action. Compared to the other beastmasters and beastgirls who lost their way after entering the valley and even quarreled over their own opinions, Suke's leadership was obviously much stronger. Lang Qianqiu smiled when he heard this. That's right, don't you see what my daughter thinks? My daughter and the others will definitely take first place in this hunting competition. Not necessarily. At this moment, a middle-aged bald man with an unfamiliar figure appeared beside the two of them. My Zhao Fei and his contract partner are both S-rank. They are the true genius team. With them around, it's impossible for Suke and his team to win the championship. Seeing the person coming, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Guang? The person who came was Zhao Fei's father, Zhao Guang, the current head of the Zhao family. Old Li, did you invite this annoying guy? Seeing Zhao Guang appear, Lang Qianqiu frowned with some disgust. Li Xiangdong waved his hands helplessly. No, he shamelessly came to watch his son's performance. As you know, I'm just a small youth training director. The money is in place, so I can't stop him. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tisk, no wonder I was wondering why he was so clueless. Turns out he's just a clueless guy. Faced with Lang Qianqiu's contempt, Zhao Guang did not give in at all. You, Mr. Lang, have a good eye. Didn't you pay to get in? You're making it sound so noble. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but frown. Okay, stop arguing and watch the game first. The results will speak for themselves then. Far beyond the valley, in a forest, two people hid in the shadows of the trees. Bluebird, are you sure you're ready? The woman named Bluebird nodded slightly. Before the competition, we had already secretly sent people to infiltrate Fengming Valley. We had already injected those ferocious beasts with genetic enhancement elixirs as planned. Then we would set up a trap to lure these geniuses together and annihilate them all. Owl, are you sure those elixirs are okay? In response to Bluebird's question, the man codenamed Owl gently pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, with a hint of confidence on the corners of his mouth. That's a genetically enhanced elixir developed by the divine cult itself. How could there be a problem? These losers from the youth training camp think they can't cause any trouble by relying on the restrictions of the magic circle. We'll teach them a lesson this time. If that SSS Genius Beastmaster and the other two S-ranks die in this youth training, I believe the divine cult will definitely reward us handsomely. As they spoke, the two of them retreated back into the shadows, observing the movements within the surveillance array from afar. There's a ferocious beast. Su Ke, who was about to approach a bush, quickly retreated. Lu Chenhuan beside him also instantly transformed into a beast, with golden animal ears emerging, protecting Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue behind him. Lang Ruoxue also instantly entered the beast state, ready to launch an ice crystal storm at any time. In the field of vision, a huge grey wolf with drooling mouth appeared. Ferocious beast, grey wolf. Realm, first level. Talent skills, roar, pounce, cluster call. Disadvantages: strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, defense is poor, waist and head are easily injured, and the nose is particularly vulnerable. The moment the grey wolf appeared, Su Ke activated his divine eyes of insight and took in all its information. Huan, attack its waist and head, especially its nose. This grey wolf is a ferocious pack animal. It's best not to let it activate its pack call skill. Okay, Ruoxue, you are responsible for protecting Brother Su. The moment Lu Chenhuan heard Su Ke's order, he didn't hesitate at all and swung his claws towards the grey wolf. The claws flashed with golden light, and with lightning speed, he slapped the grey wolf's nose before it could react. Awu! The next second, the grey wolf only had time to let out an unwilling howl before falling straight to the ground. Well done! Seeing Lu Chenhuan kill a first-level ferocious beast with just a wave of his claws, Su Ke on the side couldn't help but praise Lu Chenhuan. Afterwards, Su Ke quickly stepped forward, took out a dagger from his storage ring, inserted the dagger directly into the grey wolf's abdomen to cut it open, took out a tiny animal core from it, and threw it directly to Lu Chenhuan. Here, Huan, remember to dissect the beasts after you kill them if possible. These beast cores can not only be sold for money, but can also be used to restore spiritual power in critical moments. Looking at the bloody beast core in Lu Chenhuan's hand, Lang Ruoxue's face changed slightly, and she subconsciously felt a little nauseous. However, Lu Chenhuan smelled the bloody smell of the beast core in his hand, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. But Lu Chenhuan quickly recovered, suppressed his inner impulse, and reluctantly wiped the beast core in his arms clean and threw it into his pocket. The purpose of the hunting competition is to hunt down ferocious beasts and gain higher points. We have to adapt quickly and keep moving forward. After doing all this, Su Ke continued to move forward with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue. Su Ke and his companions were not the only ones who encountered the ferocious beasts. At this time, many people in the valley had encountered ferocious beasts, but not everyone solved the problem as easily as Su Ke and his companions. Many people were in a panic because they were facing a life and death crisis for the first time, and some people had even started to get injured. Some people vomited due to physical discomfort after fighting with the ferocious beasts, and their eyes no longer had the ambition they had before coming. However, Zhao Fei and Ning, working together, quickly dealt with a first-level ferocious beast. At this moment, Ning's eyes were full of confidence. There shouldn't be many people who can easily take down a first-level beast like us, right? I wonder if Su Ke is faster than us. Zhao Fei, let's continue searching for the beasts and try not to be left behind by Su Ke in this competition. At this time, outside the valley, looking at the performance of everyone in the monitoring array, Li Xiangdong's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, as if he saw the scene of his youth training back then. Seeing the performance of these little guys is like seeing ourselves back then. Hey, Su Ke is so calm and decisive even when hunting a ferocious beast for the first time. He has an extraordinary character. Zhao Fei and Ning are also good. Shin Song-yoon and Malinhua from the 3rd Battalion also performed very well. It seems that Tianhai has produced some good talents this time. As they spoke, everyone's achievements began to slowly emerge on the valley boundary marker. Chapter 51. The Beast Calls, the Wolves Gather. Brother Su, I have an idea. Since we're going for the points, there's no need to be so cautious. We can just wait for the Grey Wolves to perform a cluster summon all their companions, and then we can take care of it together. This way, we can save the time and effort of searching for the ferocious beast. In front of the bushes, Lu Chinhuan was chewing something while speaking to Su Ke with a serious look on his face. Su Ke looked at Lu Chinhuan with bulging cheeks, glanced at the half-remaining beast core in her hand, and twitched the corners of his mouth. Huan, can't you help it? Su Ke knew that the beast core was very attractive to Lu Chinhuan, but he didn't expect that Lu Chinhuan couldn't help but show off half of it after just getting it. Even Lang Ruoxue, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but blink and look at Lu Chinhuan. Sister Huan, are you trying to get Brother Su to get you more beast cores? What's going on? Before Lang Ruoxue finished speaking, Lu Chinhuan spoke in a righteous and unclear voice. I'm doing this for the sake of our competition. Only by hunting more ferocious beasts can we get better scores. Brother Su, just tell me whether you want to do it or not. Looking at the guilty yet expectant expression in Lu Chinhuan's eyes, Su Ke made a decision after a brief pause. From the test just now, I found that this Grey Wolf's combat power is actually not very strong, and Ruoxue's Ice Crystal Storm is an area of effect skill. I think it's worth a try. Through the battle just now, Su Ke had a general understanding of the strength of the ferocious beasts. A first-level ferocious beast was no match for Lu Chinhuan and the others. Even if there were more of them, they were completely worth a try in the face of Lang Ruoxue's range of effect skills. Okay. Seeing Su Ke's permission, Lu Chinhuan rubbed his hands excitedly and threw the remaining half of the beast core into his mouth. Now, let me find another Grey Wolf. After getting the consent, Lu Chinhuan was no longer timid, but deliberately strode towards the woods, and even whistled deliberately to attract the attention of the ferocious beast. Watch your head. Su Ke, who had been keenly observing the surroundings, saw a snake as thick as a water pipe and covered with silver spots that had appeared above Lu Chinhuan's head and made a sound. Ferocious beast, silver spotted snake. Realm, 1st level. Talent skills, venom, death coil. Defects, affected by body shape, vision is impaired, the 7-inch head and tail are huge defects. Huan, attack its 7-inch point and tail. No. Lu Chinhuan, who had noticed it long ago, immediately transformed into a beast. He kicked his feet hard, leaped up, and swung his claws at the silver-spotted snake. The silver-spotted snake also had murderous intentions, and it danced its tail and pounced directly towards Lu Chinhuan's neck. The moment the two sides approached, Lu Chinhuan seized the opportunity and aimed directly at the 7-inch direction of the silver-spotted snake. With one claw, he knocked the silver-spotted snake directly to the ground and killed it instantly. Afterwards, Lu Chinhuan directly inserted his claws into the belly of the silver-spotted snake, dug around inside, and took out the core. You silver spicy stick, I didn't mean to cause you any trouble, but you just came to me on your own accord. At this time, after Lu Chinhuan took out the core of the silver-spotted snake, his expression was slightly displeased. This Grey Wolf disappeared when we tried to find it. Su Ke, on the other hand, looked very calm. Don't panic. Since the Grey Wolf is a ferocious pack animal, there must be its accomplices nearby. As long as we are patient, we will find them sooner or later. As he spoke, Lang Ruoxue's blue eyes flashed and she looked towards a bush. Brother Su, Sister Huan, over there. Hearing this, Lu Chinhuan hurriedly followed Lang Ruoxue's gaze, and his eyes lit up when he saw a Grey Wolf crawling secretly in the bushes. You bastard, you're hiding here. Excited, Lu Chinhuan's speed suddenly exploded and he pounced towards the direction of the Grey Wolf. But what was unexpected was that when the Grey Wolf saw Lu Chinhuan rushing towards him, its first reaction was not to fight, but to turn around and run away. Seeing this scene, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. This Grey Wolf still has some intelligence. After seeing Lu Chinhuan's attack, it lost its desire to attack and only wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Chinhuan, who was only half a step away from being promoted to the 3rd level, was no match for the Grey Wolf. He was caught up by Lu Chinhuan in an instant, and was hit on the waist by a claw, and fell to the ground. Under Lu Chinhuan's deliberate control of force, the Grey Wolf was not beaten to death, but fell to the ground and kept howling and struggling. Lu Chinhuan quickly stepped forward, stepped on the Grey Wolf's hind legs, pinched the Grey Wolf's big pointed mouth, and grinned grimly. Don't you know how to call your brothers and sisters? Call them now. Unexpectedly, the gray wolf, perhaps frightened, just lay on the ground and howled, without making any group calls. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and looked up at Suke. No? Brother Su, does this gray wolf not have the ability to call a group? Suke looked at the information coming from his divine eyes of insight and shook his head slightly. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's that it hasn't started. Maybe it doesn't want to. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan immediately became angry. In no mood? I finally caught you, so you can't scream if you don't want to? As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan raised his beast claws, which had not yet entered the beast state, and slapped the gray wolf in the face. I don't care, just yell. 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 As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan slapped the gray wolf on the mouth again and again, causing the wolf's mouth to become swollen. The ferocious expression matched the murderous light in Lu Chenhuan's eyes. If we put aside the old feud between the beasts and the human race at this moment, Lu Chenhuan looked more like a little witch villain. Finally, under Lu Chenhuan's torture, the gray wolf couldn't help but let out a wolf howl with a strange rhythm, piercing the sky. Ouch! In an instant, the nearby mountains and forests fell silent, and then, wolf howls with the same strange rhythm sounded from all directions. Ouch! Ouch! In an instant, the entire forest was filled with the sound of wolves howling. The piercing howls pierced people's eardrums. Gray figures shuttled through the forest, quickly rushing towards the direction where Suke and the others were. Feeling the rustling sounds around him, Lu Chenhuan crushed the skull of the gray wolf under his feet, reached out and took out the beast core from its chest, licked the blood that had not yet completely dried on it, his eyes full of excitement. A lot of food is coming. At this moment, outside the valley, in front of the monitoring array, Li Xiangdong's expression changed when he saw what Lu Chenhuan and the others were doing. Suke and the others are. He's deliberately summoning the wolves. Even Lang Qianxiu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. If the wolf pack gathers, there will be at least hundreds of them, and there will be a second-level leader. This is too dangerous. Why are they taking such a risk? Chapter 52. I will be cheering for you from behind. In the mountains and forests, a beast master and a beast woman from the 4th Battalion were standing back to back, carefully looking around at the surrounding scene. They were panting as they wrapped bandages around themselves, with a band-aid on their faces. If you don't actually fight these beasts once, you really don't know how terrifying they are. It was just a first-level wild boar, and it nearly killed both of us. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I think we would have crushed the teleportation talisman and run away. A single first-level beast is so difficult to deal with. We must be more careful in our actions from now on to avoid encountering more than 2 first-level beasts at the same time. At this time, the two of them quickly wrapped the bandages and stood up to prepare to intensify the exploration. At this moment, the shrill howls of wolves were heard throughout the forest, followed by figures rushing madly from the distant woods. Seeing this scene, the two beastmasters' pupils widened instantly. Fuck! Who attracted the herd of ferocious beasts? So many? At least 100, right? It's hard enough for us to deal with a single first-level beast, but with so many, isn't that just courting death? At this moment, the two of them looked at the hundreds of gray shadows rushing towards the forest in the distance, and despair appeared in their eyes. We just came in and we encountered a group of ferocious beasts. It's so damn unlucky. The wind is blowing hard. As they spoke, the two men reluctantly crushed the teleportation talismans in their hands. A green light lit up, and the two figures instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, the two figures appeared outside the magic circle in the valley. Seeing the two people appear, the instructor of the 4th Battalion's face immediately turned green. Huh? Why are you two out here? As the first camp to have eliminated people, Chen San, the instructor of the 4th Battalion, could only feel his hands shaking uncontrollably and he wanted to blow on the two people's faces. Have you encountered some overwhelming situation? Will you die if you hold on a little longer? Seeing their instructor's gloomy face, the two students hurriedly spoke out with tears in their eyes. Instructor, it's not that we don't want to persist, but if we linger any longer, we'll really be in trouble. Listening to the words of the two classmates, Chen San couldn't help but frown. Is it that serious? Where are you? The two students were unwilling to delay and quickly reported their location to Chen San. Fengming Xiegu? Based on their description, Chen San looked towards the surveillance array, wanting to see if there were other classmates in the valley with them. At this moment, Li Xiangdong's voice came from the side. No need to look. They were just unlucky and just happened to run into Suke and the others. Suke? The genius beast master from the 1st Battalion who contracted an F-rank useless beast girl? Upon hearing this, Shin-san hurriedly looked towards the monitoring array where the 1st Battalion was located, and then his expression changed slightly. Grey wolves? We just entered the mountains, how come we encountered a pack of grey wolves? The Grey Wolf Pack is a feared existence for all the new youth trainees in Fengming Valley. In the early stages of youth training, when the students from each camp have not yet formed groups, the newcomers in pairs of 3 or 5 have basically no chance of survival if they encounter the pack. At this time, Shen-san looked at his classmates in the 4th Battalion with understanding in his eyes. I finally understand your misfortune. This pack of grey wolves is massive, at least 100 strong, and there's a 2nd-level wolf king secretly manipulating them. If we don't crush the teleportation talisman in time, once we're surrounded, I'm afraid our chances of returning will be very slim. At this time, the instructors from other camps around also turned their heads to look at the monitoring array of the 1st Battalion, their eyes full of amusement and mockery. It seems like your 1st Battalion's signature genius isn't very lucky. We just entered the mountains and we've already encountered such a troublesome pack of grey wolves. They're not unlucky. Li Xiangdong, who was standing aside, looked at Pang Meng and Su Lu, who were also staring at the monitoring array intently, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Ke and his men deliberately lured this pack of wolves here. Did you deliberately lead him on? The moment they heard these words, Chen-san and the instructors from other nearby camps couldn't help but widen their eyes. They had been concentrating on watching the beastmasters and beastwomen in their own camp, and had not noticed what shocking move Su Ke and his men had just made. However, Pang Meng and Su Lu, who had been watching Su Ke and the others' actions, smiled with a bitter look on their faces. Indeed, Su Ke and his men deliberately grabbed a grey wolf and slapped its ears, forcing it to make a pack call, gathering all the nearby wolves. Intentionally summoning the wolves? Isn't that crazy? Even if you want to quickly increase your hunting points, you shouldn't be so risky, right? This is simply overestimating one's own abilities in courting death. For a moment, all the instructors from other camps shook their heads. It seems that Su Ke is indeed as the rumors say. He has great talent, but some mental problems. No one was optimistic about Su Ke and the other two. They didn't believe that just 3 of them could really deal with a pack of hundreds of wolves. Too radical. It looks like these 3 will be the first to be eliminated from this talented group. Leng Qianxiu, who was standing next to Li Xiangdong at this time, looked at this scene and couldn't help but secretly clench his fists, with worry evident in his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Guang had a look of excitement on his face. Leng Qianxiu, it seems that your son-in-law is not very smart. He actually dared to provoke this grey wolf pack before he even found his companions. If you ask me, this Su Ke's mentality isn't quite right. He's a bit too eager for quick success. He should learn from my Zhao Fei. Look, he's searching for the ferocious beasts one by one, trying to avoid attracting the other beasts' attention. He's taking a steady and cautious approach. This is the real strong man. Facing Zhao Guang's ridicule, Leng Qianxiu was in no mood to argue with him. He just stared at the figures of Su Ke and the other 2 in the surveillance array, fearing that they might really encounter an accident. Pang Meng and Su Lu were also worried. As instructors of the 1st Battalion, they had truly witnessed the extraordinary talents of Su Ke and the others during this period of time, and placed great hopes on the 3 of them. Trust them. Su Ke always surprises us, and he will this time. At this moment, everyone's attention briefly abandoned the surveillance footage of other students, and they all wanted to see how Su Ke and the others would face this terrifying tide of ferocious beasts. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Su Ke and the other 2 stood on the hillside of Shegu, looking at the grey figures flying towards them in the forest, their eyes full of confidence. As the backbone of the 3, Su Ke immediately formulated the battle plan. Ruoxue, activate the extreme cold field. Condense the ice crystal storm and launch a group attack. Huan, you are responsible for supporting Ruoxue. Be careful to prevent any fish that have escaped the net from approaching and attacking. And I will be cheering you on from the back. Chapter 53: The Insidious Wolf King. Seeing Su Ke quickly formulate a battle strategy, the people who had been watching all this from outside the surveillance magic circle couldn't help but nod their heads. Although he was a bit radical in his actions, Su Ke remained calm in the face of danger. He is indeed a qualified beast master. Although everyone could not hear the voices of Su Ke and the others in the magic circle, they could roughly judge from the picture that Su Ke was quickly deploying a battle plan. They're not afraid in the face of danger, which is a good thing. But they're facing a large pack of gray wolves, including a second-level wolf king hiding in the dark. It's unrealistic to expect them to survive this attack unscathed. That's right, especially since Sukei's contracted beast girls are only 2F rank ones, it's even more difficult. Although everyone was somewhat surprised by Sukei's performance, they still did not believe that Sukei could really command Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue to defeat the wolves. The difference in numbers was already huge, and Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue were only 2F level beast girls with the lowest talent, so it was impossible for them to create a miracle no matter how hard they tried. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, a dense pack of wolves had surrounded Sukei, Lu Qinhuan and the other two in the valley. Looking at the miserable corpses of their companions at their feet, they kept growling in low voices and slowly approached the three of them. Hundreds of giant gray wolves huddled together, like a giant woven gray carpet slowly closing in towards Sukei and the others. The other ferocious beasts around were frightened away and fled from this extremely dangerous area. Sukei also looked at the slowly approaching gray wolves with caution, his eyes serious, and spoke to Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinhuan. Be careful, these gray wolves are testing the waters, looking for an opportunity to attack. Once the first one makes a move, all the other wolves will rush over. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were standing by, listened to Sukei's instructions, nodded slightly, and stared solemnly at the gray wolves approaching them. Sukei, on the other hand, was calculating the distance. Ruoxue's ice crystal storm is most effective within a range of 50 meters. It's best to wait until these gray wolves get closer, then launch the ice crystal storm at around 10 meters to achieve maximum firepower coverage and prevent any of them from escaping. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. As the wolves approached, everyone outside the valley felt their hearts rise to their throats. They didn't know that Lang Ruoxue's advanced ice crystals were the best range-killing weapons to deal with large numbers of people with low cultivation. Everyone was worried about Sukei and the others. Why doesn't this guy use the teleportation talisman? Does he really think he can take on so many gray wolves? Are you kidding me? With so many wolves coming at us together, even if we can defeat them, we'll be exhausted to death, right? Not to mention there's a gray wolf king hiding in the dark. I heard that thing is extremely sinister. It can conceal its presence and disguise itself as an ordinary gray wolf. If it gets close to you, it's going to be really scary. At this time, Sukei in the valley also squinted his eyes and looked at the surrounding wolves, secretly activating his divine eyes of insight to search for the trace of the wolf king. Little guy, let me check, where are you? Unlike ordinary beastmasters who are easily deceived by the wolf king, Sukei possesses the divine eye of insight, which allows him to find the hidden wolf king in the crowd at a glance based on the different information columns. Soon, Sukei discovered his target. It was a gray wolf that was not much different in size from other gray wolves. It even looked a little disabled, limping among the wolf pack. It looked extremely ordinary. In order to show its weakness, it even lowered its head and sneezed from time to time while walking, and was pushed aside by the other gray wolves with some disgust. It was obvious that it was a weak and sick character who was bullied for many years. Ferocious Beast, Gray Wolf King. Realm, 2nd level. Talent skills, Roar, Pounce, Group Call, Wolf Pack Command, Hide. Disadvantages, strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, defense is poor, waist and head are easily injured, and the nose is particularly vulnerable. The best actor, this Wolf King. At this moment, Sukei looked at the Wolf King with a look of surprise in his eyes. If it weren't for the existence of this divine eye of insight, who would have thought that such a frail-looking gray wolf was the big boss, the Wolf King, hidden among the wolf pack? Once this thing gets close to him, his second-level cultivation will be unleashed at full force, and ordinary beastmasters may not even have time to react and will be killed on the spot. The gray wolf seemed to have sensed Sukei's gaze, and in order to avoid exposing itself, it seemed to limp even more as it walked. In order to avoid alerting the Wolf King and causing it to flee early, Sukei pretended not to know that he was the Wolf King, allowing the Wolf King to slowly approach him among the wolves. As they get closer, the distance between them becomes increasingly dangerous. 15 meters. 13 meters. 10 meters. Finally, when they were about 10 meters away from Sukei and his group, all the wolves seemed to have received the same command. They suddenly jumped up at the same time and rushed towards Sukei and his group at an accelerated speed. In an instant, all the wolves rioted, as if a huge gray wave was rolling up in the forest, rushing towards Sukei and the others. Seeing this, Sukei's eyes were calm and he spoke directly. Now, Ruoxue, do it. Huan, provide support and cover. As Sukei finished speaking, Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinhuan instantly transformed into beasts. Golden beast ears emerged from both sides of Lu Qinhuan, and his body seemed to be surrounded by golden iron, as solid as a rock. As for Lang Ruoxue, the air temperature around her suddenly dropped, and scales emerged from her body, like an extremely strong armor. Countless ice crystals condensed around her in an instant. Tyrant. Su Ke was not idle either. He directly activated the Tyrant. In an instant, all the attributes of Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue suddenly doubled. Their aura was even stronger than before, as if they were two goddesses of war descending from the sky. Afterwards, with Lang Ruoxue as the center, countless indestructible ice crystals rose from around Lang Ruoxue, like a huge ice firepower net, covering the surrounding wolf pack. Phew! Under Su Ke's Tyrant blessing, Lang Ruoxue's cultivation of the 9th level of the second stage burst out completely, just like a terrifying human-shaped launcher, continuously shooting ice crystals at the surrounding gray wolves. The thick fur that the gray wolf was proud of was pierced through by the sharp ice crystals in an instant, and turned into a sieve. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or 30 gray wolves rushing in the front were all blown into sieves and fell to the ground helplessly. The Wolf King hiding in the wolf pack widened his eyes when he saw that 1/3 of his gray wolves were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Being quite intelligent, it immediately realized how troublesome the 3 people in front of it were, and quickly tried to control the wolf pack to retreat. But at this moment, Su Ke also saw through the Wolf King's actions. Don't let the wolves retreat. Receive. As Su Ke finished speaking, Lang Ruoxue's azure eyes flickered, her hands instantly spread out, and her long silver hair flew high in the air. Extremely cold territory. Chapter 54. You Wolf King, you are so arrogant. What the hell? Seconds? Over 30 gray wolves were killed instantly upon meeting? Is this guy still human? At this time, outside Fengming Valley, everyone who was staring at the surveillance formation widened their eyes, almost popping their eyeballs out. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Lang Ruoxue's performance. Such a large-scale damage, and such terrifying lethality, is this really just an F-rank beast girl? Especially Li Xiangdong, he widened his eyes and looked at Lang Qianqiu in disbelief. Mr. Lang, are you sure your daughter only got an F in the awakening test at number 3 middle school? This kind of lethality is probably unmatched even by an S-class. At this time, compared with Ning, who was also at the 2nd level but was still fighting with Zhao Fei one ferocious beast at a time, everyone felt that they were completely two different styles. Even Lang Qianqiu was shocked beyond words. He had previously thought that Lang Ruoxue's strength might improve after her level was promoted, but he didn't expect it to improve to this extent. This is clearly replacing a musket with a cannon. However, Lang Qianqiu quickly came to his senses and held his chest high. That's right. Who am I, Lang Qianqiu? Even if my daughter awakens to F level, she is not an ordinary F level. Seeing Lang Qianqiu's big breasts that were almost reaching 36D, Zhao Guang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, stop pretending. It must be because of the innate ability of that SSS-level beastmaster named Su Ke that your daughter received a temporary blessing, allowing her to burst out with this superhuman ability. I know very well that F-rank beast girls usually only have one innate skill and extremely limited combat methods. Once those gray wolves are out of their attack range, the situation might turn around. However, just as Zhao Guang finished speaking, he saw Lang Ruoxue's silver hair flying in the monitoring array, and her momentum suddenly increased. Extremely cold territory. As Lang Ruoxue finished speaking, her innate skill, the extreme cold field, suddenly unfolded at this moment. In an instant, a blue halo centered on Lang Ruoxue's feet quickly spread out in all directions. The next second, the entire area within a radius of 50 meters was instantly covered. Within the halo, the surrounding temperature dropped again, and all the wolves seemed to be cursed, their movement and attack speeds becoming extremely slow. Afterwards, the ice crystals around Lang Ruoxue condensed crazily again and continued to shoot towards the gray wolves that were blessed with the slowing buff. In an instant, countless gray wolves died under the violent shooting of ice crystals. Their blood splattered all over the ground and instantly solidified into blood-red flowers, blooming among the mountains and forests. Seeing this scene, everyone standing outside the magic circle watching all this was shocked. The second talent skill? It's also a domain-related skill. Li Xiangdong, in particular, widened his eyes with disbelief on his face. Domain-related talent skills? How is this possible? Domain-type innate skills are extremely rare innate skills and are the most precious on the battlefield between humans and ferocious beasts. This skill, which affects teammates and enemies in a wide range, is a powerful weapon for group fights on the battlefield of ferocious beasts. Lang Qianqiu laughed excitedly and mocked Zhao Guang directly. Who said my Ruoxue only has one skill? Look, she has two. Not only two, but also an extremely rare domain-related talent skill. Facing Lang Qianqiu's ridicule, Zhao Guang just widened his eyes and kept shaking his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an F-rank beast girl awaken two innate skills? And one of them is a domain type? It can be said that based on this field of skills alone, even if Lang Ruoxue is only an F level, she will be noticed by the Daxia military and selected for training on the battlefield. Not only Li Shangdong, Lang Qianqiu and the others, but also Pang Meng and Su Lu, the instructors of the 1st Battalion, were also shocked when they saw this scene. We clearly remember that during previous combat drills, Lang Ruoxue never displayed her second innate skill. Exactly. I still remember her appearance when she transformed into a beast. It seemed very different from now. You can't tell she's a human at all. What on earth happened that caused Lang Ruoxue to change so drastically? Under the gaze of the crowd, most of the dense wolf pack was wiped out in an instant, leaving only a few old, weak, and sick ones mixed in at the back. At this time, the wolves saw so many of their companions being killed in an instant that they no longer had the fighting spirit they had before. They turned around and howled, trying to escape. But under the suppression of Lang Ruoxue's extreme cold domain, their escape speed was very slow. The cunning Wolf King saw that most of his grey wolves were disinfected in an instant, so he didn't dare to get close and expose his identity. He mixed in with a group of old, weak, and sick people and followed the main force to evacuate quietly. But how could Su Ke give the Wolf King a chance to escape? I finally met a second-level ferocious beast, the Wolf King, and you still want to run away? Huan, lock onto that grey wolf with a slight limp. He's the Wolf King in disguise. Judging from the fight just now, these ordinary grey wolves could not cause any harm to Lang Ruoxue. There was no need for Lu Chenhuan to continue wasting time here. The best allocation was to stop the Wolf King. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up after hearing Su Ke's words. Is it finally my turn to show off my skills? Little cripple, a second-level Wolf King? Come here. Lu Chenhuan, who had been seeing Lang Ruoxue stealing the show, was already feeling extremely frustrated. Now, when he saw Su Ke asking him to deal with the Wolf King, he flew out from beside Lang Ruoxue, stretched out his sharp claws, and suddenly pounced on the Wolf King. Seeing that Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan could actually see through his disguise and lock onto him in an instant, the Wolf King couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes. His second-level cultivation burst out, his legs were no longer lame, and he stopped pretending to be a wolf. He squeezed through the wolf pack and ran outside at the fastest speed he could. But under the suppression of Lang Ruoxue's extreme cold field, how could the Wolf King's escape speed compare to Lu Chenhuan's speed of chasing it? In the blink of an eye, Lu Chenhuan had already rushed behind the Wolf King, raised his sharp claws high, and the golden color spread rapidly, slapping towards the Wolf King. Little Wolf King, give me your life. When the Wolf King saw that he could not avoid Lu Chenhuan's attack, he simply stopped running away and opened his mouth and let out a violent roar at Lu Chenhuan. Roar! A terrifying energy sound wave roared out from the Wolf King's mouth, emitting a scream that could tear the soul apart, trying to interfere with Lu Chenhuan. But Lu Chenhuan was not affected at all, and instead had a smile on his face. You Wolf King, you are so arrogant that you actually spit at me? Take my claw. Seeing that Lu Chenhuan was completely unaffected by his roar, the Wolf King's expression changed and he quickly stretched out his front paws to intercept and stop him. But it was too late. Lu Chenhuan's sharp claws covered with golden light were like a divine weapon, which directly broke the Wolf King's front paws. Amidst the flashing golden light, it scratched down its neck, leaving a shocking huge wound. Blood gushed out, and the Wolf King staggered to the ground with his eyes wide open. Second-level Wolf King, die. Chapter 55. The game begins. Thump! Looking at the Wolf King falling straight to the ground, the people outside the valley couldn't help but fall silent, with disbelief in everyone's eyes. Wolf King? Is this a second-level Wolf King? The second-level Wolf King was instantly killed by Lu Chenhuan beside Su Ke? If the Wolf King could fight Lu Chenhuan back and forth and was finally killed by Lu Chenhuan with a difficult blow, perhaps no one would be too upset. But it took less than 2 or 3 seconds from the time the Wolf King appeared to the time he was killed. The whole process could be described as an instant kill. At this moment, everyone looked at Pang Meng and Su Lu from the 1st Battalion, their eyes filled with shock. What kind of monsters are surrounding Su Ke in this battalion? Lang Ruoxue can kill wolves instantly in a group range and can also release domain-related skills. Lu Chenhuan, who can kill a second-level Wolf King in one blow. Are these really just F-rank beast girls? Why do they feel more powerful than the S-rank ones I've seen? Even Zhao Guang, who had been mocking Ling Qianqiu at the beginning, was silent at this moment. Because the combat power displayed by Su Ke and his threesome surpassed any newcomer Zhao Guang had ever seen. Not only Zhao Guang, but even Li Xiangdong began to doubt at this moment. Does an F-rank beast girl really have this ability? Li Xiangdong is knowledgeable and has seen second-level F-class before, but compared with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, they are like heaven and earth. Those F-class beast girls who barely made it to the second level, due to their own defects, few innate skills, and limited spiritual power storage, have combat effectiveness only slightly stronger than the A-class and B-class of the first level. It is extremely difficult for them to deal with the ferocious beasts of the same second level, and there are even many cases of death. But at this time, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue were simply crushing these ferocious beasts. Even Li Xiangdong had doubts in his heart that their combat power might be comparable to that of the third level. If I remember correctly, Lu Chenhuan's awakening information stated that he was an F-rank hungry mole, and Lang Ruoxue was an F-rank iceworm. But Lu Chenhuan's beastly awakening form is gleaming with gold, and at first glance it doesn't look like that mole. And Lang Ruoxue, this beast form has nothing to do with the iceworm. What kind of insect has such thick scales? As he thought about it, Li Xiangdong narrowed his eyes slightly. After this competition, I'm going to go back to the youth training camp to check out Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan's previous training videos. The perceptive Li Xiangdong immediately noticed the huge changes in Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, which must be due to some unknown reasons. Perhaps this has something to do with this SSS-level genius beast master named Su Quebec. While he was thinking, the ranking of Su Ke and his two companions instantly jumped to first place on the huge boundary monument standing in front of the valley not far away. Points ranking. Top 1, Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoxue, 15,400. Top 2, Zhao Fei and Ning, 400. Top 3, Shen Songyun, Zhang Jejia, 300. Looking at the points ranking on the boundary marker, everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The gap between Su Ke and his team, who are first, and Ning and her team, who are second, is too huge. And Ning and her team only have a fraction of Su Ke and her team's achievements. The points for killing a first-level beast are generally 100, while for a second-level beast the points are increased 50-fold to 5,000. After this wave of harvest by the Grey Wolves, Su Ke and his team's points skyrocketed, crushing Zhao Fei and Ning by nearly 40 times. It seems the outcome of this hunting competition has already been determined. As long as Su Ke and his team don't make any mistakes, they'll definitely take first place. Who would have thought that Su Ke, with two F-rank beast girls, could harvest so many points in such a short time? It's risky, but it's worth it. I even think that based on the fighting prowess Su Ke and his team have displayed, the champions of not only the hunting competition but also the youth training competition have already been decided. Of course, Zhao Fei and Ning, who were in Fengming Valley, didn't know all this. At this time, Zhao Fei and Ning showed an extremely confident smile on their faces after quickly dealing with the fourth ferocious beast. In such a short time, we have found and eliminated 4 ferocious beasts. According to the calculation of the youth training camp points, we should have 400 points now. 400 points in less than 10 minutes, this should almost set a record for our Tianhai City youth training team, right? Su Ke is probably still leading his 2 useless F-rank soldiers to fight against the ferocious beast. Once we have a better understanding of the fighting habits of these ferocious beasts, we will definitely be able to harvest points even faster. At this rate, we will definitely be able to maintain first place in points in the upcoming youth training. At this moment, Anding couldn't help laughing when he thought about how he would meet Su Ke and the others and crush them with his points. Zhao Fei, continue. It was not just Zhao Fei and Ning. At this moment, on a slope, Shen Songyun pulled the dagger out of the belly of a ferocious beast with a sinister look in his eyes. Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoxue, I will let you know that strength gained through connections is not strength at all. A truly strong person is forged in blood and fire. In the mountains and forests, looking at the images transmitted by the surveillance array, the man codenamed Al gently pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. This kid named Su Ke can actually give us such a big surprise. Even though the contract was with 2 F-rank beast girls, they were able to unleash such powerful strength with his help. Even Lang Ruoxue used a domain-related skill. If we allow this kind of genius to continue to grow, they will definitely become the #1 threat to our divine religion in the future. He must die. Having said this, the owl pushed his glasses up on his nose again. Bluebird, are you ready? Certainly. Bluebird turned sideways from the shadows and looked with interest at Li Xiangdong and the others who were watching the surveillance array with great interest. Soon, these old guys will feel excruciating pain. A surprise is coming soon. As he spoke, Bluebird stared at a huge rift in the surveillance array, stretched out his green jade white fingers, and snapped them lightly. 3, 2, 1. Game on. As the Bluebird finished speaking, a terrifying earth-shaking sound suddenly rang out throughout the Fengming Valley. Then, a bright beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds and shining before the eyes of the world. At this moment, everyone in the valley turned their heads to look towards the center. Chapter 56, A Vision Appears, A Storm is Coming. What's the noise? Outside Fengming Valley, Li Xiangdong and his group, who were watching the students' competition in the valley through the surveillance array, all widened their eyes. The ground is shaking so much that it's even shaking outside. At this moment, Li Xiangdong and the others all cast their eyes on the dazzling beam of light that shot up from the valley into the sky and could blind people even through the teleportation array. What exactly is this pillar of light? What exactly happened in the valley? At this moment, Li Xiangdong and the others hurriedly looked in the direction of the light column in the surveillance array. That is, in the field of vision, in the center of the valley, in a huge rift, an extremely bright beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the sky and piercing the earth. This is the Fengming Great Rift Valley. Looking at the terrain in their field of vision, everyone couldn't help but frown slightly. They are all Beastmasters and Beast Girls from Tianhai. They have also participated in youth training and are naturally very familiar with Fengming Valley. Zhao Guang couldn't help but analyze aloud. The Fengming Great Rift Valley is the most complex place in the Fengming Valley. There are many high-level ferocious beasts in it, which is extremely dangerous. This unusual phenomenon in Fengming Rift Valley must mean either a treasure has been unearthed or some great opportunity has arisen. Whatever it is, it will surely attract these students. Lang Qianqiu on the side nodded slightly and added to Zhao Guang's words. Even if they are aware of the huge risks involved. But Li Xiangdong, who was in charge of the youth training, squinted his eyes and looked at the images coming from the surveillance array with a serious expression. Lang Qianqiu, who was standing by, saw Li Xiangdong's expression and couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong, Lao Li? You seem worried about the appearance of this strange phenomenon? Li Xiangdong nodded slightly. Right. Fengming Valley has been across our Tianhai for many years, and nothing unusual has ever happened. But when 2 S-level and 1 SSS-level geniuses appeared in Tianhai this time, I became suspicious. What do you doubt? Lang Qianqiu on the side laughed and said. Could it be that you're worried that someone might use other means to get into Fengming Valley and cause trouble? This is a restriction formation set up by a powerful human being. Even if someone sneaked in and blocked the detection of the boundary marker, their cultivation level would not be higher than the 3rd level, and they would not be able to cause any trouble. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Zhao Guang beside him also nodded. That's right, generally, there's no need to worry. This strange phenomenon must be caused by the movement beneath the Fengming Great Rift Valley itself. It must be the emergence of some rare treasure. For these students, it's not a bad thing, but it could be a good thing. Besides, don't they still have the teleportation talisman? Even if there is any real danger, they can still protect themselves. Listening to the two people's words, Li Xiangdong felt a little relieved, but he still frowned and looked towards the direction of the rift, wanting to see clearly what was happening inside. However, perhaps due to the influence of the light column just now above the rift, the image above the rift was a little distorted at this moment, making it impossible to see clearly what was happening inside. Looking at this scene, Li Xiangdong frowned even more tightly. He no longer focused on the center of the rift, but turned his attention back to the other people in Fengming Valley. At this time, in the valley, students from all over the place raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the rift in the center of the valley. What's the noise? Lu Yun, who had just suppressed a 2nd-level ferocious beast, turned his head to look at the beam of light that was shooting straight into the sky above the rift valley, and his eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary great opportunity that only comes once every century? Wu Shuang, who was standing aside, also showed a look of longing in his eyes. It's said that when a rare treasure is born, a heaven-shaking opportunity phenomenon will occur. Could it be that we have encountered it this time? I heard that a senior from Tianhai once found a rare treasure in a secret realm that could enhance his bloodline aptitude. He awakened a new domain-related talent skill and soared to the sky. If we can come across this opportunity first, we may still have a chance of winning even against S-level beings like Ning and Zhao Fei. Let's go and take a look. On the mountainside, Zhao Fei and Ning saw the scene and their eyes showed surprise. This rare phenomenon of heaven and earth must be the appearance of some rare treasure. Zhao Fei, let's go over there quickly. Try to grab this opportunity before Suke and the others, and make him mad. Not only them, but all the students wandering in Fengming Valley at this moment showed longing in their eyes and rushed towards the Fengming Great Rift Valley. Everyone is a chosen one from Tianhai. Even though they know that there may be risks in this trip, no one is willing to give up this opportunity. After this incident, the flavor of this hunting competition may change. Outside the valley, the blue bird hiding in the dark watched all this with a sneer in its eyes. They may have thought this was a chance to change their fate, but little did they know that what awaited them would be the harvest from the god of death. On the mountainside, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and the other two, who were picking up the remains of the gray wolf, raised their heads and looked at the dazzling beam of light rising into the sky in the distance. That location is in the direction of the rift in the center of the valley? Lu Chenhuan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. This kind of strange phenomenon? Could it be that some rare treasure or opportunity has appeared? Could it be some rare treasure? But unlike others who were distracted by some strange treasure, Suke was quite calm at this moment and analyzed things quickly. No matter what the reason is, such a big commotion will definitely attract people from the entire valley to the center. If I remember correctly, there are many high-level beasts in the Rift Valley, which are extremely dangerous. But the reason he came to Fengming Valley this time was to hunt for the ferocious beasts of level 2 and above. Even if there had not been this incident, Fengming Rift Valley would still be a place he must visit. Whether we want to join in the fun or see the source of this strange phenomenon, we still need to go there. Besides, our classmates from number 1 middle school will definitely rush over to meet them and take care of them. After all, I have trained with these classmates for so many days and have been respectfully called captain for many days. I have developed some feelings for them. If I am lucky enough to meet them, it is not impossible to help them. While thinking, Suke asked Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue to put the more than 100 beast cores they had obtained from picking up corpses and the body of the Grey Wolf King into his storage ring, and asked Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue to hurry on. Huan, Ruoshue, let's go and join in the fun. Chapter 57: The Severed Horizon. Under the guidance of the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, everyone quickly rushed towards the direction of the Rift Valley. At this time, Lang Ruoshue and Lu Chenhuan followed behind Suke, watching the figures appearing one after another in their sight, and couldn't help blinking their eyes. It seems that this vision has attracted quite a few people. Maybe I'll meet a lot of my classmates from the youth training camp. No matter what happens, we can take care of each other. Suke's eyes were calm, and he didn't comment on the two people's opinions. Sometimes, having too many people is not a good thing. Especially in this situation where there is a suspected opportunity, humans themselves will become the biggest threat. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue blinked their eyes, not quite understanding what he was saying. Soon, a huge crack appeared on the horizon. From a distance, it looked as if the entire ground was cut in half by something, revealing a hideous wound. Outside the wound, there were many figures gathered and standing on both sides. Seeing this, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue sped up and rushed over quickly. As the three of them approached, the view of the Fengming Great Rift Valley became clearer in their eyes. They could clearly see the cliffs on both sides that looked as if they were carved by a knife as the horizon sank. Below the cliffs on both sides is an extremely sloping forest, and in the center of the forest is a turbulent river. And in the center where the mountains and the river meet, a brilliant beam of light is rising into the sky. At this moment, outside the Rift Valley, the students from the various camps who had arrived were all looking down along the cliff, as if they wanted to see clearly what was below. Suke took a quick look and spotted his fellow battalion members gathered together, and hurried over. Captain Su and Captain Lu are here. Seeing Suke appear with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue, the students from the 1st Battalion gathered around them. After spending some time together, everyone in the 1st Battalion was convinced of Suke and recognized him as their captain from the bottom of their hearts. Suke didn't waste any time and looked directly at Lu Yun and Wu Shuang in the crowd. Lu Yun, you guys go first, have you found anything? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun hurried forward and smiled at Suke. A little, but not much. Oh? Then tell me what you think. Listening to Suke's question, Lu Yun quickly told him everything he knew, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Actually, we arrived not much earlier than you, Captain Su. We originally wanted to go down and take a look, but the terrain of the rift is complex and it's hard to find a way down. We also vaguely sensed the presence of several high-level ferocious beasts in the rift, so we're a little hesitant. Listening to Lu Yun's words, Suke took a step forward and walked to the edge of the cliff. He leaned over to look at the huge rift below and made a quick analysis. This rift valley stretches for thousands of kilometers and is 100 or 200 kilometers wide. Its depth varies, ranging from 1 to 2,000 meters. The terrain is extremely complex. It is indeed as Lu Yun and the others analyzed. There are many second-level ferocious beasts below. Second-level ferocious beast? Hearing the words that occasionally slipped out of Sukei's mouth, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but swallow subconsciously. I want to eat. Just now, when Sukei collected the corpse of the second-level Wolf King, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help drooling, but Sukei didn't have time to show off to her, so he could only put it into the storage ring for safekeeping. At this time, he heard that there was a second-level ferocious beast nearby, and Lu Chenhuan naturally couldn't help it. Sukei, on the other hand, gave orders to everyone in a very calm manner. Don't panic, everyone. This kind of rift valley usually doesn't have such steep slopes all the time. Those beasts must need a passage to get out and hunt. If we search around, we'll definitely find a path down. Everyone spread out and quickly find the entrance down. At Sukei's command, everyone in the 1st Battalion quickly moved and spread out to search for the entrance. The people in other nearby camps also realized this problem and followed Sukei and his team's example to find an entrance down the mountain. Sukei, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and took a general look at the students from each camp. Perhaps it was because they arrived slowly, or perhaps it was because some students were still busy with the hunting competition, but at this moment the total number of students in all the camps was less than half of the usual number. Bifan's own battalion, Shenzhen, when Feifei and many teammates had not arrived yet. Even many captains of the camps have not arrived yet. However, at this moment, the sound of a Pegasus neighing was heard, and then Ning and Zhao Fei appeared beside the rift valley. At this moment, the two of them looked at the column of light rising into the sky, their eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. This strange phenomenon must mean that a rare treasure has appeared. Seeing Sukei still directing everyone to find the entrance down the mountain, and Ning couldn't help but sneer. Sukei, are you still searching for the entrance? The chances of this kind of rare treasure appearing are much greater if we are one step ahead. We'll go down first. As the words fell, and Ning immediately entered the beast state, pulling Zhao Fei and leaping down to the side of the cliff. Zhao Fei, who was standing aside, obviously didn't react in time. He felt his feet go empty and he lost his balance in an instant. He let out a shrill scream and hurriedly grabbed in Ning's hooves. Ning, I'm not a beast girl. I'll fall to my death like this. No. Then, the two figures crashed into the woods below the cliff and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Sukei couldn't help but hold his forehead. A fool who has no regard for the safety of his companions. Before the beast girl unlocks the ability to stay in the air, this risky move can easily bring unexpected danger to herself. But in a sense, this adventurous move also brings greater opportunities. And Ning took such a risky and radical action because she didn't want to lose to Sukei from the bottom of her heart. In addition to considering the overall situation, Sukei also felt that the occurrence of this strange phenomenon was a bit abnormal. In order to prevent accidents, it is best to seek progress while maintaining stability. Shin So-myun from the 3rd Battalion and people from other large camps did the same thing as Sukei and his men. Soon, the surprised voice of a member of the 6th Battalion was heard in the distance. Found it. There's a small path here that we can go down. Upon hearing this, all the people in the camp rushed towards the trail. Sure enough, after getting closer, you can see that the terrain here is slightly gentler, and there is a crooked path winding along the edge of the cliff towards the mountains and forests below. Seeing this, many beastmasters and beast girls couldn't help but quickly rush down along the trail, fearing that they would miss out on the opportunity if they fell behind. Seeing this, Sukei didn't hesitate and led the members of the 1st Battalion to rush down. Soon, a dense forest appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 58: The Fear of Death. Why hasn't the light trail disappeared above the Rift Valley? These students just entered the area covered by the light and immediately lost contact? Looking at the surveillance array where most of the image was obscured by a hazy halo, Li Shangdong felt a bad feeling in his heart. Something's not right. This light trail seems to have the effect of blocking detection. Hearing Li Shangdong's worries, Lang Qianqiu on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. If there really is some rare treasure that has appeared, it is not impossible to isolate it from outside detection. Don't worry so much, Lao Li. But that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried that this light trail might be something like a barrier, not only blocking detection, but also blocking space teleportation. As Li Shangdong finished speaking, Lang Qianqiu's voice couldn't help but pause. Everyone around couldn't help but change their expression slightly. That's unlikely, right? If teleportation is prohibited due to the isolated space, then these students who enter the Fengming Great Rift Valley will be in great danger. Originally, the Fengming Great Rift Valley was an area where high-level ferocious beasts often appeared, and it was full of dangers. If teleportation was restricted at this time, there would be an unprecedented chaos. Especially when something happens to a genius like Suke and Ning, or Zhao Fei, it is a heavy responsibility that even Li Xiangdong cannot bear. For a moment, everyone felt cold sweat and a little uncomfortable. That shouldn't be the case. There's no way such a coincidence could happen. Lang Qianqiu and Zhao Guang, whose daughter and son were in Fengming Valley, felt even more nervous. Whether it's a coincidence or not, you'll know later. At this time, Li Xiangdong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the images covered by the halo. The Fengming Great Rift Valley is rife with dangers, including numerous rank 2 and higher ferocious beasts. Based on past experience, someone will be eliminated and teleported out within 10 minutes. Even if we extend the time a bit, if no one shows up after 15 minutes, it means there's danger and emergency measures need to be taken. As they spoke, everyone turned their attention back to the scene in the surveillance array, but the difference from the previous time was that this time they were no longer as relaxed as before. These trees are so tall and big. In the Rift Valley, many people looked at the towering trees that reached the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. These ancient trees are so tall and big, and their lush greenery almost blocks out the sunlight from entering the valley, making the light very dim. The captains of the battalions who were already in position couldn't help but give a reminder. This Fengming Rift Valley is different from the outside. I heard there are many high-level beasts in it. Everyone must be careful. Following the instructions of their respective captains, everyone perked up, carefully observed their surroundings, and moved forward slowly. Suke and Lu Qinuan also led the members of the 1st Battalion forward slowly, keeping an eye out for danger at all times. But after walking for 4 or 5 minutes, the group did not encounter any ferocious beasts, which made everyone relax. It's been a long time, and we haven't seen any ferocious beasts. Could it be that the rumors outside are wrong? That's right. High-level beasts are very alert. It's impossible that we haven't noticed them for so long. Some people even began to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Look, as we go deeper, these ancient trees look a little different. They seem to be entwined with another kind of plants. I know. This is the fig tree mentioned in the book. It's a type of strangler vine. It mainly parasitizes and wraps itself around large trees, slowly draining them of nutrients until it completely replaces them. Some curious beastmasters and beastgirls even reached out their hands towards the strangler vines. But at this moment, Suke's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Because he actually saw information boards on those strangler vines. Ferocious beast, strangler vine. Realm, 1st level. Talent skills, growth, extension, strangulation. Disadvantages, too heavy, unable to leave the soil under the roots, afraid of fire. Careful. The moment the information bar appeared, Suke quickly spoke to the beastmasters and beastwomen. However, they didn't react at all. Instead, they looked at Suke with curiosity. Be careful about what? Exactly. What are you, a member of the 1st Battalion, doing commanding our 7th Battalion? What's there to be afraid of about touching a tree? Hey, I won't listen, I'll just touch it. But at this moment, the strangler vines that originally looked harmless suddenly extended and grew the moment the few people approached, and quickly dropped from the sky and stabbed towards the backs of the unsuspecting people. Careful. This time it was not only Suke who spoke up, the captains of their surrounding camps could not help but warn them. At this moment, several people realized that something was wrong and turned around quickly. But it's too late. The long branches pierced through the backs of several people like sharp blades, piercing them through and through. There was not even enough time to make a teleportation talisman. Fire. They're afraid of fire. At this moment, Suke spoke out hastily, and some fire-attributed beastgirls and beastmasters quickly used their skills. The scorching flames exploded the moment they came into contact with the strangler vines, and countless branches waved wildly like human hands and feet, making a crackling sound of pain. In a moment, all the nearby strangler vines were destroyed. But the 6 beastmasters and beastgirls who died could never be saved. Seeing the large bleeding holes on the chests of the 6 beastmasters and the beastgirls, the people around them showed a look of retreat for the first time. This is the first time that a beastmaster and a beastgirl have died. The people who came in earlier mostly regarded this competition as a test, and no one thought of dying here. But the deaths of these 6 beastmasters and beastgirls revealed this cruel truth. There are many dangers under the Rift Valley, and if you are not careful, your life may be in danger. At this moment, many people were hesitant about their next move forward. Seeing his teammates from the 3rd Battalion hesitating, Shin Song-yun couldn't help but shout at everyone. This was just a minor accident. How come you were so scared by a first-level beast? We only suffered a loss this time because we were not alert enough. As long as we remain vigilant, stay still, and stay together, we can definitely prevent similar situations from happening again. Listening to Shin Song-yoon's words, many people felt that it made sense. Thinking of the exciting opportunity, they gritted their teeth and continued to move forward. Likewise, after about 5 minutes, everyone entered deeper into the dense forest. At this time, they had entered the depths of the dense forest. The light around them was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the silent atmosphere made everyone feel even more fearful. Why, apart from the sneak attack just now, haven't we encountered any high-level beasts in all this time? That's unscientific. Just then, heavy footsteps were heard all around. Chapter 59: The Strange Human Corpse. Where do the footsteps come from? It's so heavy, it doesn't look like a human. In the valley, people from each camp subconsciously gathered together and looked around cautiously. At this time, everyone was a little nervous because of the fear in their hearts, especially after seeing the death of a beastmaster. They became even more cautious and fearful. Suke, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever. With the divine eyes of insight, I can check the enemy's information at any time without having to worry about being ambushed. Huan, Ruoshua, follow me closely. My fellow soldiers from the 1st Battalion, do not move around randomly. Follow my orders. The comrades in the 1st Battalion were already quite convinced of Captain Suke, and especially after what had just happened, they were even more convinced of Suke and nodded hurriedly. We all listened to Captain Su. The students from other camps looked at Suke and were also somewhat tempted. But the captains of other battalions saw that their teammates' hearts were somewhat shifting away from their side, especially the captain of the 3rd Battalion, Shin Song-yoon, who spoke with a gloomy face. Why are you staring at Suke? He's your captain? Do you really think that if something goes wrong, the people from the 1st Battalion will care about the life and death of our 3rd Battalion? In some dangerous situations, they might even use people like us who they don't know as cannon fodder. Follow me closely. Follow my instructions. I will lead our 3rd Battalion to create miracles. As Shin Song-yoon finished speaking, the captains of other surrounding camps also issued similar warnings, dividing their camps and guarding against each other. Seeing this, Suke was too lazy to bother with them. He is not the kind of saint who cares about everything. If someone trusts him and he has the spare capacity, he doesn't mind helping them. But as for those aliens who are wary of him, Suke doesn't care about their lives. At this moment, the footsteps around quickened again. Hearing the rustling footsteps, everyone's heart couldn't help but rise, and the students in the 1st Battalion subconsciously moved closer to Suke and the others. I heard that most of the beasts in Fengming Great Rift Valley are level 2. Judging from the number, if there are really so many level 2 beasts, then we are doomed today, right? But at this moment, a group of birds flew over the woods and flew out of the forest. Everyone was surprised to find that the footsteps came from the mouths of those birds. It seemed to be a kind of bird that could imitate the sound of human footsteps. The sound it made was like the heavy footsteps falling into people's hearts. It was a false alarm. Seeing this, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, couldn't help but relax. I told you so. It's rare to see large numbers of high-level ferocious beasts living in groups in the Fengming Great Rift Valley. You're really just scaring yourself. But unlike the others who were relaxed, Suke stared at the flying birds with an increasingly serious look. Evil Beast, Wind Hyacinth. Realm, 1st level. Talent skills, Noise, Pounce, Cluster Call. Disadvantage, although its body is flexible, it is extremely fragile. As long as you find a way to get close to it, you can easily defeat it. Something's not right. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, seemed to notice Suke's worry and asked him doubtfully. What's wrong, Brother Su? Suke pointed at the weather vanes that were flying out of the forest and at Lu Chenhuan. Those birds are the 1st level ferocious beasts, the wind hyphens. Hearing this, Lang Ruoshua beside her couldn't help but widen her eyes. Brother Su, are you saying that these seemingly ordinary birds are also 1st level ferocious beasts? Right. Suke nodded gently. Ferocious beasts should be naturally hostile to humans. But judging by their state, they didn't seem to care about us below them at all. They were only focused on flying out of the forest. And the formation is disorganized. Judging from this state, it's more like, get away. Listening to Suke's analysis, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua beside him couldn't help but frown slightly. What could be causing these birds, which have air superiority, to flee at all costs? Is there some terrifying existence in the center of this rift valley? Suke nodded slightly. That should be it. Besides, along the way, apart from those immobile plant-based beasts called strangler vines, we haven't encountered any other ferocious beasts. We haven't even seen a single high-level ferocious beast. This doesn't match Pang Meng and the others' previous description of the Fengming Great Rift Valley. At this moment, Lang Ruoshua blinked her beautiful blue eyes and spoke. Is it possible that those ferocious beasts were also attracted by the strange phenomenon just now? After all, some natural treasures are extremely attractive to ferocious beasts. That's possible. Suke nodded gently. But there is another possibility. That's when the strange phenomenon appeared. It wasn't some rare treasure, but a sign of great misfortune. There must be something inside that scares these hyacinths, causing them to flee desperately. And the disappearance of those high-level exotic beasts is also related to this. Listening to Suke's analysis, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua beside him fell silent for a rare moment. If it is true as Suke said, then these young talents who entered the valley are probably in great danger today. But they also knew in their hearts that some groundless speculations alone could not shake everyone's desire to hunt for treasure. Anyway, you must follow me closely and be careful. As they spoke, the group continued to move cautiously towards the direction of the light column in the center of the rift. But after walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, everyone stopped again. Because there was an extremely pungent smell of blood coming from the forest ahead. Human corpses lay scattered in the surrounding bushes. Judging from their number, there were probably about 20 or 30 of them. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Is this the corpse of our fellow human? However, at this moment, the human corpses had been eaten to a bloody mess, and their clothes had long been torn to shreds. But judging from the pieces of clothes with uniform colors, they did not look like students from the youth training camp, but more like members of some kind of organization. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned ugly. Why are there other human corpses here? Everyone remembered clearly that the only people who went down into the Rift Valley were Zhao Fei and In Ning, who were eager to seize the treasure, and no one else. Suke squatted down and pinched the wounds under the corpses with his hands. Judging from the degree of decay in the wounds, these bodies have not been dead for long. What's strange is that these bodies are all dried up to varying degrees, more like they died from being sucked dry of blood and gnawing on. More importantly, Suke felt the spiritual energy fluctuations from the corpses that had not yet completely dissipated. Among them, half are second-level beastmasters and beastmothers. Hearing Suke's words, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 60, Invalid Teleportation Talisman. Half of these 20 or 30 corpses are second level? After hearing Suke's analysis, everyone's expressions instantly turned ugly. Even in our entire youth training camp, there are only 5 or 6 second-level beastmasters and beastmothers right now, right? Half of these are actually second level? And they're all dead? At this moment, everyone felt that this trip to the Rift Valley was no longer full of hope as before, but was filled with heavy clouds. Someone pondered for a while and then spoke. I'm withdrawing from this trip to the Rift Valley. From the moment we entered the Rift Valley until now, everything we've encountered has been so illogical. Now, we've even discovered the bodies of a second-level beastmaster and a beast girl. I've decided to withdraw. After the first person made the suggestion, the second and third people followed suit. That's right, we have to withdraw too. We originally came to Fengming Valley for hunting points, but this trip to the Rift Valley has changed the meaning of this trip. My life is more important, I have to leave too. As some people started, nearly half of them began to think about quitting. Suke was not surprised by this result. Instead, he respected the decision of those in his battalion who wanted to withdraw. Okay, since you want to quit, I won't force you. Anyone else who wants to leave? You can leave now. However, Shin Song-yun from the 3rd Battalion was obviously unhappy when he saw his team members were about to leave. The end is almost here, why do you want to quit? Aren't you curious about what this strange phenomenon is? In other words, even if there's no rare treasure, and some high-level ferocious beast appears, with so many of us and each of us having a skill, we can smash it to death. Killing a high-level beast is worth 5,000 points. Aren't you tempted? After listening to Shin Song-yun's words, some people obviously hesitated, but there were also many people who insisted on their idea of withdrawing. Compared to the danger here, we would rather go out. Yes, instead of being frightened here, it's better to go back up there and hunt those low-level beasts. Although it's a bit slower, it's safer. Seeing that many people insisted on their own opinions, Shin Song-yun and some captains of other battalions spoke out in annoyance. You have no ambition, get out of here. In an instant, the youth training team was divided into two groups. One group was ready to continue the adventure and seek wealth and honor in danger, while the other group wanted to cut their losses in time and leave here. But just as everyone was about to go their separate ways, a neighing of Herod was heard from a distance. Then, at the far end of the forest, a man was seen galloping towards us on a red horse with flaming hooves. It was Zhao Fei and An Ning who had entered the beast state. At this time, An Ning and Zhao Fei were covered in blood, their eyes full of fear. They looked at the large group coming towards them, their eyes filled with fear. Run! Run! Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Especially the members of the 2nd Battalion. Isn't this Captain Zhao and Captain An? Why are they so seriously injured? Are you still asking us to run? Only Su Ke reacted quickly at the first moment. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxua beside him, as well as all the members of the 1st Battalion, all entered combat readiness at this moment, and the spiritual power around them instantly bloomed. Many other battalions around also reacted and quickly entered a state of combat readiness. The one who could make An Ning and Zhao Fei, both 2nd level and S-level, so embarrassed must not be a weak creature. Call. At this time, An Ning was carrying Zhao Fei and rushing towards the crowd madly. He crashed directly into the crowd and almost fell to the ground. Run! At this moment, the two seemed to have exhausted all their strength, their consciousness was a little blurred, and they struggled to speak to everyone. Fortunately, the people from their 2nd Battalion quickly supported the two men and prevented them from falling. Seeing this scene, the students who had originally wanted to leave wanted to escape even more and turned around to leave. But at this moment, the familiar sound of footsteps once again rang in everyone's heart. What are those weather hyacinths again? Leave them alone. Just as everyone was about to leave, a group of figures with ferocious looks like hunting dogs and spotted bodies appeared from the surrounding woods and surrounded everyone. Hyena? Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed slightly. At this time, there were thousands of hyenas gathered around, and the entire forest was covered with dense spots. They all exuded the aura of a 1st-level ferocious beast. Of course, at this time, there are more than 140 beast masters and beast girls in the forest. If it were just 1st-level hyenas, it would not be enough to scare everyone. What everyone is afraid of is that among these hyenas, there are actually many 2nd-level auras. What is even more terrifying is that in addition to the densely packed hyena group, there are 20 or 30 2nd-level ferocious beasts whose appearance cannot be seen clearly and whose aura is extremely powerful. When did they gather here? When everyone saw this scene, they felt their whole bodies were soaked in cold sweat. Why wasn't it discovered before? Even a bolder idea arose in everyone's mind. Could it be that those hyenas that appeared earlier were covering up the hyenas' actions? Sure enough, when everyone looked up, the hyacinths that had originally left the forest flew back and circled high above their heads. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank instantly. How can these beasts be so smart? Why does it feel like this is an action targeting our youth training? That so-called vision was also deliberately meant to lure us here? Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the surrounding woods, many people couldn't help but retreat subconsciously. What the hell is this Fengming Rift Valley? It's over. Now I can't go back even if I want to. I can only teleport with tears in my eyes. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have come down. Not only did I waste a lot of time hunting beasts, but I didn't get any points, and I was forced to teleport away. At this time, everyone was still thinking about the ranking of the hunting points competition. When they thought about being eliminated early, they couldn't help but feel sad. Even though leaving early might mean being eliminated, it's better than staying in this hellhole, not knowing whether I'll live or die. Let's go! One by one, the students took out a teleportation talisman from their pockets and prepared to crush it before leaving. However, watching this scene, Su Ke's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. I'm afraid I can't leave. Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan, who were standing by, were startled when they heard this and quickly looked towards Su Ke. Brother Su, why do you judge like that? Su Ke stared at the wounded Zhao Fei and An Ning and spoke with narrowed eyes. If they could have easily escaped with the help of the teleportation talisman, why would Zhao Fei and An Ning have gotten themselves into such a mess? Sure enough, the next second, many people's eyes widened with fear in their eyes and they screamed. How come? The teleportation talisman is ineffective? Chapter 61 Despair in the Melee. It's over. Why did the teleportation talisman fail? At this moment, in the Rift Valley forest, someone looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand, which was obviously broken but did not emit any teleportation power at all, and felt his mentality collapsed. I've clearly crushed it, so why isn't the teleportation talisman working? Could it be that the one the instructor gave me was a fake? There were also people around who didn't believe it and crushed their own teleportation talismans. After finding that their teleportation talismans were not effective, they felt like the sky was falling. Why didn't mine take effect? Could it be that these teleportation talismans are all defective? Where did the youth training camp find the unscrupulous manufacturer? After discovering that the teleportation talisman was ineffective, looking at the densely packed hyena beasts surrounding him and the second-level beasts glaring at him from a distance, a feeling of panic quickly spread around him. The teleportation talisman is ineffective. So we're not barbecue this time? That's right, there are thousands of first-level beasts hunting around, and there are also 20 to 30 second-level beasts waiting in the dark. Are we going to fight them head-on? At this time, everyone finally understood why Zhao Fei and Ning told everyone to run the first thing they did when they saw them. Because there is no chance of teleportation at all. At this time, Zhao Fei and Ning had recovered a little with the help of everyone, but looking at the densely packed ferocious beasts around them, they still smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to fail in a small youth training session. And Ning, in particular, looked in the direction of Suke, Lu Qinhuan and the others with some reluctance. It's damned. We haven't proven our strength to them yet, and haven't proven that bastard Suke's original choice was wrong. Only Suke stared at the hyenas around him, scanning them quickly with his insightful eyes. Ferocious beast, hyena. Realm, first level. Talent skills, roar, pounce, cluster call. Disadvantages: strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, defense is poor, waist and head are easily injured, and the nose is particularly vulnerable. Looking at the information in front of him, Suke quickly analyzed it. These hyenas are actually not much different from gray wolves, and their weaknesses are very similar, so it's not difficult to deal with them. The real challenge lies in those second-level beasts lurking in the darkness in the distance. Since those ferocious beasts had not yet appeared, Suke could only sense their breath at this moment, but had not yet detected any information about them. If it's just a ferocious beast like the gray wolf, I wouldn't even need to use the tyrant to suppress it. Huan and Ruoxue can handle it alone. But Ruoxue's skills are limited, and she can't take care of too many people. She can only choose a few valuable people to take care of. From the very beginning, all Suke was thinking about was the entire human race and how he would fight against the army of ferocious beasts outside the demon-suppressing pass in the future. It is not impossible if we can leave more sparks for the human race within our capabilities. While everyone was having all kinds of thoughts in their mind, a roar came from the beast herd in the distance, and the surrounding hyenas burst out with energy and pounced towards everyone. Get started! Seeing this, everyone instantly entered combat mode, their spiritual power exploded, and they fought against these ferocious beasts. Zhao Fei and Ning, who had barely recovered a little, also gathered their spiritual energy and joined the battle again. Even Lu Yun and Wu Shuang couldn't help but shout. Wu Shuang activated the Howling Moon Wolf state, while Lu Yun took the opportunity to pull the Divine Bow to its full strength and fire. Fortunately, there are a large number of Beastmasters and Beast Girls coming down to the rift this time, so they can take care of each other and are not easily dispersed and disrupted by the hyenas. The safety factor of many long-range Beastmasters and Beast Girls is greatly increased under the protection of melee Beastmasters. He actually killed hundreds of hyenas in just one encounter. However, compared to the battle results of others, what shocked everyone at this time was another thing. That is Suke's trio. The moment she met the hyenas, Lang Ruoxue directly activated the Ice Crystal Storm, instantly turning the hundreds of hyenas surrounding them into sieves. Before the teammates from the surrounding battalion could even say a word, the hyenas fell in a pool of blood. What kind of terrifying fighting power is this? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. With hundreds of people cooperating with each other, their killing power is only about the same as that of Suke and his three companions? Even Zhao Fei and Ning, who were covered in wounds at the moment, couldn't help but widen their eyes. No, how could this last place guy beside Suke be so powerful? Such a large-scale killing power? Is this F-class? If we had this much fighting power before, why would we end up like this? Especially in Ning, the feeling of disappointment in her heart was simply beyond words. Why does it feel like this F-rank Lang Ruoxue is more powerful than an S-rank like me? And she's more than one level more powerful. But Ning soon found an excuse for herself. This kind of lethality must be due to Suke's secret enhancement of it. However, F classes' innate flaws are too great, and their spiritual power cannot possibly be as abundant as mine. This kind of attack is definitely short-lived and will soon be overwhelmed. However, compared to Ning, Zhao Fei, and the others couldn't help but cheer up when they saw how powerful Suke and the others were, and how well they coordinated with each other. Maybe, there really is a chance to break through. But before everyone could relax, several second-level hyenas hiding in the hyena pack suddenly experienced a surge in spiritual power, and directly rushed into the crowd who had no time to react, regardless of the output of everyone. The Beastmasters and Beastgirls of the 4th, 6th, and 9th camps had no time to react before their formation was disrupted and they were rushed into the crowd by several second-level hyenas. When the second-level hyenas entered the scene, it was simply a crushing massacre. Nearly 20 Beastmasters and Beastgirls from the 3 camps had their chests pierced by the hyenas before they could even react. Several Beastgirls even had their intestines pulled out from the back door on the spot, and they let out shrill screams. In an instant, the surrounding intestines and blood flowed all over the ground. Seeing this scene, the other Beastmasters around felt a chill rushing to their heads, and several Beastmasters and Beastgirls were even so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. The great terror of facing life and death occupied everyone's mind. Not only these 3 camps, but also some second-level hyenas hiding in the dark also targeted targets in other camps and rushed in by mixing into the dog pack. Among them are the 2nd Battalion and the 1st Battalion. The second-level hyena from the 2nd Battalion pounced directly on Ning and Zhao Fei, who were already covered in wounds, the moment its presence was revealed. The second-level hyena from the 1st Battalion had not yet revealed its presence and was preparing to hide among the dogs and wait for an opportunity to approach Lang Ruoxue when it was discovered in advance by Suke's insightful eyes. Huan, there's that third stupid dog in front of you on the left. Kill it. Chapter 62 Worthy of being my Suke's woman. Silly dog, you still want to trick people? After hearing Suke's order, Lu Qinuan flew out immediately, unleashing all his second-level cultivation, and rushed towards the hidden second-level hyena. After sensing Lu Qinuan's attacking aura, the second-level hyena knew it could no longer hide, so it immediately released its aura, no longer concealing its second-level cultivation. With its spiritual power vibrating throughout its body, it rushed directly towards Lu Qinuan. Seeing this scene, the other Beastmasters around couldn't help but exclaim. After all, the scene of the second-level beast slaughtering other camps is still vivid in everyone's mind. The cruelty of the hyena is in plain sight, and many people can't help but close their eyes. Even the teammates in the 1st Battalion were a little worried when they knew that Lu Qinuan was very powerful. Because the cruelty of ferocious beasts is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Their innate ferocity is the kind that makes your scalp tingle just by looking at it. But in the next second, something shocking happened. The moment the hyena's attack landed on Lu Qinuan, a golden light flashed, and Lu Qinuan's skin instantly turned into metal. The hyena's hard claws hit him, but only managed to produce sparks. Then, before the second-level hyena could even begin to express surprise, the gold-eating claw landed directly on the hyena's neck, grabbed its throat with one claw, and pulled it out fiercely. Killed instantly. Seeing this scene, everyone around widened their eyes. A second-level ferocious beast was killed in one blow? Is Lu Qinuan so powerful? Even Shin Songyun and others from the 3rd Battalion in the distance couldn't help but look at Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinuan beside Suke with complicated expressions. But at this moment, another cry of surprise came from the 2nd Battalion not far away. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. In the field of vision, another hyena with a second-level aura had approached Ning and Zhao Fei, and was fighting fiercely with them. But at this time, Ning and Zhao Fei were already covered in wounds. Under the attack of this second-level hyena, their physical strength became increasingly exhausted, and they began to suffer injuries all over their bodies. Caught off guard, Zhao Fei's calf was even torn by the hyena, leaving a hideous wound, and the blood was flowing non-stop. And Ning's beast-like body was also torn with several bloody marks. He kept retreating and was about to be defeated. Thump! Finally, Ning, who was exhausted, stumbled and fell to the ground. The hyena naturally would not miss this opportunity. With a ferocious red light in its eyes, it roared and pounced directly at Ning, who fell to the ground, reaching for her lower body. The other teammates from the 2nd Battalion around them were helpless when they saw this scene. They were entangled by the huge group of hyenas and were completely unable to rescue them. Seeing this scene, Ning couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Is this going to happen here? It's a pity that I'm an S-rank guy, but I haven't even made it out of the novice training camp and I'm going to die here. As death was about to come, Ning suddenly recalled every little detail of his time with Suke, as well as Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue, who had become extremely powerful with Suke's help, and a trace of regret arose in his heart. If I had waited a little longer when I awakened and hadn't broken up with Suke, would things be different now? I won't take any risks just to prove myself, but I can become stronger with his help. It's a pity that time will not come back, there is no if. However, just as Ning was about to close his eyes and welcome death, suddenly a golden light flashed across the sky and landed in front of Ning. Then a claw swept out and directly pierced the throat of the second-level hyena in front of Lu Chenhuan. Amidst the splattering blood, Lu Chenhuan's cold voice rang out from the side. And Ning, even though I look down on you, you are at least in S rank. How can you be so spineless? If it were me, I would drag this vicious dog to hell even if I died. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's voice, and Ning finally opened his eyes. Looking at the second-level hyena falling straight in front of him, his pupils widened and he looked at Lu Chenhuan with a complicated expression. Lu Chenhuan? You saved me? Until now, and Ning still couldn't believe that she would be saved by Lu Chenhuan, whom she always looked down upon. Why? At this moment, and Ning's eyes were full of confusion. Lu Chenhuan, on the other hand, had a look of indifference on his face. The reason I chose to save you is not because you are a Ning. It's because you are a rare S-level genius among the human race. Although you are still far behind peerless geniuses like Brother Su and me, you are still a rare talent. I'm not saving you, but giving humanity a greater hope of victory in the future, and saving the lives of the many warriors defending our territory. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's bold words, and Ning couldn't help but be stunned. Is this why you saved me? Looking at Ning's dazed look, Lu Chenhuan frowned and took out a few first-level beast cores from his pocket and threw them in front of Lu Chenhuan. Stop talking so much, recover quickly, and lead everyone out. This is the right thing to do. I don't have much time to care about you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan stood up again and returned to Su Kei's side. Lu Chenhuan, who was so proud before, lowered his head with a guilty conscience when he returned to Su Kei's side. Brother Su, I acted on my own initiative and saved Ning and the others out of a kind heart. Will you blame me? Su Kei looked at Lu Chenhuan, who had a guilty look on his face, but his face was full of smiles. He reached out and gently rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head. Silly boy, you care about the entire human race. How could I blame you? From the beginning to the end, I have never considered Ning as my opponent. Whether she lives or dies has little impact on me. On the contrary, I am somewhat relieved by the pattern you showed today. In a sense, Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan are similar people. They never think about the immediate fame and fortune, but how to grow and progress in the future, lead the entire human race to counterattack the demon race, and accomplish an unparalleled feat. After all, Su Kei has lived 2 lives and experienced life and death. Naturally, he is unwilling to live a mediocre life. He has come to this world with great difficulty. If he doesn't make some great achievements, wouldn't his life be in vain? Even Long Ruoxue beside her nodded. Don't be afraid, Sister Huan Huan. Brother Su and I both support your idea. Brother Su is always extraordinary, why would he worry about such a small character? By comparison, if saving her today can prevent a few more deaths among the human race in the future, it will be worth it. Listening to the two people's words, Su Kei's eyes showed even more relief. You are truly worthy of being my, Su Kei's, women. Your abilities are simply incomparable to those of other ordinary characters. There's just one thing. And Ning has an unstable temperament. Saving her today may not necessarily be a good thing for our human race in the future. Before Su Kei finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan beside him spoke through gritted teeth. Don't worry about this, Brother Su. If Ning dares to harm the human race in the future, I, Lu Chenhuan, will personally take her head off and apologize. Chapter 63, The Oppressive Feeling of the Third-Level Hyena King. Something's wrong. Su Kei and many others who entered the Fengming Rift Valley haven't made any movement yet. The sky above the Rift Valley is still shrouded in light, and it's impossible to see what's happening there. Outside Fengming Valley, Li Xiangdong and his group looked at the surveillance footage blurred by light trails, feeling an ominous premonition. Logically speaking, with so many people entering the Fengming Rift Valley, it would definitely attract the attention of the high-level beasts there, leading to attacks. There are still many students in the youth training camp who are still at the first level. It's impossible that all of them have not encountered dangers that they cannot handle. But up to now, no one has been teleported back from the rift. This is not right. Although some people had just used the teleportation talisman to teleport back, after questioning by the instructors of each camp, it was found that they were not the group of students who entered the Rift Valley. Most of them were hunting ferocious beasts outside and were forced to teleport back because they encountered an insurmountable danger. Logically speaking, the danger inside the rift is greater than outside. It's impossible that there haven't been any accidents by now. The only possible explanation is that this light trail is suspicious and has the ability to isolate space transmission. After listening to Li Shangdong's analysis, everyone's expressions changed in an instant. There are many elite troops from many camps entering the Rift Valley. Who wouldn't be panicked? Especially Zhao Guang and Ling Qianxiu, they became extremely anxious and paced back and forth. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But they also knew in their hearts that according to the current situation, what Li Shangdong said was most likely the truth. If that's the case, we must initiate emergency measures, forcibly remove the restrictive magic circle left by our human ancestors, and enter the valley to rescue them. Removing the magic circle left by the ancestors of the human race is no small matter. Once someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of it, it will cause a big trouble. But at this time, Li Shangdong no longer cared about so much. 1 SSS level and 2S level, I can't afford the gamble. Everyone, follow me to remove this restrictive magic circle and go into the mountains to rescue people. When the ancestors of the human race left behind this magic circle, they had already considered the possibility of accidents, so they left behind a means to remove the restrictions of the magic circle, and every person in charge of the youth training camp has mastered it. At this moment, Li Shangdong did not care about other consequences. He bit his fingertip immediately, stepped forward quickly, used blood as a bond, pressed down on the teleportation array in front of him, and quickly engraved the barrier. The other people around also perked up at this moment, ready to go into the mountains to rescue people after Li Shangdong lifted the restrictions of the magic circle. At this moment, in the dark forest, the brutal battle is still going on. The bodies of dead hyenas were almost piling up into a mountain. The forest was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and the blood underfoot had spread like a river, staining everyone's trouser legs red. Compared with the mountain of hyena corpses, the bodies of the dead classmates were not many, but there were still 40 or 50 people, which was nearly 1/3 of the total number of casualties. Fortunately, after being attacked by Lang Ruoshua's indiscriminate ice crystal storm, the hyenas were almost all killed or injured, with only some old, weak, and sick ones still alive. Lu Chenwan even had the leisure to collect the corpses of those second-level ferocious beasts, take out the beast cores, and place them under his body. But everyone's mood did not relax because of this. Because behind these hyenas, there are second-level ferocious beasts with terrifying auras staring at them. These beasts have just begun to develop intelligence and are already somewhat intelligent. They previously sent these hyenas to besiege us. In addition to testing our strength, they also wanted to take the opportunity to drain our physical strength. Now that the hyenas are almost dead, it's time for them to take action. While Suke was analyzing, 20 or 30 second-level ferocious beasts slowly stepped out from the dark forest, glaring at everyone with murderous eyes. Seeing this scene, the remaining less than 100 students felt that their hope of survival was instantly wiped out. 20 or 30 second-level beasts, how can we survive? Previously, only 5 or 6 second-level hyenas killed 1/3 of the new forces in the youth training camp. Now, with 20 or 30 second-level beasts joining forces, there is no hope of survival at all. But at this moment, Suke's calm voice poured a bucket of cold water on everyone, making the situation even worse. That's not enough. As they were speaking, a giant hyena, about 4 meters tall and with red eyes, appeared in front of everyone. An information bar appeared in Suke's eyes at the same time. Ferocious Beast, King of Hyenas. Realm, Level 3. Talent skills: Roar, Pounce, Cluster Call, Rage, Tear. Disadvantages: Strength is too concentrated in the limbs, tends to be offensive, and has poor defensive capabilities. The waist and head are easily injured, and the nose is particularly vulnerable. When violent, it will lose its mind and is easier to defeat with reasonable control. When everyone saw the Hyena King appear and felt its aura that far surpassed that of other second-level beasts, their hearts died. What the hell is this? A third-level ferocious beast? Aren't beings above level 3 forbidden from entering Fengming Valley? If that's not a violation, what is? They said you're not allowed to enter, but they didn't say you're not allowed to grow in the valley. Looking at the third-level Hyena King with red eyes, everyone at this moment completely lost their fighting spirit. Zhao Fei and Ning, who had barely recovered some strength by absorbing the energy of the beast core, couldn't help but show despair in their eyes when they saw this scene. This guy finally caught up with us. Previously, the two of them jumped into the Fengming Great Rift Valley regardless of danger. After they worked together to barely deal with a second-level ferocious beast, they unfortunately encountered a pack of dogs led by the Hyena King. It was also at this time that the two discovered to their horror that the teleportation talisman was restricted and they could not return to the outside world. Afterwards, the two men broke through with injuries and tried desperately to escape from the foaming Great Rift Valley, but they did not expect that they would be blocked by the Hyena King in the end. It's all over. Everything is all over. At this moment, Zhao Fei's eyes were full of gloom. With 20 or 30 second-level beasts joining forces, plus a third-level beast keeping them at bay, I can't imagine any chance of survival. Not only Zhao Fei and Ning, all the students in other camps were in despair at this moment. Only the people in the 1st Battalion, gathered around Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan and the others, always felt full of security. Captain Su and Captain Lu always create miracles, and they will definitely do it this time. Although they didn't believe Su Ke and his men could defeat this third-level beast, believing it was their only choice at this moment. As for Su Ke, when he saw the third-level Hyena King appear, a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. This Fengming Valley restricts those with cultivation above the third level from entering the valley, but there is no restriction on breaking through the third level within the valley? It seems that my previous worries were unnecessary. In that case, I can also choose Fengming Valley as my breakthrough place. Chapter 64. Is this still a human being? Roar! Following the loud roar of the Hyena King, 20 or 30 second-level ferocious beasts of various species and appearances from all around pounced on the crowd in the forest at this moment. Seeing the scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and subconsciously gathered in the direction of Su Ke. After all, as can be seen from the battle just now, only Su Ke and his men have enough ability to easily deal with the second-level ferocious beast, and everyone else is fake at this time. At this time, Su Ke also narrowed his eyes, looking at those second-level beasts that were roaring and rushing towards the crowd, as well as the Hyena King who was staring at them with a fierce look, with a hint of danger in his eyes. This Hyena King was quite cautious. He first ordered his minions to come over and consume the attack, and did not rush in right away. Judging from the current situation, this Hyena King is the leader of this attack, and these second-level ferocious beasts are all its minions. As for why these ferocious beasts of different races would unite to obey the Hyena King, Su Ke had no idea. However, judging from the current situation, it is probably because the Hyena King is too powerful and has a powerful group of hyenas under his command, which causes these second-level beasts to submit to it. Now that he and his men had killed almost all of its minions, they naturally had to face the endless wrath of this Hyena King. Huan, eat the corpses of these beasts now. Ruoxue and I will stop the attacks of the other second-level beasts. We'll also get some food for you to improve your aptitude. Facing the third-level Hyena King and 20 or 30 second-level ferocious beasts that were now in front of everyone, this was the fastest way Su Ke could think of to break the deadlock. We were only half a step away from advancing to the third level, so we can use this battle to advance right here. Listening to Su Ke's instructions, Lu Chenhuan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su. I just fought for half a day and I'm hungry. As the words fell, Lu Chenhuan disregarded his image and stepped directly on the corpse of a second-level hyena. He stretched out his gold-eating claws to grab the hyena's leg, pulled it off, and bit it directly. Seeing Lu Chenhuan being so abused, the Hyena King in the distance couldn't help but be filled with anger. With a roar, half of the second-level ferocious beasts instantly turned their spears and rushed towards Su Ke and the others. Extremely cold territory. Seeing this, Long Ruoxue did not hesitate at all and instantly opened the extreme cold field. With her feet as the center, the ice-blue field quickly spread towards the surroundings. In an instant, the area within a radius of about 50 meters was completely shrouded in it. The movement and attack speed of all the ferocious beasts that stepped into the extremely cold area were instantly reduced a lot, as if they were crawling like turtles. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fei and Ning and other classmates around them widened their eyes instantly. Domain-related skills? No, isn't Lang Ruoxue an F-rank beast girl? How could she have a second skill? It's also a field control skill. When Lang Ruoxue used the extreme cold field for the first time, it was only seen by screen peekers like Li Xiangdong, so no one knew that Lang Ruoxue had a field-type talent skill. Seeing Lang Ruoxue using the extreme cold field at this moment, the shock in everyone's hearts was simply beyond words. Ice Storm. The moment the extreme cold area unfolded, Lang Ruoxue directly unleashed an ice crystal storm, indiscriminately attacking those ferocious beasts that set foot in the extreme cold area. At this time, those second-level beasts were already moving slowly due to the negative buff of the extreme cold field. They had no way to avoid the dense ice crystal storm. However, the second-level beasts were thick-skinned and tough, and Lang Ruoxue's ice crystal storm was strong in group attack control, so its lethality was naturally not as good as Lu Chenhuan's single-target hunting. Although the second-level beasts were covered in wounds, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Yo! At this moment, a sika deer in the herd stamped its feet on the ground, looked up to the sky and neighed, with a strange rhythm emanating from its body. In an instant, the deceleration of the second-level ferocious beasts was greatly weakened, and they rushed towards Lang Ruoshue with roars. Unfortunately, the effect of the extreme cold field was too strong, and the ice crystal storm was hitting Kuan madly. Those second-level beasts that wanted to get close were beaten up badly, and the sharp ice crystals pierced their skin, and blood flowed all over their bodies. Seeing this scene, Sukei's mouth was filled with a sneer. Lang Ruoshue's ice crystal storm is very strong. With the blessing of the powerful ice element cohesion of the Cambrian ice core, Lang Ruoshue's output ability can be said to be maximized. The more opponents want to get close to Lang Ruoshue, the greater the blow they will suffer. But there is a fatal flaw, that is, although Lang Ruoshue's attack range is wide, her ability to search for enemies is weak and she herself is not agile. If the enemy escapes from the attack circle in the first time, she cannot pursue him as accurately as Lu Qinuan. So you need to lure the other party into your attack range. Once you enter the attack range and are controlled by the extreme cold field, it will not be easy to escape. At this time, the ferocious beasts were restricted in their movements and could only become living targets. At this moment, beside him, as Lu Qinuan directly ate the corpse of the second-level hyena under her, strange energy emanated from her body, a breath of extinction that seemed to come from ancient times. Under the influence of this breath, the surrounding ferocious beasts briefly felt a throbbing and oppression from their souls. The third-level hyena king not far away also felt the terrifying aura coming from Lu Qinuan. Although he didn't know what Lu Qinuan was doing, his intuition told him that if he didn't stop Lu Qinuan, he would die miserably. Roar! At this moment, the hyena king howled again, and the other ferocious beasts that were besieging him collectively gave up their attack on the students from other camps and instead rushed towards Lu Qinuan. The students from other camps around them only felt the pressure around them eased, and the second-level ferocious beasts that had originally rushed towards them suddenly turned their heads and pounced towards Lu Qinuan, and their eyes suddenly widened. No way? Why did these beasts suddenly give up attacking us? And attack Lu Qinuan instead? Huh? What is Lu Qinuan doing? Eating raw hyena sashimi? Is this still a human being? Could it be that Captain Lu deliberately sacrificed himself in order to attract the hyena king's hatred? For a moment, everyone felt a little scared when they saw Lu Qinuan with blood in his mouth, but at the same time, they were also filled with worry. Although I don't know why Lu Qinuan's action attracted so much hatred, but can they withstand the attack of so many second-level beasts? At this time, Sukei, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshue have become the last straw for everyone to grasp the hope of survival. If they fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. In an instant, 32nd-level ferocious beasts pounced on Sukei and his group. Seeing this, Sukei's eyes remained calm, and he stretched out his hand and gently pressed forward. Tyrant! An incomparably powerful and domineering aura burst out from Su Quebec. The extremely cold area under Lang Ruoshue's feet instantly expanded by half, and the ice crystal storm condensed wildly. Chapter 65, Dead Legs Run. The moment Sukei activated the Tyrant, Lang Ruoshue's extreme cold field expanded instantly, freezing and slowing down more than a dozen second-level ferocious beasts that were surrounding and preparing to attack and interrupt Lu Qinuan. Then the ice crystal storm condensed and exploded at an even more violent speed, sweeping directly at the surrounding second-level beasts like an ice crystal machine gun, making them scream. Countless blood holes appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed out. After just one encounter, these second-level ferocious beasts were almost instantly beaten into sieves and lost most of their mobility. When they realized Lang Ruoshue's powerful fighting ability, they hurriedly tried to withdraw from Lang Ruoshue's shooting circle, but under the cover of the extremely cold area, it was difficult for them to even move, so how could they hide? Seeing this scene, the students from other camps around them all widened their eyes. Why is the combination of Sukei and Lang Ruoshue so powerful? So many second-level beasts, and almost all of them were destroyed in one encounter? When they thought about the fear that these second-level beasts had brought to them, the sense of disappointment in their hearts was simply indescribable. However, some people also spoke in a somewhat unpleasant tone. You're so powerful, why didn't you stand up when everyone was being harmed? That's right, why did you cause the death of so many of our compatriots? However, before these people could finish their words, Lu Yun on the side shouted angrily. You didn't stand up? Were you blind when you were clearing out those hyena packs earlier? Besides, although Captain Lang's attack range is large, it has obvious mobility flaws. If he hadn't attracted a wave of aggro and attracted the opponent's active attack, could he have caused such considerable damage? You scumbags! Captain Su and his team have clearly tried every possible means to attract the hatred over there, and you're still here being sarcastic? Wu Shuang, who was beside Lu Yun, stared coldly at those who had just spoken. Captain Su and his men, disregarding their own safety, have attracted the attention of that level 3 Hyena King. If you continue to push them, I'll scratch you to death. But at this moment, seeing that these subordinates were about to be wiped out, the third-level Hyena King finally could not sit still. He roared and rushed out directly, emitting an angry roar, and rushed directly into Lang Ruoshue's extremely cold area. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts around attacked Su Ke and his group. Shin Song Yun from the 3rd Battalion, looking at all the ferocious beasts whose fire had been attracted by Su Ke and his men, his eyes lit up. Everyone, these ferocious beasts are now all attracted to Su Ke and his men. Why are we wasting time here if we don't run now? That's right, if we don't run now, when will we run? In an instant, many people in the camp came to their senses, with a gleam of light in their eyes. Without waiting for anyone to organize them, a group of people turned around and fled frantically in the direction they came from, scattering like birds and beasts. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and the other members of the 1st Battalion couldn't help but stamp their feet. Hey, you heartless bunch! Captain Su and his men finally managed to pull the monster over, and you didn't even stay to help them? You just leave when you say so. You have no loyalty at all. But no one responded to them. Seeing that the first group of people leaving were not distracted and stopped by the Hyena King, everyone had no time to argue with Lu Yun and the others. They only regretted that they had not grown a pair of wings and flew away directly. Even Ning and Zhao Fei had a complicated look in their eyes when they saw Su Ke and the others being besieged, and then they showed decisiveness and quickly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and others couldn't help but feel conflicted. From a psychological perspective, they really wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but from a moral perspective, they had been protected by Su Ke and his team since they entered the Rift Valley, and compared to the people in other camps, there were basically no casualties. It was hard to bear to watch Su Ke and his men being besieged and then leaving. At this moment, Su Ke also noticed the doubts in their hearts and spoke directly to the people in the 1st Battalion. Lu Yun, Wu Shuang, this Rift Valley is full of dangers. Take your comrades from the 1st Battalion and leave immediately. If you stay, not only will you not be able to help us, you will also hinder us and distract us. After hearing Su Ke's words, Lu Yun, Wu Shuang and the others did not hesitate any longer and bowed deeply to Su Ke and the other two. Captain Su, take care. After saying that, he turned around and led his companions in the 1st Battalion to evacuate out of the Rift Valley. As for Su Ke and his companions, a sneer appeared on the corner of Su Ke's mouth the moment the Hyena King attacked. Act recklessly. Extremely cold territory. In an instant, the extremely cold area expanded with Su Ke's feet as the center. In just a moment, an area wider than Lang Ruoshua instantly enveloped the Hyena King. With the blessing of the dual domains, the speed of the Hyena King was reduced to the level of slow motion in movie special effects, and it could almost be divided into frames. While escaping, Lu Yun looked back at Su Ke with some concern. Seeing the extremely cold area expanding under Su Ke's feet, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Am I hallucinating? Why did I see Captain Su also using a domain skill? Wu Shuang, who was standing by, quickly turned around and looked at the extremely cold area extending from Su Ke's feet. He was also dumbfounded and stood there. I feel like I'm hallucinating too. At this moment, the Hyena King seemed to sense the crisis and was furious. He let out a violent roar, and his mobility recovered slightly, and he called out loudly towards the forest. Roar! A very similar but sharper howl was heard at the same time, echoing the Hyena King's howl. The next second, a female hyena, slightly smaller than the Hyena King but with a similar aura, rushed out from the woods and pounced towards Su Ke and the others. Fuck! They're a couple. A pair of 3rd-level ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were shocked. They didn't have time to come back to their senses and watch the battle. They turned around and ran away. As for the students in the other camps in front of them, sensing the appearance of the 2nd 3rd-level ferocious beast, they ran away with all their might, only regretting that they did not run fast enough. Run, dead leg. If you run slower you might be gone. 2 3rd-level ferocious beasts. My instructor didn't tell me how dangerous the Fengming Great Rift Valley was before I came here. I shouldn't have come here out of curiosity. Faster. Run faster. As everyone ran for their lives, the figures in the forest disappeared in a flash, leaving only Su Ke and his 2 companions and a group of attacking beasts. Su Ke, on the other hand, looked at the 2nd 3rd-level hyena, his eyes remaining as calm as ever. It's hidden really well. There's actually a second third level hyena. But today, none of you can escape. Chapter 66, Save Captain Su and the Others. Rumble. Outside Fengming Valley, a rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and a huge magic formation suddenly collapsed, turning into countless energy fragments that scattered between heaven and earth. The magic circle has been lifted. Seeing this scene, all the instructors surrounding the magic circle and Leng Qianqiu and others felt relieved. Almost half an hour had passed since Su Ke and his companions entered the Fengming Great Rift Valley, and during this period, no one had been teleported out. Everyone knew that something had gone wrong. Especially Zhao Guang and Leng Qianqiu, they were so anxious that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they were extremely worried about Zhao Fei and Leng Ruoxue who were still in the Rift Valley. At this time, Li Xiangdong saw that the magic circle was lifted, and without any hesitation, he spoke directly to the people around him. "Come on, everyone, follow me into the mountains and save people." Before he finished speaking, Li Xiangdong took the lead, soaring directly into the air and flying towards Fengming Valley. Behind him, Zhao Guang, Leng Qianqiu and a group of instructors from the youth training camp did not hesitate at all. They stood up and followed Li Xiangdong into the valley, wanting to save everyone before they died. Several rays of rainbow light rose up and instantly swept into the Fengming Valley. In the blink of an eye, there was no one outside the valley. Just after Li Xiangdong and others entered the valley, the owl and bluebird hiding in the dark also stood up with a smile on their lips. In order to save people, Li Xiangdong and his team actually lifted the restrictions of the Fengming Valley's magic circle and personally went into the mountains to rescue them. But they would never have thought that all this was already within our expectations. Now that Fengming Valley is free of restrictions, anyone can enter and exit freely. "Come on, let's go in and see what's going on." As he spoke, the blue bird's body was quickly covered with feathers, and it turned into a large blue bird. The owl jumped directly onto the blue bird's back. With the blue bird's clear cry, the man and the bird flapped their wings and flew directly into the Fengming Valley. Escaped. Finally escaped. I've never felt the air outside is so fresh. Thank God I'm alive. Outside the Fengming Great Rift Valley, students from various camps swarmed out of the entrances they came from, their eyes filled with joy after surviving the game. Some people were even so excited that they kissed the ground in front of them to express their excitement at surviving the disaster. Only the people in the last battalion that came out had gloomy expressions. Especially Lu Yun, he spoke to those people in a very unpleasant manner. Thank God? You should thank Captain Su. Without Captain Su and his men taking out the hyena pack and attracting the hatred of the hyena king, do you think you could have survived? At this moment, Lu Yun became more and more angry as he spoke, and tears welled up in his eyes. Damn it, I actually ran away. I hate myself so much. Why don't I have the strength to fight alongside Captain Su and the others? In the face of danger, I'm not even qualified to lend a hand. After hearing Lu Yun's words, the students from other camps in the field also fell silent. Lu Yun was right. If it weren't for Su Ke, everyone would have been eaten by those high-level beasts. As for Su Ke, no one thought they had any hope under the siege of 2 third-level ferocious beasts. No matter how well Su Ke and his team performed in this hunting competition, those were 2 level 3 beasts. At only level 2, it was already a good thing that they could deal with one. With 2 level 3 beasts, no one could think of any way to win. At this moment, several rainbow lights flew towards them from the distant forest valley. The next second, the figures of Li Xiangdong, Leng Qianqiu and others instantly flashed in front of everyone. Especially Zhao Guang, after falling down, seeing Zhao Fei's miserable appearance, he couldn't help but burst into tears, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Zhao Fei's hand. Fei, how did you become like this? What on earth did you and Ningning encounter in the Rift Valley? Leng Qianqiu, who was standing aside, looked around but couldn't see Su Ke, Leng Ruoxue and the others. He became anxious and quickly looked at Zhao Fei and the others. Exactly. Where are Ruoxue, Su Ke, and the others? The instructors from the 7th and 9th battalions also hurried forward. And what about the students from our 7th and 9th battalions? Have they not come out yet? Faced with this series of questions, Zhao Fei seemed stuck for a moment and didn't know where to start. Li Xiangdong on the side was relatively calm. He suppressed his emotions and spoke to Zhao Fei. Speak slowly, don't rush. At this moment, Lu Yun on the side couldn't help but speak. What do you mean by don't worry? Captain Su and the others will be dead soon. That's a large group of 2nd-level ferocious beasts and 2 third-level ferocious beasts. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong's heart skipped a beat and he quickly looked at Lu Yun. What do you mean by a large group of second-level beasts and two third-level beasts? Explain clearly. Lu Yun sniffed his slightly red nose and spoke with tears in his eyes. After we entered the Rift Valley, we encountered an organized siege by ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the teleportation talisman was inexplicably blocked from functioning. Many of our classmates died in the attack. More than 20 to 30 second-level beasts and two third-level hyenas appeared behind them. To save us, Captain Su and his men used some unknown method to attract the attention of all the ferocious beasts, and they surrounded and attacked us. Having said this, Lu Yun looked at Li Xiangdong with pleading eyes. General Li, please quickly go into the Rift Valley and rescue Captain Su and the others. It will be too late if you are late. In Lu Yun's mind, Su Ke and the others deliberately let Lu Chenhuan eat hyena meat to anger the Hyena King in order to save everyone. Everything they did was to protect everyone, and he felt extremely guilty. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Li Xiangdong, Lang Qianxiu and the others felt a buzzing in their heads. What did you say? 20 or 30 second-level beasts and two third-level hyenas, all besieging Su Ke and his men? Lang Qianxiu, in particular, felt his mind go blank. He looked at Lu Yun with trembling teeth and spoke to him. Lu Yun, right? Which direction are Su Ke and Ruoxue in now? Tell me. Lu Yun did not hesitate and pointed directly at the passage down the mountain and spoke to Lang Qianxiu. Senior Lang, go down this passage and walk east for about 10 minutes. You will arrive. To the east, right? After hearing Lu Yun's words, Lang Qianxiu didn't hesitate at all. The spiritual power in his body vibrated, and he jumped up in one step and fell directly into the rift. Behind him, Li Xiangdong's pupils shrank when he saw this and he spoke quickly. Master Lang, wait for me. We need to save people together. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong leaped up and turned into a rainbow of light before falling into the forest below the Rift Valley. Behind the two of them, Pang Meng and Su Lu, the instructors of the 1st Battalion, also looked at each other and followed them directly down into the Rift Valley. Chapter 67 B-Class Predator, Eternal Hunger Field. Roar! In the mountains and forests of Fengming Great Rift Valley, two terrifying beast roars shook the heavens and the earth. Besides Su Ke, Lang Ruoxue and the others, the third-level Hyena King and his young lady were approaching them with their teeth bared. In front of them, the 20 or 30 second-level beasts had been completely blasted into sieves by the cold, snowy ice crystal storm. Lu Chenhuan was devouring the corpses of the second-level beasts at his feet with great relish. Because there were no spectators, Lu Chenhuan completely let go at this moment, transformed into a beast, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the blood in big mouthfuls. A strange light slowly rose from Lu Chenhuan's body, as if he had turned into a devouring demon from ancient times. Delicious. Really delicious. Lu Chenhuan, who had entered the state, had a red glow in her eyes, making her face look extremely charming. The two third-level Hyena Kings felt the breath coming from Lu Chenhuan, and their fur stood up, as if they sensed some extremely terrifying existence. But under this pressure, the two third-level Hyena Kings not only did not retreat, but instead let out extremely low roars, gritted their teeth and rushed towards Lu Chenhuan, trying to interrupt her eating. However, under the suppression of the dual extreme cold fields of Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue, they were attacked madly by the ice crystals, and the Hyena King and his little wife moved extremely slowly. Looking at this scene, Su Ke's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Even in this situation, you still want to attack Huan Huan regardless of your own life? Both hyenas are already at level 3. Compared with other low-level beasts, they have already developed intelligence and it is impossible for them not to see the situation in front of them clearly. Once Lu Chenhuan completes the talent promotion ceremony, only destruction awaits them. And with the obstruction of himself and Lang Ruoxue, it was impossible for them to get close to Lu Chenhuan. But even so, the two hyenas did not choose to escape at the first moment to buy more chances of survival, but chose to stay and fight to the death, trying to interrupt Lu Chenhuan's eating. Why exactly? And what is that pillar of light in the center of the rift? While thinking, Su Ke subconsciously looked up at the beam of light in the distant forest, but his pupils shrank slightly in the next second. No, where's the light column? In the field of vision, the brilliant pillar of light that originally illuminated the entire Rift Valley had disappeared at some point. Something's wrong, Huan Huan, eat quickly. However, at this time, Lu Chenhuan had already entered a state of gluttony and did not need Su Ke's reminder at all. He madly devoured the corpse of the ferocious beast in front of him. Finally, at the moment when the 10th ferocious beast's corpse was swallowed by Lu Chenhuan, a huge breath burst out from Lu Chenhuan's lower abdomen. Roar! It seemed as if some restrictions within her body were lifted, and powerful energy instantly filled Lu Qinuan's whole body, making her unable to help but roar to the sky. Afterwards, Lu Qinuan's beastly characteristics began to continue changing at this moment. In her beastly state, her tail began to evolve into a bronze chain blade. Her body was surrounded by a chaotic aura, and the fangs on both sides began to extend downward, emitting a bloodthirsty and hungry light. An unprecedented powerful energy burst out from her body. In Sukei's field of vision, Lu Qinuan's information column also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. Beast Mother, Lu Qinuan. Realm, Second Order Condensation. Talent, B-Rank Predator, Taotai Prototype. Beast Master, Sukei. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold-Eating Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Field, Chain Blade Attack. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level Devouring Heaven Taotai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talent. At this time, after devouring 10 second-level ferocious beasts, Lu Qinuan's talent directly evolved into the prototype of a B-level predator, Taotai. And there are 2 more talent skills, Eternal Hunger Field and Chain Blade Attack. Eternal Hunger Field, the vitality of all living things within a 100-meter radius continues to drain. The lost vitality is automatically absorbed as essence. Chain Blade Attack, swing the chain blade at the tail to attack, and can search for enemies and teleport close to them. Looking at Lu Qinuan's changed qualifications and 2 newly added talents and skills, Sukei was overjoyed. Finally advanced, and even jumped 2 levels to become a B-level predator. 2 powerful talent skills have also been added, including a team battle type domain skill. The most important thing is that this domain skill can be superimposed with Lang Ruoshua's extreme cold domain. It can be said that with the mutual coordination of the 2 field type skills, the enemy who enters it will feel as uncomfortable as eating shit, and will be almost dead before they can even do anything. Moreover, at the moment when Lu Qinuan's talent was promoted, a prompt also lit up on the information bar in front of Sukei. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for successfully upgrading a D-rank Beast Girl to B rank and receiving a reward. Congratulations to the Beast Tamer for obtaining the Beast Taming Space. Beast Taming Space, a unique space that is generated separately and can temporarily accommodate living creatures. Looking at his reward for repaying his kindness, Sukei's eyes lit up with joy. Beast Taming Space? It's actually a space-related reward. Judging from the description on the reward, this is a space similar to a storage ring, but the difference is that this space is obviously controlled by one's own mind and will not be lost. It can also accommodate living things and have unexpected effects at critical moments. While Sukei was excited, Lang Ruoshua beside him also felt the change in Lu Qinuan and looked at Lu Qinuan with envy in her eyes. Sister Huan, you finally succeeded in your promotion? What's your current talent level? B level. At this time, Lu Qinuan, who had evolved successfully, had a red light flashing in his eyes. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the pile of corpses of the second-level ferocious beasts in front of him, and the 2 hyenas rushing towards him, and licked his lips with his tongue. Brother Su, Ruoshua, please remove your extreme cold field. I'll take care of these 2 stupid dogs. After hearing Lu Qinuan's words, Sukei and Lang Ruoshua came to their senses and immediately withdrew from their extreme cold domain. They have absolute confidence in Lu Qinuan. The next second, the Hyena King and his little wife felt the long-lost freedom, and their bodies resumed movement. They looked at each other, howled to the sky, and rushed towards Lu Qinuan with roars. They wanted to vent all the frustration they had suffered before on Lu Qinuan. Seeing the Hyena King and his little wife rushing towards him, Lu Qinuan sneered. Since you are in such a hurry to come and die, I will grant your wish. Eternal Hunger Realm. The next second, a gray area suddenly unfolded from under Lu Qinuan's feet, instantly covering the surrounding area of 100 meters. The vitality of the 2 hyenas trapped in it began to drain rapidly at this moment. Lu Qinuan flicked his tail, and the chain blade flew out like a life-threatening rope, stabbing towards the chest of the Hyena King. Chapter 68, Chain Blade Teleportation, Blood Debt Repaid with Blood. Sizzle. Under Lu Qinuan's full force, the bronze chain blade stabbed towards the Hyena King at an extremely terrifying speed. Facing Lu Qinuan's attack, the Hyena King did not show any fear. Instead, he let out a gloomy and terrifying growl and slapped Lu Qinuan's tail chain with his claws. The female hyena on the side also seized the opportunity and pounced directly towards where Lu Qinuan was. But in Lu Qinuan's eternal hunger field, the vitality of the 2 ferocious beasts was rapidly lost, and both their reaction and judgment were rapidly declining. The Hyena King's claw did not hit the tail of Lu Qinuan's chain blade. The next second, the chain blade pierced the chest of the Hyena King with lightning speed, piercing it directly. Roar! Feeling the terrifying killing power of the tail of Lu Qinuan's chain blade, the Hyena King couldn't help but show shock in his eyes. He couldn't figure out how Lu Qinuan, a second-level beast, could easily penetrate his third-level beast defense. Seeing that her mate was seriously injured, the female hyena became furious. A terrifying spiritual power burst out from her body. She had already approached Lu Qinuan and stretched out her claws directly towards Lu Qinuan's lower abdomen. Under such a close-range explosion, it could even imagine Lu Qinuan's miserable state, and a cruel and bloodthirsty look appeared in its eyes. But at this moment, the tail of the chain blade that pierced the Hyena King's chest suddenly shone brightly, and then suddenly pulled Lu Qinuan towards the Hyena King, pulling Lu Qinuan over at a speed almost like teleportation. The female hyena, intending to kill, pounced on nothing, and her hard claws suddenly braked, leaving a shocking long and narrow groove on the ground. The next second, Lu Qinuan's figure instantly appeared in front of the Hyena King, with the gold-eating claws in his hand revealed, and he went straight to the Hyena King's lower abdomen. After his talent was promoted to be level, Lu Qinuan's attack became faster and more powerful. Amidst the vibrations of his spiritual power, a terrifying sonic boom exploded in front of the Hyena King. Faced with Lu Qinuan's powerful attack, the Hyena King's eyes widened instantly. Feeling a life-and-death crisis, he quickly waved his claws to stop Lu Qinuan. But under such a close-range attack, this blow could no longer be avoided. Phew! A claw directly scratched the Hyena King's lower abdomen, leaving a shocking scar, and bright red blood splattered out. After receiving such a fatal blow, the Hyena King was obviously angry. His eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot, blood and energy burst out of his body, and his muscles swelled instantly, like a murderous dog from hell. Suke watched from the side, a gleam of light in his eyes. He knew that the Hyena King had activated his innate skill, Rage, and was ready to fight to the death. The skill of Berserk is a relatively rare high-level skill. It can temporarily consume one's own essence and blood to stimulate one's potential and gain explosive strength growth. At this moment, the female hyena, who had just missed her target, turned around and pounced towards Lu Qinuan. Huan, be careful, watch your position. Suke couldn't help but speak out after seeing the scene. However, he did not help Lu Qinuan. When Lu Qinuan said that she would deal with the two hyenas, this battle was more of a test for Lu Qinuan. Lu Qinuan wanted to use these two third-level hyenas as training objects. Don't worry, Brother Su. They're just two beasts. Watch me control them. Faced with the attack of two ferocious third-level hyenas, Lu Qinuan no longer held back and the eternal hunger domain expanded again. In an instant, countless blood and flesh essences from the corpse of the second-level ferocious beast shrouded in the realm of eternal hunger were extracted into condensed energy, which madly gathered towards Lu Qinuan. The next second, all of it was condensed into the teardrop mole at the corner of Lu Qinuan's eyes. Under the irrigation of powerful spiritual power, Lu Qinuan, who was originally stuck at the second stage, 10th level, was suddenly broken, and an unprecedented powerful aura burst out from her. The third level of blood-burning realm. Boom! Lu Qinuan's spiritual energy, which had broken through the third level of blood-burning realm, spread out like a tide towards the surroundings, directly turning the huge towering ancient trees nearby into dust. Feeling the extremely powerful and terrifying spiritual power from Lu Qinuan, even the Hyena King, who had entered a berserk state and slightly lost his sanity, felt a trembling and fear from his soul at this moment. But unexpectedly, they still rushed towards Lu Qinuan fearlessly. Seeing this, Lu Qinuan couldn't help but raise an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. You didn't run away even after seeing my breakthrough? Are you so eager to die? Then I'll grant your wish. The next second, Lu Qinuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At this moment in the Rift Valley, at the moment when Lu Qinuan's cultivation level broke through, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianxiu, who were running madly in the forest, couldn't help but shudder and looked in the direction of Suke and the other two. This aura. Has anyone broken through to the third level? Although the aura feels like a third-level energy, such vast and terrifying energy has completely exceeded the scope of the third level. Could it be that another ferocious beast has advanced through some special means? Feeling this terrifying cultivation energy, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianxiu were extremely anxious at this moment, and rushed towards the direction where Suke and the others were at their maximum speed. Pang Meng and Su Lu, who were left behind by them so far that they couldn't even see the exhaust of their car, were also extremely worried. Su Kid, please don't get into any trouble. You are the hope for the future of our entire Tianhai and the human race. At this moment, on the battlefield in the center of the forest, under the crushing power of Lu Qinuan's terrifying cultivation, the two hyenas were directly suppressed and had no power to fight back. Even their violent state was broken by Lu Qinuan. Their chests and abdomens were pierced by sharp claws, and their bodies were covered in blood. They fell powerlessly at Lu Qinuan's feet, gasping for breath. Under the suppression of the eternal hunger domain, the two beasts' vitality was constantly being lost. Now that Lu Qinuan's cultivation had broken through to the third level, they had no chance of winning at all. The victorious Lu Qinuan raised his foot and stepped on the hyena king's sharp mouth, his eyes full of indifference. I told you to massacre my fellow human beings. Now, it's time to pay with blood. As he spoke, Lu Qinuan leaned down, activated his gold-eating claws, and pierced through both chests, pulling out two freshly beating hearts and crushing them. Bang! The beating heart turned into blood mist and condensed into two streams of pure life energy, which were greedily inhaled into Lu Qinuan's nose and flowed into his body. After these two energies entered Lu Qinuan's body, they immediately turned into nutrients for her cultivation, causing Lu Qinuan's cultivation to continue to skyrocket at this moment. Level 3, second level. Third level, third level. Level 3, level 4. In an instant, Lu Qinuan's cultivation level directly broke through the fourth level, and his aura was far beyond what it was before. Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue, who were connected with Lu Qinuan's mind, also experienced a breakthrough in their cultivation at this moment. Chapter 69, the seventh level ferocious beast in the disaster-breaking realm. That figure is Su Ke and the others. In the distance of the forest, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu looked at the figures of Su Ke and the other two from afar, and their eyes lit up. They're still alive. Those lying on the ground are two level 3 hyena beasts and the group of level 2 beasts that Zhao Fei and the others mentioned. They're all dead. Died at the hands of Su Ke and his men. Domain skills. Another domain skill. This Lu Qinuan actually also possesses domain skills? Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu, who rushed over in a hurry, just saw Lu Qinuan reaching out to take out the hearts of the two hyenas, then crushing them and turning them into pure energy which he absorbed into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu felt their scalps tingling and their eyes were filled with horror. Two third-level beasts and a large group of second-level beasts were slaughtered just like that? It turns out that the one who just broke through to the third level of cultivation is this little girl under Su Quebec. But why does Lu Qinuan look a bit evil? It seems like he's already been influenced by his animal nature. Looking at the bloodthirsty desire in Lu Qinuan's eyes, even Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. According to statistics, the personality of a beast girl will be affected by her awakened animal nature, but generally that happens after her realm breaks through to the fifth level of evil transformation. The fact that her personality has already begun to be affected by her animal nature at such a low realm is something that both Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu had not expected. However, seeing that Su Ke and the other two were safe, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were no longer as nervous and worried as before, and their pace gradually slowed down. But at this moment, two terrifying energy auras suddenly burst out from Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue's bodies. The third-level aura swept across the surrounding mountains and forests, directly turning the area around the three people into a vacuum. Level 3, Level 4. Third level, third level. Feeling the aura emanating from Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but widen their eyes. Lu Qinuan just broke through, and Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue also broke through? And judging from their aura, there's been almost no loss of energy in their advancement. According to common sense, beast masters and beast girls can convert each other's spiritual power, but the conversion rate is generally between 30% and 40%. A higher rate of 50% is considered a very low loss rate. However, precisely because of the loss in spiritual power conversion, it is rare for beast girls and beast masters to advance at the same time. There will always be a few days difference. For Su Ke, Lu Qinuan, and Lang Ruoxue, a 100% spiritual energy conversion rate is simply unimaginable. I can only say that he is worthy of being an SSS-level beastmaster. He and his contracted beast girl can actually achieve 100% spiritual energy conversion, and can immediately raise his realm when the contracted object is promoted. As fellow beastmasters, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu were extremely envious of Su Ke at this moment. Look at the terrifying aura of cultivation from Lu Qinuan and Ruoxue. Even if they say they are SS level, many people will believe it. However, the experienced Li Xiangdong quickly saw the clues. Something is wrong. Lu Qinuan's beastly state is different from before. It seems that with Su Ke's help, he has changed his own innate genes? Seeing this, Li Xiangdong looked at Lang Qianqiu suspiciously. Mr. Lang, tell me honestly, has Lang Ruoxue's innate genes also changed? Don't try to hide it from me. The youth training camp has training videos. I'll be able to find out the clues once I go back and check your daughter's beastly state. After witnessing Suke create so many miracles, Li Shangdong no longer believed that Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, Suke's subordinates, were just two ordinary F-level soldiers. Does F-class beast girl have domain-related skills? And you have both? How funny. At this time, after hearing Li Shangdong's words, Lang Qianqiu knew that some things could not be hidden from Li Shangdong, but for the sake of Suke and the others' privacy, he could only hesitate to speak to Li Shangdong. Old Li, you shouldn't ask me about these things. You should ask that kid Suke instead. All I can tell you is that Ruoxue is indeed different now with the help of that kid Su Quebec. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Li Shangdong had already made a vague judgment in his heart. Looking at the figures of Suke and others in the distance, his eyes flashed with brilliance. It seems that Suke's hidden talent is far greater than I imagined. It can actually change the beast girl's basic beast state. It's even more likely that the beast girl's talent level has been changed. If it is really possible to change the talent level of beast girls, then this would be shocking and bombastic news. The basic talent level of beast girls cannot be changed. This is a basic and immutable rule in the minds of the people. If this basic law is broken, it will shock the entire human race. There wouldn't even be a need for the Kyoto exam, as the top brass of Daxia would come personally to take Suke away. Once this talent can be applied to the entire human race, it will be an unprecedented huge improvement for the human race. But at the same time, it would also attract the covetousness of foreign beasts. If they knew that Suke had this ability, they would probably hunt him down at all costs, leading to a war. At this moment, Li Shangdong looked at Suke, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's figures with admiration in his eyes. It is a blessing for our human race to have such a genius. Mr. Lang, let's go and meet up with Suke and the others now. But just as Li Shangdong finished speaking, a terrifying gust of air exploded between the mountains and forests not far away. In an instant, the surrounding rocks and trees were turned into dust, and everything within a radius of 3,000 meters was flattened. Under the impact of this gust of air, Suke and the other two who had just broken through to the third level didn't even have time to react before they were directly knocked back. That is... Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu quickly turned their heads to look towards the center of the airwave. The center of the beam of light that shot up into the sky earlier. In the field of vision, the brilliant beam of light rising into the sky was slowly gathering together, and at the junction of the Rift Valley forest and the river, it turned into a shining jade white gem. And that gem was hanging on a white tiger with metal covering the sides of its head and chest, and a pair of large black gold wings on its back. The white tiger was dozens of meters long and as tall as 2 or 3 stories. It stood beside the forest by the river. It turned its body and looked down at Suke, Li Shangdong, and the others from afar. An extremely terrifying pressure overflowed from its body, covering the entire Rift Valley. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the black gold white tiger, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu's expressions changed instantly. Level 7. A 7th level beast capable of breaking through the Calamity Realm. There's actually a 7th level white tiger beast in the chasm hidden in this rift. Chapter 70, The Legend of the Sky-Splitting Tiger God. The moment the 7th level white tiger, a ferocious beast in the tribulation-breaking realm, appeared, both Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu's pupils widened and they quickly flew towards Suke and the others. At this moment, Suke also activated his divine eyes of insight and saw the information about the white tiger. Ferocious beast, white tiger. Realm, 7th level. Talent skills, Beast King's Roar, Power Attack, More Courageous, Sky-Splitting Impact, Sky Wing Dance, Elemental Slash, Star Shadow. Disadvantages, originally a 9th level beast, it was severely injured and its strength has not recovered. It used special means to temporarily improve its realm and recover. It is afraid of continuous fighting and consumption. The injured chest is a fatal weakness. Status, contractable. Looking at the luxurious panel of the white tiger, Suke couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Compared to the previous Wolf King, Hyena King, and those inferior 2nd level Karami beasts, the attribute panel of this rift white tiger is luxurious. The most important point is that the original strength of this sky-splitting white tiger was actually at the 9th level. In an instant, Suke had a rough guess in his mind about the life experience of this white tiger. This rift white tiger was originally an extremely powerful 9th rank beast. In a certain battle, its chest was pierced by the enemy, and it hid in the Fengming Valley to slowly recover its strength. But now, no one knows what means were used to allow its cultivation to be temporarily restored to the 7th level. As for the beam of light that was reflected in the sky above the Rift Valley earlier, it was the light emitted by the gem hanging on the chest of the white tiger in the Rift Valley. Perhaps it was because the white tiger woke up and the gem appeared in the world, which caused a strange phenomenon, or perhaps it was because the white tiger deliberately manipulated the gem to cause a miracle. Both possibilities exist, but in Sukei's heart, he prefers the latter. Even Li Shangdong and the others had rushed over, proving that the strange phenomenon they had experienced when entering the rift had already affected the outside world. It was highly likely that the white tiger in the rift had done this on purpose, obstructing the outside world's exploration of the Fengming Rift Valley and interrupting the space transmission of the teleportation talisman. As for the purpose, it's a magic circle. This guy is deliberately trying to lead us to remove the restrictive magic circle set up by the ancestors of the human race. Li Shandong looked at the majestic white tiger and instantly had the answer in his mind. In the past, the ancestors of the human race set up a magic circle to restrict cultivation, which could prevent beings above the third level from entering Fengming Valley, and also prevent beings above the third level from leaving Fengming Valley. With the methods used by the sage at that time, it would be difficult for the injured white tiger to break through the magic circle and rush out. Even if it could barely break out of the magic circle, it would have consumed a lot of spiritual power, and once it was surrounded, it would not even have a chance to escape. So, it deliberately used the gem to emit strange phenomena to attract students entering the valley for the trial. It then sealed off the space around the rift, rendering the students' teleportation talismans unusable. This caused us to worry and forcibly dismantle the magic circle. Once the magic circle is lifted, this guy will have a chance to break out. As an experienced youth training camp director, Li Shangdong instantly connected everything that had happened today and understood the answer. Oh no! This is a 7th level beast. If it's released and starts killing people indiscriminately, the entire Tianhai Sea might be affected. At this moment, Li Shangdong, who was anxious, took out his communicator and spoke quickly. I am Li Shangdong from the Tianhai Army. A 7th level ferocious beast has appeared in Fengming Valley. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. After completing the call, Li Shangdong took back the communicator without waiting for a response and spoke to Ling Qianqiu beside him. Master Lang, Sukei, and the others are in your care. Take them away from here immediately. This is a 7th level beast. I'm here to stop it. Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Ling Qianqiu's eyes showed worry. But Lao Li, you're only level 6, and you're beast mother. Stop talking nonsense. At this time, Li Shangdong's eyes were full of anxiety, and he yelled directly at Ling Qianqiu. Except for me, no one in the entire Tianhai can stop it. Take them away quickly. At the same time, notify the city defense department and activate the emergency warning. The whole city is on alert. Seeing the unquestionable look in Li Shangdong's eyes, Ling Qianqiu knew that this was the only choice at this time, and he immediately rushed towards the direction where Sukei and the others were. But at this moment, the white tiger also obviously noticed Ling Qianqiu's actions. It grinned an anthropomorphic sneer and let out a dull and terrifying roar. It flapped its wings and suddenly flew up, like a huge meteor, smashing directly in the direction of Sukei and the others. The speed was so fast that it even tore the surrounding void apart, emitting bursts of sharp sonic booms and leaving 2 long cracks in the void. The airflow brought by the vibration of the big wings was like a terrifying tornado, which directly rolled the surrounding sand and rocks into the sky and blew down the nearby towering trees. This guy still wants to attack Sukei? Seeing this, Li Shangdong stomped his feet hard on the ground, making a big hole in it. His body whizzed in front of Sukei and the others like a cannonball, staring at the white tiger fiercely. You beast, the one you're fighting is me. Don't try to hurt anyone while I'm here. Looking at Li Shangdong, who suddenly rushed over to block his way, the huge tiger eyes of the white tiger could not help but narrow slightly. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he spoke in human language. Tianhai Guardian Li Shangdong? You don't even have a beast mother, what can you use to stop me? Hearing Baihu's words, Li Shangdong became even more shocked. This beast's intelligence has actually been awakened to this point, and it can even speak human language. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshua beside Sukei widened their eyes and stared at the white tiger. A ferocious beast that can speak human language? Brother Su, do you know what level it is? The two of them did not have Sukei's insightful divine eyes, and they were unable to know the cultivation level of this rift white tiger at the first time. Sukei did not hide it and said with narrowed eyes. The 7th level fierce beast, the white tiger. And this isn't just an ordinary 7th level one. It's a 9th level one that fell after being injured. Hearing Sukei's words, Li Shangdong, who was blocking their way, couldn't help but be shocked. Falling from the 9th level? Could this beast be the legendary sky-splitting tiger, the magical beast that fought against the legendary fire phoenix, causing the fire phoenix's death and bloodshed here? Your talent and skills can actually see through the origin of this ferocious beast? At this moment, Li Xiangdong looked at the white tiger Killua flapping its wings and flying towards him, his whole body tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. If it really is the sky-splitting tiger god from back then, I don't think I can stop it for long. But no matter what, whether it's for you, Tianhai, or my fellow youth trainees, I will do everything in my power to stop it. Suke, take this opportunity to take the others and run. The farther the better. Walk. Li Xiangdong basically shouted the last sentence. Chapter 71, Joining Forces to Fight Against the 7th Level. Go! As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Lang Qianqiu also rushed to Suke and the others, and directly pulled Lang Ruoxue up and was about to leave. Ruoxue, son-in-law, please follow me. When Lang Qianqiu saw this 7th level white tiger, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to evacuate Suke, Lang Ruoxue and the others safely. However, Suke hesitated for a moment, then spoke to Li Xiangdong. Generally, we may actually have a chance to stop this white tiger. Hearing Suke's words, Li Xiangdong's eyes widened instantly. What nonsense are you talking about at this hour, you idiot boy? If this beast is really the sky-splitting tiger god from back then, even 10 of me wouldn't be enough to defeat it, you know? However, facing Li Xiangdong's words, Suke was very calm. It is precisely because it is the tiger god from that year that we have a chance. At this moment, Suke was very clear in his mind that with the strength currently displayed by the Rift Valley White Tiger, the only person on the field who could have a chance to stop the Rift Valley White Tiger was Li Xiangdong. And if Li Xiangdong couldn't stop this Rift Valley White Tiger, then with his current 3rd level cultivation, it would be impossible for him to escape from the 7th level Rift Valley White Tiger. Moreover, after analyzing his own weaknesses, Li Xiangdong, who is at level 6, may not be without a chance of winning. Listening to Suke's words at this time, although Li Xiangdong was unwilling to believe it, a glimmer of hope still arose in his heart. What if? Li Xiangdong was actually very clear in his mind that the elite of the human race were basically gathered in Jinyao Pass in Kyoto. If he really couldn't stop the 7th level white tiger, basically no one in Tianhai would have a chance to stop it. The only thing we can do at that time is to hold on and wait for reinforcements to be sent from Kyoto or Jinyao Pass. Looking at the white tiger rapidly approaching him, Li Xiangdong gritted his teeth and spoke. Suke, before the white tiger of Rift Valley gets within 100 meters of us, I'll give you a chance to convince me. If you can't convince me, you must follow Lang Qianqiu. Suke didn't hesitate and spoke immediately. Generally, this white tiger has been dormant in this valley for so long because it suffered severe internal injuries during its battle with the fire phoenix. Furthermore, judging from the information displayed in my divine insight eyes, this Rift White Tiger's current 7th level cultivation realm has been temporarily elevated through some means, and it won't last long. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but feel moved when he heard this. Are you telling the truth? It's a matter of life and death, absolutely true. At this moment, Suke was extremely calm and quickly analyzed the situation to Li Xiangdong. Besides, General Li, think about it. If this white tiger was truly in its prime, why would it go to such great lengths to trick you into removing the restrictions of the magic circle? It can't break on its own? The only explanation is that it no longer has any extra strength and doesn't want to waste it here. Listening to Suke's analysis, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu's eyes couldn't help but reveal a gleam of insight. You, boy, have made a very clear analysis. Now, I believe you can see through the flaws of this Rift White Tiger. Although Li Xiangdong knew Suke had the ability to see through other people's combat flaws through his previous analysis of students' combat data, he did not expect Suke to be able to see through the flaws of a 7th level beast. He was seriously injured, and used some secret method to temporarily increase his strength? If that's the case, there might be a chance. After receiving Suke's message, Li Xiangdong felt hope rise again in his heart and looked at the white tiger flapping its wings towards him. In that case, add me in. Lang Qianqiu, who was standing aside, hesitated for a moment before walking straight forward, standing next to Li Xiangdong and smiling. Oldly, it looks like we're going to fight side by side again. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong looked at Lang Qianqiu with a smile on his face. It is my honor to fight alongside our young master Lang. It's already this hour, and you're still making fun of me from back then. Lang Qianqiu turned his head to look at Lang Ruoxue, who was standing next to Suke, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Then he turned his head to look at the white tiger that was rushing towards him with great momentum, and his gaze became firm again. Whether it's for Ruoxue or the human race in Tianhai, I have a reason to fight today. Oldly, come on, let's join forces to defeat this beast and create a legendary story. When the white tiger that was rushing towards Suke and his group saw this, a sinister smile appeared on its lips. How dare an ant, with its strength, shake a mighty tree? In an instant, the figure of the white tiger was above the heads of the 5 people. Its huge body was like a huge blanket that directly covered the sky above their heads, making the sky and the earth dark. Then, the white tiger flapped its wings, and the terrifying spiritual power instantly gathered on both sides of the wings, and fell to the ground with a fierce roar. Rumble! The terrifying sonic boom directly tore through the void, and the violent gale swept across the sky and earth, rolling towards everyone with an unstoppable momentum. Sky-splitting impact. As soon as he stepped forward, he activated his innate skill, Sky-splitting impact. Xianxiu, you protect Suke and the others, I'll break through. Li Xiangdong shouted loudly, and the muscles around him suddenly swelled up, his clothes burst into pieces, and a fiery red armor emerged from his body. It is a weapon made from the hair and scales of beast girls after the 4th level. Then, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, transformed into a cannonball, and punched towards the whistling gale. Behind him, Suke spoke to Lang Qianxiu without the slightest hesitation. Uncle Lang, don't worry about protecting us. Follow General Li and help us contain that white tiger. If he loses, we will be doomed. Suke was well aware of the power of this rift white tiger. In the absence of Li Xiangdong's natal beast mother, it would be difficult for him to defeat it alone, and he needed help from others. At this time, Lang Qianxiu listened to Suke's words and looked at Li Xiangdong's figure rushing towards the sky-splitting gale alone. He quickly made a decision in his heart. The beast armor appeared on his body, and he leaped out in one step, rushing towards the sky-splitting white tiger with Li Xiangdong. Suke narrowed his eyes and spoke to Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, let's open the domain together and lend a helping hand to General Li and Uncle Lang. Although the 3 of them have weak cultivation, they can still contribute their own little bit of strength with their domain-related talents. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue nodded slightly, and then the spiritual power around them burst out, and the extreme cold field and the eternal hunger field were instantly deployed. Due to the improvement of his cultivation, Lu Qinhuan's domain can now cover an area of 500 meters in radius, and Lang Ruoxue's is about 300 meters. Suke also activated the tyrant at this time to amplify the 2 of them. In an instant, the domain covered an area of 1,000 meters in radius, covering the attacking Sky Rift White Tiger. Chapter 72, Flexible Bugs. Qianxiu, didn't I ask you to protect them? Seeing Lang Qianxiu rushing up, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but reveal a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Old Li, you're confused. If you get killed by that beast, how can I protect them alone? At this time, Lang Qianxiu's eyes were full of determination, and he resolutely followed Li Xiangdong. When Li Xiangdong heard this, his eyes kept flickering. Okay, then let's avoid this air-splitting impact first, and then attack from both sides. Rumble. As he spoke, the terrifying sky-splitting gale had already swept in front of the 2 of them, and with the spiritual power whistling, it slammed into the 2 of them fiercely. Extreme defense. Ice stream split attack. Facing the strong wind attacking them, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu released their innate skills at the same time. A huge shield rose in front of Li Xiangdong, forming the strongest defense. Lang Qianxiu behind him waved his hand and a terrifying stream of ice shot out, which then split into countless ice threads and attacked the strong winds. At this moment, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's territory also expanded, covering the figures of Li Xiangdong and Lietian Sky Tiger. Under the deceleration of the extremely cold field, the rotation speed of those tornadoes even slowed down, giving Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu more opportunities to dodge and defend. Domain-related skills? Seeing that Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's domain could actually affect itself, the huge body of the white tiger couldn't help but be stunned, and then a playful look appeared at the corner of its mouth. The bloodline aura contained in this realm is not simple. What a pity, your strength is too weak, and the impact you have on me is minimal. At this moment, Liekang Sky Tiger did not take Suke and the others seriously at all, but focused all his attention on Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu who were rushing towards him below. Let's deal with these 2 ants first, and then turn around and take that little fellow named Suke away. As a former 9th-rank ferocious beast, Li Baibehu's knowledge far exceeded that of Li Xiangdong, Lang Qianxiu and the others, and he could see the extraordinariness of Suke at a glance. Although the demon god cult's offer to me is to kill this little guy, intuitively speaking, keeping him is the best option for me. Liekang Sky Tiger glanced at Suke, who was activating the tyrant to help Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue expand their domain. His eyes flashed, and then he turned to look at Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu who were rushing towards him, his eyes full of murderous intent. There's a road to heaven but you didn't take it, and there's no door to hell but you insisted on breaking in. So don't blame me. At this time, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu relied on their flexible movements and the extremely hard armor on their bodies to force their way to a range of nearly 100 meters in front of him. Afterwards, the white tiger crossed its claws across its chest and swung fiercely at Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu who were approaching it. Elemental slash. In an instant, countless lightning flashes gathered from the chest of the white tiger, crackling, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into two terrifying lightning flashes, slashing down fiercely towards Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu below. Swish! The terrifying lightning shot out from the chest of the white tiger, directly tearing the surrounding void apart. Countless arcs of electricity crackled and fell down from the sky. The next second, purple thunder landed in front of Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu, and hit Li Xiangdong's extreme defense hard. Boom! Under Li Xiangdong's defense, the terrifying lightning directly turned into a sea of thunder and submerged them. Under this terrifying blow, the huge shield in front of Li Xiangdong was instantly shattered, and he and Lang Qianqiu were covered by the sea of thunder at the same time. Extreme flash. At the critical moment, Li Xiangdong grabbed Lang Qianqiu, and the two figures turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, the two appeared less than 30 meters on either side of the white tiger. General Li, Uncle Lang, chest. The moment he saw Li Xiangdong approaching the white tiger, Suke immediately warned him. Upon hearing this, the two men attacked the injured chest of the white tiger from the left and right respectively. Damn it! Seeing the two approaching him at the same time and attacking his injured chest at the first moment, Li Baconho couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger in his eyes. Don't even think about getting close to me. As he spoke, the huge wings of the white tiger vibrated and danced rapidly across each other. As the black gold wings danced and hummed, countless black gold spiritual lights shot out madly, weaving into a dense giant net, shooting towards Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu. But at this moment, Li Xiangdong's figure flashed again, turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared less than 10 meters in front of the chest of the white tiger. Aurora slash. The moment Li Xiangdong appeared in front of the white tiger's chest, a big sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it fiercely at the white tiger's chest. Nimble bug. Li Xiangdong's extreme flash caught the white tiger off guard. Damn it! It subconsciously wanted to defend itself, but found that its speed had dropped again without it knowing when. Under the dual cover of Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinhuan, the speed of the white tiger slowed down and its vitality was gradually lost. Originally, this impact is negligible to it, but at this critical moment, it is particularly important. I clearly had enough time to defend myself, but my speed was just a little bit off and it was simply too late. Bang! At the moment when the white tiger's spiritual power was just mobilized, the big sword in Li Xiangdong's hand slashed fiercely on the white tiger's chest. It was already seriously injured and at this moment the wound burst open instantly, and blood flowed out. Hateful. At the moment when Li Xiangdong slashed his chest, the spiritual energy of the white tiger finally gathered and turned into an extremely hard barrier. At the same time, it let out a furious roar, which directly knocked Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu, who had not yet been able to break the attack, flying backwards and spitting blood. At this time, Liacon's eyes were full of anger. Damn it, I was actually hurt by a bunch of ants like you. If it were me in my prime, you would be dead. You also said it was his heyday. Li Xiangdong, who had succeeded in his attack, felt more confident and used his other hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are now at the end of your strength. Even if you try to use some means to improve your cultivation, you won't be able to hold on for long. Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, the huge tiger eyes of the white tiger couldn't help but shrink in an instant. You even know this. It turned its head and looked at Suke, who was urging the tyrant below, with endless coldness in its eyes. It seems that this kid is a greater threat than I thought. But I was once a 9th order Guishu cultivator. Even if my realm has declined, it's not something that mortals like you can mess with. As he spoke, the white tiger roared towards the sky, and the sky and earth darkened. The power of the surrounding stars gathered together madly, condensing into a huge phantom that was 1,000 meters high. Chapter 73: A Desperate Fight. Star Shadow. Seeing the huge shadow between heaven and earth, everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus. This is the star phantom summoned by the 7th level Starfall realm. It's just that this star shadow is much more powerful than other 7th level shadows. Suke stared at the shadow and narrowed his eyes. This star shadow is somewhat similar to the law of heaven and earth in the mythological novels of my previous life. After the star shadow opened, the figure of the white tiger in the crackling sky slowly blurred and directly merged into the star shadow. Seeing the scene, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu couldn't help but clench their fists instantly. Even in their prime, they had never reached the 7th level. Facing the star shadows, they really had no good way to fight for the time being. They didn't even know where the white tiger was. Is it possible to only find the white tiger within by shattering this phantom of the stars? However, at this moment, Suke below hurriedly spoke. Generally, Uncle Lang, the white tiger that splits the sky is hiding in the ankle of the star shadow. With the operation of his divine eyes of insight, he could see clearly all the flaws between heaven and earth. Suke could see through at a glance where the white tiger was hiding in the shadow. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and they attacked directly towards the toes. Seeing the two people attacking, the figure hidden in the shadow of the white tiger instantly changed position. Calf. Knee. But no matter how the white tiger changed its position, Suke could always tell the white tiger's position accurately at the first moment. Seeing that he couldn't hide his body at all, Lycong's sky tiger became angry at the first moment. Do you really think that this star shadow can only be hidden? Die. As he spoke, the huge star-like shadow of the white tiger swung its claws and slapped Li Xiangdong, Leng Qianqiu and others below. Rumble. Driven by the phantom's enormous star energy, each strike seemed to have the power to move mountains and fill the sea, and even the void trembled. Extreme flash. Facing the terrifying attack from the star shadow, Li Xiangdong didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Leng Qianqiu and disappeared on the spot. The next second, the giant claws of the star shadow stepped directly on the afterimages of the two people, and directly stepped out a sinkhole nearly 100 meters deep in the wide rift. Seeing the terrifying power of this attack, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and others couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Suke finally understood why the third-order Hyena King continued to charge fearlessly in the face of his and his men's attacks. He thought that they must have been sent by the white tiger. If they retreated, they would die faster. At this time, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, whose figures flashed and appeared in front of the white tiger shadow, frowned when they saw the power of this attack. But at this time they had no choice but to join forces to attack the white tiger hidden in the star shadow. But the shadow was extremely flexible. After sensing the movements of the two men, it swung its tail, shattering the void and smashing towards the two men fiercely. The terrifying speed made people's scalps numb. Li Xiangdong could only pull Leng Qianqiu up again and leave in a flash. So the two sides started a tug of war, the phantoms kept attacking, and Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu kept flashing. This won't work. We have to find a way to get it done. Faced with one dangerous attack after another, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu's mentality gradually became unstable. But at this moment, Suke's voice was heard again. General Li, Uncle Lang, don't worry, just keep going like this. This white tiger is injured. Believe me, it will definitely not outlast you in a protracted battle. At this time, in Suke's analysis, the weakness of the rift white tiger began to magnify, and due to the corrosion of Lu Chenhuan's eternal hunger domain, the vitality of the rift white tiger was slowly draining away, and the speed of its attack was gradually slowing down. At this time, Lycong white tiger also realized this and looked at Suke with an extremely unfriendly look. You noisy little bug. I was planning to deal with you later, but now it seems you have to die first. As he spoke, the white tiger actually gave up attacking Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, and instead swung its claws directly in the direction of Suke. The huge shadow condensed by the star energy instantly occupied the world in front of Suke, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations rushed towards Suke below. Seeing the scene, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu's expressions changed instantly. Oh no! This guy is going to attack Suke. They didn't expect that at this moment, Li Baibehu actually gave up attacking the two of them and instead attacked the weaker Suke. But at this moment, Suke's eyes were bright, and he spoke directly to Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu. Now this guy has two weaknesses. In addition to the chest, there are also weakness signs at the junction of the wings and the spine. Don't worry about us. Attack it now. Suke knew very well in his heart that Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu were too far away from him and the others at this moment, and there was no time for them to return to support them. If they did, they would only waste this great opportunity to attack. Afterwards, Li Kongqinghu will use this point to restrain the two of them. At this time, Lycong Baihu also had a sneer on his face. Are you really willing to give up such a talented beast master and two beast girls? It was also betting that Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu would come back to help. However, at this time, Li Xiangdong made a decision that Li Kongqinghu had never expected. He raised his sword and took the opportunity to chop at the chest of the white tiger. Beside him, Lang Qianqiu had tears in his eyes, but when he saw Li Xiangdong take action, he also activated his spiritual power and flew towards the direction of the white tiger's wings. Facing the attack from the two, a ruthless look appeared in Li Kongqinghe's eyes. Since you don't care about the life or death of this little guy, then I will let him die. Being able to drag such a talented beastmaster of the human race to be buried with me before I die, I, Killua, can count myself as having done nothing wrong. As he spoke, the white tiger desperately controlled the star shadows to attack Suke. Suke, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and spoke to Lu Qinhuan. Huan, follow me forward and block this wave of attacks. Ruoxue, hide behind us. Lang Ruoxue is a mage who prefers long-range control. Faced with the current situation, only herself and Lu Qinhuan who can use Beast Girl skills can stop it. Yes. Before Suke finished speaking, Lu Qinhuan stepped forward at the same time as Suke, with spiritual light flashing around them and activating their innate skills at the same time. Metal defense. In an instant, all the vitality of the white tiger that had been absorbed through the eternal hunger field was condensed at this moment. Suke and Lu Qinhuan simultaneously turned into two little golden men, facing the fatal blow from the white tiger. In the sky, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu's attacks also fell on the star shadow of the white tiger. Burn your boats and fight to the death. Chapter 70 for the final trump card, the Cambrian Ice Core. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, the 1,000-meter-tall star-like shadow of the white tiger in the sky pressed down fiercely in the direction of Suke below. The entire world in front of Suke and the others was completely covered in darkness at this moment. Amidst the terrifying energy fluctuations, Suke and Lu Qinhuan's spiritual power exploded. With the help of the vitality previously drained from the white tiger in the Rift Valley, the metal defense was fully enhanced, and they headed towards the location where the star shadow was. Ice Storm. Lang Ruoxue didn't want to be helpless at this moment. As she waved her spiritual power, the ice crystal storm continued to condense and hit the star shadow that was stepping heavily on the air. However, due to the huge gap in realm, these weak ice crystals could not withstand the terrifying attack of the white tiger. The moment the ice crystals touched the phantom, they were all crushed into spiritual energy powder and dissipated powerlessly between heaven and earth. Lang Qianqiu, who was in mid-air, saw this scene, his eyes filled with tears. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the white tiger in a frantic manner. Extreme Flash. Li Xiangdong's figure flashed wildly at this moment, and he quickly approached the white tiger in an attempt to break its true body. But at this time, Lai Baikong was not sure if he was angered by Suke, and he attacked Suke and the others madly with determination, vowing to trample these three ants to death. Come and die. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of both sides collided with each other, and the huge claws of the star shadow stomped hard on Suke and Lu Qinhuan who were blocking the front. Aha! At this moment, Suke and Lu Qinhuan were under the pressure of this huge force. The bones all over their bodies were cracking, as if they would shatter in the next second, but they were still relying on the powerful defense of the metal defense to make a final resistance. Blood kept flowing out from the 7 orifices of the two men. Under the reflection of the golden defense, they looked like two weeping blood statues. In midair, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu saw this scene and burned their own blood in essence like crazy, and attacked madly towards the weakness mentioned by Suke. But Lai Kong Baihu was determined to kill Su Quebec. He completely ignored the damage he was about to suffer and controlled the phantom to stomp on Suke fiercely. As long as Suke is killed, without the damn domain restrictions of the two people, and the constant reminders of their weaknesses, it will be difficult for Lang Qianqiu and Li Xiangdong to restrict themselves. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Suke and Lu Qinhuan's bodies were crackling and their limbs and joints were trembling, but they still stood in front. Ruoxue, we can't hold on any longer. Go! At this time, after facing the terrifying attack of the white tiger, Suke and Lu Qinhuan finally understood how big the gap in strength between the two sides was, and hurriedly spoke out to protect Lang Ruoxue. Lang Ruoxue looked at the two people covered in blood, tears in her eyes. Leave? Where else can I go? Brother Su, we are one and the same. If you are gone, where can I go? To live, we live together, to die, we die together. At this time, Lang Ruoxue, with tears on her face, did not avoid but took a step forward. Seeing this, Suke's expression changed instantly. Ruoxue, what are you doing? In terms of physique, Lang Ruoxue is more of a weak-ranged mage. If the ice crystal storm cannot stop the star shadow, going forward will be tantamount to seeking death. But unexpectedly, Lang Ruoxue at this time was not afraid of dying, but was full of calmness. Brother Su, have you forgotten that I still have a trump card? As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue took the Cambrian ice core from her snow-white jade neck and lifted it up gently. This Cambrian ice core can store the dragon breath in my body. After more than half a month, it has stored quite a bit now. Even if I risk my energy leaking out again, I might still be able to protect you. I don't want to hide behind you all the time. I also want to protect everyone. As she spoke, the spiritual power in Lang Ruoshua's hand vibrated, and she crushed the Cambrian ice core in an instant. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out from it. Dragon breath. At this time, the white tiger that was controlling the Phantom of the Stars couldn't help but change his expression when he felt this breath. Why does this girl have the aura of a dragon? The next second, Lang Ruoshua spat out a mouthful of blood, and the scales on her body shone brightly. A terrifying shadow rose wildly from behind her. It was a giant frost dragon covered with ice blue scales, with icy eyes and an extremely cold expression. Frost dragon. It's the frost dragon that once froze the world for an entire era. The moment he saw the Phantom rising, the pupils of the white tiger shrank sharply, and the pupils on the huge star Phantom also showed a look of fear. But then a hint of resentment appeared on his face. So what about the frost dragon? You are just a reincarnated body now. You have sealed yourself for so long. How can you stop me, a level 7 cultivator? Come and die. While he was thinking, the starlight around the white tiger shone brightly, and he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and stepped down directly. But below, the giant frost dragon saw this attack, and its eyes were filled with indifference. It opened its big mouth, controlled the dragon breath in the Cambrian ice core, and slammed into the star shadow of the white tiger. Boom! In an instant, an extremely violent and terrifying energy collided with each other, and a terrifying explosion wave exploded instantly. For a moment, they were competing against each other. Seeing this scene, both Lycong Baihu and Li Xiangdong were shocked. A 3rd-level warrior can actually match the full-strength attack of a 7th-level warrior? Especially Lang Qianxiu, his eyes were full of disbelief. Is this Ruoshua's true talent and potential? At this moment, Lang Qianxiu completely believed the fact that Lang Ruoshua was a hidden SSS talent. However, the dragon's breath was limited, and the two sides fought for only a few seconds before all the dragon's breath stored in the Cambrian ice core was consumed, and the attack of the star shadow came again. Facing the renewed attack from the star shadow, Lang Ruoshua shouted, and without caring about burning her own blood and spiritual energy, she frantically squeezed out her own potential from her body. Lang Ruoshua's blood and essence were burning wildly, and her skin and flesh were aging rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The giant frost dragon solidified again, opened its huge mouth and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and a dragon breath even more terrifying than before gushed out. Roar! Under the gushing of this dragon breath, the star-like shadow of the white tiger was actually frozen directly, and its claws were frozen in mid-air. The cold air invaded its whole body, and cracks began to spread along its claws to the whole body. Good opportunity. Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu seized the opportunity and instantly burned their own blood and spiritual roots, launching the strongest attack towards the real body of the white tiger. Under the influence of the cold air from the dragon's breath, the white tiger's movements seemed to be frozen. Facing this terrifying attack, it was completely unable to dodge. In an instant, 3 rays of spiritual light exploded in the sky and earth, and the terrifying sound of the explosion echoed between heaven and earth. Crash! The huge star-like shadow of the white tiger shattered into pieces, turning into endless spiritual energy and dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 75 Emergency Repair, Dragon Hibernation. Phew! Li Xiangdong's sword and Lang Qianxiu's attack instantly penetrated the chest and back wings of the white tiger, and the terrifying spiritual energy poured into it crazily. In an instant, terrifying spiritual energy was injected into the already severely injured body of the white tiger, causing it to howl in pain to the sky. Under the attack of Lang Ruoshua's frost dragon breath and the constant drain of its life force by the eternal hunger realm, countless spiritual energies flowed madly along the body of the white tiger into the surrounding heaven and earth. Bang! Finally, under the invasion of multiple attacks, the white tiger let out an unwilling wail, and its huge body exploded directly, turning into a blood mist that splashed between heaven and earth. Seeing the scene, Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu couldn't help but show excitement in their eyes. We did it! We teamed up to take down a rank 7 white rift tiger. We joined forces to kill the sky-splitting tiger god, who once terrified countless humans and ferocious beasts. But before the two of them had time to celebrate, they heard a loud and mournful cry from Suke below. Ruoshua! The two of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Lang Ruoshua had become so thin that only skin and bones were left, and she was barely breathing. The giant dragon shadow behind her was shattered into pieces, and she fell straight to the ground. Su-Ke flew forward and hugged Lang Ruoxue. Ruoxue. Ruoxue, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Lu Chenhuan beside him also quickly flew over and supported Lang Ruoxue beside Su-Ke. Seeing this, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu's expressions changed drastically, especially Lang Qianqiu, who quickly swooped down and appeared beside Lang Ruoxue. 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 At this time, Lang Ruoxue's energy was exhausted, and the source of her energy was almost lost. Looking at Su-Ke, Lang Qianqiu, Lu Chenhuan and others who were looking at her with concern, she forced a smile on the corner of her mouth. I'm glad everyone is alright. Is the Tiger King dead? Dead. Dead. Su-Ke, who was holding Lang Ruoxue in his arms, nodded continuously. Listening to Su-Ke's words, Lang Ruoxue's eyes showed a hint of relief. If I can help Big Brother Su and Dad, even if I die, it's worth it. No. No. You won't die. At this time, Su-Ke, who was holding Lang Ruoxue, kept shaking his head. As long as I'm here, I won't let you die, Ruoxue. His insightful eyes scanned Lang Ruoxue frantically, trying to find a chance to change his fate. Flaw, the current target has consumed too much qi and blood essence and is about to fall into a near-death state. I know the flaw. Give me a solution. I want a solution. Under Su-Ke's full power, the insightful eye seemed to have opened up its perspective, constantly scanning Lang Ruoxue's blood, meridians, and internal organs. Finally, Su-Ke found a solution. Repair plan: find a Cambrian ice core and give it to it. This will condense its own dragon breath and activate its dragon talent to enter dormancy and recover. Hibernation. Cambrian ice core hibernation. The moment the repair plan was analyzed, Su-Ke quickly looked up at Lang Qianqiu, who looked bewildered. Uncle Lang, Cambrian ice core. I want the Cambrian ice core. Go find me a Cambrian ice core quickly. It can save Ruoxue's life. Cambrian ice core? Lang Qianqiu seemed to have thought of something after hearing Su-Ke's words. He quickly activated his storage ring and took out a Cambrian ice core from it. I have it. I have it. Last time Huan advanced, I was afraid it wasn't enough, so I kept one as a backup. Looking at the Cambrian ice core that was emitting a chill, Su-Ke reached out and snatched it away, placing it on Lang Ruoxue's chest, pressing it against her chest, and hurriedly spoke to comfort Lang Ruoxue. Don't be afraid, Ruoxue. With this Cambrian ice core, I can help you condense your dragon breath again and activate the dragon race's innate dormancy. We have many wonderful things to experience together in the future. You won't die. Just get a good night's sleep. Really? Listening to Su-Ke's comforting but somewhat anxious words, Lang Ruoxue's withered face showed a look of relief. Brother Su, I believe you. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep first. As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue slowly closed her eyes, her long, silver eyelashes fluttering gently, as if she was an angel who had descended to earth and fallen asleep. The dragon breath and cold air that were originally scattered between heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something at this moment and slowly condensed in front of Lang Ruoxue. Seeing this scene, Lang Qianqiu on the side couldn't help but burst into tears. Ruoxue. Ruoxue. It's Dad's fault. Dad is unable to protect you. Li Shangdong standing by also had a complicated expression. If Lang Ruoxue hadn't unleashed her ultimate attack, we might all have perished in the jaws of this 7th-ranked tiger god. Lu Chenhuan, who was supporting Lang Ruoxue, felt even more complicated. At this moment, she finally accepted Lang Ruoxue completely in her heart. On the other hand, Su-Ke took out a blanket from his storage ring and put it on the ground. He held Lang Ruoxue and carefully placed her fragile body on it, then turned to look at Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu. Generally, Uncle Lang, Ruoxue's life is not in danger yet, but she still needs some time to rest and sleep. Please help clean up the area to prevent any accidents. Listening to Su-Ke's words, Lang Qianqiu nodded continuously. Don't worry, son-in-law. I'm here. I won't let anyone get close enough to hurt Ruoxue again. Oldly, this incident is extremely serious. There are countless students and soldiers from the City Defense Department rushing in from outside the Rift Valley. You can take the opportunity to evacuate and calm everyone down to prevent the spread of panic. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Li Shangdong nodded slightly. Then he stood up, spread out his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, turned around and flew out of the rift. Su-Ke, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Qianqiu held their breath, readjusted their state, and stood guard quietly by the side. At this time, on a hill far away outside the Rift Valley, the owl and bluebird of the demon god cult were lurking in the dark, staring at the direction of the Rift Valley. Such a terrifying atmosphere of fighting, it seems like a fight has begun. Haha, who would have thought that a 7th level person would appear in this small foaming Rift Valley? This time, Li Shangdong and the others are going to be in trouble. Especially the owl, its eyes were filled with cold indifference. Once Li Shangdong dies in this turmoil, we can do whatever we want and attack Tianhai at will. The bluebird standing by sneered cruelly. With the cooperation of a 7th level ferocious beast, it would be easy to turn this sea of sky upside down. But just as the two were planning, a ray of light flashed across the rift, and Li Shangdong's figure instantly appeared outside the rift. Seeing this scene, the owl and the bluebird's eyes instantly widened into bells. How come? How come Li Shangdong is still alive? Chapter 76: The Suspicious Bluebird and the Owl. General Li is coming out. The moment they saw Li Shangdong coming out, the Tianhai City Defense Force, who were rushing frantically from the far side of the Rift Valley, couldn't help but get excited. As for the students in the youth training camp, they have been evacuated in advance under the leadership of the instructors of each camp to prevent any greater accidents. Seeing Li Shangdong appear at this time, a middle-aged man wearing a windbreaker and a neat crew cut came quickly and looked at Li Shangdong. General Li? What's going on? You just sent me a telegram saying a 7th level beast appeared? What's going on? Seeing the person coming, Li Shangdong couldn't help but feel relieved. General Du, are you here? The person in front of him was Du Shiqing, the garrison commander stationed in Tianhai, Kyoto. As soon as he received the message from Li Shangdong, he brought his team and the Tianhai City Defense Forces to rush over. Looking at Du Shiqing, who was anxious in front of him, Li Shangdong swallowed, took a deep breath, and spoke to Du Shiqing with confidence. Success! We successfully killed the 7th level sky-splitting tiger god. Sky-splitting tiger god? Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Du Shiqing on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is it the legendary 9th rank beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, that fought a terrifying battle with Huofeng in Fengming Valley, where both perished? Yeah. Li Shangdong nodded gently. Exactly. In that battle, the White Tiger Rift was not actually dead, but was only severely injured. He has been hiding in this Fengming Valley to recover using secret methods. He took advantage of this youth training to attack me and trick me into unlocking the seal of the ancient magic circle, hoping to stir up trouble. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Lin Qianxiu, me, and the 3 youth training students, we were able to kill him, preventing any greater disaster from occurring. Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Du Shiqing couldn't help but show shock in his eyes. Youth training student? We joined forces with you to defeat the 7th level sky-splitting tiger god? At this moment, Du Shiqing couldn't help but show a look of suspicion on his face. What kind of youth training student can survive a battle with a 7th level beast? Could it be that Suke, the one we saw on the boundary marker before we entered the valley? General Li, are you sure you're not joking? It has only been about half a month since the youth training ended, and the cultivation level of the youth training students is generally at the 1st level. Even if there are occasional talented people, they can only be at the 2nd level at most. A 2nd level Beastmaster and Beastgirl would be killed by a fart in front of a 7th level Beastmaster, so how could they join forces with Li Shangdong? The only possible person is Suke, who had more than 1.3 million points on the boundary marker before entering the valley. Although in Du Shiqing's mind, he believed that this was due to the interference of a 7th level ferocious beast and the boundary marker was wrong. He didn't think that Suke and his 2 rookies could really get millions of points, let alone help Li Shangdong defeat the 7th level beast. However, at this moment, Li Shangdong's eyes were full of seriousness and earnestness. I'm not kidding. The sky-splitting tiger god this time is at a very high level. If it weren't for Suke and the others' help, I'm afraid it would have already escaped by now and unleashed a bloody storm across the entire Tianhai. Is it really Suke? Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Du Shiqing's face couldn't help but stiffen. Is that the beast tamer who's been making a lot of noise in Tianhai recently? He's the one who's clearly awakened his SSS-level legendary beast tamer talent, but he insisted on contracting an F-level beast girl? Rumors about Suke had long been circulating throughout Tianhai. Du Shiqing, the defender of Kyoto, was naturally no stranger to them. He even reported the news to Kyoto as soon as he heard it. He even felt sorry for the genius Su Quebec. He could have had a brighter future and could have waited for Kyoto to help him find an SS-level beast girl, but he acted on his emotions and contracted an F-level beast girl. Later, when he heard that Suke could actually contract 2 beast girls, but both of them chose F-level, Du Shiqing's evaluation of Suke became even lower, thinking that Suke was too emotional and was of no use at all. At this time, when he heard Li Xiangdong mention that Su Ke and the others could actually help Li Xiangdong defeat a 7th level sky-splitting tiger god, he was shocked. Yes, that's him. In response to Du Shicheng's question, Li Xiangdong nodded without hesitation and spoke to Du Shicheng. He and the 3 contracted beast girls had previously killed 2 3rd-level beasts and 20 to 32nd-level beasts, shaking the valley. Furthermore, in order to help us defeat this sky-splitting tiger god, Su Ke's contracted beast woman, Lang Ruoxue, has fallen into a near-death hibernation state and needs to rest here for a while. During this time, General Du, please send someone to guard here and help bring back the bodies of the students from my youth training camp. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives approach this Fengming Great Rift Valley. I have to go back and clean up the mess and report this incident to Kyoto in full. Looking at the solemn expression on Li Xiangdong's face, Du Shicheng nodded heavily. Don't worry, General Li. You can leave now. We will guard this place well and won't let anyone with ulterior motives get close to the Fengming Rift Valley. If it is true as Li Xiangdong said, that Su Ke and the others can help defeat the 7th level beast, then their potential is immeasurable. Even without Li Xiangdong's reminder, they must be taken seriously. Good. After hearing Du Shicheng's promise, Li Xiangdong turned around without any hesitation and headed towards the youth training camp. Seeing Li Xiangdong leave, Du Shicheng waved his hand to the city defense generals behind him. Battles 1 to 5 will remain where they are. The rest of you will follow me down into the Rift Valley to clean up the battlefield. After saying that, Du Shicheng personally led his men into the Rift Valley and quickly headed towards the center of the previous battlefield. The owl and the bluebird, who were secretly watching all this in the distant hills and jungles, had anxiety in their eyes. Something's wrong. Why did Li Xiangdong leave? Judging from the situation at the scene, it doesn't look like reinforcements at all, but more like combat management. Did the sky-splitting tiger god fail? At this time, the eyes of the owl and the bluebird were full of suspicion. Impossible. The sky-splitting tiger god is a 9th-rank demon that was able to kill the fire phoenix. How could he fail in such a small place? That's right. How could Li Xiangdong, a mere 6th-rank beast master who doesn't even have a beast mother, possibly defeat the sky-splitting tiger god, whose strength can temporarily recover to the 7th rank? At this moment, the owl and the bluebird felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. No, we can't just guess here, we have to find a way to go down and take a look. But now Du Shicheng has led the city defense troops down there and stationed people near the entrance. It seems that we can only slip away through extraordinary means. Thinking of this, the owl and the bluebird looked at each other, and then the bluebird instantly entered the beast state, turning into a big blue bird. The owl then leaned over and lay on the back of the bluebird. The man and the bird flapped their wings and quietly flew down the other side of the hill. The 2 men were extremely careful, and since they were far away from the entrance, the soldiers stationed in the Rift Valley did not notice them at all. Only a somewhat frail beast girl captain frowned and looked in the direction where the bluebird and the owl left. Strange, why does it feel like there's movement over there? Don't move here for now. I'll go over and take a look. Chapter 77, 1 million points, the whole territory is shocked. Saved. Outside Fengming Valley, the students who were quickly led out of the valley by the instructors of each camp could not help but rejoice after hearing Li Xiangdong's announcement that the crisis was over. With their first-level cultivation, it was not easy for them to escape from Fengming Valley in such a short time. If the 7th-level Rift Valley tiger had not died and had chased them, they would have had no chance of escape at all. At this time, after learning that the crisis was over, everyone's faces were filled with joy of surviving the disaster. However, everyone also thought of Su Ke, who saved them from the dire situation, especially the students in the 1st Battalion who had the closest relationship with Su Ke, and they were even more worried. I don't know what's happening with Su Ke and the others in there. I only saw General Li come out, but there's no sign of Su Ke and the others. I heard that a 7th-level ferocious beast appeared after they entered the valley. I hope nothing happens. Everyone has developed a special feeling towards Su Ke, who saved their lives. It is an indescribable respect and gratitude towards him. Everyone felt relieved and turned to look at the scenery outside the valley, and found the point's boundary marker still flashing. Over 1 million points? Looking at the points ranking on the boundary marker, someone exclaimed in surprise. The others around him turned their heads to look and were all stunned. At this time, Ning and Zhao Fei, who were ranked 2nd, also had more than 10,000 points. In front of Su Ke and the others, they were like rookies. Especially Zhao Fei and Ning, who were the parties involved, immediately understood the source of Su Ke and the others' points after seeing the ranking. It seems that Su Ke and his team killed all those 2 3rd-level beasts and a group of 2nd-level beasts, which is why they have so many points. Compared to the 5,000 points for a second-level beast, the third-level beast has a full 500,000 points reward. Suke and his team killed 2 third-level beasts and a group of second-level beasts, which added up to more than 1.1 million points. This made Zhao Fei and Ning, who had originally thought they could take the lead by killing 2 or 3 second-level ferocious beasts in the rift, instantly disappointed. And Ning, in particular, felt extremely regretful when she thought of the mighty power of Suke leading Lu Qinyuan, Lang Ruoshuat and the others to kill everyone. If I hadn't broken up with Suke, would I have followed him and killed everyone? Compared to these simple-minded students, the news about Suke and his team's battle had spread rapidly in Tianhai City. What? Suke and his contract partner not only earned over 1 million points in the hunting competition, but also helped Li Xiangdong and his team defeat a 7th-level ferocious beast? Is it still the same sky-splitting tiger god that defeated the Fire Phoenix that year? At Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, Principal Wang Jiangwo instantly stood up from his office, his eyes filled with worry. What about Suke and the others? Are they safe now? Has anything happened? No, Principal. I just heard that Suke's newly contracted beast girl at No. 3 Middle School has fallen into a dormant state and doesn't seem to be in good condition. After hearing that Suke was fine, Wang Jiangwo finally let go of his worries and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. It's good that you're not dead, it's good that you're not dead. Under the attack of a 7th-level beast, it's a blessing to be alive. For Wang Jiangwo, Suke is the last hope of Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, and nothing must happen to him. Especially after Ning transferred to No. 2 Middle School, Suke became Wang Jiangwo's only hope. After learning that Suke was fine, Wang Jiangwo burst into laughter. I knew Suke wouldn't let me down. He was able to earn over 1 million points, survive the attack of a rank 7 ferocious beast, and even help Li Xiangdong defeat that rank 7 sky-splitting tiger god. He truly is one of the proudest children of our No. 1 Middle School. Humph, who said that contracting F-rank beast girls has no future? At this moment, Wang Jiangwo felt that his confidence was overflowing. Suke's achievements in this youth training are enough to break the record of the entire human race. He has a share in this youth training. Maybe Kyoto will even send someone to pick him up. Tianhai, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, in the City Lord's Mansion, a burly man dressed in tight clothes with well-defined muscles all over his body was trembling as he looked at the telegram in his hand. The 7th-level sky-splitting tiger god was killed. Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu led the battle, while Suke and his contracted beast girl assisted and played a crucial role. This Suke even killed 2 third-level and dozens of second-level beasts in this competition, earning over 1 million points in one fell swoop. At this time, the city lord Xiang Hanan looked at this information with shock in his eyes. Beside him, the city lord's wife Dai Ruoshi, who was also dressed in tight clothes and ready to fight at any time, was also stunned when she saw the telegram. Originally, after receiving the message from Li Xiangdong, the two of them immediately entered a defensive state and changed into clothes, ready to fight the 7th-level ferocious beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, at any time. But no one expected that the sky-splitting tiger god would be killed by Li Xiangdong, Suke and others before he could get out of the Fengming Rift Valley. This Suke has far greater potential than we imagined. Even with 2 F-rank beast girls, he can still achieve such astonishing and terrifying combat power. He can even help Li Xiangdong defeat the sky-splitting tiger god. No, this matter must be reported to Kyoto. The Kyoto executives who originally chose to give up or wait and see because of their contracts with F-rank beast girls need to make a decision quickly. Such a genius cannot be wasted in a small place like Tianhai. Kyoto, Beastmaster Headquarters. A white-haired old man listened to the messages constantly coming from his subordinates, his brows tightly furrowed, wrinkled like the shape of the Chinese character. During this national youth training, various regions unexpectedly suffered losses of varying magnitudes. Furthermore, we discovered the remnants of the demon god cult who were secretly obstructing the training. Demon god cult. At this moment, the old man looked at the documents on the table, his eyes full of dangerous light. Since you guys want to cause trouble so badly, you can't blame me. At this moment, another subordinate hurriedly delivered a document into the office. Marshal, this is a message from Tianhai. Please take a look. I understand. Let's go down. The old man reached out and took Tianhai's document, sighing softly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be another piece of bad news. This time, the demon god cult organized chaos in the youth training camps throughout Xia. Basically, the youth training camps in various places suffered varying degrees of damage. What's worse, all the youth training students were wiped out. The old man opened the message with trembling hands and glanced into it. The next second, he slammed the table and stood up. There is such a genius in the world. Then he quickly stopped his subordinates who were about to leave. Don't leave. Send a quick message to Kyoto University and have them send someone to Tianhai immediately to escort Suke to Beijing to take the exam. Hurry! Chapter 78. Pang Mang and Su Lu were shocked. Suke, how are you guys doing? Inside the foaming Rift Valley, Pang Mang and Su Lu, panting, rushed to where Suke and the others were, and spoke subconsciously. But then they saw Lang Ruoxue lying on the blanket and Suke and the others with sad faces. Seeing this, Pang Mang and Su Lu instantly guessed what had happened. They walked up slowly and gently patted Suke on the shoulder. My condolences. Listening to what Pang Mang and Su Lu said, Lang Qianqiu on the side couldn't help but glare. What's the point of mourning? My daughter is not dead, she is just in a temporary hibernation. After listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Pang Mang and Su Lu finally reacted and apologized to them repeatedly. I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. It's good that you're not dead. As long as you're alive, there's hope. At this moment, Pang Mang and Su Lu wanted to ask what happened, but seeing Suke looking at the jar with concern, they felt it was inappropriate. Fortunately, Lang Qianqiu saw what the two were thinking, took the initiative to pull them apart, and briefly explained what had just happened. It's nothing, actually. General Li and I teamed up with the help of my daughter and son-in-law to kill a 7th-level beast. Although he said this, Lang Qianqiu's chest, which was about to explode, reminded him of his pride and complacency all the time. Compared to Suke, Lang Qianqiu's mentality was obviously much better after learning that his daughter was just in hibernation. After learning the whole story, Pang Mang and Su Lu widened their eyes and looked at Suke and the other two with disbelief in their eyes. In other words, you three not only killed 2 3rd-level beasts and a group of 2nd-level beasts, but also helped General Li and Mr. Ling defeat a 7th-level beast? And you don't know until you see it. Once they observe carefully, they find that Suke, Lu Qinhuan and the sleeping Lang Ruoxue are all at the 3rd level of cultivation. It's incredible. You always create miracles for us. At this moment, Pang Mang and Su Lu looked at Suke and the others with increasingly different eyes. They wanted to take the opportunity to praise Suke and the others, but looking at Lang Ruoxue's current state, they felt that it was inappropriate to say these things, so they had to give up for the time being. So the two of them had no choice but to stay by her side and silently observe Lang Ruoxue's recovery. Strangely enough, the newly given Cambrian ice core was clearly not activated by spiritual power, but it was also spontaneously collecting the dragon breath and cold air scattered between heaven and earth, and covering Lang Ruoxue's body. Under the nourishment of the cold air and dragon breath, Lang Ruoxue's skinny body was slowly recovering. Even after such a serious injury, he could actually go into hibernation and use the cold energy to restore his own essence? Pang Mang and Su Lu, watching this scene, felt that their own cognition had been greatly impacted. No matter how powerful an ordinary beastmaster is, he still needs to eat grains and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself, but no one has ever heard of anyone who can nourish himself with cold air. Is this really just an F-class? Looking at Lang Ruoxue's thin and pale face, Pang Mang and Su Lu began to doubt Lang Ruoxue's qualifications for the first time. And Lu Qinhuan, is she also F-level? As an SSS beast tamer, what did Suke do to them to become so extraordinary? Just as they were thinking about it, the city defense army led by Du Shiqing appeared in front of everyone in the distance. Looking at the tragic battlefield around him, even though he was mentally prepared, Du Shiqing still opened his mouth wide. When they saw Du Shiqing appear, Pang Mang and Su Lu quickly went to meet him, and Lang Qianqiu also followed slowly. General Du, you are here. Du Shiqing looked at Lang Qianqiu who was walking towards him, glanced at Suke and Lu Qinhuan who were guarding Lang Ruoxue, and was about to ask when Lang Qianqiu pulled him aside. This way. Afterwards, he simply explained the previous situation as a party involved. It's nothing serious, actually. My daughter and son-in-law fought 2 3rd-level beasts and a group of 2nd-level beast soldiers to save their comrades. They killed them, and then helped General Li and I defeat this 7th-level beast. Looking at Lang Qianqiu's chest that was almost 36D, Du Shiqing coughed dryly. Yes, your daughter and son-in-law are indeed amazing. Of course, you, Mr. Lang, are also very capable. You are worthy of being an entrepreneur of our people. Okay, we have a rough idea. Next, we will clean up the surrounding area, eliminate any suspicious individuals, and do our best to protect the safety of your son-in-law and daughter-in-law. Listening to Du Shiqing's words, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you all for your hard work. When my daughter recovers, I will personally host a banquet for you all in Tianhai. As he spoke, Du Shiqing began to order his men to conduct a carpet search, clearing the nearby corpses and eliminating possible safety hazards. However, at this moment, Du Shiqing seemed to sense something and looked towards the dense forest in the distance. A bug from the demon god cult? Damn it, I knew there must be someone behind this incident. Aksu. After sensing the presence of the owl and the bluebird, Du Shiqing shouted and flew out, heading towards the dense forest in the distance. Beside him, a close female general rushed out and instantly turned into a snow-white flying bird. With a loud cry, it flew quickly in the direction Du Shiqing was looking. The moment the two sides approached, Du Shiqing jumped onto the back of the bird and flew away quickly. At this moment, the bluebird and the owl, who had just touched the distant forest, frowned when they saw this scene. Damn it, Du Shiqing still found out. However, after a brief observation of the battlefield, the two of them roughly understood the information they wanted. I didn't expect that Li Xiangdong was so powerful. He actually teamed up with Lang Qianqiu to kill the sky-splitting white tiger. Su Ke is also very strong. Not only did he survive the aftermath of the 7th level battle, he also seemed to have contributed a lot of strength. After all, he was at the 9th level of Guishu back then, how could he be so useless? I estimate that this Tianhai operation is the one that caused the least damage. The Divine Cult's top brass will definitely punish them for this. After receiving the information, the two people no longer hesitated, turned around and transformed into blue birds, and the man and the bird quickly retreated towards the sky. Behind them, Du Shiqing followed closely and pursued them relentlessly. As for the other city defense forces, some followed Du Shiqing to chase Qingmiao and the others, while the others stayed nearby to clean up the battlefield and protect Su Ke and the other two. However, at this moment, a half-orange leopard cat cub hiding in the bushes in the distant woods seemed to be startled and fled in panic, stumbling towards the direction where Su Ke and the others were. Seeing the little orange leopard cat, which was no bigger than a palm and walked crookedly with its ears erect, Lu Qianhuan's eyes lit up. So cute! I didn't expect there would be such a cute little ocelot in this Rift Valley. However, Su Ke's eyes became slightly dazed. Chapter 79, Stop Pretending, Splitting the White Tiger. When Su Ke saw the little leopard cat stumbling towards him and the others, he did not feel maternal love like Lu Qianhuan, but narrowed his eyes immediately. Because his divine eyes of insight actually saw the information column of the leopard cat. Ferocious beast, slender-tailed cat. Realm, 2nd level. Talent skills, Beast King's Roar, Power Attack. Flaws, originally a 9th order beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, he was severely injured and his strength did not recover. He also suffered a great loss of vitality after a great battle, and degenerated into a primitive 2nd order state. Status, contractable. Looking at the information bar of the leopard cat, Su Ke couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect it to be this thief. At this time, the leopard cat was only the size of a palm, with a big head and a small body. Its two big eyes were like two gems adorning its head. It looked cute and adorable, and even walked crookedly, highlighting its harmlessness to humans and animals. Who would have thought that this was the sky-splitting tiger god who had caused the chaos before? It seems this guy has more than one trick up his sleeve. At this moment, the sky-splitting tiger god, no, the slender-tailed cat, stumbled towards Su Ke and Lu Qianhuan as if frightened, babbling as if seeking shelter and protection. And just as it expected, a girl like Lu Qianhuan was completely unable to resist this cute creature, and she opened her arms and grabbed the slender-tailed cat. Seeing this scene, Su Ke's eyes flickered and his mind raced. In fact, the first time Su Ke saw the slender-tailed cat, he wanted to kick it to death. But after seeing the contractable status indicated behind the information column of the slender-tailed cat, Su Ke changed his mind. Since there is a contracted beast that can be obtained for free, why should I waste it? Although Su Ke himself didn't know why he, a human, could contract a ferocious beast as the contract object, the prompt in the information bar could not be wrong. Su Ke himself was also very curious about what impact the contract with this ferocious beast would have on him in the future. Anyway, I don't know much about other things, but at least in the beast taming world, I was the first to be able to contract ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Su Ke suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and did not stop the thin-tailed cat from approaching him and others. He let Lu Qianhuan reach out to hug the thin-tailed cat. As for the threat, based on Su Ke's understanding of the slender-tailed cat, this ferocious creature with the same intelligence as a human must have ventured here in this form in order to seek shelter. Its current cultivation level is very low. Not to mention taking action, it doesn't even dare to reveal the fact that it is a ferocious beast. It can only use some unknown secret method to cover up its breath and disguise itself as an ordinary cute creature in the forest to win people's sympathy. What's more, even if they really fought, Lu Qianhuan, who was already at the 3rd level, could easily defeat this 2nd level slender-tailed cat. As expected, the moment it approached Suke and Lu Qinuan, the slender-tailed cat pretended to be exhausted and fell to the ground, revealing its white and furry belly. How could a little girl like Lu Qinuan withstand the attack of such a cute creature? Seeing this, she quickly reached out to hug the cat. In order to avoid exposing its flaws, the slender-tailed cat even pretended to be terrified when it saw Lu Qinuan approaching. It screamed and rolled over, trying to get away. Combined with its small and clumsy appearance, it was simply hilarious. This scene made Lu Qinuan burst into laughter. He immediately grabbed the scruff of the neck of the thin-tailed cat Fate and pulled it up. "Where are you running to, little thing?" After being caught by Lu Qinuan, the slender-tailed cat pretended to struggle and babbled for a while, but then seemed to realize that it could not break free and slowly calmed down. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinuan liked it even more. He grabbed the cat in his hand and showed it off to Suke. "Brother Su, look, I caught this little cutie. I didn't expect that in this dangerous deep forest, there would be such a cute little creature. This little guy looks like a poor little thing that has been separated from his family. He is so small, only the size of a palm, and he doesn't know where his mother is." As Lu Qinuan described the situation, tears welled up in the cat's big eyes, and he pursed his lips, looking extremely aggrieved. As someone who knew all the inside story, Suke looked at Zuaimo's movie star-like performance with a half-smile on his face. Well, it's a bit pitiful. The slender-tailed cat, who was in the immersive performance, looked at Suke's half-smile and felt startled for some reason, and subconsciously shrank into Lu Qinuan's arms. However, Lu Qinuan seemed oblivious to the abnormality of the cat in his arms, and spoke to Suke hesitantly. "Brother Su, what do you say about us adopting this poor little thing? It just so happens that I have to accompany Ruoshue to recover in this Rift Valley during this period. It's nice to have a little cutie like this to relieve my boredom." Lu Qinuan has always been the kind of lively person who can't stand boredom. When he saw such a little cutie appear to relieve his boredom, he was naturally happy. Adoption? However, after hearing Lu Qinuan's suggestion, Suke narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to pull the slender-tailed cat from Lu Qinuan's arms into his own hands, and lifted it directly in front of him by the scruff of its neck. The slender-tailed cat, who was suddenly dragged in front of Suke, tensed up instantly and pretended to be frightened. Its limbs were waving wildly, acting like an innocent and cute creature, afraid that Suke would see through its flaws. Seeing this scene, Suke's smile widened and he spoke to Lu Qinuan. "Of course you can, but this little ocelot looks a little dirty. Huan, you and Instructor Pang and the others stay here to guard Ruoshue. I'll take this little leopard cat to get a cleanup and be back soon." After saying that, Suke carried the cat and walked towards the bank of the nearby river. Lang Ruoshue had no doubts and nodded expectantly, watching Suke's back as he left, seeming to be worried about the safety of the little leopard cat. "By the way, Brother Su, this kitten looks very small. Just wipe it with a towel dipped in water. Don't wash it directly in the water, or it might die. Rest assured." Suke waved to Lang Ruoshue and quickly walked towards the river with the cat in his hand. The slender-tailed cat in his arms pretended to be frightened and confused, kicking its limbs randomly. A moment later, Suke came to the river carrying the slender-tailed cat. Then he squatted down, placed the slender-tailed cat directly at his feet, and spoke to it with a cold face. "Jump down and wash it yourself, don't let me do it." Hearing Suke's words, the tiny body of the slender-tailed cat was stunned for a moment, but then it pretended to look at Suke innocently, as if it didn't understand what Suke was saying. Facing the performance of the thin-tailed cat, Suke's face remained as indifferent as ever. "Stop pretending, white tiger. I know it's you." Upon hearing this, the cat's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 80. Are you greedy for my body? By the river where the cold wind was howling, Suke's words were like the chill of March, icy and irritating the heart of the slender-tailed cat. But after its eyes widened, it lay on the ground and rolled back and forth in a cute manner, continuing to look at Suke with an ignorant expression. In its heart, it still believed that Suke was deceiving it. However, facing the slender-tailed cat that kept acting cute, Suke's tone remained as cold as ever. "Don't pretend you didn't understand. I know you do. If you don't respond now, I'll directly reveal the information that you are the White Tiger of Rift. Or kill you right here. I believe that after knowing your true identity, Huan and the others will definitely not blame me for killing innocent people." Facing Suke's threat, the slender-tailed cat froze in place despite its cute movements. After realizing that its identity had been discovered, it stopped pretending and rolled up from the ground, speaking in a female voice. "When did you find out?" After hearing that the slender-tailed cat still maintained its talent of speaking human language, and that it was a female voice, Suke's eyes showed surprise, and then he laughed. I knew it the moment you showed up. After hearing Sukei's answer, the slender-tailed cat raised its big, cute eyes and looked at Sukei. Then how did you know that? I thought my disguise was perfect, so no one could see through it. In fact, when the slender-tailed cat was still the white tiger of the Rift Valley, he had never been mentally prepared to force his way out. The reason why that war had to happen was actually to prepare for his own escape. Degenerating to save one's life is one's ultimate means of escape. But it couldn't figure out how Sukei, who was only at the second level and had just been promoted to the third level, could see through its disguise. Facing the question from the cat, Sukei remained calm. Since I could see through your weaknesses when you were still at the 7th level, then you, who are only at the 2nd level, must be clearly visible to me. What's more, the white tiger's death was too hasty. Even if he was defeated by our combined efforts, there's no need for him to die so completely, with his beast core shattered and untraceable. Because Liu Qianhuan liked beast cores, when the white tiger died just now, Sukei subconsciously wanted to pick up the beast core from the corpse, but he found nothing. All of this is unusual. I couldn't figure it out at first. How could a once famous 9th rank beast die so hastily? Without even a backup plan. Until you showed up, everything had an explanation. Degradation to save your life is your ultimate means. Sukei smiled when he said this. Not to mention that you concealed your aura, there's no sign of any threat from a ferocious beast. Even if I think you're a ferocious beast cub, with such low cultivation, there's no need to kill you. After all, for us humans, we still need some low-level ferocious beasts to serve as the test subjects for new recruits in the future. If I'm not mistaken, your plan is to pretend to be a pet to attract us, and then wait until we take you out. Once you're strong enough, you can run away, right? Listening to Sukei's analysis, Ziwaimo felt a chill running down his spine. I, the great sky-splitting tiger god, don't know what bad luck I have in my 8 lifetimes to have met a brat like you. At this moment, a hint of human sadness appeared in the eyes of the slender-tailed cat. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have come this far. But I didn't expect that after meeting you, I would be discovered even if I got this far. I admit defeat. At this time, the white tiger had completely given up resistance. Alright, now that you've discovered me, you can fight or kill me as you please. Anyway, I can never be your opponent at this point. The slender-tailed cat had clearly felt Sukei's fighting power. Based on its understanding of Sukei, it knew that even if 100 of its own came, it would not be enough to defeat Sukei. Rather than struggling, it is better to lie down and die. Who said I was going to kill you? Looking at the despairing look on the thin-tailed cat's face, Sukei couldn't help but sneer. Hearing this, the cat instantly jumped up from the ground and looked at Sukei. You don't want to kill me? Then what do you want to do? I don't believe that a 9th order beast wouldn't be tempting to you. Even if you took my beast core, it would still be a very considerable income. Who would have thought that? In the face of Ziwaimo's words, Sukei's expression remained as calm as ever. Your beast core and origin are indeed precious, but what is even more precious is your body. You're greedy for my body? Hearing Sukei's words, the cat's fur instantly stood on end. I'm still so young, are your tastes so perverted? Could it be that you're also a fan of Furue? Facing the thin-tailed cat's doubts, Sukei waved his hand. Aren't all beast masters Furue controlled? Slender-tailed cat. But I'm still so fucking young. You can kill a cat, but you can't humiliate it. At this moment, the slender-tailed cat raised its neck and looked at Sukei with a proud expression. After all, I was once a dignified 9th level white tiger. How could I endure such humiliation? I would rather die standing then. Before he could finish his words, Sukei pretended to turn around. Okay, I'll go explain your identity to General Du and the others. Before he finished speaking, the slender-tailed cat hurriedly took 2 steps forward, stretched out its little paws and hugged Sukei's trouser legs tightly. Don't go. I think we can still talk. Sukei stopped what he was doing upon hearing this and looked down at the little guy in front of him. So, you agree? I. Facing Sukei's words, the slender-tailed cat tapped the ground with its little paws, feeling a little uneasy. Not impossible. But I'm still young and can't transform into a human body yet. If you want to covet my body, you have to wait until my strength is fully restored to the 7th level before you have a chance. Hearing this, Sukei couldn't help but raise his brows. Huh? You can also transform into a human body? Hearing this, the cat's eyes widened instantly, and it looked up at Sukei. Huh? You don't know? Don't you know that great demons that have reached the 9th level of Guishu can transform into human bodies? Suke blinked and spread out his hands. I've never come into contact with a ninth order beast, and there's not much record of them in books. How would I know? Listening to Suke's words, the slender-tailed cat couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, wishing he could slap himself a few times. The news that the ninth-level ferocious beast could transform into a human body was easily revealed to Suke. Then why the hell do you want my body? Thinking of this, the cat spoke to Suke in a bad mood. Of course I want you to be my contracted beast. What? Hearing Suke's answer, the slender-tailed cat's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 81, The Great Half-Step Beast God Shah. Contract? You fucking want to contract the real me? Are you bragging? You already have 2 beast girls, how can you sign another contract? After hearing Suke's words, the first reaction of the cat was to question. However, Suke remained very calm in the face of this questioning. Don't worry about this. I have plenty of ways. Since I can contract 2 beast girls, it's not uncommon to contract 1 more beast. After hearing Suke's answer, the cat exploded. From the sound of your voice, 1 transaction isn't enough. You want to tie me to your side for life? Compared to a partnership, a contract is equivalent to signing a lifetime contract, and it costs a huge price to terminate it. Facing the slender-tailed cat's angry face, Suke remained indifferent. Where did you learn this rude behavior? You keep calling me TM. Can you please speak properly? Cannot. At this time, the slender-tailed cat was very unhappy and rebellious. You are just a mere mortal, yet you dare to sign a contract with me, who was once a 9th-level cultivator. Humph. After all, I was once close to becoming a half-step beast god. I also have dignity. Rather than losing my freedom and being imprisoned by you for the rest of my life, I'd rather drown here today. However, facing the scoundrel behavior of the thin-tailed cat, Suke remained calm. So dignified. Okay, then I'll go tell everyone about your identity as the sky-splitting tiger god. I believe many people will be interested in you. They might even put you in a laboratory for dissection and research, in order to discover the secret that you were once a 9th-rank cultivator. Hearing Suke's words, the slender-tailed cat shuddered all over and quickly jumped to Suke's feet. It hugged Suke's trouser legs tightly with its little paws, staring at Suke with a pair of tearful eyes, as if crying. I was wrong. Isn't it just that I will become your plaything for the rest of my life? Isn't it enough for me to promise you? Faced with this completely unprincipled slender-tailed cat, Suke simply rolled his eyes. Okay, then you follow me first. We'll sign the contract at night when there's no one around. Signing a contract with a ferocious beast was unprecedented, and Suke didn't want to make it known to everyone. Listening to Suke's words, the slender-tailed cat nodded and shook its head hurriedly. Okay. It's all at the master's command. Seeing the completely unprincipled appearance of Zuaimo, Suke twitched the corners of his mouth and gave Zuaimo an order. Jump into the river, wash yourself clean, and come back with me. Suke was not worried that the slender-tailed cat would take the opportunity to escape. After all, the current slender-tailed cat's cultivation is weak. If there is any abnormality, he can easily control it in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the city defense troops were patrolling the area upstream and downstream of the river. The thin-tailed cat had been afraid that those high-ranking generals would discover anything unusual, so he wandered over to Suke and his group, who were obviously newcomers. However, it had not expected that Suke, who appeared to be a newcomer, was actually the most difficult to deal with. Not only could he not hide, but he was also about to be forced to sign an unequal treaty. However, Zuaimo knew in his heart that he had no choice at the moment. The only way to save his life was to stay by Suke's side. After signing the contract with Suke, both parties will be united in purpose, and Suke will be more concerned about his own safety. The only drawback is that you will be bound to this human race for the rest of your life and will lose your freedom. When he thought that he, a half-step beast god, had fallen to such a state, the slender-tailed cat could not help but cry out to the sky. It's like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. Thinking of me, the great half-step beast god Shah. And a name? You're talking too much. Looking at the slender-tailed cat still expressing its feelings, Suke kicked it into the river. Gulyolu. The slender-tailed cat was caught off guard and was swallowed by several mouthfuls of water, bubbling in the river. A moment later, it crawled out of the river in a wet and embarrassed manner. You are so cruel. Stop talking nonsense, shake yourself dry, and then follow. Facing the cat's barking, Suke turned his head impatiently. Upon hearing this, the slender-tailed cat immediately turned on its head-shaking mode, spinning like a small fan, almost making a sonic boom, and instantly shook off all the moisture on its body. Then he took 2 steps at a time and jumped directly to Suke's feet, crawled along Suke's trouser legs and into Suke's trouser pocket, and was carried by Suke as he walked towards Lu Chenhuan. Huan, come here, give me a clean kitten. Looking at the brand new slender-tailed cat, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but show joy in his eyes, and he directly reached out to take the slender-tailed cat. However, Lu Chenhuan, who had been paying attention to Suke, still spoke to him curiously. Brother Su, I just saw you talking to yourself by the river. Is there something on your mind? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's concern, Suke touched Lu Chenhuan's head with a smile on his face. Nothing, just teaching that ignorant little thing a lesson. Blind little thing? Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan subconsciously looked at the slender-tailed cat in his arms. The slender-tailed cat quickly regained its harmless look, babbling and playing with Lu Chenhuan while stretching out its claws. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan smiled silently and stopped dwelling on the matter. Instead, he took out a hair tie from his arms and teased the cat. In order to avoid being discovered, the slender-tailed cat had no choice but to cooperate, stretching out its little paws and fiddling with the things curiously like any other curious kitten. But the occasional impatience in its eyes revealed its displeasure. What a cute kitten! Su Lu, who was standing not far away, looked at the cute kitten and quickly walked over to join the group of people teasing the cat. Suke just glanced at this scene casually and stopped caring about it. He had no interest in teasing cats or dogs. He just wanted the unconscious Lang Ruoxue to get better soon. While thinking, Suke immersed himself in his thoughts and began to practice beside Lang Ruoxue. Lang Ruoxue had lost her original energy and blood. I signed a contract with her, and we were of one mind. The energy of our cultivation could be transformed into each other's. If I practiced seriously, I could also help Lang Ruoxue recover quickly. In the sea of consciousness, the beast core belonging to Lang Ruoxue was dim at this time, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was extremely slow, but with the help of Suke, the rate of spiritual energy absorption was slowly increasing. Shortly after Suke sat down to practice, the beast core belonging to Lu Chenhuan in his sea of consciousness lit up, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, complementing Suke and Lu Chenhuan's spiritual energy. Huan. Suke opened his eyes and saw Lu Chenhuan, who had sat down beside him at some point and was looking at him tenderly. Brother Su didn't even invite me to practice. The 3 of us are united as one, and we should overcome difficulties together. Hearing this, a hint of tenderness flashed in Suke's eyes, and he gently took Lu Chenhuan's hand. Come, together. As they spoke, streams of dense spiritual energy rushed towards the 2 of them from all directions, transforming into a huge tide of spiritual energy. The cat, who was still being teased by Su Lu, felt this scene, a shrewd look flashed in his eyes, and he jumped away from Su Lu, ran quickly to Suke's feet, pretended to stretch, and lay down between the 2 of them. Chapter 82. So you have gender inferiority complex? The time spent in cultivation always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, night fell. During this period, Lang Qianxiu came over in the afternoon and brought some tents and daily necessities to Suke and the soldiers stationed nearby. He also kindly helped Suke and the others set up the tents. Du Xicheng and Lin Shui returned cursing, feeling angry that they had not caught the remnants of the demon god cult. After confirming that Suke and the others didn't need any help, Pang Meng and Su Lu said hello and rushed back to the youth training camp. After all, there are also many matters that need to be dealt with in the youth training camp. As for Suke and Lu Chenhuan, after setting up the tent, they carried Lang Ruoxue into the tent and continued to practice by absorbing the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth, improving their cultivation while helping to speed up Lang Ruoxue's recovery. As for the slender-tailed cat, it slipped into the tent and lay at Suke's feet, secretly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Suke and the others had released around them, quietly recovering itself. When night fell completely and the moon was dim, Suke and Lu Chenhuan came back to their senses from their practice. In the sea of consciousness, the light of Ruoxue's beast core is still very dim. Lu Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruoxue, who was lying beside him like an icy beauty, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Without Ruoxue, our cultivation speed has been reduced by almost 1/3, and the effect of our cultivation has been greatly reduced. Suke gently reached out and touched Lang Ruoxue's skinny face, his eyes flickering. Fortunately, through this Cambrian ice core in our practice, Ruoxue's lost energy and blood have gradually recovered. She is no longer as skin and bones as before. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, observed Lang Ruoxue's skin condition and nodded slightly. It seems that practicing diligently does have an effect. Then Brother Su, let's continue practicing. Seeing the hopeful look in Lu Chinawan's eyes, Suke couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and reached out to gently rub Lu Chinawan's head. I must continue my practice, but before that, I have an important matter to deal with. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chinawan on the side couldn't help but be stunned, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Brother Su, is there anything else important that needs to be dealt with? Suke looked at the puzzled look in Lu Chinawan's eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he reached out and picked up the slender-tailed cat lying at his feet. It's. Looking at the slender-tailed cat in Suke's hand, Lu Chinawan's eyes became more suspicious, and he looked at the slender-tailed cat with a look of suspicion. Brother Su, what's so important about this little kitten? The slender-tailed cat, which was caught off guard by Suke, also pretended to babble, waving its four fleshy little paws around. Seeing this, Lu Chinawan was overwhelmed with love and couldn't help but reach out to stroke the cat's furry little head. However, facing the disguise of the slender-tailed cat, Suke's expression was very calm, and he spoke in a cold voice. Small-tailed cat, stop pretending. Huan will know sooner or later anyway. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chinawan's brows couldn't help but sank, and he looked at the thin-tailed cat with a frown. Slender-tailed cat? Is this the little guy's name? Pretending? Pretending for what? Is this little guy pretending to be cute? That's right. Facing Lu Chinawan's doubt, Suke directly threw the slender-tailed cat into Lu Chinawan's hands. This little fellow appears to be a harmless kitten, but in reality, he's a level 2 ferocious beast, the slender-tailed cat. A second-order ferocious beast? Lu Chinawan's brows furrowed when he heard Suke's words, and murderous intent instantly ignited in his eyes as he looked at the slender-tailed cat. Is this little guy a second-level ferocious beast with a hidden aura? Yes. Suke looked at the slender-tailed cat with an even more sarcastic expression. It's not just a second-level beast, it's also a second-level beast that was degraded from the previous 7th-level Rift Valley white tiger. What? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chinawan threw the cat in his hand to the ground. The degenerate species of that 7th-level beast? In an instant, Lu Chinawan's heart was filled with murderous intent, and sharp claws suddenly appeared from his palms, ready to swing towards the slender-tailed cat. The previous Rift Valley white tiger brought Lu Chinawan a lot of psychological pressure. Lang Ruoxue fell into a deep sleep because of it. Lu Chinawan had no good feelings towards her at all. Kill the cat, kill the cat. Seeing Lu Chinawan's move, the cat could no longer pretend. With a wail, it dodged behind Suke and grabbed hold of his trouser legs tightly. Can talk? Really? At this moment, Lu Chinawan became even angrier after hearing the sound. He quickly stepped forward and leaned over, trying to be caught by the cat. Facing Lu Chinawan's anger, Suke had no intention of protecting the thin-tailed cat at all. He simply raised his foot, revealing the thin-tailed cat's figure. Suke, you are so unkind. Seeing this, the cat was so frightened that its fur stood on end. It quickly jumped onto Suke's shoulder, no longer showing its previous inconvenient appearance. Suke, you're so immoral for not helping someone in need. If I die, where will you find a second beast contract? Contract? After listening to the words of the cat, the angry Lu Chinawan quickly calmed down and looked at Suke. Brother Su, from what this little cat says, you want to make a contract with it? Lu Chinawan was smart, and considering what Suke had said before about important matters that needed to be dealt with, he quickly guessed what Suke meant. Facing Lu Chinawan's question, Suke nodded calmly. Lu Chinawan naturally trusted Suke's decision unconditionally. However, Lu Chinawan still had some doubts in his heart. Brother Su, can humans make contracts with ferocious beasts? Suke rudely pulled the cat off his shoulder. I didn't believe it at first, but my divine insight tells me that this tiny cat can indeed be contracted. Really? Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chinawan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. But then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at the slender-tailed cat strangely. They say contracts are usually between opposite sexes. Could this tiny cat be a female? But when it fought with us earlier. Thin cat, have you cried enough? After hearing Suke and Lu Chinawan looking at him, the slender-tailed cat in Suke's hand suddenly became angry. I told you this beast god has a name. I was once a great 9th-rank demon, the half-step beast god Xia. Kia? Isn't your name Killua? Looking at Xia, who was helpless and furious in Suke's hands, Lu Chinawan reached out and grabbed Xia's little paw with some evil taste. That's because I don't want others to know that I'm a woman. Xia and Killua are homophones, so I deliberately called them this name to confuse everyone. Listening to Cha's explanation, Lu Qinuan nodded as if he understood, and looked at Cha with a half smile on his face. So, you have gender inferiority complex? Chapter 83 Lord Suke, make a contract with Cha. What the hell is gender inferiority? Hearing the mockery in Lu Qinuan's tone, Cha clasped her little paws against her chest, raised her head and spoke with pride. I just want to dispel the ideas of those who have ulterior motives. After all, a 9th-rank female beast god, whether it's a ferocious beast or a human, will inevitably covet my body. Hiding my gender can save me a lot of trouble. Listening to Cha's explanation, both Lu Qinuan and Suke couldn't help but frown at the same time. Ferocious beasts and humans? I can understand the ferocious beasts, but what's the reason for the humans? Facing the doubts of Lu Qinuan and Suke, Cha coughed dryly and raised her little head higher. You don't know this, do you? A bunch of ignorant little ants? After a fierce beast ascends to the 9th level of Guishu and reshapes its immortal spirit body, it can transform into a human form. In a sense, it is not much different from a human beast mother who can transform into a beast. It can even use its human form to form a contract with a human beast master. So, in addition to the ferocious beasts coveting us, some powerful human beast masters will also covet us. After listening to Cha's explanation, both Suke and Lu Qinuan were stunned for a moment. They never expected that there would be such a secret behind the ferocious beasts after the 9th level. It was Suke, who had already had some guesses in his mind, who was the first to accept this fact, and at the same time thought of another opposing possibility. So, a 9th-rank male beast can also sign a contract with a human beast woman? Right. In response to Suke's question, Cha nodded slightly. And because beast girls can temporarily transform into beasts, even lower-level beast girls can be captured and imprisoned by powerful beasts, forcing them to transform into beasts to fulfill their evil desires. Listening to Cha's words, Suke narrowed his eyes slightly, and countless cold rays flashed across his eyes in an instant. Lu Qinuan, who was standing by, also showed a chill in his eyes. Seeing the two people's reactions, Xia quickly ended the topic and raised her little head proudly to speak to Suke. But these are all theoretical. From some perspectives, both humans and beasts reject the idea of a contract between the two races. There's basically no precedent for a contract. After all, they've both reached the 9th level. There are only a few people in the world who can pose a threat to each other. As long as both sides don't fight to the death, there won't be any problems. So, you're really lucky to be able to sign a contract with me. Looking at Cha's arrogant look, Suke threw Cha to the ground with a cold expression. If it weren't for the fact that you had once been promoted to the 9th level, which might be helpful to me in the future, I would have killed you long ago, given your status as a ferocious beast. But it hasn't been cut yet. At this moment, Cha lowered her head and rubbed Suke's trouser leg with a flattering look on her face. Suke, I know you are extremely talented. You will definitely be the backbone of the human race in the future. If you contract a dog-headed military advisor like me who is familiar with ferocious beasts, I believe I will be able to provide you with unexpected assistance when you fight against those ferocious beast leaders in the future. Xia knew that her life and death depended entirely on Suke in front of her, so her attitude was extremely fawning. Even after Cha rubbed Suke's trouser leg for a while, she had the courage to rub Lu Qinuan's trouser leg. Girl, I know you have deep feelings for Su Quebec. You don't want him to die on the battlefield of ferocious beasts, do you? If you can have my help, your chances of survival will definitely increase significantly in the future. Listening to Cha's words, even Lu Qinuan couldn't help but hesitate and looked at Suke. Brother Su, can you sign another contract? Nature. Suke calmly looked down at Xia who was rubbing against Lu Qinuan's trouser leg. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought this tiny cat here. I already said my name is Cha-sama. Facing Suke's address, Xia spoke to Suke with a proud look on her face. Bang! But before she could finish her words, Suke hit her on the top of her head, causing her to scream in pain. How dare you, a mere ant of the human race, shoot your head off, Lady Xia! Bang! Another brain explosion, which made Xia burst into tears. Brother Suke, I was wrong. Stop playing. I'm still young. I don't want to go out with a bump on my head tomorrow. Seeing Xia's flexible attitude, Lu Qinuan beside her couldn't help but smile. Although this Xia is the culprit who caused Ruoxue to fall into a coma, she will be of great use to us in the future. And if she joins us right now, Ruoxue's recovery will be faster. Listening to Lu Qinuan's suggestion, Suke nodded gently. What Lu Qinuan said makes sense. And just as Lu Qinuan said, if Xia joins, Lang Ruoshua's recovery speed will be greatly accelerated with the joint nourishment of the three parties' spiritual power. Of course, all this is based on the fact that Lang Ruoshua is just in hibernation. If Lang Ruoshua died in this turmoil, he would definitely kill Xia the first time he saw her. Now that I have contracted Xia, I am giving her a chance to redeem herself. Thinking of this, Suke spoke directly to Xia. Okay, let's stop arguing and wasting time here. If you want a contract, do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Listening to Suke's words, Xia blinked her big eyes and quickly jumped to Suke in 2 steps. Okay, since you've decided, let's do it. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. As she spoke, a contract formation appeared on Xia's forehead, and she looked straight at Suke. In fact, the reason why Xia made a contract with Suke was also a gamble. That Suke can still contract another beast girl. When Xia saw that there was more than one beast girl beside Suke and that she could see through her flaws, she listed Suke as her plan B. She was betting that Suke could see through her contract status, and also betting that Suke could withstand the pressure of a contract with a 9th level original body. In order to successfully sign a contract with Suke, he even blew himself up and degenerated into a 2nd level to reduce the chances of accidents that might occur to Suke during the contract process. In this way, the success rate of the contract between him and Suke will be greatly increased. After feeling the blood of Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua and the pressure from Suke, no one knew better than her how exaggerated Suke's future potential was. As long as the contract with Suke is successful, not only can he disguise himself perfectly to save his life now, but he will also have a bright future in the future. However, Xia did not tell Suke any of this. At this moment, she just stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of her, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Master Suke, make a contract with Xia. Chapter 84 I Can't Tease You, the Innocent Little Boy. Looking at the pleading little kitten Xia in front of him, Suke felt as if his heartstrings were plucked for some reason. But soon, Suke recovered his composure and looked at Lu Qinuan beside him. Huan, you stay nearby to protect the law while I make the contract with Xia. Good. Facing Suke's order, Lu Qinuan nodded heavily. Suke walked up to Xia, who was the size of a palm, squatted down, and then reached out and bit his finger. With my blood, I seal your bond. As he spoke, Suke stretched out his hand and pressed it on the glittering contract formation on Xia's forehead. In an instant, the magic circle in front of Xia shone brightly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth near the rift suddenly became violent at this moment, rushing madly towards the tent where Suke was. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound rang out between heaven and earth, and the magic circle on Xia's forehead instantly spread out, directly covering the two of them. Amidst the flashes of light, Xia's originally small body was rapidly growing and changing, evolving towards humans. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a hot girl wearing a tiger skin coat, with the upper half of her hair snow white and the lower half black and gold, and a hot body. Her eyes were golden and bright, and there was fine white hair on her cheeks and forehead, which added a bit of domineering and arrogant look to her. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinuan, who was guarding the side, suddenly widened his eyes full of disbelief. Changed into a human? Even Suke, who was in the magic circle, couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. He also didn't expect that signing a contract with Xia would lead to such changes. At this time, under the influence of the contract with Suke, Xia stretched out her snow-white jade fingers and gently held Suke's hands. And he didn't know if it was Suke's illusion, but he always felt that there was an indescribable sadness in Xia's eyes. Master Suke, I can finally follow you. Xia murmured softly, her long eyelashes gently closing. I am grateful for your kindness and now accept the contract. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, the cycle of reincarnation collapses, and cause and effect are reversed, I will never give up. The sun and the moon are my mediators, heaven and earth are my witnesses, my heart remains unchanged. As Xia finished speaking, a brilliant light instantly shot up into the sky. The heaven and earth are singing, the sun and the moon are singing together. The entire world seemed to be witnessing the contract between the two at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Qinuan's beautiful eyes widened with an indescribable strange feeling in her eyes. Why can their contract also attract such witnesses from heaven and earth? Brother Su is obviously a human, and Xia is a ferocious beast, but why do they seem to have a mutual affinity? An inexplicable feeling of jealousy surged into Lu Qinuan's heart. You know, even when Suke and Lang Ruoshua signed the contract before, Lu Qinuan did not feel jealous. But the moment Xia turned into a human-shaped contract, this feeling of jealousy inexplicably came up. Even Lu Qinuan felt a little strange. No, why would I be jealous of a kitten? Could it be because the little kitten's human form is somewhat enchanting? But no matter what he thought in his heart, Lu Chenhuan also understood that this was the critical moment of the contract between Su Ke and Xia, so he kept alert and stood by, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. What's the noise? At this moment, far outside the tent, the patrolling city defense soldiers, after seeing the pillar of light rising into the sky, couldn't help but turn their heads to look in the direction of Su Ke. That direction seems to be the direction where the genius boy Su Ke is. For a moment, the nearby soldiers looked at each other and felt something was moving in their hearts. Should we go over and take a look? Look, what are you looking at with that big hammer? While these soldiers were still hesitating in their minds, Du Shiqing had emerged from his tent at some point and gave several nearby soldiers 2 slaps on the face. Have you forgotten the mission I assigned you? I asked you to patrol the area and protect the safety of Su Ke and his beast mother, not to disrupt their good mood. Didn't you see they haven't come out of the tent? Listening to Du Shiqing's words, the soldiers around him subconsciously showed some hesitation in their eyes. General Du means that Su Ke is currently. What they do is none of your business. Before several soldiers could finish their words, they were scolded by Du Shiqing. As long as there are no ferocious beasts or people with bad intentions, even if there is a huge commotion, you are not allowed to break in. Who knows what tricks an SSS-level beastmaster has? Listening to Du Shiqing's scolding, the soldiers couldn't help but show a look of realization in their eyes. I understand. Special talent. Among the beastmasters and beastgirls, there are some who have awakened special talents and skills in the study of gender. It's this talent. It always feels a bit like a contract. What the hell is a contract? Aren't both of his contracted partners in the tent? Besides his 2 wives, there's only a kitten left. Are you making a contract with a kitten? Don't be ridiculous. That's right, talents in gender studies are related to contract formation, so that's right. At this moment, everyone looked at the column of light rising into the sky, and their thoughts were flying in a mess. Even Du Shiqing couldn't help but feel emotional when watching this scene. As expected of an SSS-level beastmaster, this talent is truly amazing. Why? Are you jealous? Just as Du Shiqing looked up at the pillar of light rising into the sky, Lin Shui's cold voice rang out from the side. Upon hearing this, Du Shiqing shuddered and quickly turned to look at Lin Shui, who had appeared behind him at some point, with a flattering smile on his face. What are you talking about, Aksu? I'm just expressing my feelings. Express your feelings. Of course, at this time, Su Ke had no idea what kind of rumors the outside world had spread about him because of his contract with Xia. Even if Su Ke knew, he wouldn't care. It was just a good opportunity to cover up the fact that he had contracted Xia. After all, the fact that he had contracted Xia was more shocking than the fact that he had contracted Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue at the same time. Once others knew that he had contracted with a 9th-level ferocious beast, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, whether among the human or beast tribes. At this moment, in front of Su Ke, the fiery and enthusiastic Xia was holding his hand tightly and was reluctant to let go. Lord Su Quebec. Looking at Xia's eyes filled with sorrow, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Why are you looking at me weirdly? Could it be that you feel that you have lost out by signing a contract with me? If you feel you've lost out, it's too late to regret it now. But unexpectedly, Xia smiled before Su Ke finished speaking. I have no regrets. I just regret that I have to change back and can no longer tease a pure and innocent young man like you. Then, she stood on tiptoe and pecked Su Ke's cheek gently, then quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into a tiny cat the size of a palm. Chapter 85. You can only applaud us from the sidelines. Looking at Xia, who had returned to the size of a palm, Su Ke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lu Chenhuan, who had been watching this scene from the side, squatted down, grabbed Xia Fate by the scruff of the neck, and looked at her with curiosity. How did you, a little guy the size of a palm, become such a big beauty just now? This doesn't quite conform to the law of conservation of energy. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's doubts, Xia rolled her eyes. Big? What big are you talking about? The law of conservation of energy still exists? Is science still a thing in this beast girl era? Science, that's a thing of the last century. By the way, please, as a human beast girl, show some respect to Master Benkia. After all, I was once a dignified 9th rank half-step beast god. Please let go of your hand that's squeezing me. However, facing Xia's threat, Lu Chenhuan showed a sly smile. I'm not afraid of threats. Why should I let go just because you tell me to? No matter what you were before, you are now a little Karami with only the strength of the second level. I won't let you go, I will play. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan grabbed Xia's neck and swung her like a windmill. You're still threatening me. Today I'm going to make you feel what it means to be passionate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Lu Chenhuan shook his arms vigorously, his arms left an afterimage, almost shaking Xia's head into a pulp. Stop. Stop. Xia, who was being held by the scruff of the neck by Lu Chenhuan and swung wildly, felt dizzy and her internal organs were churning. I won't. I won't. Hearing Xia's plea for mercy, Lu Chenhuan swung even harder. But because she was only grabbing a piece of flesh on the back of Xia's neck, her hand suddenly slipped under such high-speed rotation, and Xia flew out directly. Don't want. Under such high-speed inertia, Xia only had time to let out a wail, and then she turned into a perfect parabola, smashing through the roof of the tent with huge inertia and flew out. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenhuan's originally happy and proud expression froze on his face, and he looked at Su Ke with some guilt. Sorry, Brother Su, my hand slipped. Seeing this, Su Ke held his forehead helplessly. Forget it, let's find Xia first. If the nearby city defense forces find out something's wrong, it will be a disaster. As he spoke, Su Ke took the guilty-minded Lu Chenhuan and walked towards the direction where Xia had just flown out. During this period, Lu Chenhuan still had some complaints. This Xia is really something. She clearly has the strength of a second-level cultivator, but why didn't she stop halfway and come back in time? Hearing this, Su Ke shook his head. No, Xia is a ferocious beast after all. With the city defense troops nearby, she would definitely not dare to show any abnormality. So the moment she flew out of the tent, she must have restrained her cultivation aura and could only pretend to be an ordinary mountain cat when thrown out. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan blinked, and his expression became even more guilty under the night sky. I'm sorry, Brother Su, for causing you trouble. Hearing this, Su Ke rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head with a smile on his face. You tiger girl, the one you should apologize to is Xia. Although Xia is a ferocious beast, she is at least our contracted partner. In a sense, she is also your comrade. Next time, be more restrained when there are people around. Hearing Su Ke's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up. Brother Su, what you mean is that I can do whatever I want when no one is around? Upon hearing this, Su Ke gave Lu Chenhuan a slap on the face. You silly girl, what good will it do you to bully others? When Lu Chenhuan heard this, she pouted slightly. It's no good, but I just can't stand her. Just then, a sound of moving metaphors was heard from nearby. I think you just can't stand the fact that you're not as old as me, and you're jealous. Lu Chenhuan's face darkened when he heard this, and he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. In his sight, he saw a thin-tailed cat with a big bump on its head walking towards him, its eyes full of deep resentment. You. Lu Chenhuan had a bad temper, and faced with such provocation and ridicule, he immediately wanted to grab Xia and teach her a lesson. But Xia had obviously learned her lesson this time. The moment Lu Chenhuan came over, she grabbed Su Ke's trouser legs and rushed into Su Ke's arms, holding Su Ke's chest tightly. Master, help! If you continue to let this tiger bitch get the better of you, you'll be about to lose your only ferocious beast contract partner. Looking at the fight between the man and the beast, Su Ke held his forehead with some helplessness. Okay, stop making trouble. There are so many people outside and it will be bad if something unusual is discovered. If you have anything to say, let's go back to the tent and talk. The most important thing right now is Rawash Yue's recovery. Let's hurry back to camp and practice together to speed up Rawash Yue's recovery. As they were talking, Su Ke, holding Xia in his arms, pulled Lu Chenhuan back towards the tent. Meanwhile, Xia in Su Ke's arms was secretly showing off to Lu Chenhuan with a smug look on her face. See? My master always holds me in his arms. I am the one closest to his heart. Lu Chenhuan also retorted. That's because you don't have hands, so you can't even find a place to hold hands. You're so shameless that you cling to him, and you really think you're such a big shot. Brother Su and I can do anything that human couples can do. Can you? All you can do is just watch and applaud us. Listening to the bickering between Lu Chenhuan and Xia, Su Ke felt overwhelmed. He could already imagine how miserable his future life would be. And when Lang Ruoxue wakes up, I wonder what she will think when she sees Xia's existence. While thinking, the two men and the beast returned to the tent. After simply patching up the hole in the tent, Su Ke spoke directly to Lu Chenhuan and Xia. Stop bickering and practice first. Seeing the serious look in Suke's eyes, Lu Chenhuan and Xia, who was hiding in Suke's arms, looked at each other and shut up tacitly. Lu Chenhuan and Suke held each other's palms, while Xia sat cross-legged in Suke's arms, pressing her little paws on Suke's chest. In the sea of consciousness, Suke's soul crystal and Lu Chenhuan and the others' beast cores lit up at the same time. At this moment in the sea of consciousness, Xia's newly added beast core was extremely huge, twice the size of Lu Chenhuan and Leng Ruoxue. Although it was still a little smaller than Suke's soul crystal that was as big as the sun, it was also an extremely huge existence. Looking at the huge beast core, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, even though it has degenerated to the second stage, this beast core is still so big. Chia, you have a really solid foundation. Kiana's proud voice rang out in the sea of consciousness. Of course, I was once the dignified 9th rank half-step beast god, Master Chia. However, before Chia could finish her words, she was interrupted by Suke. Okay, let's stop talking about the past and start practicing now. Chapter 86 Awakening. Early in the morning, Suke opened his eyes from his practice. Lu Chenhuan, who was holding his palm in front of him, and Xia in his arms also opened their eyes. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan looked at Xia in Suke's arms. The hostility from last night was gone in his eyes, replaced by a look of surprise. I didn't expect that even though your strength is low, your cultivation speed is far beyond mine and Ruoxue's. Due to the huge size of Kiana's beast core, its speed of absorbing spiritual energy is twice that of Leng Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan. If Leng Ruoxue wakes up, it will take the combined strength of the two of them to barely match Xia. At this time, Xia listened to Leng Ruoxue's words, her eyes full of pride, and she raised her furry little chin. That's right. Back then, I was the dignified 9th rank half-step beast god, Master Xia. Even if you voluntarily degenerate to save your life, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. How can a mere B-rank beast girl like you compare to me? With my foundation, even without a contract, I can quickly recover my strength in a short period of time. If you want to surpass me, you'll need at least 2 talent advancements. Listening to Xiao's comparison, Lu Chenhuan rarely made any rebuttal. Because she knew very well in her heart that what Xia said was the truth. The confidence that had originally been generated by the change in talent of the always proud Lu Chenhuan seemed to begin to shrink again at this moment. Suke, who was standing by, saw through Lu Chenhuan's thoughts at a glance and reached out to gently rub Lu Chenhuan's head. It's okay, Huan. You're pretty good too. Your future potential won't be any worse than Xia's. Listening to Suke's encouragement, Lu Chenhuan's face showed confidence again. Yes, my future potential is limitless. Once I reach my final form, the 9th level will be within my reach. Looking at the confidence on Lu Chenhuan's face, Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you really think that the 9th level is so easy to cultivate? Even if you advance to your final form, heaven-swallowing Taodai, you'll still need a lot of resources to eat and level up. Compared to other beast girls, the resources you'll need to advance to the 9th level will only be more, not less. Hearing Xiao's words, the fire that had risen in Lu Chenhuan's eyes was instantly extinguished. On the other hand, Suke, who was standing beside him, rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head with a smile on his face. It's okay, Huan. With me here, everything is fine. Listening to Suke's comfort, Lu Chenhuan's eyes showed a look of relief again, and he nodded gently to Suke. I believe you, Brother Su. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan leaned his head obediently on Suke's shoulder. Seeing this, Xia in Suke's arms was not to be outdone. She also moved her head closer to Suke's chest, her furry little ears fluttering. Suke reached out and touched Lu Chenhuan's head, and glanced at Xia, who was leaning tightly against his chest in his arms with the corner of his eyes flickering. There's something wrong with this Xia. She just signed a contract with us, and I haven't told her yet about Huan and the others being able to advance. How did she know? And she can even accurately call out the name of Huan's final evolved SSS form, the heaven-swallowing Taotai. At this moment, Suke felt his heart was filled with doubts, and he even began to review his meeting with Xia in his mind, trying to find some clues from it. After a careful review, Suke finally seemed to have discovered a blind spot that he might have missed before, which was that it was very likely related to the white jade gem when Xia appeared as a 7th-level ferocious beast. When the white jade gem appeared yesterday, it was able to block the detection of the magic circle above the Rift Valley. It was obvious that it was extremely extraordinary. Although he did not see the gem after Xia appeared as a slender-tailed cat, Suke firmly believed that it must still be on Xia. Otherwise, based on the information Xia showed, she did not have the innate skill of concealing the aura of cultivation, but she was able to perfectly conceal the aura of cultivation on her body. The only explanation is that the gem is still on it, and Xia can still achieve other magical effects by manipulating it. However, even if Suke had some guesses in his mind, he did not rush to ask Xia. For Xia, a ferocious beast that depends on her own human race, perhaps the existence of these secrets can bring her a rare sense of security. If he didn't say it, it proved that he was not yet ready for her to fully trust him. When she wants to say something, she will say it naturally. Suke has never been a person who likes to force others, whether it is Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoxue, or Xia who just signed a contract. For him, as long as they have signed a contract with him, they are his relatives, and he respects all their choices. After Lu Chenhuan and Xia had digested their emotions, the three of them began their boring practice again. At noon, Leng Qianqiu and his men knocked on the tent. Hearing the sound, the two people and the beast ended their training, and Xia quickly entered the disguised state, returning to the image of that silly and cute cat cub. After Suke went to open the door, he found that it was Leng Qianqiu who brought people to deliver food to them and to visit Lang Ruoxue. Because of the background check done in advance, Leng Qianqiu prepared more than enough meals for Lu Chenhuan, the same standard as the youth training camp, 6 pots of dishes and 1 pot of rice. However, he obviously underestimated Lu Chenhuan's exaggerated appetite after he reached the 3rd level. After showing off 7 large pots of food, Lu Chenhuan licked his lips with some satisfaction. Uncle Lang, can you double it next time? After witnessing Lu Chenhuan's amazing appetite, Leng Qianqiu and the person who delivered the food widened their eyes. Okay, it's just a few meals, no big deal. The wealthy Leng Qianqiu simply waved his hand. Don't worry, Huan. I'll definitely give you enough next time. Xia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw Lu Chenhuan's amazing appetite, which brought a great shock to her little heart. After finishing his meal, Leng Qianqiu walked over to Lang Ruoxue and briefly visited her. Then, he said hello to Suke and the others before leaving reluctantly. After seeing Leng Qianqiu leave, Suke and the others took a brief rest and began practicing again. So after that, apart from Leng Qianqiu's daily meal delivery and visits, it was the boring and tedious practice. Days like this passed quickly, and 10 days were gone in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lang Ruoxue's condition recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her flesh and blood became fuller, her spiritual energy recovered, and the color on her face became much rosier. Judging from the reaction of Lang Ruoxue's beast core in her sea of consciousness, it is almost time for her to recover. On the morning of the 13th day, when the sun shone from the sky to the earth, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and Xia were about to end their training. Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, Lu Chenhuan's originally dim beast core emitted a bright light, and a beating sound like a heart came out from his sea of consciousness. Plop! Plop! Lang Ruoxue, who was in a coma beside Suke, suddenly opened her eyes. She woke up. Chapter 87 Ruoxue Level 3, Wanling Armor Design. The moment Lang Ruoxue woke up, an unprecedented powerful aura rose from her body. Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were in a state of cultivation, quickly opened their eyes and looked towards Lang Ruoxue. At this moment, countless spiritual powers gathered around Lang Ruoxue, dragon scales kept appearing, and her beautiful eyes gently opened. The azure light in her vertical pupils lit up again, like the gaze from an ancient dragon. Ruoxue! You're awake! Seeing this scene, Suke and Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but feel happy. But then, the bulging fleshy lump on Lang Ruoxue's forehead began to slowly condense and keratinize, turning into 2 small azure horns that had just emerged. Even at the end of Lang Ruoxue's silver hair, a hint of blue was quietly emerging. Is this evolved? Seeing the abnormality of Lang Ruoxue in her beastly state, Suke quickly looked at Lang Ruoxue with his insightful eyes. Sure enough, Lang Ruoxue's status bar began to change in the field of vision. Beast Mother, Lang Ruoxue. Realm, Level 3 Burning Blood. Talent, B-Level Frost Dragon. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Storm, Arctic Field, Frost Freeze, Ice Defense. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level Frost Dragon energy, but because the Dragon Crystal core is corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has leaked by 60%, and it cannot show the posture of a dragon. Looking at Lang Ruoxue's luxurious information panel in his field of vision, Suke couldn't help but smile. That's great! This unexpected hibernation actually helped Ruoxue's talent advance, and she was promoted to B-level like Huan. And the moment Lang Ruoxue was promoted to level B, a message prompt appeared in front of her. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for successfully upgrading a D-rank Beast Girl to B rank and receiving a reward. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for obtaining the armor blueprints Wanling armor. Armor Blueprint Wanling Armor, Special Beast Girl Armor Blueprint, which can be used to create powerful armor that combines the attributes of different Beast Girls. Looking at the prompts that appeared in his field of vision, Suke's eyes were filled with even more joy. It's actually the design of the Beast Girl armor? As for the Beast Girl armor, Suke had a general understanding of it through Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu during his previous battle with Xia. Beast Girl armor is a kind of protective soft armor that can be refined by Beast Masters after reaching the 4th level. After wearing Beast Girl armor, not only the defense but also the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. It can be said to be an extremely powerful combat auxiliary equipment. However, the refining of weapons and armor requires blueprints and some extremely scarce materials, which are also the means and resources used by major colleges to recruit students. But now, I don't even need to go through the academy to get the blueprint, and through the introduction of this blueprint, I can see that this is an extremely special piece of armor that can integrate the attributes of different Beast Girls for combat, which perfectly fits my infinite contract. While thinking, Lang Ruoxue had already opened her eyes completely. She looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were staring at her with joy. The indifference in her eyes gradually disappeared, and then she was a little dazed. You are Brother Su, Sister Huan Huan? After recognizing Suke and Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoxue subconsciously looked around at the surrounding environment, with confusion in her eyes. Where am I? In the Fengming Great Rift Valley. Listening to Suke's answer, Lang Ruoxue's eyes gradually revealed a hint of reminiscence. Fengming Great Rift Valley? I remember now. We teamed up here to defeat the damned 7th level beast. Having said this, Lang Ruoxue's eyes showed a hint of confusion again. But don't I remember that I seem to be dead? Why are you back here again? Looking at the somewhat confused Lang Ruoxue, Suke walked forward with a distressed look on his face and gently embraced Lang Ruoxue in his arms. Fool, how could you die? You simply exhausted your chi and blood essence and fell into a dormant coma. After our efforts over this period of time, your condition has recovered and you woke up naturally. Listening to Suke's words, Lang Ruoxue shook her head, and her mind finally connected the previous memories. Brother Su, Sister Huan Huan, it really is you. At this time, Lang Ruoxue finally came to her senses, her eyes full of joy. That's great, I finally see you again. You don't know, after I fainted last time, it felt like I had a very long dream. In my dream, I was alone in an ice field that stretched as far as the eye could see. It seemed as if I was the only one left in the world. I thought I had gone to another world and would never see you again. At this moment, Lang Ruoxue, who was holding Suke, couldn't help sobbing, and tears kept dripping down her face and onto Suke's shoulders. Suke felt the warmth on his shoulder, and his heart was moved. He reached out his hand and gently patted Lang Ruoxue's back through her hair. It's okay, Ruoxue, we are here, we are always here. We will never leave you alone. Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, also walked forward and gently patted Lang Ruoxue's shoulder. Don't be afraid, Ruoxue. We are always here. Listening to the two people's comfort, Lang Ruoxue's originally somewhat excited mood gradually calmed down. After a moment, she came to her senses and looked up at Suke and Lu Chenhuan with eyes full of love. Brother Su, Sister Huan Huan, it's great to see you again. But halfway through her words, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Su, why is your chest bulging? As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue looked down at the collar of Suke's chest and saw Chia curled up in Suke's arms, who was a little afraid to look at Lang Ruoxue. After all, Chia was the direct culprit behind Lang Ruoxue's deep sleep. In a sense, she was Lang Ruoxue's enemy. However, Lang Ruoxue was completely unaware of this at the moment. After seeing Chia's cute appearance, her first reaction was love. What a cute kitten! Can I rub it? As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue had subconsciously reached out to touch Chia's furry little head. Feeling guilty, Chia could only bite the bullet and let Lang Ruoxue rub her head. Feeling the soft touch on her hand, Lang Ruoxue's eyes couldn't help but turn into little stars. So cute! Brother Su, where did you find this? Facing Lang Ruoxue's question, Suke coughed guiltily and looked at Lu Chenhuan beside him. Lu Chenhuan was completely blunt and directly pointed out Chia's identity. Is it cute? This is the stinky tiger that put you into a coma. Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but pause in petting the cat. Chapter 88. You don't even want to call me dad. Stinky tiger? After hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruoxue's hand, which had just been placed on Chia's head, couldn't help but pause, and her expression froze. She looked down at Chia, who was staring at Suke with big innocent eyes, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Sister Huan, are you kidding me? How could such a cute little kitten be the stinky tiger that framed me for falling into a coma? Lang Ruoxue remembered very clearly that the white tiger that had caused her to fall into a coma was a huge white tiger that was dozens of meters tall. Just standing there exerted endless oppressive power. How could it be connected with the little kitten in front of her that was not even the size of a palm? Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but think so. The Cha in front of her was really very different from the image she had when she was the Sky Tiger Lai. It was difficult to connect the two at the first sight. Suke, who was standing in front of Lang Ruoxue, looked at the bewildered Lang Ruoxue and touched her head with a smile. Yes, Ruoxue, Huan is right. The little kitten in my arms is called Chia. It is the white tiger in the Rift Valley that attacked us and forced you to release your dragon breath and fall into dormancy. Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but frown as she looked at Chia, who was too guilty to dare to look up under her hands. It really is that stinky tiger. The next second, she pulled her hand back from Chia's head and looked at her coldly. Faced with Lang Ruoxue's reaction, Chia simply retracted her head guiltily into Suke's arms, looking pitiful. Seeing this scene, Lang Ruoxue's face was still covered with frost as she looked up at Suke. Brother Su, what's going on? How did you adopt this stinky tiger? And how did it become like this? Lang Ruoxue disliked Xia from the bottom of her heart, as she had once wanted to hurt Suke. Suke had already prepared for Lang Ruoxue's emotions. He had thought about these issues before signing a contract with Xia. The best way to deal with such difficulties was to work things out. These conflicts can be resolved through continuous interaction between the two sides. Originally, for Suke at the beginning, the contract with Xia was more for the purpose of controlling and using her, but after spending some time together, Suke felt from the bottom of his heart that Xia was not as bad as he had imagined. And from a certain point of view, Suke felt that there were many coincidences in Xia's appearance, and he still had many doubts in his mind that needed to be clarified. Thinking of this, Suke confessed directly to Lang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, although I know it may be difficult for you to accept it for a while, Xia has indeed become one of us now. She is now also our contract partner. Contract partner? Hearing Suke's answer, Lang Ruoxue frowned even more tightly and looked at Xia with some suspicion. Can a ferocious beast become the object of your contract, Brother Su? Yeah. Suke nodded to Lang Ruoxue. It must be because Xia was once a 9th level beast and was able to transform into a human form. That's why I was able to sign a contract with her. Listening to Suke's answer, Lang Ruoxue bit her lower lip and looked at Xia in front of her with some ambiguous expression. Facing Lang Ruoxue's direct gaze, Xia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to speak to Lang Ruoxue. I'm sorry, Miss Lang. I admit that what I did to you and the master in the valley was a bit excessive. But I swear that I will never do anything to hurt you or my master again. Xia feels much more guilty towards Lang Ruoxue than towards Lu Chenhuan, so she will not be as aggressive towards him as she is towards Lu Chenhuan. Listening to Xia's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You are Brother Su's contract partner now, so you can't do it even if you want to. But before Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, Xia in Suke's arms stared with her big watery eyes and raised her little paw to swear. I, Xia, swear that I will never think of hurting my master again. To complement the background, Xia even retracted the thumb of her front paw, leaving only the 4 fleshy claws stretched out. Looking at Xia's silly and dazed look, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. But then she remembered her current position, her expression quickly turned cold, and she snorted arrogantly at Xia. Don't think I'll forgive you if you do this. You gave me a very long nightmare. I still hold a grudge. Having said this, Lang Ruoxue pursed her lips, clasped her hands over her chest, and tilted her head high. Looking at Lang Ruoxue's arrogant little look, Suke's eyes showed a hint of doting, and he reached out and gently rubbed Lang Ruoxue's head. Okay Ruoxue, don't be angry. You finally woke up. We have to report this good news to Uncle Lang and make him happy too. Listening to Suke's words, Lang Ruoxue came back to her senses and nodded slightly. Yeah, it just so happens that I miss my dad too. He must have been worried during my hibernation. As he spoke, Suke pressed Xia back into his chest and walked out with Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan. Du Shicheng, who was patrolling nearby, couldn't help but brighten his eyes when he saw Lang Ruoxue recover. The Lang Qianjin has recovered. The task given to him by Li Shangdong was to guard the Fengming Rift Valley and protect Su Quebec. Once Lang Ruoxue recovered, it basically meant that his mission was over. Excited, Du Shicheng quickly sent a telegram to Li Shangdong and the others, then quickly ran towards Su Ke and the others. Student Su, you guys are out. Wait a moment, I've already sent the news of Ling Qianjin's recovery back to the youth training camp, and someone will be here to pick you up soon. Looking at Du Shicheng's attentive face, Su Ke's heart couldn't help but warm up, and he clasped his fists to thank Du Shicheng. Thank you, General Du, for your protection during this period. You're welcome, thank you. Listening to Su Ke's words, Du Shicheng quickly waved his hand. Protecting every weak human being is our duty as soldiers. Besides, it is a great honor for Du to have the honor of protecting a future genius like Su. Faced with Du Shicheng's courtesy, Su Ke could only return the courtesy and express his gratitude. Soon, at the end of the distant land, the anxious figures of Li Shangdong and Ling Qianqiu quickly came. Ruoxue. Dad. Seeing Ling Qianqiu appear, Ling Ruoxue, who missed her father very much, immediately let go of Su Ke's hand, stepped forward quickly, and hugged Ling Qianqiu. Lu Qinuan, who was watching this scene, held Su Ke's hand and gently increased the strength. I miss Daddy, too. Su Ke's ears twitched, and he turned to look at Lu Qinuan, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. It's okay. After this youth training is over, let's go back and see Dad together. Who knew that before he finished speaking, Ling Qianqiu, who was being held by Ling Ruoxue, hummed with some dissatisfaction. Son-in-law, why do you call Lu Lingfeng Dad and not me? Chapter 89 Guaranteed Promotion Quota. Under Du Shicheng's gaze, Li Shangdong led Su Ke and his group straight out of the valley. Since there is no magic circle, you no longer need any teleportation talismans to leave the valley, making it very convenient to enter and exit. Along the way, through Li Shangdong's words, Su Ke had a general understanding of the changes that had taken place in the outside world during this period. During the last Fengming incident, many classmates died in the turmoil. Many freshmen even developed psychological trauma as a result and voluntarily withdrew from the youth training camp. Including those who have died, there are now less than half of the original number of people left in the youth training camp. The beast is abominable. Speaking of this, Li Shangdong couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. But what's even more despicable are the remnants of the demon god cult who planned all this behind the scenes. Demon god cult? Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Su Ke and Lu Qinuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Yes, it's the demon god cult. When the demon god cult was mentioned, Li Shangdong gnashed his teeth in hatred. The demon god cult has always been the object of the most hatred and enmity among the Daxia people. They are clearly human, but they have always worshipped demons as gods and helped those great demon beasts to wreak havoc on the human race. This time, they took advantage of the National Youth Training Program to orchestrate incidents of varying degrees across the country, ruining many of our human race's young prodigies. Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Su Ke's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The so-called demon god cult should be the group of people that were discovered and chased by Du Shicheng in the Rift Valley last time. Su Ke also knew something about the demon god cult. This demon god cult was the object of disgust and scorn wherever it went. In everyone's words, they are the bestial rapists of the human race. This demon god cult dares to target the young beastmaster and the beastwoman. We in Daxia shouldn't let them go, right? That's for sure. At this moment, Li Shangdong's face was full of hatred. The Empress has already ordered the cabinet and the military to issue a hunting order. Anyone who encounters anyone from the demon god cult will be killed without mercy. Originally, we in Great Xia didn't want to waste time fighting the demon god cult, but this time they've set their sights on the future of our human race. This has crossed Great Xia's bottom line. We absolutely won't let them off easily this time. Listening to Li Shangdong's words, Su Ke, Li Shangdong, Ling Qianqiu and others beside him all nodded in agreement. I just don't know how they learned that the 9th-rank sky-splitting tiger god is still in the Fengming Rift Valley. Even the people in our Tianhai Navy Department don't know about this. And judging by the frequent incidents across the country, the strength of the ferocious beasts in almost every youth training hunting competition has increased to varying degrees. The sky-splitting tiger god's recovery of strength is also the work of the demon god cult. Listening to Li Shangdong's analysis, Su Ke, as well as Lu Qinuan and Ling Ruoxue beside him, subconsciously looked towards Xia and Su Ke's arms. In order to avoid being noticed, Xia buried her little head in Su Ke's arms guiltily, not daring to look up at anyone. Li Shangdong, who was speaking, followed the gazes of the others and looked at Xia and Su Ke's arms. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Student Su, I didn't expect you to have a pet habit. Where did you get this little bobcat? Looking at Li Shangdong's inquiring expression, Su Ke spoke to Li Shangdong without blushing or beating his heart. I found it in the Rift Valley. I took pity on it and adopted it. Listening to Sukei's answer, Li Xiangdong nodded and looked at Xia carefully again. Besides ferocious beasts, there are indeed some ordinary wild beasts in the mountains and forests. It can be considered a fate to be able to pick up such a cute kitten. At this point, Li Xiangdong buried his head in Xia, who was in Sukei's arms. He seemed to remember something and sighed softly. Oh, if only the white tiger had a gentle temperament like this little thing. In this way, at least not so many people would have died in this unrest. Listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei's heart was slightly moved. If he remembered correctly, Xia did not seem to attack other humans. Instead, the ones that killed the most humans were those second and third level ferocious beasts. However, Sukei did not say these things. He had too many doubts in his mind about the incident at this time. He was also busy helping Lang Ruoxue recover during this period. He wanted to find a chance to reconcile with Xia and find out the cause of the incident. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Next, I want to tell you about your upcoming youth training arrangements. Seeing that they were out of the valley, Li Xiangdong changed the topic and began to tell Sukei about the arrangements for the youth training process. Through Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei roughly understood that during the time they were practicing in the Rift Valley, the students in the youth training camp outside were also training hard. And perhaps because of the life and death experience they had during the last Fengming incident, many students broke through and advanced to the second level during this period of time, and their strength increased significantly. It can be said that the average strength of this youth training camp is far greater than any previous one. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise for the big guys. So, this youth training competition can be considered as a chance to witness the blossoming of 100 flowers. Seeing the expectation in Li Xiangdong's eyes, Sukei's heart moved and he looked at Li Xiangdong. So, when is the youth training competition? 3 days later, you guys came out in time, so we can go together. Li Xiangdong answered Sukei's question softly. Listening to Li Xiangdong's answer, Sukei nodded slightly. It's still in time. Listening to Sukei's words, Li Xiangdong beside him couldn't help but smile. You don't need to worry, kid. Based on your outstanding performance in the hunting competition, even if you don't participate in the youth training competition, you are still qualified for a guaranteed promotion. Guaranteed promotion? Listening to Li Xiangdong's introduction, Sukei couldn't help but show a look of doubt in his eyes. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue on the side also poked their heads over and looked at Li Xiangdong with curiosity. General Li, what's the guaranteed promotion? Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Lang Qianqiu on the side coughed dryly and spoke. The so-called guaranteed promotion means that you don't have to go through the youth training selection process. You can be directly recommended by the youth training director to take the Kyoto entrance exam and enter various well-known universities. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's explanation, Li Xiangdong nodded slightly and then looked at Sukei. Of course, a genius like you, Su, doesn't even need my recommendation. Someone will come looking for you. You took the initiative to look for me? Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei frowned and looked at Li Xiangdong. That's right. At this moment, Li Xiangdong looked at Sukei with a mysterious expression. Kyoto has sent quite a few people to Tianhai, specifically asking to see you, Su. However, because you are still in the valley, they can only wait outside for the time being. Now that you're out, it's time to go meet them. Chapter 90. The 3rd Battalion regrets. Someone wants to see me? Listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei couldn't help but frown slightly. That's right. Facing Sukei's question, Li Xiangdong did not hesitate and directly pointed out the identity of the person who wanted to see Sukei. From what I can see right now, Kyoto Lingwu College, Kyoto Institute of Technology, and Daxia War College all want to recruit you into their academies at the same time. They rushed here from Kyoto so early just to try to win you over. Having said this, Li Xiangdong winked at Sukei. These 3 colleges are currently the top 3 institutions in Daxia. In terms of level, there's actually not much difference between them, and each has its own advantages. Student Su, you don't have to rush to agree to any of them. Wait until they reveal their respective bargaining chips, then slowly bide your time and maximize your profits. Seeing the look Li Xiangdong gave him, Sukei felt a warmth in his heart and nodded gently at Li Xiangdong. Don't worry, General Li. I will make my own choice. Since they are all here, General Li will take us to meet them first. Hearing Sukei's answer, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but reveal a look of relief between his brows, and led Sukei and the others towards the youth training camp. As for Sukei, he turned around and looked at Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, what about you? What do you think of these 3 schools? Judging from the current choices, these three colleges are the three strongest colleges in the entire Daxia. If Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue have their favorite colleges in mind, they will definitely be among their priorities. But unexpectedly, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue just shook their heads slightly in response to Su Kei's concern. Brother Su, don't worry about us. We will listen to you in everything. That's right. If it weren't for Brother Su, let alone university, even the youth training camp would be an unattainable dream for us. Brother Su, follow your heart's wishes. There's no need for us to disrupt your rhythm. Listening to Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's considerate words, Su Kei's heart couldn't help but warm up. He reached out and gently embraced the two women, one on the left and one on the right, gently stroking their soft hair. You guys are so nice. With a companion like this, what more could I ask for? Such a heartwarming scene caught the eyes of Li Xiangdong, who was standing by, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. I really envy classmate Su. He's surrounded by stunning beauties. Lang Qianxiu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw this scene. My son-in-law doesn't seem like a quiet person. I'm really worried that Ruoxue will be ignored by this guy in the future. Of course, there was also Cha, who was hiding in Su Kei's arms and was now suffocating under the pressure of the huge peak. She stared at the huge breasts in front of her with her round eyes and pouted angrily. If she hadn't been concerned about Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu, she would probably have started complaining about her grievances. Fortunately, Su Kei also took into consideration the feelings of everyone around him, and quickly let go of the two women and asked Li Xiangdong to lead the way. Li Xiangdong didn't hesitate and led Su Kei directly into the youth training camp and walked towards his office. Li Xiangdong's office is located in a hidden wooden house in the north of the camps, and requires passing through the direction of the 1st and 3rd camps. At this moment, the students in the 1st Battalion who were conducting actual combat drills in the training grounds could not help but get excited when they saw Su Kei appear. Captain Su! It's Captain Su! Captain Su and the others are back. During the Fengming incident, thanks to Su Kei's protection, the 1st camp and the entire youth training camp suffered the least losses. Except for some students who were slightly injured while hunting ferocious beasts outside, basically everyone else was unharmed. Compared with the 7th and 9th battalions that were on the verge of being wiped out, it was simply a blessing from heaven. Therefore, everyone was very grateful to Su Kei and the others. Su Kei, who was in the distance, saw the excited people in the 1st Battalion, waved to Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him, and then followed Li Xiangdong to continue walking north. The people in the 1st Battalion did not seem depressed when they saw Su Kei leaving. On the contrary, they were filled with joy when they saw that Su Kei and his men were unharmed. Great, Captain Su and the others are fine. Although rumors about Su Kei and his team fighting against a 7th-level ferocious beast were already flying everywhere, as a member of the 1st Battalion who was most concerned about Su Kei, he would always be worried as long as Su Kei and his team did not show up. Seeing that Su Kei was safe, he finally felt relieved. Especially Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, they clenched their fists and were filled with joy. After passing the 1st Battalion, they passed the 3rd Battalion. But compared to the cheering 1st Battalion, the students of the 3rd Battalion couldn't help but look at Shin Song-yun with complicated expressions when they saw Su Kei and his group passing by. During the Fengming incident, everyone witnessed Lang Ruoxue's extremely powerful fighting ability, and the people in the 1st Battalion were unharmed under her protection. In contrast, the people in the 3rd Battalion, led by Shin Song-yun, were either killed or injured, with almost half of their compatriots dying. Even if Su Kei and Lang Ruoxue had not stopped the two 3rd-level beasts, it is estimated that all three battalions would have been buried in the Fengming Great Rift Valley. Later, it was heard that Lang Ruoxue used herself as a guide and used an extremely powerful skill to defeat the 7th-level sky-splitting White Tiger together with Li Xiangdong and others. In comparison, Shin Song-yun and Lang Ruoxue are completely different. It was Shin Song-yun and instructor Zhao Yang who led everyone to isolate Lang Ruoxue and personally pushed her to the 1st Battalion. Therefore, everyone has some complaints about them in their hearts, more or less. Especially when he saw Lang Ruoxue returning safely, he felt so ashamed that he didn't dare to look up at them. Lang Ruoxue did not show any smug expression on her face regarding the reactions of the people in the 3rd Battalion. She looked at the members of the 3rd Battalion, almost half of whom were gone, with only endless indifference in her eyes. Zhao Yang, the instructor, also changed his previous arrogance and looked in the direction of Lang Ruoxue with a complicated expression. Su Kei walked beside Lang Ruoxue, watching everything calmly. Along the way, I have experienced too many doubts and shocks, and I have long been accustomed to it. To Su Kei, these people were just scenery on his way forward. Compared to these passers-by, the choice you are about to meet is the most important. While he was thinking, Li Xiangdong had already led the 4 people through the 3rd Battalion and arrived at his office. It was an extremely simple wooden house with a thatched roof and an old door half open. Student Su, the 3 leaders of the academy are inside now. Let's go in together. Remember what I told you. Li Xiangdong briefly gave Su Ke some instructions before walking forward and pushing open the door of the cabin. Chapter 91. What they can give, we can give. General Li, are you here? Seeing Li Xiangdong appear with Su Ke and the others, the few people who were sitting absent-mindedly in the wooden house stood up instantly and came towards Su Ke and the others. Several people subconsciously looked towards Su Ke and the others behind Li Xiangdong, and then their eyes lit up. These should be Su Ke, Lu Qinhuan, and Lang Ruoxue, right? Hearing this, Su Ke raised his eyes and looked towards the people in front of him. 3 pairs of beast masters and beast girls appeared in his field of vision. Standing in the middle is a big man with a crew cut and wearing a black t-shirt. There is an extremely conspicuous scar on the left side of his jaw. Next to him is a strong and hot woman wearing black, who is his contracted object. On the left is a thin old man wearing reading glasses and very elegant clothes. Next to him is an old woman who is also wearing reading glasses. The relationship between them is self-evident. As for the right side, there is a middle-aged man with ordinary looks, wearing a gray sweatshirt and a somewhat lazy temperament. Behind him is a woman wearing a couple's logo sweatshirt. She seems to be less energetic than the 2 teams beside her. Su Ke knew that these 3 teams were the ones who came to pick him up today. These 6 should be the leaders of Kyoto Lingwu Academy, Kyoto Institute of Technology, and Daxia War Academy, right? At this time, the 6 people couldn't help but smile when they heard Su Ke explain their identities. It seems that General Li has already told Su about us on the way here. That's right, we are the heads of the 3 top universities in Daxia. The burly man in the t-shirt standing in the middle and his partner spoke first. We are Chen Ji and Lin Lan from Kyoto Lingwu Academy. When Chen Ji and Lin Lan spoke, the old couple wearing glasses also spoke. I'm Li Ping, and next to me is my wife, Qin Li Jun. We're here to recruit students on behalf of Kyoto Institute of Technology. As for the sweatshirt couple, they spoke lazily to Su Ke. Daxia War Academy, Changqiji, Malinhua. After listening to the 3 people's introductions, Su Ke immediately had a general understanding in his mind. He took a half step back and stood with Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue. Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, Su, Quebec. These 2 are my contract partners, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue. Listening to Su Ke's introduction, the old couple standing beside him nodded slightly. Young friend Su Ke, there's actually no need for an introduction. We've already conducted a thorough research on your information before coming here, and we're already very familiar with you. At this point, Li Ping, who had taken the initiative, no longer continued to be polite and directly stated his purpose. I believe General Li has already explained our purpose to young Master Su Ke on the way here. The 6 of us, representing our respective institutions, have come to Tianhai to recruit young friend Su, Quebec. Su Ke nodded upon hearing this and looked at Li Ping and others calmly. Since Elder Li has spoken, I won't try to dawdle and prevaricate like others. Just tell me directly what conditions you can offer to recruit me into your academy. I'm a very down-to-earth person and will consider your school based on its strengths and the sincerity it demonstrates. Listening to Su Ke's words, Li Ping exchanged a glance with Qin Li Jun beside him, then looked at Su Ke. Friend Su Ke, I believe you have heard of our Kyoto Institute of Technology. Our school has always been good at scientific research and strengthening. We have extensive research on Beastmaster armor, Beast Girl armor, and formations. If you can join us at Kyoto Institute of Technology, we can not only design the Beast Girl armor designed specifically for you, but we can also help you collect materials for free. In the future, we can also tailor-make Beast Girl armor specifically for Lu and Lang, and provide all the research materials you need in the future. Listening to Li Ping's words, Su Ke frowned slightly and turned to look at Chunji and Lin Lan, who were standing in the middle of the Lingwu Academy. What about you? Upon hearing this, Chunji quickly spoke up. Our Kyoto Spiritual Martial Arts Academy is different from the Science and Technology Academy. They are obsessed with the study of external forces, but we are better at spiritual martial arts training. We even once graduated from our academy with a 9th level Guishu master. We have our own unique methods and experience in spiritual power training and martial arts training. If Su were to join our Lingwu Academy, we would do our utmost to meet his needs in terms of cultivation resources. We could even provide him with our most precious treasure, the heavenly grade magical instrument and the lifelong cultivation experience of the former 9th rank beast tamer. 9th rank heavenly grade magical artifact and its cultivation experience? Hearing Chen Ji's words, Li Xiangdong on the side couldn't help but exclaimed, with envy in his eyes. Either of these two items would cause turmoil in the beast-taming world if thrown into the outside world, but now both of them could be given to Suke. Li Ping, who was standing by, also became anxious and quickly spoke up. So what if it's a 9th grade heavenly magic weapon? That might not be suitable for young friend Su Quebec. Our Institute of Science and Technology can tailor-make magical armor specifically for Su Quebec. It's at least level 8, no less powerful than level 9. Faced with Li Ping's targeting, Chen Ji couldn't help but retort. What kind of magical armor can be as strong as the 9th level? Being strong doesn't necessarily mean being suitable. We are the most suitable. What's the use of being suitable? Has your research institute ever produced a 9th level? For a moment, the two groups of people began to confront each other in order to fight for Suke. Looking at Li Ping, who was obviously old but full of energy when quarreling, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but look emotional. My son-in-law is truly outstanding. He even caused the renowned Professor Li and the War King Chen Ji to quarrel over him. Li Ping is a well-known old scholar in the whole daxia. He has made many research achievements in the world of beast taming. Many weapons and armors of frontline beast tamers and beast girls are his work. Chen Ji is also a well-known war king in daxia. He once wiped out an entire branch of the demon god cult by himself and became famous. However, Su Ke was not interested in these titles. He just looked at Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, who were still calm and composed, with some curiosity. What about you two? Cheng Qiji glanced at Li Ping and Chen Ji, who were arguing fiercely beside him, and his face was calm. We have nothing to say. We can give whatever they can give. You're bragging. Before Cheng Qiji finished speaking, Chen Ji on the side retorted. We can give Su Ke a 9th tier magical weapon. Can you give it to him? Facing Chen Ji's questioning, Cheng Qiji sneered. We are not dead 9th order relics, but the dean of our war academy is a living 9th order Guishu. As long as Su comes, our dean will personally make a magic weapon for him. As for insights, isn't the hands-on instruction of a living 9th level Guishu being better than any insights? Listening to Chen Ji's words, Li Ping on the side spoke out in dissatisfaction. What about the weapon blueprints, beast girl armor, and central formations? Can a bunch of you warmongers come up with these? I can't type it out. Facing Li Ping's accusation, Chen Ji nodded slightly. But our dean can ask for it from your research institute. Can you still refuse a 9th level Guishu? Chapter 92. How can this life not be grand and exciting? Ugh. Shameless. That's right, you can even say such shameless words. Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Chen Ji and Li Ping couldn't help but spit. However, Malinhua, who was standing next to Cheng Qiji, spoke as if it was a matter of course. Where's shameless? This is a world where the strong are respected. No matter how strong your two academies are, without the 9th rank, you can't speak with the same strength as our war academy. Having said this, Malinhua shook her long, beautiful black hair with an arrogant look on her face. What's more, our academy's war emperor Lin Langtian has recently been preparing to break through to the 9th level. Once he succeeds, our war academy will have 2 9th level warriors. This is the greatest amulet for Su, right? It's not done yet. Facing Malinhua's rebuttal, Li Ping and the others spoke weakly, but their tone was clearly much weaker than before. However, they still looked at Su Ke with gritted teeth. Friend Su Ke, regarding armor design, the War Academy can only help you once, not forever. We are the ones who are willing to devote our whole heart and soul to conducting exclusive research for you for the rest of your life. Chen Ji also spoke up quickly. That's right. Although they have a living 9th level cultivator at the War Academy, their teaching philosophy has always been to cultivate through combat. The level of danger is extremely high. If you go, you will most likely die in the process of growth. And our Lingguo Academy can protect you and allow you to practice peacefully along the way. We will never let you take any risks until you reach the 8th level. Listening to Chen Ji's words, Su Ke raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Cheng Qiji and the others. Is that so? Facing Su Ke's question, Cheng Qiji's eyes remained calm. Yes. The teaching philosophy we uphold at the War College is to cultivate combat through combat. Every person who enters the War College must undergo countless baptisms of blood and fire before graduation. Other colleges join the battlefield after graduation, but our college graduates only after joining the battlefield. Malinhua beside her also nodded proudly. So, who among those who can leave our school is not a warrior who has fought his way through blood and fire? There are no wimps in my war college. Having said this, Chung Chi-ji looked at Su-Kei with a determined expression. So, Su, if you're afraid, you don't have to choose our war college. After all, we at the war college don't accept wimps. Hearing Chang Chi-ji's words, Chun-ji on the side suddenly became anxious. Chang Chi-ji, stop trying to provoke me. Student Su is a rare talent, a once-in-a-millennium talent. He should be carefully nurtured and brought up so that he can unleash his greatest strength. If I hang out with your war college, I'll probably be strangled before I even have time to grow. Li Ping also nodded continuously. That's right, a rare genius like Su shouldn't be pushed out before he grows up. I also don't recommend him joining a place like your war college where there's no guarantee of safety. Facing the two people's questioning, Chung Chi-ji did not refute, but just looked at Su-Kei steadily. As much as I hate to admit it, what the old man in Chenji said does make sense. Su-Kei, you already know the pros and cons of everyone. Now, it's your turn to make your choice. Having said this, Chung Chi-ji stopped talking. Li Ping, Chen-ji and others around him also fell silent and looked at Su-Kei. Li Xiangdong, Leng Qianqiu and others also knew that this was a critical moment for Su-Kei to make a choice, so they did not say anything to interfere with Su-Kei's decision. Of course, Xia and Su-Kei's arms didn't dare to make a sound, pretending to be a pet and pretending to sleep. As for Su-Kei, after hearing their words, he turned his head and looked at Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, what do you think? Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue are his contracted partners and are family members who share the same heart. If they have any suggestions, Su-Kei will take them into consideration. But at this time, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue both looked at Su-Kei with tenderness in response to Su-Kei's questions. Brother Su, don't worry about us. Just make your decision. That is, no matter what decision you make, we will always be by your side. Looking at the considerate Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, Su-Kei couldn't help but reveal a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Good. Afterwards, Su-Kei turned around and looked at the 6 people in front of him, and quickly made his own decision in his mind. Since he already had the design drawings of the all-spirit armor, he first ruled out the Kyoto Research Institute. As for the armored central formation, there will be plenty of ways to get it in the future. Besides, it's not my style to bury myself in scientific research. A real man fights with real guns and swords. Next are Kyoto Lingwu Academy and Daxia War Academy. The two academies have their own strengths and weaknesses. One is a dead 9th level relic, and the other is a living 9th level teaching. In comparison, Su-Kei naturally prefers the latter. Just as Li Ping said before, although the 9th level relic is powerful, it may not be suitable for him. With the blessing of talents and skills, he is equivalent to a plus version of the Beast Girl collection, and his fighting style will definitely be very different from that of a normal Beast Master. But a living 9th level cultivator is more flexible in imparting combat experience and providing protection in the future. Another point is that Su-Kei does not want to grow into a seedling that only knows how to be protected by a big tree. Without experiencing the hardships of life, even if one's realm is elevated, there will definitely be major flaws in actual combat. This defect will become more and more obvious as your realm grows. Although Su-Kei also understood Lingwu Academy's desire to protect his original intention, this was contrary to his original intention. I have lived 2 lives, and have lived a peaceful and cowardly life. How can I live a mediocre life in this one? Besides, the conditions required for Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue to advance in the future will definitely become increasingly difficult to find. Only on the battlefield is the best place to collect all of them. Everyone, I already have the answer in my heart. I choose. Having said this, Su-Kei paused and looked directly at Cheng Chi-ji. Daxia War Academy. Since I, Su-Kei, have come into this world, how can I not live a glorious life? Good. Hearing Su-Kei's words, Cheng Chi-ji and Nalanhua on the side couldn't help but applaud. You are worthy of being the most outstanding beast master in Daxia. Such grandeur and magnificence are the backbone of the future of our great Xia. Only then can you be worthy of your status as an SSS-level beast tamer. However, in the face of Cheng Chi-ji's advocacy, Su-Kei simply waved his hand. I haven't even grown up yet. I'm not some outstanding beast master of Daxia. He is also the strongest young genius in our great Xia. Before Su-Kei finished speaking, Cheng Chi-ji took over the conversation. An unprecedented SSS beast tamer. After getting Su-Kei's answer, Cheng Chi-ji became more and more satisfied with Su-Quebec. He put his arm around Su-Kei's shoulders and looked at Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue behind Su-Kei. My 2 brothers and sisters, get ready. Bring Su-Kei with you and we'll go to Kyoto together. Chapter 93 Shameless People Can't Send Us. Are you starting to prepare now? Hearing Cheng Chiji's words, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua couldn't help but widen their eyes. Isn't there still a youth training competition? Before the two of them finished speaking, Cheng Chiji patted Suke on the chest. With Su's strength, does he still need a competition? However, halfway through the filming, Cheng Chiji's movements couldn't help but pause. Student Su also has a pet? In the field of vision, Xia, who had been slapped hard on the head, widened her eyes angrily from Suke's arms and glared at Cheng Chiji. Although it cannot speak, it still expresses its dissatisfaction with its puffy cheeks. Seeing this, Suke pressed Xia's little head back to his chest and spoke to Cheng Chiji. Nothing, just a little wildcat I found on the road. Teacher Chang, are you anxious? Hearing Suke's question, Cheng Chiji couldn't help but frown slightly. What's the problem? Suke glanced at Li Shangdong beside him and coughed dryly. Well, I still want to take a look at the youth training competition. Looking at Suke's expression, Malinhua beside Cheng Chiji couldn't help but speak with a strange look on her face. Student Su, you're not thinking about the prizes for the youth training competition, are you? Hearing this, Suke quickly spoke out with a righteous expression. No way? How could I, Suke, be the kind of person who cares about petty gains? Looking at Suke's righteous expression, Li Shangdong beside Suke spoke tentatively. Suke, if you want, I can just give you the reward. Your outstanding performance in this hunting competition is more than enough for you to take first place. It's not impossible to open a back door and send it to you in advance. Who knew that after hearing Li Shangdong's tentative words, Suke's face turned so serious? How could I, Suke, be someone who would casually open a back door? Suke seemed to have thought of something when he said this. He turned around and blinked at Lang Ruoshua and Lang Qianqiu behind her. Of course, I'm not talking about Ruoshua and Uncle Lang. I'm just stating my philosophy on life. Listening to Suke's deliberate apology, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but lower his head and hold his forehead, while Lang Ruoshua's face turned slightly red. In short, even if I, Suke, want to win an award, I must do it openly and honestly. Good. Hearing Suke's heroic and generous words, Cheng Chiji and Malinhua couldn't help but applaud. Okay, since there's still some time before the war college starts, we'll stay here with you to finish this youth training competition before we leave together. Anyway, the competition is only 2 or 3 days away, so there's no need to rush. Li Shangdong, on the other hand, was chirping quietly beside him. Aren't you still thinking about the little things in our youth training camp? However, Li Shangdong did not reveal his inner feelings to the public. He quickly recovered and patted Suke's shoulder heavily. Okay, Suke, then you can stay in our youth training camp for a few more days and give some guidance to our students. Suke's current cultivation level has reached the 3rd level, which makes him qualified to instruct the students in the youth training camp. But Suke didn't want to take on such a hard job, so he immediately rejected Li Shangdong. Forget about the guidance. Huan, Ruoshua, and I are taking advantage of this time to recover. If I have some free time, I will pass on some of my combat experience to everyone. As for cultivation, Suke is an outlier and does not have a common language with everyone else, so he will not mislead the disciples. Listening to Suke's words, Li Shangdong beside him also nodded, indicating that he would do as Suke wished. As for Li Ping, Chen Ji and the others, when Suke made his choice, they already knew in their hearts that their 2 major academies were completely doomed. He could only clasp his fists towards Suke. Then we won't bother you anymore, Mr. Su. Once again, we wish students Su, Lu, and Lang success in their admission to the War College, and hope they will become world-renowned. Thank you. In response to the 4 people's blessings, Suke, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua all clasped their fists in return. General Li, let's go. Listening to the 4 people's words, Li Shangdong hurriedly stood up to see them off, but was interrupted by the 4 people. The youth training camp has a lot of things to do, so there's no need to send General Li off. Cheng Chiji and Malinhua saw the 4 people leaving and deliberately made a sound. We don't have many things to do. We can deliver it. However, before Cheng Chiji and the others could finish their words, they were interrupted by Li Ping in a bad mood. Shameless people can't send us off. That's right, calling the dean a threat to our School of Science and Technology is outrageous. Go, I don't want to see these 2 guys for even a minute. As they were talking, the 4 people from Liping hurriedly walked out of the wooden house. When they were about 3 or 4 meters away from the wooden house, Chen Ji from Lingwu Academy seemed to remember something and turned around and spoke to Cheng Chiji. By the way, Cheng Chiji, you are the loser, your whole family is losers. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ji hurriedly pulled Lin Lan up and left. As for Cheng Qiji, who was still in the wooden house, before he could say anything, the four people disappeared. Seeing the four people leave, Suke spoke to Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. If you two seniors have nothing else to do, let's go back to the youth training camp first. Ruoshua has just recovered and needs to adjust her energy. Hearing Suke's words, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua simply waved their hands. We don't have anything to do. If you have anything to do, please go ahead and do it. At this point, Cheng Qiji seemed to remember something and smiled at Suke. By the way, don't call me senior. We are not much older than you. Just call me Brother Chang. Malinhua on the side smiled and seconded the proposal. As for me, you can call me Sister Chang or Sister Ma, as long as you are happy. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan on the side nodded hurriedly. Okay, Senior Chang, no problem, Senior Ma. Chang Qiji. Malinhua. Okay, let's go back to camp. Having said that, Suke directly pulled Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua and looked at Lang Qianxiu. Uncle Long, let's go. Okay, son-in-law. Lang Qianxiu, who had been standing aside as a background for a long time, suddenly woke up from his dream and hurriedly followed Suke outside. Behind them, Li Xiangdong watched Suke and the others leave, his eyes gleaming. This child will definitely become the pride of our human race in the future. Who says it isn't? Beside Li Xiangdong, Cheng Qiji clasped his hands across his chest, and Huan walked to Li Xiangdong's side. This kid is definitely one of the best in the human race in terms of both talent and character. It's a pity that his contracted Beast Girl's qualifications are a bit low. However, Li Xiangdong, who had conducted an in-depth investigation into Suke's information during this period and had specifically checked Suke's training surveillance, shook his head. No pity, no matter what kind of talent a Beast Girl has, as long as she falls into the hands of this kid, she will definitely be able to create miracles. Chapter 94 Master, Save Me. After walking out of Li Xiangdong's cabin, Suke took Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua and headed straight back to the barracks where they used to live. Now I no longer need training. The most important thing right now is to intensify my practice so that Lang Ruoshua, who has just awakened, can stabilize the vitality in her body. When passing by the 1st Battalion, the students of the 1st Battalion greeted Suke one after another, hoping to get a response from him. Suke naturally would not reject their kindness. He, Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoshua, and instructor Pang Meng smiled and greeted them, then walked away. Soon, the three of them returned to their previous camp. During the time they disappeared, no one moved the tent and everything was intact. Seeing that the three people were sent back to the camp, Lang Qianxiu finally felt relieved. Finally, I'm glad to see you return safely. Okay, now that you're all back, I won't bother you anymore. If you need any help, just let me know by phone. Having said this, Lang Qianxiu turned around and left, leaving enough space for Suke and the others to reunite. Seeing Lang Qianxiu walking away, Chia, who had been dozing in Suke's arms, couldn't help but pull her head out of Suke's arms and jumped directly onto Suke's shoulders. Finally, it's quiet. I've been holding it in for so long I'm almost suffocating to death. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Chia. You can choose not to follow Brother Su. I don't. Before Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, Chia raised her little head proudly. You're just envious of the close proximity between me and my master, and you want to find a chance to separate us. I won't, I'll piss you off to death. Hearing Chia's provocation, Lu Chenhuan immediately rolled up his sleeves. Hey, you're looking for a fight, aren't you? Master, someone hit the cat. Someone hit the cat. Seeing that Lu Chenhuan was about to attack her seriously, Chia quickly pulled her little head into Suke's arms, and her little claws tightly grasped Suke's collar. But Chia didn't expect that Suke would be so unsportsmanlike as to drag her out and bring her in front of Lu Chenhuan. Chia, whose fate was grabbed by Suke's neck with one hand, twisted her body helplessly in the air, and quickly raised her little paws to bow in the direction of Lu Chenhuan. Sister Huan, I was wrong. Please let me go. At this time, Lu Chenhuan had a sneer on his face, his eyes were full of evil smile, and he was ready to fight Chia. He, you know you're wrong now? It's too late. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan directly grabbed Chia's head and started stroking it up and down, making Chia moan and twist her body, trembling with the back of her eyes. Lang Ruoshua, who was more quiet at the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this scene, and couldn't help but go up to teach Chia a lesson. Chia, whose limbs were almost twitching from the torture, stretched out her little paws helplessly towards Suke and spoke to him in a trembling voice. Master, save me. Seeing this scene, Suke couldn't help but smile. Although on the surface, Xia still doesn't get along with the two girls, the atmosphere between them has actually become closer and more harmonious. At least there is not as much disgust and alienation as at the beginning. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost tense, Suke called a halt in time. That's enough, Huan Ruoxue, it's almost done. If you keep going like this, Xia will almost become incontinent because of you guys. As he spoke, Suke reached out and lifted Xia from Lu Chenhuan's hand and put her back in his arms. Come on, follow me back to the camp now and continue practicing. Listening to Suke's instructions and looking at Xia, whose hair was disheveled and whose face was filled with resentment, in his arms, they blinked at each other guiltily, then followed Suke into the camp obediently. After entering the tent, Suke didn't waste any time and immediately started practicing with Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruoxue, and Xia. Due to the improvement of Lang Ruoxue's talent, the beast core belonging to Lang Ruoxue in her sea of consciousness is now much larger than before, and everyone's cultivation speed has also increased accordingly. With the addition of Xia, the speed of everyone's cultivation can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds during the fourfold cycle. I didn't expect that this little kitten Xia's beast core is so big. The speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy is much faster than that of Ni and sister Huan. At this time, after feeling the convenience of Xia's practice, Lang Ruoxue began to understand Suke's behavior of contracting Xia a little more. As everyone was immersed in their practice, time passed very quickly, and night fell in the blink of an eye. At dusk, Suke opened his eyes from his practice and looked at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were still immersed in their practice. His eyes flickered slightly, and he used his insightful eyes to take a quick look at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue's current information column. Beast Mother, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, Level 3 Burning Blood. Talent, B-Level Predator, Taotai Prototype. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Eating Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Field, Burning Blood. Disadvantage, the body contains SSS-level Devouring Heaven Taotai energy, but due to insufficient energy intake from long-term eating, it is unable to truly stimulate SSS-level talent. Beast Mother, Lang Ruoxue. Realm, Level 3 Burning Blood. Talent, B-Level Frost Dragon. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Storm, Extreme Cold Field, Frost Freeze, Ice Defense, Burning Blood. Flaw, the body contains SSS-level Frost Dragon energy, but because the Dragon Crystal Core is corroded by the Yi erosion poison, the energy has been lost by 60%, and it cannot show the posture of a dragon. Looking at the messages between the two, Suke couldn't help but feel relieved. Although he almost experienced life and death in Fengming Valley this time, the benefits he gained were also huge. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue not only broke through the shackles of D-level and entered B-level, but also advanced to the third level of blood burning at the same time. After their talent breakthrough, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue are now special beings with domain-related skills. Several newly added skills are also very powerful, making them almost invincible when fighting against opponents of the same level. It can be said that with their current talents and qualifications, even an S-level of the same level would definitely not be able to be stronger than them. With his own help, he could even crush opponents of the same level and beat them without any chance of fighting back. This is the confidence that comes from Suke. The talent that has evolved to B-level is already so strong, I wonder how much stronger it will be in the next stage? Let me see what conditions are required for Huan and Ruoxue to advance to the next stage. Thinking of this, Suke used his divine insight to analyze the two people's next repair plan. Soon, the two people's repair plan appeared in Suke's field of vision. Looking at the two people's repair plans, Suke's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Chapter 95 New Repair Plan. Flaw, the body contains SSS-level heaven swallowing Taotai energy. Due to long-term eating, the energy intake is insufficient, and the SSS-level talent cannot be truly stimulated. Repair plan, devour the moonlight every day for a month, collect the blood of fresh 4th-level beasts and above, engrave the Taotai pattern on your back, and activate the Taotai eye. Looking at Lu Chenhuan's advanced repair plan, Suke couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Lu Chenhuan's requirements for advancement are getting higher and higher. Last time, he only needed to devour the corpse of a 2nd-level ferocious beast to advance, but this time he directly jumped to the 4th level. But it's not that bad. Although 4th-level beasts are rare, they can still be found. Now Suke has figured out the direction of Lu Chenhuan's repair and advancement. As long as it is related to energy intake and devouring, there will basically be no big difference. You're a foodie indeed. Thinking of this, Suke looked at Lang Ruoxue again. Flaw: the body contains SSS-level frost dragon energy, but because the dragon crystal core has been corroded by the erosion poison, the energy has leaked out by 60%, and it cannot display the form of a dragon. Repair plan: collect 9 nether cold iron to recast the dragon wing skeleton and devour Millennium Snow Lotus to repair the cracks in the dragon crystal in the body. Looking at Lang Ruoshua's repair plan, Suke couldn't help but blink his eyes. Unlike Luchinawan, Lang Ruoshua's repair plan aims to repair the dragon's body and restore the glory of the dragon clan. 9 nether cold iron and Millennium Snow Lotus? Judging from the literal meaning, these two things should also be rare materials. Looks like I need to mobilize Uncle Lang's money power. Although the materials Lang Ruoshua needs are rare, fortunately she has a wealthy father who is the richest man in the country and has never disappointed her when it comes to finding materials. Just as Suke withdrew his gaze from Lang Ruoshua, he lowered his head and found that an exclamation mark also appeared above Chia's head in his arms. Ferocious Beast, Slender-Tailed Cat. Realm, 2nd level. Talent skills: Beast King's Roar, Power Attack. Flaws: originally a 9th order beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, it suffered a serious injury and its strength has not recovered. Furthermore, it suffered a severe blow to its vitality after experiencing a major battle, degenerating into a primitive 2nd order state. Repair plan: find Essence Reinforcing Potion and take it. It can temporarily suppress old injuries in the body. This little fellow Chia actually has a repair plan? Looking at Chia, who was practicing with her eyes closed and her little paws firmly grasping his chest in his arms, Suke's eyes flickered. It seems that this defect repair is not only for the beast girls, but the ferocious beasts that have been contracted can also deduce a repair plan based on this. However, Suke did not make it public, but secretly made up his mind that when he went to look for materials, he would bring some for Chia as well to repair the numerous injuries in her body. While thinking, Suke looked at his personal information column again. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, Level 3 Soul Feeding. Talent, God Level. Contracted Beasts, Taudai Embryonic Form, Frost Flower Dragon, Slender-Tailed Cat. Talented Skills: Divine Eye of Insight, Source of Evolution, God of All Beasts, Heart Contract, Tyrant, Soul Binding, Soul Feeding. Insightful Eyes, can detect supernatural powers, physical conditions, and even flaws in all things. Source of Evolution: help the contracted beast girl evolve in level and ability while receiving a large amount of rewards. God of Beasts: there is no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract. Concentric Contract: the Beastmaster and the contracted party are in telepathic communication, and can use all the contracted party's skills. Tyrant: consumes spiritual energy, causing all contracted beast girls to go berserk, increasing all attributes by 100% upgradable. Binding Spirit: consumes spiritual energy to generate an energy contract to restrict the beast girl from running away, and can also bind the hostile object. Soul Feeding: consumes spiritual energy to condense a soul feeding pill, which can help the beast girl quickly recover from injuries and temporarily enhance her 4-dimensional attributes. To be unlocked. Looking at his own panel, Suke couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. After advancing to the 3rd level of soul feeding, not only did his cultivation level improve, but he also gained an additional soul feeding talent skill. It's just that my soul feeding talent skill seems to be a little different. Normal soul feeding is to use mental power to condense animal food, which can speed up the recovery of the beast girl. It can be understood as a small healing skill shared by 3rd level beastmasters. But what he condensed was not animal food but elixir, which could not only help the beast girl recover from her injuries quickly, but also temporarily enhance her 4-dimensional attributes. Dolly Healing Pills Plus Edition. Not only that, he now also has an extremely rare beast taming space and the design drawings of the all-spirit armor. However, compared to the beast taming space that can be used at any time, the design drawings of the all-spirit armor can only be unlocked after one is promoted to the 4th level weapon in armor realm. Until then, it will just gather dust in the warehouse. Before that, I will focus on raising Huanuan and Ruoshua's talent levels to enhance both of our strengths. For me, who has a common heart contract, the increase in Luchinawan and Lang Ruoshua's strength is equivalent to doubling my own strength. Moreover, there are extremely generous rewards waiting for me, so I must pay attention to it. Even without these rewards, given the relationship between the three of them, Suke would definitely not sit idly by, but he would also be happy to see something that would add icing on the cake. While thinking, Luchinawan, Lang Ruoshua and Xia in Suke's arms opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Suke. Brother Su, is there anything on your mind? Why do you seem a little excited? Suke waved his hand gently upon hearing this. Nothing, I just used my divine insight to deduce your evolutionary repair plan. Hearing Sukei's words, both Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue widened their eyes and looked at Sukei expectantly. What materials and conditions are needed for our next promotion? Sukei did not hold back and directly stated the conditions required for the two to advance. Listening to Sukei's words, Lu Qinhuan couldn't help but reveal anticipation in his eyes. Swallowing the moonlight? And with the fresh blood of a fourth-level fierce beast, these conditions don't seem difficult. Lang Ruoxue, on the other hand, heard the materials she needed for advancement and tilted her head in thought, wondering if she had heard the names of these materials somewhere before. As for Xia and Sukei's arms, she had no interest in the talent evolution of Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue. She lay in Sukei's arms with a lack of interest, and was too lazy to even open her eyes. Seeing Xia's lack of interest, Sukei didn't remind her, but secretly decided in his heart that he must find the nourishing potion. After briefly reviewing the information of his group of 3 people and 1 beast, Sukei saw that it was time for dinner, so he took Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue to eat. Of course, before leaving, Sukei briefly asked Xia what she thought and asked her if she wanted to go to dinner with him and the others. Upon hearing this, Xia nodded frantically, and her voice was almost drooling. Eat, eat, eat. I've been trapped in Fengming Valley for hundreds of years, eating raw meat and drinking blood every day. My mouth is almost bland. I must try the technology and hard work of seasoning. Chapter 96: The Truth of the Battle of the Rift Valley. When Sukei led Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue into the cafeteria, everyone in the cafeteria fell silent, and then turned their eyes in the direction of Sukei and the others. It's Sukei. Sukei and the others are back. Since almost half of the people in the previous hunting competition had been protected by Sukei, they were full of goodwill towards Sukei. Hello, Captain Su. Hello, Captain Su. All of a sudden, the surroundings were filled with greetings from classmates. The students from the 1st Battalion surrounded the 3 of them, their faces filled with excitement. Sukei, you guys are finally back. That's right, you don't know, but without your supervision of training, Captain Su, we've been feeling a bit demoralized. Yes, that's right. Especially when we learned that Captain Lang was willing to sacrifice himself to block the attack of the 7th-level evil beast in order to save everyone, we were deeply moved and admired. That's right. If it weren't for you, we might have been killed by that beast right now. Hearing the people around her calling him a beast, Xia, who had her head tucked into Sukei's arms, couldn't help but pause, like a little kid who had suffered grievances and couldn't speak out. She buried her little head tightly in Sukei's arms, as if she could be isolated from the world. Sukei felt something strange about Xia in his arms, his expression froze slightly, and he reached into his arms and gently rubbed Xia's head, soothing Xia's uneasy heart with warmth. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue on the side also rarely responded, but instead spoke with a smile on their faces. It's all over, it's all over. That beast is certainly despicable, but there is actually someone else behind all this. Yes, yes. The moment Lu Qinhuan spoke, a beastmaster from the 1st Battalion spoke up. I heard from my father that the unrest has spread across the country. Almost every place where training camps organize hunting competitions has experienced unrest. It seems like the demon god cult is behind this. I heard that His Majesty has already issued a hunting order. Anyone who sees anyone from the demon god cult will be killed without mercy. Listening to everyone's discussion, Sukei's eyes flickered. He stroked Xia's little head in his arms, determined to get to the bottom of it tonight and find out what exactly happened in the Fengming Great Rift Valley. After finishing his meal with Lu Qinhuan, Sukei took Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue to say hello to everyone, then stood up and left. As Sukei left, everyone in the cafeteria had different thoughts. Especially Zhao Fei and Ning, who were between the 2 camps. At this moment, Ning was staring at Sukei's departing back, feeling the powerful aura coming from them, and a sense of frustration arose in her heart. It turns out Sukei and the others have already reached the 3rd level. Originally, when they were at the 2nd level, they still had some confidence in their ability to fight Sukei, but after realizing that Sukei had reached the 3rd level, the little bit of pride that was left in their hearts disappeared completely. Not only Zhao Fei and Ran, but many other talented people in the field looked at Sukei and the others as they left, and felt that Sukei seemed to be getting further and further away from them. They didn't know when the gap between the 2 sides had widened to such an extent, as if they were about to become people from different worlds. After finishing his meal, Sukei immediately found Pang Mang and used his communicator to express his needs to Lang Qianxiu. Uncle Lang, I need some materials here. Can you help me get them? When Lang Qianxiu realized that the call was from Sukei, he immediately expressed his attitude to Sukei. Son-in-law, what are you talking about? Do we still need to use the word help between us? If you have any needs, just tell me, father. I will do my best to meet all your needs. Faced with Lang Qianqiu's boldness, Suke also spoke directly to the point. It's nothing, actually. I just need to collect some less popular materials and send them to Uncle Lang. Soon, Lang Qianqiu from the telecommunications department spoke directly to Suke after seeing the list of materials Suke had drawn up. Don't worry, son-in-law. It's just 9 nether cold iron, Millennium Snow Lotus, and Essence Nourishing Potion, right? Don't worry, I will definitely get them all for you. Afterwards, Lang Qianqiu hung up the phone and began to use his connections to collect the materials from Sukeku. After receiving Lang Qianqiu's promise, Suke's heart finally settled down, so he called Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue to continue practicing, so that the three of them could recover quickly and face what was to come. Of course, before that, Suke pulled Xia out from his chest and asked Xia. Xia, we have been busy practicing recently and haven't had time to ask you what happened in the Fengming Rift Valley. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him also showed inquiring eyes and looked at Xia at the same time. Xia looked at the three people's inquiring eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then began to tell the story. Actually, I never thought about leaving the Fengming Great Rift Valley. I've been hiding here practicing, just wanting to grow quietly and then astonish everyone. But one day, the day before you came to participate in the youth training, a group of people suddenly used some unknown method to sneak into Fengming Valley and found me. The leader said that he could temporarily help me improve my strength. By taking advantage of the youth training competition, I could fight my way out of this and completely break free from the shackles of the Fengming Great Rift Valley. As for me, having been trapped in the valley for so many years, I'm naturally feeling extremely depressed right now. I've fallen for their trick. After obtaining my consent, they began to offer blood as a sacrifice, using the beast taming formation core to transfer all their cultivation to me. They also gave me a genetic drug that could be injected to temporarily restore my strength to the 7th level. After hearing this, Suke finally had a general understanding of the truth of what happened that year. He finally understood why he had seen those strangely dressed humans in the mountains. Now that I think about it, it was those fanatical believers in the demon god cult who were brave enough to sacrifice themselves. Later, I realized that Xia couldn't hold on for too long, which was actually the sequelae of using the genetic medicine. And I agreed to their suggestion of internal and external cooperation. I used the Chaos Gem to create a strange phenomenon from the sky, and took the opportunity to cover up the Tianji investigation, luring many people here, in order to disrupt Li Shangdong and his team's investigation and force him to release the restrictions of the magic circle. Lu Qinhuan frowned when he heard this. Chaos Gem? Is that the gem you wore around your neck when you first appeared? Yeah. Facing Lu Qinhuan's question, Xia shook her head, and a gem reappeared from her neck. This thing can conceal the secrets of heaven and even has the ability to fight. It is very magical. Seeing this, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes. So you've been wearing this thing all this time? This gem can also turn you invisible? Yes, it not only makes me invisible, but it can also conceal my own aura of cultivation, preventing outsiders from noticing anything unusual. This is also the reason why I have been hiding in the Fengming Rift Valley for so many years without being discovered. Having said that, Xia couldn't help but shake her little head and sighed. I could have continued to develop quietly. Unfortunately, I was bewitched by the demon god cult and became impatient. Chapter 97, Standpoint. What about those 2 third-level hyena kings and the group of 2nd-level beasts? When they attacked us before, they fought desperately even though they knew they would die. Listening to Suke's question, Xia remained silent. Perhaps it's because they've simply awakened their intelligence and developed feelings for me, and they want to stop you before my genetic medicine takes effect. That genetic medicine needs time to take effect, so I took it at the time you were going into the mountains. In their hearts, perhaps out of protection for a high-level beast king like me, or perhaps out of hatred for humans, they are definitely prepared to die. Listening to Xia's words, Suke's eyes couldn't help but flicker. However, Lu Qinuan on the side couldn't help but snort coldly. The beast deserved to die. It attempted to invade our human territory and slaughtered billions of humans. Its death is not a pity. Humph. Before Lu Qinuan finished speaking, Xia beside him couldn't help but refute. Then shouldn't you humans die? Let's put everything else aside, just talking about this Fengming Rift Valley, isn't it just a slaughterhouse deliberately designed to train the human race to raise murderers? Every year, countless ferocious beasts die in so-called competitions. Are those beasts born to be slaughtered by you humans? Xia was a little indignant when she said this. Have you ever thought about how many young animals, barely born, haven't even seen the outside world yet, and yet you kill them just for points? Looking at Xia's indignant expression, Lu Qinhuan's words got stuck in his throat. Su Kei's gaze, on the other hand, was very calm. As a beastman, Xia has a different perspective, so it's normal for her to have such thoughts. Having said this, Su Kei looked at Xia. But I believe that not only do humans have places where beastmen are kept in captivity, but beastmen must also have places where humans are enslaved. No matter which human falls into the hands of the beastmen, their fate will definitely not be better than these ferocious beasts kept in human territory. Even if a female beast girl is captured and taken to the beast tribe's territory, death may be the best relief. As he spoke, Su Kei put his hands behind his back in an air of old age. The human race and the ferocious beasts have an intractable feud. Whether it's the human race or the beast race, if they meet the other side, the outcome will definitely be a fight to the death. So, there's nothing wrong in standing on either side. I am a human, so I will not allow my people to be oppressed by aliens. Looking at the aura bursting out of Su Kei, Xia standing beside him was a little stunned. She lowered her head with a complicated look. Actually, I don't like the beastmen very much either. But my identity constantly reminds me that I am a member of the beastman tribe. Don't like the beastmen? Lang Ruoxue, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at Xia with curiosity in her eyes. Did you experience anything in the beast tribe? But in response to Lang Ruoxue's question, Xia was unusually silent and did not answer. Su Kei, who was standing by, saw this and simply waved his hand. Forget it. No matter what we've been through in the past, from now on, we're all partners on the same front. I don't expect you, Xia, to be of any help in dealing with the ferocious beasts. As long as you can help us increase our training speed, that would be the best use of your remaining energy. Practice. After figuring out what happened in Fengming Rift Valley and briefly understanding the process, Su Kei stopped worrying about it. It is enough that Xia did not attack the human race at the beginning. As for what she had experienced before, it is useless to force her to speak if she does not want to. She will naturally tell it when she wants to. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue on the side stopped hesitating and immediately sat down again, following Su Kei into the state of cultivation. Xia also came back to her senses from her memories and joined the army of practitioners. For everyone present, practicing quickly to improve their cultivation is the top priority at the moment. In addition to practicing, Pang Meng once came to Su Kei specifically to teach the students of the 1st Battalion some combat experience, but was rejected by Su Kei. The reason is simple. My fighting style is completely unreplicable. The only thing I can tell everyone is to be more vigilant, learn to quickly adapt to the battlefield and analyze quickly. As the 3 people in one beast practiced diligently, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the next day. In the evening, Su Kei, who had just finished his meal with Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, was walking on the road with the 2 girls enjoying the breeze. Xia in his arms had jumped to Su Kei's feet at some point, holding a large chicken leg that she had pulled from Lu Qinhuan's bowl with her white little paws and showing it off. After such a long period of intense training, it's nice to finally have some time to walk and enjoy the breeze. At this moment, Su Kei was holding Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue in his left and right hands respectively, and he felt that life was beautiful. Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were standing beside him, also snuggled quietly beside Su Kei, their faces full of happiness. Especially Lang Ruoxue, whose eyes showed longing. It would be nice if I could keep walking hand in hand with brother Su like this. On the other hand, Lu Qinhuan, who was standing aside, looked at the enjoyment in Su Kei's eyes, and a hint of smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid brother Su doesn't think so. Look at how wild his eyes are. He must be thinking that just the 2 of us aren't enough and he wants to hug more people. Hearing Lu Qinhuan's words, Su Kei's spirits couldn't help but rise, and his expression instantly turned serious. Huan, what are you thinking? How could I be that kind of person? Having you 2 by my side is enough. I won't ask for more. Oh. Listening to Su Kei's explanation, Lu Qinhuan nodded with a smile. So Xia doesn't count, right? Xia, who was holding a big chicken leg and chewing it madly, was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and raised her head to look at Lu Qinhuan. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing by, looked at Xia's silly and cute look and couldn't help but speak up for Su Kei. How can a little beast like Xia be considered? No matter how cute it is, it can't possibly snatch brother Su's favor from us, right? However, after hearing Lang Ruoxue's words, Lu Qinhuan curled the corners of his mouth. Ruoxue, you are still simple. You don't know, when that little slut Tian Xia made the contract with brother Su, her figure, her attire, tsk. Lu Qinhuan had seen Xia's humanized state with his own eyes. Her face was no worse than his and Lang Ruoshue's, and her figure was even much bigger than theirs. In addition, this little guy was always close to Suke to act cute. Therefore, in Lu Chenhuan's heart, Xia is his number one rival. Lang Ruoshue, who had never seen Xia in human form, didn't feel much about it. No matter how anthropomorphic a beast is, it won't be as exaggerated as you say, Sister Huan, right? While talking, Lang Ruoshue looked down at Xia, who was holding the chicken leg again in Kokotchuan, and she felt that she was right. Chapter 98 Unscrew it yourself, show off. Dad, you're here? Just as Suke was leading Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue back to the camp after their walk, they met Lang Qianqiu, who was rushing over. After showing off her chicken legs, Xia was jumping on Suke's shoulders. When she saw the person coming, she immediately jumped into Suke's arms. At this time, Lang Qianqiu looked at Lang Ruoshue, who was excitedly coming towards him, reached out and gave her a big hug, then took out 2 small boxes from his storage ring. Son-in-law, this is what you asked me to bring you. This is the rare treasure, 9 nether cold iron, which I obtained from various auction houses through my connections. This is the essence nourishing medicine. I spent a small amount of money to get 2 bottles from the research institute. Looking at the 2 items handed over by Lang Qianqiu, Suke couldn't help but show joy in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Lang. You really helped us a lot. In response to Suke's gratitude, Lang Qianqiu waved his hands repeatedly. Son-in-law, what you said is true. We are a family. Your business is my business. Besides, you're doing this for Ruoshue, so it's only natural for a father like me to help out a little. Lang Qianqiu seemed to realize something when he said this, and looked at Suke with pretended displeasure. Also, I've said it several times, we are all family now, and you still call me Uncle Lang all day long, why don't you change your tune? Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lang Ruoshue looked at Lang Qianqiu with a reproachful look. Dad. On the other hand, Suke burst into laughter upon hearing this. My father-in-law is right. We're all going to be a family sooner or later anyway, so there's nothing wrong with changing our tune sooner. Sooner or later? Unexpectedly, after hearing Suke's words, Lang Qianqiu seemed to realize something and looked at Lang Ruoshue with some suspicion. In other words, Ruoshue, you and your son-in-law haven't reached that stage yet? Which step? Looking at Lang Qianqiu's suspicious eyes, Lang Ruoshue on the side was subconsciously stunned for a moment. The truth about husband and wife. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lang Ruoshue's fair little face suddenly became red and turned into 2 red apples. She stomped her feet on the ground in annoyance. Dad, what are you talking about? What did you say I said? Lang Qianqiu was speaking righteously at this moment. I'm not saying anything bad about you guys, but you've been under contract for so long, which is like getting married for a month or so, and nothing has happened yet. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lang Ruoshue's face turned red to her ears. It's not a contract, why do you have to? Lang Qianqiu raised his eyebrows. Can I cancel the contract? Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lang Ruoshue subconsciously looked at Xia in Suke's arms. Xia, who was pretending to be asleep, immediately straightened up with a confused look on her face. It's broken, it's coming towards me. It was Suke who spoke up at the right time to ease the atmosphere. Father-in-law, there's no need to be so anxious. Ruoshue has been in a coma for almost half a month and she hasn't fully recovered yet. When Ruoshue figures it out, it won't be too late to come back. As for Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue, Suke was confident enough that they would fall in love with him. It's just that the current way of getting along may require some adaptation before a more harmonious scene can be created. Until then, there's nothing wrong with a little more adjustment. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Oh, son-in-law, the materials you need are very rare. I've tried everything I could over the past 2 days, but I could only get these 2 items. As for that, Millennium Snow Lotus, I didn't find it. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's explanation, Suke nodded slightly. The materials he listed were difficult to find, and Suke did not expect Lang Qianqiu to be able to find them all. Getting 2 bottles of nourishing potion and 9 nether cold iron was already a surprise beyond his expectations. That's enough, father-in-law. There's no need to rush some things. If you can't find these things, just look for them slowly. There will always be a chance. Before Suke finished speaking, Lang Qianqiu raised his eyebrows at him. But son-in-law, I do have some news about that 1,000-year-old snow lotus. And it's within your reach. Oh? Looking at Lang Qianqiu's expression, Suke's heart couldn't help but move, as if he had guessed the result. Youth training competition? That's right. Lang Qianqiu gave Su Ke a thumbs up. To encourage everyone to participate, the first prize for this youth training competition includes a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Hearing this, Su Ke's eyes lit up. It's like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the prize for first place in the youth training competition was this 1,000-year-old snow lotus. It seems like I have to go and take a look at tomorrow's youth training competition no matter what. Whether it is to make up for the regret or for this 1,000-year-old snow lotus, I must go and take a look. Lang Qianqiu, who was standing aside, nodded after hearing Su Ke's decision. I support your son-in-law, too. It would be a waste if we don't take advantage of Li Xiangdong. As for resources, you can never have too many. Okay, now that the things have been delivered, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Lang Qianqiu wisely turned around and left. Lang Qianqiu never interfered with the cultivation of Su Ke, Lu Qinuan, Lang Ruoxue, and others. Seeing Lang Qianqiu's back moving away, Xia, who was hiding in Su Ke's arms, couldn't help but run out and jumped onto Su Ke's shoulders. I'm dying of suffocation. By the way, Master, don't listen to what that cold old man says about contracts being mandatory. I'm just a little kitten the size of a palm. Even if I wanted to, it would be impossible. Facing Xia's babble, Su Ke gave her a slap on the face. Stop talking. I'm not more experienced than you? As he spoke, Su Ke pulled Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue into the tent, and then took out the 2 boxes that Lang Qianqiu had just given him. There are 2 boxes, one big and one small. The big one contains the 9 nether cold iron specially prepared for Lang Ruoxue, and the small one contains the nourishing potion for Xia. Looking at the box in front of him, Su Ke analyzed it aloud. This 9 nether cold iron is for Ruoxue to rebuild her dragon wing skeleton, and this essence nourishing potion is for Xia to heal her wounds. For me? Xia was stunned for a moment when she heard Su Ke's words, and then a look of emotion appeared in her eyes. It turns out that the master has always been thinking about me. I thought the master never took me seriously. Having said this, Xia stood on Su Ke's shoulder and rubbed her little head against Su Ke's cheek, speaking in a coquettish tone. I knew you were the best to me, master. Get lost. Before Xia could finish her words, Su Ke grabbed her and threw her onto the bed, then threw 2 bottles of essence replenishing potion in front of her. Unscrew it yourself, Xian. Chapter 99. Brother Su's eyes are a little fiery. Seeing Su Ke throw 2 bottles of nourishing medicine over, Xia's eyes showed an expression of emotion. She stretched out her claws to take them, opened the lids with her fingernails, and gulped down the liquid. Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue on both sides fell silent at this moment and looked in the direction of Xia. At this moment, both bottles of nourishing medicine were poured into Xia's stomach, and her belly grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a vast spiritual power spread out from Xia's lower abdomen, turning into countless pure energies and merging into Xia's limbs and bones, quickly repairing Xia's damaged meridians. Xia, who was attacked by the energy, couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Her belly kept shaking from side to side. Then she stretched out her limbs and lay on the bed, letting the energy run through her body like a dead cat. Come on, let the drug take effect more strongly. Hearing Xia's resigned growl, Su Ke gently held his forehead, then turned and looked at the 9 nether cold iron in the box at his feet. Xia still needs some time to digest the medicinal effects. Let's use this time to study the 9 nether cold iron and see how to forge the dragon wing skeleton. As he spoke, Su Ke took out the 9 nether cold iron from the box, feeling its heavy feel, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. This is the 9 netherworld cold iron. It feels extremely cold, like something produced beneath the 9 netherworld. It is indeed a good material for forging dragon wing skeletons. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing by, also reached out and touched it, a look of delight in her eyes. Brother Su, this 9 nether frost iron is of the cold element, which perfectly matches my talent. When I touch it, it can even increase the speed at which I absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Su Ke rubbed the 9 nether cold iron in his hand and nodded slightly. At this moment, Lu Qinuan on the side spoke with some doubt. But how can we use such a huge lump of iron to forge Ruoxue's dragon wing skeleton? You can't just find a blacksmith outside to make a pair of wings for Ruoxue according to the proportions, right? Hearing this, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he had deduced Lang Ruoxue's advancement plan through his divine eye of insight, the subject of the deduction was a human, and he really had no idea how to use the 9 nether coal iron. Ruoxue, what do you think? Su Ke glanced at Xia, who was sprawled on the bed, out of the corner of his eye, then turned to look at Lang Ruoxue, who was standing beside him. At this moment, Lang Ruoxue heard Sukei's question and looked at the huge piece of 9 nether cold iron in front of her, her brows tightly knitted. I don't know, but from my judgment, if they were to recast the dragon wing skeleton for me, they definitely wouldn't just go to a random blacksmith shop and forge it like Sister Huan said. In that case, it would be external armor, not my skeleton. Hearing this, Sukei's eyes lit up. The Beast Girls do have armor, and this was also the bargaining chip that the Research Institute had previously offered to me. But this advancement obviously cannot be aimed at external objects. That's right. If it was really external armor, there would be no mention of recasting. Literally speaking, this so-called recasting must involve integrating flesh and blood to recast the glorious dragon wings. Thinking of this, Sukei turned around and looked at Lang Ruoxue with a determined expression. Ruoxue, how about I try applying it on your back and see if your body has any instinctive reaction? This is the only trial plan Sukei can think of at the moment. After all, there are not many ways to integrate it into the body, and it certainly cannot be taken through the stomach. If it is taken, let alone whether it will be indigested, even if it can be digested, it will definitely be converted into iron elements in the body. There is no need to look for some 9 nether cold iron. At this time, Lang Ruoxue nodded slightly when she heard this. I'll try. As she spoke, Lang Ruoxue actually began to slowly take off her outer clothes, revealing a flawless, white jade-like back, with her back facing Sukei. Sukei watched the scene and subconsciously touched Lang Ruoxue's back. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan on the side couldn't help but reach out and touch Lang Ruoxue's back, making a clicking sound as he touched her mouth. As expected of a frost dragon, the girl's skin is so white. So smooth and tender. However, before Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, Sukei gently clapped his hands. Alright Huan, wait for me to put this 9 nether cold iron on Ruoxue's back and see if there is any reaction. Although Sukei was unsure, this was the most likely guess at the moment. Okay, got it. Lu Chenhuan touched Lang Ruoxue's back reluctantly, and then saw Sukei pick up the 9 nether cold iron in the box and gently put it on Lang Ruoxue's beautiful back. As the 9 nether cold iron approached, strange and bizarre patterns appeared on both sides of Lang Ruoxue's shoulder blades, emitting azure light. It works? Seeing this, Sukei's eyes couldn't help but reveal joy, and then he directly attached the 9 nether cold iron to Lang Ruoxue's back. Ah, bing! The moment the 9 nether cold iron was close to Lang Ruoxue's back, Lang Ruoxue, who was facing away from Sukei, tensed up instantly and sat up straight. However, the moment the 9 nether cold iron touched the azure veins on Lang Ruoxue's shoulder blade, it began to melt rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Get down! Sukei directly reached out and pressed Lang Ruoxue's body down, using his knees as a cushion to support Lang Ruoxue. Lang Ruoxue felt the flow on her back and did not dare to slack off. She quickly cooperated with Sukei and lay down, hugging Sukei's thighs tightly with both hands. Afterwards, the 9 nether cold iron on Lang Ruoxue's back quickly dissolved under the influence of those azure veins, and penetrated into Lang Ruoxue's flesh along the veins. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but sigh. Ruoxue seems to be extremely compatible with this 9 nether cold iron, and she actually absorbed and fused it, ignoring the species separation. As the 9 nether cold iron merged into those veins, the flesh on Lang Ruoxue's back squirmed, and the originally azure veins began to emit bits of metallic silver light, which complemented the azure light. The beauty of metal and flesh and blood intertwined at this moment, until the 9 nether cold iron was completely absorbed. Lang Ruoxue's tense body also relaxed at this moment. It seems, it worked. At this moment, Lang Ruoxue felt the coldness on her back disappear, and turned her head to look at Sukei with a look of joy. Sukei, who was caught off guard by the 2 white rabbits, felt as if struck by lightning, and his thoughts seemed to be stagnant. I think so. It's a hammer. Lu Chenhuan, who had reacted quickly, pulled up Lang Ruoxue's clothes, and then looked at Lang Ruoxue with concern. Ruoxue, how do you feel? I feel, Brother Su's eyes are a little fiery. Chapter 100, Tier 3 Black Gold Tiger Cub. You almost blinded Brother Su just now. How could he not be furious? Seeing Lang Ruoxue's shy face, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue finally realized what Sukei had just seen. Her face instantly turned red to her ears. She lowered her head and twisted her little feet restlessly from side to side. It was Sukei who came to his senses at this moment and looked at Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan with a righteous expression. What are you thinking about? I only have Daxia and the human race in my heart. The reason why my eyes were so fiery just now was because I saw Ruoxue absorb the 9 nether frost iron, and I was happy for her. As for the Snow White thing, I didn't see it at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan rolled his eyes. Is it possible for you to say Snow White without seeing it? Ruoshua has such good skin, isn't it normal for it to be so white? So you admit you saw it? No, I just went blind. Then how did you become blind? I was blinded by a white light. So I still saw it. Facing Lu Chenhuan's aggressiveness, Suke spread his hands. Okay, I admit, I saw it. Having said this, Suke looked at Lung Ruoshua with confidence and generosity. But I will be responsible for Ruoshua. I'm not the kind of person who closes my eyes and doesn't recognize people. Come on. Before Suke finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan curled his lips in disdain. You haven't taken responsibility for me yet, and you're still thinking about taking responsibility for Ruoshua. Suke was so righteous when he heard this. I've been so busy with youth training that I don't have time to be responsible for you guys. After the youth training period is over, we'll find some time to rest. Who knew that? Before Suke finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan pouted. Who wants to rest with you? I can. At this moment, Lang Ruoshua beside her spoke weakly. Spineless. Before Lang Ruoshua could finish her words, Lu Chenhuan slapped her in the face. Haven't you noticed that Brother Su is often followed by a third wheel? Don't you feel inconvenienced by having it here? As Lu Chenhuan was speaking, he saw Chia, who was lying on the bed with a bloated stomach and looking uncomfortable, with her eyes wide open. Who the hell is saying bad things about me behind my back again? Once I have recovered from my injuries, I will definitely. Halfway through her words, Chia was torn back by the pain in her body and groaned. It seems that Chia's condition is a bit serious. Seeing this, Suke stood up, walked to Chia, reached out and gently grabbed its little paw. Then the spiritual power around her body began to circulate and merged into Chia's limbs and bones, helping her to stabilize her surging and violent power. Under the irrigation of Suke's spiritual power, the violent power of the medicine in Chia's body was gradually controlled, and her body gradually calmed down. Oh nar! Chia opened her eyes and looked at Suke with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Lang Ruoshua and Lu Chenhuan also walked over and put their hands on Chia's limbs. In an instant, the spiritual power of the three people turned into countless small hands, helping Chia to calm the violent potion energy in her body. At this moment, Chia looked at Lang Ruoshua and Lu Chenhuan, who had indifferent expressions but put their hands on her limbs, and a touch of emotion appeared in her eyes. She then closed her eyes, and with the help of the three people, she quickly mobilized the energy to repair her damaged meridians. This went on for about 2 hours. Finally, shortly after the moon rose, all the potion energy in Chia's body was digested, and most of the damaged meridians were repaired. Then, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged towards the tent where the three of them were, like a whale sucking in water. A surge of extremely violent energy exploded from Chia's body. A ray of light was about to break away from Chia's body and spread to the world. But at this moment, the hidden white jade between Chia's neck reappeared, and a hazy white light emanated from the white jade, intercepting the light around Chia in the tent. At this time, Chia's flesh, blood, and bones were constantly wriggling and changing, her body size was constantly increasing, and the hair all over her body was also growing longer. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant mountain cat about 1 meter long. The hair all over her body was as snow white as before, but the difference was that the hair from her neck to her back had more black gold color, and a little black gold color also spread to the tail, and the word king was clearly visible between her eyebrows. Is this evolution? Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua, who were standing by and holding Chia's enlarged claws, couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Then, a violent aura erupted from in front of the three people. Level 3. Level 3. Feeling the violent aura around Chia, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua widened their eyes. It's only been less than 2 days since we came out, and the little kitten's cultivation has improved so quickly? At this moment, Suke also activated his divine eyes of insight and looked at Chia's information. Ferocious beast, black gold tiger cub. Realm, level 3. Talent skills, Beast King's roar, power attack, fight more bravely, sky-splitting impact. Flaws, originally a 9th order beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, he was severely injured and his strength did not recover. He also suffered a great loss of vitality after a great battle, and degenerated into a primitive 2nd order state. Status, contracted. Looking at Chia's message, Suke couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Not bad, he really advanced to the 3rd level. And there are 2 more talents. Unlike Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who need to upgrade their talents before gaining new talents and skills, Xia's talents and skills will recover as her injuries heal and her bloodline recovers. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of Suke. Congratulations to the Beastmaster for successfully upgrading a level 2 slender-tailed cat to a level 3 black gold tiger cub, and receiving a reward for your cultivation. At the same time, streams of spiritual energy flowed into Suke's body along the contract. Looking at this prompt, Suke's eyes flickered. I didn't expect that restoring Xia's cultivation would actually give me a reward. Even though it's just some cultivation, it's better than nothing. Contracting a ferocious beast would bring rewards, which was beyond Suke's expectations. Xia, who had recovered at this time, looked at her enlarged body with a face full of surprise. She immediately loosened the grip of the three people and jumped up from the bed, admiring her own heroic figure with excitement on her face. I'm bigger. I'm bigger. My injuries have been alleviated, and my cultivation has also been improved, from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Feeling the changes in herself, Xia jumped for joy like a little child. However, she quickly calmed herself down, turned her head to look at Suke and the other two beside her, and spoke seriously. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Chapter 101 Xia, can you change back? Looking at Xia's majestic tiger cub appearance, Lu Chenhuan clicked his tongue. It seems we can't call you Thin Cat anymore. We should call you Thin Tiger. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's metaphor, Xia, who had just been grateful to Lu Chenhuan, suddenly glared and shouted. You are the one who is meticulous, your whole family is meticulous. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing aside, watched the scene quietly without saying a word. She squinted her eyes and frowned slightly, her expression seeming to be somewhat painful. Suke, who was standing aside, was distracted and turned to look at Lang Ruoxue. Ruoxue, are you feeling unwell? Lang Ruoxue nodded slightly when she heard that. The coldness of the 9 nether cold iron in my body is taking effect. I feel a chill and pain in my shoulder blades. It feels like something is trying to pierce my flesh and get out. Upon hearing this, Suke quickly lifted Lang Ruoxue's clothes and looked at her back. Sure enough, on the beautiful back as smooth as jade, bones and flesh were wriggling and intertwining, as if giving birth to something. However, at this moment, Lu Chenhuan beside him suddenly reacted, turned his head and stared straight at Suke. Brother Su, what are you doing? Why did you lift Ruoxue's clothes when we weren't paying attention? In this bright and clear world, you won't be moved, will you? Suke rolled his eyes at the agitated Lu Chenhuan. Stop messing around and get down to business. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan quickly poked his curious little head towards Suke, looking in the direction Suke was looking with curiosity, and then his expression was slightly stunned. This should be the initial form of Ruoxue's recast dragon bone, right? Suke nodded slightly upon hearing this. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. This 9 nether frost iron and Ruoxue's flesh and blood have merged together in a strange way. Using Ruoxue's flesh and blood as a guide, it has grown and recast the dragon bone. Under the influence of the 9 nether cold iron, Lang Ruoxue's body, which was originally not afraid of the cold, seemed to be affected, and she subconsciously trembled as she moved towards Suke. Brother Su, it's cold. Seeing this, Suke felt a little distressed and took Lang Ruoxue in his arms, using his body temperature to warm her up. Suke, holding Lang Ruoxue in his arms, looked around and looked at Lu Chenhuan and Xia who had come over. Everyone's been tired these past few days, so let's take a break today. This will also give us enough energy to participate in the competition tomorrow. As he spoke, Suke reached out to turn off the light in the tent and walked towards the bed with Lang Ruoxue in his arms. Then he gently placed her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and used his warm embrace to dispel the coldness from Lang Ruoxue. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan rustled over and lay down beside Suke, reaching out to pull up Lang Ruoxue's half-taken-off clothes. He explained thoughtfully beside Suke. Pull your clothes tight to keep warm. Suke. Xia was standing by the three people's bed, curled up with her head buried in her chest. Have a good night. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone down on the earth, the three of them woke up from their sleep, washed up simply, and then prepared to carry Xia to the youth training competition. However, before leaving, Suke seemed a little worried and looked at Xia, who was more than 1 meter tall. Xia, can you change back to your little slap form? The difference between Xia's previous and current state is too great. If she is taken out like this, it will be easy for someone with ulterior motives to guess Xia's identity as a ferocious beast. The human race and ferocious beasts are currently incompatible. If the fact that she has contracted a ferocious beast is revealed, it will easily cause an uproar. Before she is able to suppress all opposition voices, it is best not to reveal Chia's identity. Chia hesitated for a moment after hearing Sukei's question. Of course I can. After all, I have the Chaos Stone, which can change and conceal my appearance. Then change back. Hearing the unquestionable tone in Sukei's words, Chia blinked and said oh. Then the Chaos Gem between her neck lit up. A dazzling light flashed, and Chia's figure instantly turned back into the palm-sized slender-tailed cat. Chia, who had transformed back into a slender-tailed cat, spoke to Sukei. Although I can use the Chaos Gem to temporarily disguise my condition, I cannot fight. Once I enter combat mode, I will directly reveal my original form. Listening to Chia's words, Sukei waved his hand. No, we won't let you take action unless you go out into the wild. Lu Chenhuan on the side also spoke arrogantly. That's right, it's just a competition, there's no need for you to fight. As he spoke, Sukei picked up the shrunken Chia and threw her onto his shoulder, then rushed directly to the youth training site with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue. The venue for the youth training competition is set up next to the watchtower, and there are temporary competition platforms nearby for quick selection. Li Xiangdong and Pang Meng arrived at the scene early to serve as examiners for the competition selection. Seeing Sukei and the other two arrive, all the instructors and students turned their eyes towards them. After all, during the hunting competition, Sukei's performance was too outstanding. He turned the tide and saved countless people. Of course, there were also many students who had never witnessed Sukei in person, but had only heard of his legend, and their gazes were mostly filled with curiosity. Pang Meng and Su Lu led a battalion of people and quickly surrounded them. Sukei, you're here. Captain Su, you're finally here. Sukei looked at his enthusiastic fellow soldiers in the 1st Battalion, smiled, and nodded slightly. Yeah, here I come. It's good that you're here. Pang Meng and Su Lu walked to Sukei and spoke to him. This competition is divided into 7 arenas, and participants will participate in the battle by drawing lots anonymously. Sukei, if you guys want to participate, go draw your lucky number and enter the competition. Lucky number? Sukei raised his brows slightly when he heard that, then turned to look at Lu Chenhuan beside him. Huan, Ruoxue, who of you two is going to take a shot? Hearing this, Lang Ruoxue looked weakly at Lu Chenhuan beside her. Sister Huan, you're lucky, you go ahead. Okay. Lu Chenhuan was not a woman who would hesitate. She walked forward quickly and grabbed the lucky numbers of the 3 people from the lottery box nearby. Number 27. Sukei looked at the numbers in Lu Chenhuan's hand and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, then let's win the championship of the youth training competition today with number 27. After all the youth training students had drawn their lots, Li Xiangdong stood on the platform and waved his hands high to everyone. Today is the first day of our youth training competition, and also the last day of your training. It's the perfect time for you to verify the results of your training during this period. Let us put a perfect end to everyone's youth training career with the youth training competition. The top few will have very generous rewards waiting for you, and the winner will even receive a 1,000-year-old snow lotus as a reward. Now I declare that the competition begins. Chapter 102. It turns out to be Sukei and the others. As Li Xiangdong announced the start of the competition, instructors from various camps stepped onto the martial arts stage and joined in as judges. The students will randomly match themselves according to the numbers they draw and start the battle. In an instant, all kinds of skills were flying around the martial arts stage, and both melee and long-range methods showed their magical powers. It's great to be young. Looking at the students fighting in full swing, Chang Qiji and Malinhua stood on a high platform in the distance and clicked their tongues. After winning the struggle to specially recruit Sukei, Li Ping and others left Tianhai in disgrace, while Chang Qiji and Malinhua stayed there as the winners, waiting to escort Sukei and others back to Kyoto. Naturally, they would not miss this youth training competition when they are bored. Looking at their somewhat immature fighting skills, I seem to be reminded of our past. It's just like this, green and passionate. Malinhua, who was standing by, was also leaning on the railing and sighing. I also remember the youth training under the rising sun that year. That was our lost youth. However, through the battle, it can be seen that Tianhai has produced many good talents in this youth training. Especially those 2S rankers, Zhao Fei and In Ning. These two are also, huh? Shenji, why are you here? As she spoke, Malinhua looked at the big man in the t-shirt and the hot woman who had appeared beside her at some point, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Chang Qiji standing by also frowned. Shenji, why didn't you leave? Why should we leave? Facing Chang Qiji's questions, Shenji was full of pride. Just because the SSS ranked Suke was snatched away by your Daxia War Academy doesn't mean we don't have anyone else to recruit at Jingdu Lingwu Academy. After hearing Chen Ji's words, Chang Qiji instantly guessed who Chen Ji was talking about. Are you talking about those 2S level guys, Zhao Fei and Yin Ning? But we just went to see those two little guys the day before yesterday, and they said they would consider us. Hearing Chang Qiji's question, Lin Lan beside Chen Ji couldn't help but speak out proudly. You said you would consider it, and they just agreed straight away. The difference is self-evident. At this moment, Chen Ji's previous frustration of losing the fight for Suke was swept away, and his face was full of pride. Although Suke, who was an SSS-ranked player, performed very well, Zhao Fei and Yin Ning, who are S-ranked players, also performed well. Even from my perspective, the future potential of 2S class cars is definitely not comparable to that of an SSS class car dragging 2F class cars. Although Suke can now use his own abilities to maximize the potential of Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, as their realms rise, the shortcomings of Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinhuan's F-level potential will become more and more obvious. Looking at the pride on Chen Ji's face, Chang Qiji's eyes couldn't help but become slightly solemn. I promised you directly? Could it be because he found out that Suke chose our Daxia War Academy? Chang Qiji had naturally heard about the contradictory love story between Suke and Yin Ning. Even according to their judgment, the reason why Suke insisted on choosing an F-level beast girl Lu Qinhuan as his contract object was largely to anger Yin Ning. He wanted to prove that even if he contracted the worst F-class beast girl, he could train her to be a stronger fighting partner than Yin Ning. No matter what the reason is, these 2S-ranked geniuses have nothing to do with your war college anymore. At this time, Chang Qiji looked calm and composed. We lost one SSS-level player, but gained 2S-level players. This deal isn't a loss at all. I even think I made a profit by signing these 2S ranks. If you don't believe me, just look. As they were talking, Zhao Fei and Yin Ning joined forces and their opponents were blasted out of the arena in less than 10 seconds. Number 35, Zhao Fei and Yin Ning win. Looking at this scene, Chen Ji's face became even more proud. Look, Zhao Fei and Yin Ning were able to quickly resolve the battle within half a minute even when facing an A-level beast taming genius. Who would say this kind of talent isn't powerful? Hearing the obvious boasting in Chen Ji's tone, Chang Qiji spoke with disdain. I think you are just jealous. Suke didn't sign in, so they deliberately used Zhao Fei and Yin Ning to show off and compare, proving that your Lingwu Academy is not bad. So what? Chen Ji was so proud at this moment. Zhao Fei and Yin Ning are really good. With the help of our Lingwu Academy, they will surely become the mighty war emperors of the human race in the future. As they were speaking, Malinhua suddenly nodded in the direction of Suke and the others. Hey, Suke and the others went up. After hearing Malinhua's words, they stopped arguing and subconsciously turned their gazes in the direction of Suke. In the field of vision, Suke, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue walked onto the martial arts stage side by side at the examiner's instruction. The two A-level candidates from the 6th Battalion across from them twitched their lips wildly when they saw that their opponent was Suke. Fuck, why is my luck so bad? I got a royal bomb right at the start. The two of them clearly thought that with their A-level strength they could at least achieve some results in this youth training competition, but they didn't expect to run into Suke, Lu Qinhuan, and others right away. Unlike Chen Ji and the others who had only heard of Suke but had never seen him in action, the two of them had once experienced the terrifying killing power of Suke and Lang Ruoxue up close in the Fengming Great Rift Valley. How could they possibly challenge a being that could wipe out a group of second-level beasts and strangle two third-level beasts? The psychological trauma left by that battle was so great that after seeing that their opponents were Suke and his men, they completely lost their will to fight. The two of them raised their hands directly. We give up. After hearing the two people admit defeat, even the examiner was stunned for a moment, and then spoke to them. Give up? Are you sure? If you give up, you will be eliminated immediately and lose the chance to participate in the competition. Sure. The two of them did not hesitate at this time. At least admitting defeat won't once again cast a shadow on our Taoist resolve. Upon hearing this, the examiner immediately announced. Since number 87 Quan Yong and Gao Feng conceded, number 27 Suke, Lu Qinhuan, and Lang Ruoxue have won. What? Someone admitted defeat? Who is so spineless? Upon hearing this, Li Shangdong and others, as well as the people who were competing around, all looked towards the number 5 martial arts stage where Suke was. After seeing that the opponent was Suke and his group, a sense of understanding instantly arose in his heart. So you ran into Suke and the others. That's understandable. I'd admit defeat too. It's better to admit defeat than to get beaten. There's no shame in admitting defeat in a battle you know you can't win. Chapter 103, Unconvinced Shinji. I'm so angry. Are these little guys so spineless? After all, they are 2A rank beast masters and beast mothers, yet they don't even have the courage to fight? That's right. How can such a coward be capable of defending the country and resisting ferocious beasts? Seeing that the 2A-level beastmasters didn't even have the courage to fight Suke, Shinji, who was standing on the high platform watching the battle, couldn't help but spit on the ground. Pay attention to the hygiene of the ground. At this moment, Li Xiangdong appeared at the side, with understanding in his eyes. Actually, it's normal for these students to admit defeat in front of Su Quebec. After all, it was Suke who saved them during the Fengming Rift incident. They also experienced Suke and his men's strength up close, so it's understandable that they have no desire to fight. I can't understand a thing. At this time, Shenji didn't care about Li Xiangdong's explanation. No matter how strong Suke is, he can't be so strong that people wouldn't even dare to fight him. We are all students in the youth training together, what is there to be afraid of? The 2S class over at the number 3 martial arts arena dared to charge, but here, an SSS class dragging 2F classes actually got scared. Faced with Shenji's dissatisfaction, Li Xiangdong did not refute, but instead held the railing and looked down with a smile on his face. Director Chen, don't jump to conclusions. Take a closer look. Cheng Qiji, who was standing by and saw Shenji being a little embarrassed, laughed out loud. That's right, take a closer look and don't jump to conclusions. Cheng Qiji could understand Shenji's thoughts. After all, he had just praised Zhao Fei and Ning, but in the blink of an eye he was overwhelmed by the momentum of Suke and others. He must be feeling dissatisfied. It must be an isolated accident. Let me see. I don't believe they wouldn't dare to take action against Su Quebec. It's impossible for such a large youth training camp to be filled with only cowards, right? At this time, Shenju was leaning on the railing and looking intently at the competition below. Lin Lan, who was standing beside him, was also constantly scanning the competition, moving her eyes left and right in the direction of Suke and Ning and the others. After Suke and his companions won, the three of them walked down from the stage hand in hand. Chia on his shoulders seemed happy for her master's victory. Suke is so bold that he even dares to bring his pet to the battle, not afraid of accidental injury. At this moment, Lin Lan was complaining about Suke, and she had almost forgotten her previous desire to win over Suke. As they watched, more than half of the students were eliminated in the first round of the competition, and then the second round began. Under everyone's attention, Zhao Fei and Ning quickly dealt with their opponents in less than half a minute, which aroused the admiration of everyone below. Zhao Fei and Ning are indeed S rank. A rank beastmasters and beast women can't even last half a minute in front of them. It seems like they should be able to secure second place in this competition. Exactly. Apart from a pervert like Suke, no one should be able to defeat them. Listening to the discussion of the people below, Lin Lan, who was standing on the high platform watching the battle, frowned even more severely. This competition hasn't even reached its end yet, and yet everyone is so arbitrary in judging the outcome. Cheng Qiji, who was standing by, rolled his eyes when he heard this. Lin Lan, didn't you do any research before coming here? Suke and the others are already at the third level of cultivation. How can you beat Zhao Fei and Ning, who are only at the second level? Listening to Cheng Qiji's complaints, Shenji snorted coldly. We all know Suke is at the third level, but his beast girl is only at F level. And look at Zhao Fei and Ning, they're both at the second level, 7th realm. If they join forces, they might have a chance. Having said this, Shenji seemed to feel that what he said was a bit outrageous and coughed dryly. Even if we lose, at least we can hold on for a while. We won't just give up like those other losers right now. Looking at Shenji's forced righteous expression, Malinhua beside Cheng Qiji couldn't help but snort coldly. When facing an opponent and knowing you are no match for them, giving up can sometimes be a wise choice. The Daxia War Academy focuses more on actual combat. Sometimes, for them, preserving themselves for the next comeback is the best strategy. After listening to Cheng Qiji's words, Shenji was still not convinced. As a member of the human race, how can you be so timid and cowardly? If we were to encounter a ferocious beast attacking the city, would we surrender without a fight? Faced with Shenji's stubbornness, Cheng Qiji shook his head slightly and did not argue with him. Everyone has different values. Instead of arguing with him, it is better to appreciate these energetic students competing with each other. While he was thinking, it was Suke's turn again on the number 5 martial arts stage where Suke was. Unsurprisingly, Suke and his threesome once again faced the opponent's surrender. Seeing that he didn't even have the chance to attack, Lu Chenhuan beside Suke couldn't help but feel a little bored. Ah, this victory was too easy. My strength is not reflected at all. Hearing this, Suke reached out and gently rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head. Alright Huan Huan, don't be so ungrateful. You'll make people hate you if you do that. As he spoke, Suke led the two women down from the martial arts stage again. Chen Ji, who was watching the fight on the high platform, saw this scene and his eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. These students on martial arts stage number 5 are so spineless. If it were me, even if I knew I would lose, I would definitely attack Su Quebec. At least I could prove my strength. In response to Chen Ji's indignation, Cheng Qiji and Li Xiangdong just smiled and said nothing. Okay, we all know you're unyielding. Just be quiet for a moment and enjoy the performance of these students. Listening to the metaphor between the two people's tones, Chen Ji curled his lips and did not continue to express his comments. He looked down at the martial arts field below in a low voice. As they watched, the competition below was proceeding at a rapid pace. In general, except for the number 5 martial arts stage where Su Ke stood, the performances of the students on the other martial arts stages were quite impressive. On the number 3 martial arts stage, Zhao Fei and An Ning were killing everyone else. On the number 2 martial arts stage, Shin Song Yun was standing alone and beating everyone else to a pulp. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang on the number 1 martial arts stage also fought their way out of the crowd of contestants. As for the number 4 martial arts arena, there are 2 dark horses from the 7th Battalion. It seems that the champion of this competition will be chosen from among these 5 pairs. Looking at the brilliant performances of the teams on their respective martial arts stages, Li Xiangdong, the person in charge of youth training, showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Although there were some accidents during the hunting competition, the quality of this year's youth training students is very good. Cheng Qiji on the side followed up with a voice. Yes, but judging by the current situation, the champions are probably still Suke and his team. Chapter 10 for the possibility of secret medicine. That may not be the case. Chen Ji, who was standing by, expressed some dissatisfaction with Cheng Qiji's conclusion. I haven't seen Suke and the others fight yet. If they really make it to the finals, when all their cards are revealed, the outcome is still uncertain. Faced with Chen Ji's dissatisfaction, Malinhua beside Cheng Qiji couldn't help but roll her eyes. What did I just say to you? How can a level 2 defeat a level 3? Who would have thought that after listening to Malinhua's questioning, Chen Ji was still as unconvinced as ever? Who said a second-level player can't beat a third-level player? Under normal circumstances, a level 2 cultivator would definitely not be able to defeat a level 3 cultivator. But what if the other party used a secret medicine that could temporarily boost their cultivation? Secret medicine? Hearing Chen Ji's words, Li Xiangdong on the side couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Although the youth training competition does not explicitly prohibit the use of secret drugs are expensive and not affordable for ordinary families. Moreover, the secret medicine will have side effects after use. It is not worth it to use the secret medicine for a small youth training. Malinhua beside her also frowned. Secret medicine is usually only used as a last resort to save one's life in the wild. In a competition like this, where you're guaranteed to take second place, you shouldn't use it, right? Although the youth training competition is important, there is no need to take risks as long as you can get into the top few. What's more, Zhao Fei and An Ning were admitted to Lingwu College, so they didn't have to worry about any places being taken. Looking at the doubts of Malinhua and the others in front of him, a smile appeared on Chen Ji's lips. Normally, it wouldn't be necessary, but don't forget that An Ning once had a bond with Suke, and she's always wanted to prove herself to him. An Ning and the others were recommended to enter Lingwu Academy. This youth training competition might be their last chance to meet. Will An Ning be willing to let go of such an opportunity? Listening to Chen Ji's words, Cheng Qiji on the side couldn't help but fall into silence. Especially Cheng Qiji, he finally understood at this moment why Chen Ji still felt that Zhao Fei and An Ning had a chance of winning even though he knew that there was such a huge gap in strength between the two sides. From now on, if An Ning and Zhao Fei used the secret medicine to forcibly advance to the 3rd level, with 2 3rd-level S-level combat forces, the outcome might really turn around. However, Li Xiangdong listened to Chen Ji's words and shook his head slightly. Li Xiangdong had once joined forces with Suke and others to defeat Xia in the Fengming Great Rift Valley. No one knew better than him how strong the combat effectiveness of Suke and his 3-man team was. How could someone who could barely fight against a 7th-level sky-splitting Tiger King be afraid of a mere 3rd-level one who broke through with the help of drugs? However, in order not to spoil Chen Ji's fun, Li Xiangdong did not say all this. Chen Ji, who was standing by, looked at Li Xiangdong and shook his head slightly, and couldn't help but frown slightly. "General Li, you seem a little disdainful of what I said?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong quickly coughed. No, I think Director Chen is right. It's always good to have hope. Before the results come out, we shouldn't be too arbitrary in saying who will win." After listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Chen Ji's expression looked a little better. "That's right. I think General Li is right. In the case of the same third tier, 2S class isn't necessarily worse than 1 SSS with 2F class. Anyway, I bet Zhao Fei and the others can win." After listening to Chen Ji's analysis, even Cheng Qiji, who was always confident, showed some uncertainty in his eyes. After all, although he had heard of the legend of Suke, he had never seen Suke and his men take action, and his mind was always a little vague about Suke's true strength. "Let's take a look first." At this moment, Li Xiangdong on the side laughed out loud. "It's just a competition, there's no need to take it so seriously, just treat it as fun. Winning or losing doesn't really matter." Li Xiangdong's words awakened Cheng Qiji from his dream. Then Cheng Qiji laughed heartily. "General Li is right. My mentality was almost influenced by this guy Chen Ji. Since you, Chen Ji, dare to bet on Zhao Fei and Ning to win, why shouldn't I bet on Suke, who already has a huge chance of winning? I bet Suke will win." "Okay." Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Chen Ji showed a smile of unwillingness to admit defeat. "Then let's make a bet with an Earth-grade magical weapon." "No problem." Cheng Qiji looked at Suke, who was sitting idle with Lu Qinhuan and the others eating melon seeds, and his eyes were filled with confidence again. Of course, at this time, Suke below had no idea that Cheng Qiji and the others had already opened a bet on his victory. At this moment, he was petting the cat with one hand, and eating melon seeds with Lu Qinhuan and the others while watching the game on the field, making clicking sounds. The students in this class are all very strong. Their cultivation has generally reached the second level. If they were released, they would be a group of capable city defenders. Lu Qinhuan nodded beside him and glanced at the number 3 martial arts stage not far away. Zhao Fei and Ning are pretty good too. They can finish off their opponents in under half a minute, almost half of what we did back then. Having said that, Lu Qinhuan glanced at Shin Songyun and the others' martial arts arena, and gently poked Lang Ruoshue's shoulder with his hand. "Ruoshue, that Shin Songyun from your 3rd battalion who was at odds with you earlier seems to be quite capable in combat. Listen to the cheers, he's doing quite well over there." Listening to Lu Qinhuan's words, Lang Ruoshue turned her silver hair and looked in the direction of the number 2 martial arts stage. Shin Songyun, who had just won, seemed to feel Lang Ruoshue's gaze. When he turned around, he found that it was Lang Ruoshue who was looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and pulled his beast girl off the stage. Looking at Shin Songyun, who didn't even dare to look at her, Lang Ruoshue had a complicated look in her eyes. She recalled the attitude of the people in the 3 battalions towards her before, which was completely different from what it was now. And all this was because of the contract between him and Suke. Thinking of this, Lang Ruoshue gently leaned her head on Suke's shoulder. "What's the noise?" Xia, who was on the other side of Suke's shoulder, felt something in her heart and quickly turned her head to the side. She looked at Lang Ruoshue's head full of silver hair and subconsciously shut up. Then, not wanting to be outdone, he pressed his body against Suke's neck and rested his head next to Suke's ear. However, the next second, Suke grabbed him and stuffed him into his arms. "There's no sense of boundaries, and the hair is tickling my ears." Seeing this, Lu Qinhuan on the side laughed out loud, and took the opportunity to directly put his arm around Suke and leaned his head against him. "We are Brother Su's sweethearts." Facing Lu Qinhuan's protest, the speechless Jia Jineng stared angrily with her big eyes and rubbed her head against Suke's arms. Chapter 105, Never Give Up Until You Hit the Wall. Time passed quickly, and under the gaze of Cheng Qiji and the others, the morning went by quickly. After a morning of competition, the first place in each training ground has been selected. Just as Cheng Qiji and the others had predicted, the first place in the martial arts arena from 1 to 5 was clearly the combination of Lu Yun, Shin Songyun, and Ning, Dark Horse Duanjin and Suke. Li Xiangdong, the person in charge, saw that the time was almost up, so he went on stage and gave instructions to everyone. Well, after a morning of competition, the top 5 of our youth training competition are finally here. Students seriously injured will be treated by instructors from each camp. The rest of you can go have lunch and rest for a while before joining us to watch the decisive battle this afternoon. As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, the students split into 2 groups. One group stayed to treat their injuries, while the other group ran excitedly towards the cafeteria. Lu Chenhuan, who had been eating melon seeds all morning, also brightened up when he heard this. Finally, this boring time is over. Let's go eat first. You greedy girl, you only know how to eat. Upon hearing this, Suke reached out and gently scratched Lu Chenhuan's nose. Didn't you already know I was a greedy girl before you signed the contract with me? What? Do you regret it? Looking at Lu Chenhuan's pouting little mouth, Suke showed a doting smile at the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look at Leng Ruoxue, who was silently collecting the melon seed shells, and took their hands. Let's go to the cafeteria. Xia, who was holding a nut and eating it coolly, stuffed the whole nut into her mouth immediately after hearing what was said. She puffed up her cheeks and jumped onto Suke's shoulders, then followed them towards the cafeteria. Seeing Suke and the others rushing to the cafeteria unharmed, and Ning, who was using the instructor's ability to restore his spiritual power in the distance, had a raging fire in his eyes. Suke, I will never let you win so easily this afternoon. This time, I must prove to you that your original choice was wrong. And Ning no longer doubted Suke's strength, but she still felt resentful that Suke chose Lu Chenhuan and rejected her. She wanted to prove to Suke that if Suke had chosen her, it would definitely be better than choosing Lu Chenhuan and the others. However, Zhao Fei, who was beside Ning, turned his head to look at Ning's beautiful profile when he recovered his spiritual power. His eyes were complicated and he murmured softly to himself. Ning, if I help you defeat Suke, will you stop worrying about him from now on? Looking at Ning and Zhao Fei's gazes, Li Xiangdong and Cheng Qiji, who walked down from the platform and were standing not far away watching, couldn't help but frown slightly. Even though they knew that Suke and the others they faced this afternoon were only at the 3rd level, they were still so eager to fight. Could it be that they were really planning to take some secret medicine to fight them? Through the accident in the last hunting competition, Li Xiangdong had reason to believe that in order to prevent accidents, the Zhao family and the Yin family must have prepared secret medicine as a life-saving backup for Zhao Fei and Ning. But using it in a big competition seems a bit inappropriate no matter how you think about it. On the other hand, Lin Lan, who was standing aside, looked at the stubborn look in Ning's eyes, and a look of understanding appeared in her eyes. This girl saw Suke's eyes full of stubbornness and his insistence on proving himself, and it has become a demon in her heart. It's just that Suke's realm has always been stronger than mine, so we can't compete with each other openly. But she couldn't lower herself to ask Suke to lower her cultivation level, so it's understandable that she used secret medicine to forcibly improve her realm in order to prove herself. Lin Lan shook her head slightly when she said this. After all, this youth training session might be their last chance to face off. If they can't have a good fight, it might become a lifelong obsession. However, Cheng Qiji frowned and spoke while listening to Lin Lan's analysis. But if I lose this time despite trying my best, I'll truly have to live in Suke's shadow for the rest of my life. Listening to Cheng Qiji's words, Lin Lan narrowed her eyes slightly. But there are some walls that you just have to hit yourself before you give up. At least prove that I still have courage. However, just as Cheng Qiji and Li Xiangdong were talking, Chen Ji and the other man walked over from the side with a look of disdain on their faces. Hey, the battle hasn't even started yet, why are you jumping to conclusions like that? Don't forget, Ning and Zhao Fei are both S-level. If they really use secret medicine to improve their cultivation realm, the outcome will be uncertain. Seeing Chen Ji and Lin Lan walking over by themselves, Cheng Qiji and Li Xiangdong nodded quickly. Yes, Director Chen is right. We were being arbitrary. We shouldn't have made such an arbitrary judgment on the outcome of the game so early. Let's go eat. Having said this, Li Xiangdong, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua hurriedly got up and left. Looking at the backs of Li Xiangdong and the others as they left, Lin Lan beside Chen Ji couldn't help but roll her eyes, and then walked straight towards Ning, who was not far away. Director Lin? When Ning saw Lin Lan walking towards him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Lan looked at Ning's stubborn eyes, reached out and gently patted Ning's shoulder, cheering her on. Come on Ning, I believe in you. Seeing the encouragement in Lin Lan's eyes, Ning nodded heavily. Of course, Suke didn't know what was happening here. He didn't know what Li Xiangdong and Chen Ji thought of him, nor did he know what decision Ning had made in his heart in order to win. After Suke finished his meal with Lu Chenhuan and Leng Ruoxue, he led them directly back to the tent for a nap. For Suke, this competition did not pose much of a threat to him. The only thing that mattered to him was the Millennium Snow Lotus that won first place in the competition. That was the material that Leng Ruoxue needed for her advancement. After a brief rest, Suke and his team arrived at the finals of the competition in the afternoon. The format of the finals is the same as the preliminary and semi-finals in the morning. The order of the competition is determined by drawing lots. However, because there are an odd number of 5 people, one group of lucky people will be given a bye and participate in the final. At this time, the finals venue was surrounded by freshmen everywhere. There were huge crowds of people, and everyone wanted to see who was the best student in this youth training camp. Before going on stage, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang walked up to Su Ke and the others and cheered him on. "Come on, Captain Su, Captain Lu, Captain Lang." Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan also spoke politely to Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. "You guys should do your best too." As he spoke, Su Ke seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Ning and Zhao Fei, who had been staring at him not far away. Seeing the fighting spirit in their eyes, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Why are Ning and Zhao Fei so eager to fight even though they know we are at the 3rd level? Could it be that they have some unknown means? While they were thinking, Su Ke and the others drew lots with their number plates in front of everyone. Everyone was nervously waiting for the order of the final draw in this round. Especially Lu Yun, Shin Song-yun and others, they secretly glanced at Su Ke and others out of the corner of their eyes. No one wanted to encounter this team of killers in advance. Chapter 106, The Incomparable God of War. Number 27, by. As Li Shangdong finished speaking on the martial arts stage, all the Beastmasters and Beastgirls on the stage, except Ning, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, fortunately, Su Ke, the greatest killer on this team, got a bye. This way we have a chance to advance to the top 3. Except for Su Ke, who is at level 3, the rest are at level 2, so everyone has a chance to try. Afterwards, the competition order of the remaining 4 teams was also announced. The first team to compete in the first round was Lu Yun and Ning's team. The second round is between Duanjin and Shin Song-yun's teams. Seeing that he did not face Su Ke from the beginning, Ning's eyes were slightly disappointed, but he quickly calmed himself down. That's good too. We don't have to reveal the secret of our secret medicine too early. Before going on stage, Ning glanced at Su Ke and the others with some dissatisfaction. "Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, just wait for me. See you in the finals." Seeing the fighting spirit in Ning's eyes, Su Ke frowned even more tightly. Why does Ning have such a strong desire to fight? What gives her the courage? While they were thinking, with Li Shangdong's announcement, the battle between Lu Yun and Ning and others officially began. Unlike Su Ke, who was full of confidence, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were already discouraged when they saw that their opponents were Ning and Zhao Fei. Among the 5 teams competing on site, apart from Su Ke and his team, the most threatening ones are Ning and Zhao Fei. In the previous few games, Ning and Zhao Fei quickly dealt with their opponents in less than half a minute. On the other hand, although Lu Yun and Wu Shuang have managed to hold on until now, they have fought their way up here with all their might. The difference between them is needless to say. But Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were not the kind of people who would admit defeat. When they first entered the youth training camp, they dared to challenge Su Quebec. Now, facing Ning and Zhao Fei, who were of the same level, they were not afraid at all. At the first moment of the battle, Wu Shuang directly entered the beast state. Lu Yun quickly distanced himself from the rear, began to gather strength and draw his bow, aiming at Zhao Fei. Compared to the first level, the magic bow in Lu Yun's hand, which was promoted to the second level, condenses faster and has stronger killing power. Seeing the other party transform into a beast, Ning reacted quickly, directly transforming into a beast, turning into a Pegasus, and quickly rushed towards Wu Shuang and the others. The only difference between him and Lu Yun was that Zhao Fei did not retreat to attack, but jumped directly onto the back of the Pegasus transformed by Ning. With a wave of his hands, a halberd appeared in his hands. Melee Beastmaster. Seeing the scene, Su Ke, who was standing not far away watching the battle, secretly moved his eyes of insight and looked at Zhao Fei's information column. Beastmaster, Zhao Fei. Realm, 2nd level Soul Binding. Talent, S-level. Contracted Beast, Flame Pegasus. Talented skills, Halberd Strike, Last Stand, God of War, Unparalleled, Invincible. Disadvantages, strong power, but not fast enough, overly dependent on the bonus of the contracted beast. Find a way to separate them, and use the speed advantage to overwhelm them. Looking at Zhao Fei's message prompt, Su Ke's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. From his current perspective, Zhao Fei's shortcomings are completely different from those of other Beastmasters. Compared with the obvious shortcomings of other Beastmasters, Zhao Fei's flaws are not fatal at all, and there is even a lot of room for correction. While thinking, Zhao Fei had already ridden Ning directly towards Wu Shuang, who was in the front. When Wu Shuangyan saw Zhao Fei and Ning rushing towards him, he immediately started to walk quickly, his speed suddenly increased, he jumped up with one step, and the cold light on his claws suddenly flashed, and he pounced directly towards Zhao Fei on Ning. Catch the leader first. Behind Wu Shuang, Lu Yun, who had distanced himself from him, was also rapidly shaping the divine bow in his hand and aiming at Zhao Fei. Facing Wu Shuang's attack, Zhao Fei, who was on horseback, was not afraid at all. The halberd in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His muscles bulged in an instant, directly shattering his sleeves. Talented skills, God of War. God of War, when facing an enemy attack, you can temporarily unleash your potential, increasing your strength and defense by 50%. At the moment when his own strength and defense increased, Zhao Fei grasped the halberd in his hand, launched a halberd attack, and slashed directly towards Wu Shuang. In the face of the terrifying force, a dull sonic boom sounded in the surrounding void. Zhao Fei, like a god, wielded his halberd and smashed towards Wu Shuang with an indomitable momentum. Seeing this scene, the students watching around couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Chang Qiji, who was standing back on the platform to watch the battle, couldn't help but nod slightly while holding the railing. As expected of an S-rank Beastmaster, the power of this attack is so great that even a third-rank Beastmaster would struggle to withstand it. Listening to Chang Qiji's words, Chen Ji on the side couldn't help but nodded proudly. So I'm saying that if Zhao Fei and Ning team up and both are at the third level, the outcome of their battle against Suke is still uncertain. As they were talking, Zhao Fei and Ning below had already bumped into Wu Shuang. When facing Zhao Fei's powerful and terrifying attack, Wu Shuang quickly took action for the second time, and his body suddenly turned into a shadow, narrowly avoiding Zhao Fei's attack. He took the opportunity to rush to Zhao Fei's side, and the silver light on his claws shone brightly, and he suddenly grabbed Zhao Fei. Silver Moon Falls. Faced with Wu Shuang's terrifying explosive speed, Zhao Fei's spiritual power immediately surged around him, and an orange-yellow air shield rose from his body. Talented skills, unparalleled. Unparalleled, consume spiritual energy to condense aura around yourself to protect yourself, which can block fatal attacks. Bang! When Wu Shuang's attack hit this, her expression changed immediately, as if she had hit a huge rock. A dull sound exploded from her claws, causing Wu Shuang's tiger's mouth to crack and blood to flow out. And Ning flapped his wings instantly and flew into the air, letting out a sharp scream, then turned around and stepped directly towards Wu Shuang. There was a raging fire on her hooves, like magma from hell, and she kicked towards Wu Shuang's chest with terrifying high temperature. Burning Sky Step. Bang! There was a dull thud, and Wu Shuang was stepped on, his sternum fractured into 4 pieces. He vomited blood and fell straight to the ground. Lu Yun, who was far away, saw the scene with his eyes turned red. The magic bow in his hand also took shape at this moment. He changed his target and shot the arrow directly at Ning. Swish! The terrifying arrow light tore through the sky, as if it was about to split the world in front of it apart, and shot towards Ning with unstoppable and terrifying killing power. But Ning's reaction was faster. When the divine arrow fell in front of him, he closed his wings instantly to protect himself. Zhao Fei on his back took the opportunity to take a step forward, waving his halberd and smashing it towards Lu Yun from mid-air. The killing power of the divine bow was completely removed by Ning's wings, and the halberd in Zhao Fei's hand also fell in front of Lu Yun. It stopped 3 feet above Lu Yun's head. Looking at the halberd hovering 3 feet above his head, Lu Yun's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. He lowered his head bitterly. I give up. There was a sudden roar of cheers from the crowd. Chapter 107. Dare to underestimate our bond? Number 35, Zhao Fei and Ning win. As Li Xiangdong announced the results of the battle, everyone in the field, especially the 2nd Battalion where Zhao Fei and Ning were, couldn't help but burst into thunderous cheers. For the 2nd Battalion, Zhao Fei and Ning are their trump cards. Seeing them win, they are naturally proud of it. Chen Ji, who was standing on the high platform, saw the scene and nodded with satisfaction, showing off to Cheng Qiji. See, this is the huge potential of Zhao Fei and Ning. Even the geniuses among the A-level were constantly suppressed by them. Doesn't this all-around crushing victory prove their strength? This kind of combat power and coordination is even far beyond what you and I had back then. Having said this, Shenji raised his eyebrows at Cheng Qiji. So now, do you still think that if they used the secret medicine, they have no chance of defeating Suke? Listening to Chen Ji's words, Cheng Qiji looked down at Ning and Zhao Fei below, recalling their previous perfect cooperation, and couldn't help but fall silent. Chen Ji was right. The cooperation between Zhao Fei and Ning was perfect, and there were basically no major flaws to be found. Thinking about the two men's performance just now, Chang Qiji's original belief that Suke would win was shaken again. The main reason was that from the beginning till now, he had never seen Suke and his team take action, so he couldn't judge their true combat power and coordination. On the other hand, Malinois on the side still had a calm expression. Since I'm betting on this, I'll still believe in myself. Look at how strong Ning and Zhao Fei are, and everyone still has the courage to attack them. But when facing Su Ke, no one dares to take action. They witnessed the fighting power of Su Ke and Ning with their own eyes during the Fengning Rift Valley. They made this decision after comparing them in their minds. I am more inclined to believe that Su Ke and his team are stronger. However, listening to Malinois's words, Lin Lan beside her laughed out loud. Director Ma, I believe you are aware that Su Ke and his team saved this group of people during the Fengning Rift incident. Have you ever considered that perhaps they are grateful out of respect? But according to the news, Su Ke and his men killed 2 third-level ferocious beasts in Fengning Rift Valley. Facing Lin Lan's doubts, Malinois's eyes still showed her belief in Su Ke. But Lin Lan still shook her head. That's good news, but who knows what happened to the 2 third-level beasts in the rift? Were they injured or forced to break through? Besides, look at Ning and Zhao Fei now. With the strength they have shown, they may be able to handle even a third-level beast. After nearly half a month of settling down, Ning and Zhao Fei are now much stronger than before, and are fully capable of dealing with the third level. After listening to Lin Lan's analysis, even Malinois couldn't help but hesitate. But her woman's intuition told her that even though Ning and Zhao Fei were very strong, Su Ke and the others must be even stronger. Because even after seeing Ning and Zhao Fei's amazing performance, Su Ke and the others still looked calm and composed. I even had the mind to distract myself and play with the cat. And Ning, who had just walked down from the martial arts stage after his victory, felt a little angry when he saw the leisurely state of Su Ke and the others. Even if we performed so well, are we still not worthy of your respect, Su Ke? Isn't it just because of the difference in realm that you don't take us seriously? Don't worry, I will make you pay for your contempt. And Ning and Zhao Fei, who had secretly made up their minds, went down the stage first to recover their spiritual power. As for Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, they were dragged aside for treatment. The next round will be a match between Shin Songyun and Duanjin, the new dark horse of this competition. As Li Xiangdong announced the start of the battle, both sides quickly entered the combat state with their respective beast girls. Since the gap in strength between the two sides was not that big, the fight on the martial arts stage was very fierce. In the end, after nearly 10 minutes of hard fighting, Duanjin was caught by Shin Songyun and his men at a flaw and was directly defeated, winning the victory in one fell swoop. Compared to the epic battle beauty of Ning and Zhao Fei, Duanjin, Shin Songyun and others' performance was more like the most realistic combat drill, making the people below feel as if they were there themselves. After Shin Songyun won the victory, the top 3 places in this youth training competition were determined. Next, we need to compete for the first place among the top 3. Under Li Xiangdong's instruction, 3 teams of Beastmasters drew lots. This time, Su Ke was not lucky enough to get a bye, but Ning and Zhao Fei got the chance instead. This time, it was Su Ke and Shin Songyun's turn to fight. Seeing that it was finally Su Ke's turn to take action, Cheng Qiji and Chen Ji, who were standing above, couldn't help but feel a little excited. Are we finally going to see Su Ke and the others take action? Especially Cheng Qiji and Malinois, they were looking forward to it even more. Since Su Ke had not taken any action, they almost lost their judgment of Su Ke's true combat power, which led to Chen Ji taking every opportunity to confront them. If they could actually see Su Ke take action, based on their experience, they would be able to quickly judge Su Ke's true combat power. While thinking, following Li Xiangdong's announcement, Su Ke put Xia aside and spoke to Lu Qinhuan. Huan, keep an eye on Xia. I'm taking Ruoxue to fight this one. Yeah. Listening to Su Ke's words, Lu Qinhuan glanced at Shin Songyun on the stage, then nodded slightly. She knew in her heart that Su Ke was preparing to vent his anger on Lang Ruoxue and give her a chance to defeat the opponent alone. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing by, couldn't help but be moved when she saw the scene. Brother Su. Stop talking and follow me up for revenge. At this moment, Su Ke, with a domineering look on his face, pulled Lang Ruoxue's hand and walked towards the martial arts arena. Shin Songyun and Chen Miao on the opposite side were stunned at first when they saw Su Ke only brought Lang Ruoxue to the court, but then they showed understanding in their eyes. Are you trying to avenge us for humiliating Lang Ruoxue? That's good. This way, our pressure will be much less, and we can take this opportunity to test our own strength. The game begins. Following Li Xiangdong's order, Shin Songyun and Chen Miao instantly entered combat mode. Chen Miao transformed into a blue rhinoceros, while Shin Songyun rode on its back and rushed towards Su Ke. Obviously another mounted melee beast master. Watching Chen Miao, who was riding a rhino and attacking Shin Songyun first, Su Ke looked at Lang Ruoxue beside him. Ruoxue, I won't take action this time. I'll give you a chance to teach them a lesson. As he spoke, Suke retreated to the back with his hands folded, looking as if he was enjoying a good show. Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but look shocked. Are you not going to take action, leaving the Beast Girl to bear the pressure alone? Do you think the Beast Girl alone can suppress the other party? Shin Song-yoon on the opposite side felt extremely disrespected and his face was filled with anger. Dare to underestimate our bond? Myo, we. Before he finished speaking, a domain opened up from under Lang Ruoshiwa's feet, instantly covering the entire martial arts arena. Then, overwhelming ice crystals came crashing down on Shin Song-yoon and the others like a snowstorm. Chapter 108 Is Lang Ruoshiwa an SS? Domain type skills. It's a domain type skill. The moment Lang Ruxu deployed the extreme cold field, everyone in the field couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even though he had known for a long time that Lang Ruoshiwa possessed domain-related skills, he was still shocked when he saw it in person. Especially those students who did not follow them down to Fengming Rift Valley and had not seen Lang Ruoshiwa's skills, their eyes were filled with shock. In the field of vision, an extremely cold area enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Lang Ruoshiwa's body was covered with shining blue scales, her eyes were cold, and as her spiritual power was circulating, countless ice crystals quickly condensed from her body, and then turned into a dense ice crystal storm that swept directly towards Shin Song-yoon. The ice crystals were so wide that they instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena, like a shattered mountain that was suffocating people. Faced with this terrifying attack, Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao were also filled with fear. Defend! Defend! Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao originally planned to strike first, so they launched the attack first, but when they saw with their own eyes the power of Lang Ruoshiwa's ice crystal storm, they instantly gave up the attack plan and switched to defense. Under the cover of these terrifying ice crystals, if they continue to attack, I'm afraid both of them will be beaten into sieves. Especially Chen Miao, her skin was glowing with an earthy yellow light, and a thick halo rose from her body, covering Shin Song-yoon. Shin Song-yoon also changed his offensive posture at this moment, crossing his arms in front of him, trying to block the attack. However, because they were enveloped by Lang Ruoshiwa's extremely cold area, Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao's movement speed and spell casting speed became extremely slow. They didn't even have time to create a barrier or defense before the overwhelming ice crystals crashed down in front of them like a giant screen. As Lang Ruoshiwa's level and talent increased, the ice crystals became more and more sharp, so sharp that it felt like the air around her was about to be torn apart. Under the cover of the sharp cold air, even Shin Song-yoon's skin had begun to be cut, with fine beads of blood oozing out. Irresistible! Feeling the killing power of these ice crystals at close range, Shin Song-yoon immediately realized the gap between himself and Lang Ruoshiwa. Even if he and Chen Miao could deploy their defenses now, they would not be able to withstand Lang Ruoshiwa's attack. Chen Miao, who was below Shin Song-yoon, also judged the gap between the two sides at this moment. Looking at the overwhelming ice crystals about to hit him, he couldn't help but tremble with his legs and limbs. If you are covered by this ice crystal storm, you will probably be seriously injured if not killed. Facing Lang Ruoshiwa's terrifying pressure and feeling Chen Miao's fear beneath him, all the hope in Shin Song-yoon's eyes was lost at this moment, as if all his energy had been drained away. I give up. Just when the ice crystals were about to cover the two of them, Shin Song-yoon put aside his last dignity as the captain of the 3rd Battalion. As Shin Song-yoon finished speaking, the large net woven by dense ice crystals stopped less than 20 centimeters away from Shin Song-yoon. Then Lang Ruoshiwa waved her hand, and the extremely cold area retreated inch by inch. All the ice crystals melted and dispersed in an instant, turning into water vapor in the sky and dissipating between heaven and earth. When they saw all the ice crystals dissipate, Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao breathed a sigh of relief, and kept patting their chests with lingering fear. Just now, they really felt the sense of life and death crisis. I feel that if I am not careful, I might really die here today. Seeing the two of them admit defeat directly, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You've given up. You're giving up right after we started fighting? Exactly. Before I even saw how he attacked, you were frightened and lost your fighting spirit? Since they did not go on stage to face Lang Ruoshiwa's pressure, they could not understand how much psychological pressure Shin Song-yoon and the others had just endured. But everyone had witnessed Shin Song-yoon's previous strength, and seeing the two men surrender without a fight, everyone was shocked beyond words. Especially Chen Ji and others who were standing on the viewing platform above and watching all this. At this moment, Chen Ji's eyes were full of shock. Is Lang Ruoshiwa truly capable of manipulating domain-related skills? And can she so freely control such a vast amount of ice elements, condensing them into ice crystals with such terrifying attack power? All of them were veterans of the battlefield, and they could see at a glance the enormous killing power contained in Lang Ruoshua's ice crystal storm. Chang Chiji on the side even made a sound of sighing. Fortunately, Shin Songyun surrendered in time, otherwise he would have suffered a lot. If a Beastmaster is seriously injured, there is no guarantee of full recovery even if a therapist is always on hand. Furthermore, Lang Ruoshua's control over her domain and these skills is incredibly precise. She was able to stop and retreat the moment Shin Songyun and the others admitted defeat. This level of control is simply astonishing. At this moment, after seeing Lang Ruoshua's amazing fighting ability, Chun Ji's original confidence began to gradually fade away. Judging from the combat power displayed by Lang Ruoshua, even if Zhao Fei and Ning use secret medicine to improve their cultivation, their chances of winning will be very slim. Especially when Su Kei has 2 beast girls, 3 against 2, it's even worse. On the other hand, Chung Chiji on the side burst into laughter. I'll tell you what, Su Kei won't let us down. Putting everything else aside, just bringing up Lang Ruoshua alone will probably give Zhao Fei and Ning, who you're so confident in, a lot of headaches. Looking at Chang Chiji's complacent expression, Chenji turned his head and looked at Lang Ruoshua below, his eyes flashing. Is this Lang Ruoshua really an F-rank beast girl? According to the information we obtained when we came here, Lang Ruoshua should only be an F-rank iceworm beast girl, but judging by her current actions, she doesn't seem like an F-rank iceworm. Is there something wrong with the information about awakening? Lin Lan on the side spoke out in dissatisfaction. Exactly, can iceworms be so powerful? Also, which iceworm grows scales after transforming into a beast? Are scales actually worms? Is this scientific? Looking at Lang Ruoshua, who was now in the beast state, and seeing the scales on her body slowly disappearing, even Chang Chiji beside her couldn't help but feel a little unsure. A scaly insect seems a bit unscientific. That's right. Before Chang Chiji finished speaking, Lin Lan spoke out in dissatisfaction. So, we have reason to believe that Lang Ruoshua must have failed the awakening test due to some reason. Her actual talent must be more than just F. Even judging from her current performance, we have reason to believe that she is an S or even SS-level beast girl. Listening to Lin Lan's words, Chen Ji beside him nodded hurriedly. That's right. I heard that when Li Shangdong and his team defeated the sky-splitting tiger god, they had the help of Lang Ruoshua. Such terrifying combat power can only be explained by an S or SS talent. Chapter 109. For me, there is no right or wrong. So, Lang Ruoshua, the one Su Kei contracted, is actually an S or SS rank beast girl. After some reasoning, Chen Ji and Lin Lan felt that they had grasped the truth. Even Chang Chiji and Malinhua, who were standing by, felt that the two's inference was very reasonable. Only beast girls above S level can possess domain type skills and possess such terrifying combat power. With the power of one person, he easily crushed a level Shin Songyun and Chen Miao. After deducing the fact that Lang Ruoshua was SS, Chen Ji and Lin Lan became more and more insecure. If Lang Ruoshua really has an S-level talent and is paired with Su Kei, who is SSS, then even with an F-level Lu Qinuan, Zhao Fei, and An Ning won't be able to defeat them. At this moment, regret appeared in Chen Ji's eyes. I shouldn't have been so confident in the first place. I should have done some background checks before betting with you. In contrast, Chung Chiji and others had a look of gloating on their faces. Shinji, don't try to cheat and deny your promise. If Zhao Fei and An Ning lose, you have to give us a ground-grade magic weapon as a bet. Looking at the gloating expressions on Chang Chiji's and the others' faces, Chen Ji and Lin Lan felt more and more depressed, but the curiosity in their eyes towards Lang Ruoshua became stronger and stronger. If Lang Ruoshua isn't an F-level iceworm talent, then what on earth could she be? Of course, Lang Ruoshua below at this moment had no idea what Chen Ji and the people around him thought of her. After dispersing the ice crystal storm, Lang Ruoshua shed her beastly state. Looking at Shin Songyun and Chen Miao, who were still looking at her with horror until they admitted defeat, she couldn't help but look at her with a complicated expression. She couldn't help but recall the time when she was in the 3rd Battalion and was ostracized and ridiculed by Shin Songyun and others. At that time, I was a low-ranking relative who was looked down upon by everyone in the 3rd Battalion. And now, looking at the fear and dread in Shin Songyun and Chen Miao's eyes, Lang Ruoshua felt a little confused. Lang Ruoshua didn't come to her senses until Li Shandong walked up to her and announced his victory. She only had time to watch the backs of Shin Songyun and Chen Miao as they walked off the stage in disgrace. Number 27, Su Kei and Lang Ruoshua win. Upon hearing this, there was a cheer in the audience, and Lu Qinuan trotted to the stage with Xia in his arms, and gently reached out to pat Lang Ruoshua's shoulder. That's great, Ruoshua. You beat her so hard that she didn't even have a chance to fight back, so she just admitted defeat. It's a pity that you let go of such a good opportunity for revenge. When Lu Chenhuan said this, a hint of regret appeared on his face. Ruoxue, you pulled back too quickly. If it were me, I would have taken the opportunity to pierce them with a few ice spikes before pulling back and pretending that I didn't control my strength well. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's sinister suggestion, Suke reached out and gently scratched Lu Chenhuan's nose. Okay, don't bring Ruoxue into this evil situation. This is Ruoxue's own choice. As long as she is happy, that's all that matters. During the interaction between the three, Li Xiangdong turned his head to look at Suke and the other two and spoke to them. Now that you have defeated Shin Songyun and the others, the next step is to compete with Zhao Fei and In Ning for the first place. Before that, you can choose to recover your strength. Do you need to recover? Listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Suke turned his head to look at In Ning and Zhao Fei who were staring at him and others in the audience, and shook his head slightly. It didn't take much effort to defeat Shin Songyun and the others, there's no need. After hearing Suke's answer, Li Xiangdong immediately looked at In Ning and Zhao Fei in the audience. Okay, after this round of matches, it's time for the highlight of our youth training competition, the battle for first place. The first place winner of this final will receive a cultivation support fund of 5 million Great Xia Federation coins and a 1,000-year-old snow lotus that can heal injuries. Hearing Li Xiangdong's announcement, Suke and Lang Ruoxue's eyes lit up. The 1,000-year-old snow lotus is exactly the material that Lang Ruoxue needs for her next advancement. With this snow lotus, Lang Ruoxue can now rest assured to nourish herself and prepare for the next stage of talent advancement. While they were thinking, Li Xiangdong's voice rang in everyone's ears. Next, let us enjoy the most exciting battle of this competition. Number 35 Zhao Fei and In Ning versus number 27 Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruoxue. As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Zhao Fei and In Ning walked up from the other end of the martial arts arena side by side and stood opposite Suke and the others. Seeing the two groups facing off, all the students and instructors in the field turned their eyes to the stage, watching the game intently. As the two strongest teams in the entire youth training class, and with the advantage of the innate Bagua gimmick, the outcome of Suke and In Ning's team is undoubtedly the biggest attraction in the game. In Ning, who had always wanted to fight Suke, looked at Suke with fighting intent. Suke, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. I want to prove to you that your original choice was wrong. However, facing In Ning's strong fighting spirit, Suke's eyes were as calm as ever. You made the decision first. To me, there is no right or wrong. Just this time, I won't let you get first place. For Suke, the reward of the first place Millennium Snow Lotus was just right. If he missed it, he didn't know how long it would take to get it next time. This is also the reason why Suke wanted to participate in the youth training competition. If it weren't for the generous reward, he really wouldn't have been so obsessed with competing for the first place in this competition. However, for In Ning at this moment, after hearing Suke's words, her eyes were filled with even more fighting spirit. I also hope you won't let me. After all, this time, I came here to defeat you. If you give in, I won't feel a sense of accomplishment. Listening to In Ning's confident words, Suke couldn't help but frown slightly, not quite understanding why In Ning was so confident. Could it be that In Ning wants to cheat in this competition? Apart from this guess, Suke couldn't think of any other possibilities at the moment. But none of this matters to Suke. His strength is there, no matter what tricks In Ning and the others use, he is still confident that he can defeat them easily. While thinking, Suke looked at Lang Ruoxue who was standing beside him. Ruoxue, take Xia down to rest, we'll come here. The last battle was to resolve the frustration in Lang Ruoxue's heart, and this battle was a battle between him and Lu Chenhuan to put an end to In Ning. Okay, Brother Su, be careful then. Lang Ruoxue was stunned at first, then she understood what Suke meant and walked towards the stage with Xia in her arms. Seeing this scene, the audience and Cheng Qiji on the stage were all stunned. Is Suke going to give up his numerical advantage and fight only Lu Chenhuan and In Ning? Chapter 110, Burn Your Boats, Fight to the Death. Seeing that Suke actually asked Lang Ruoxue to leave the stage and only left Lu Chenhuan on the stage, and Ning opposite him couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Just what I want. This feud originally started with 3 people, and it's just right to resolve it today. And 2 against 2 is fair. But seeing Suke giving up his numerical advantage, many people in the field still sighed. Suke is too arrogant. He's not going to take advantage of a good game. If he really gets knocked out of first place, it would be a joke. That's right, now that Lang Ruoxue, who has the strongest crowd control and magic damage, is gone, their advantage is no less than half. Even Shenji, who was standing on the platform and felt hopeless, suddenly became energetic at this moment and laughed out loud. I didn't expect Suke to be so conceited. Why not use Lang Ruoxue, who seems to have an S-level talent or above, and use an F-level Lu Chenhuan? Shenji and his team didn't get much information about Lu Chenhuan. According to their data, when fighting against the sky-splitting tiger god, Lang Ruoxue's decisive blow was the one that made the greatest contribution. As for Lu Chenhuan's information, it was just a powerful auxiliary redundant description in the information reported by Li Xiangdong. Although some speculated that Lu Chenhuan's strength was not weak, Chen Ji and the others did not think that he had such a terrifying talent as Lang Ruoxue showed. At this moment, Chen Ji saw Su Ke giving up the great advantage of Lang Ruoxue, and the thought that he had no hope of winning disappeared instantly. Ha ha, it looks like the balance of victory is starting to tilt again this time. Cheng Qiji, I may not need to prepare your Earth-grade magical weapons. On the contrary, you should prepare them. Cheng Qiji and Malinois couldn't help but frown when they saw Su Ke gave up Lang Ruoxue to join the battle. Su Ke actually made such a choice, which is consistent with the rumors that he acts impulsively. According to rumors outside, both the initial contract with Lu Chenhuan and the later contract with Lang Ruoxue were done to avenge Yin Ning's impulsive behavior. If Lu Chenhuan is activated alone, and Zhao Fei and Yin Ning take the secret medicine, the outcome may be uncertain. Cheng Qiji, Malinois and others were not very clear about Lu Chenhuan's strength, but in their hearts, they felt that Lu Chenhuan might have won by following Su Ke, and it was impossible for him to have such an amazing performance as Lang Ruoxue. However, they both still had expectations for Su Ke. Su Ke doesn't seem like someone who would act frivolously. He must have some confidence in choosing Lu Chenhuan to challenge alone. However, before the two of them finished speaking, Chen Ji on the side disdained to say anything. Confidence? What confidence? Isn't it the confidence of overwhelming others with your cultivation? If Yin Ning and the others really use the secret medicine later, his confidence will be directly shattered. Then you'll know that a brilliant SSS-class Beastmaster alone, with an F-class burden, still can't defeat two S-class Beastmasters. Hearing the sarcasm in Chen Ji and the others' voices, Malinois couldn't help but frown. Chen Ji, you guys have been bringing up this hierarchy theory from the beginning. I even suspect that if Su Ke had really chosen your Lingwu Academy, the first thing you would have done would have been to persuade him to cancel his contract and contract a beast girl with a higher talent, right? However, facing Malinois's questioning, Chen Ji did not hide his inner thoughts at all. That's right. In this era, the fittest survive. Su Ke's talent shouldn't be wasted on 2F ranks. Chen Ji coughed dryly when he said this. Of course, judging from the current situation, there should only be an F level. Judging from Lang Ruoxue's performance, her talent is likely miscalculated. Listening to Chen Ji's words, Malinois rolled her eyes. Then have you ever thought that maybe Lu Chenhuan's talent was also measured incorrectly? However, after listening to Malinois's words, Lin Lan beside Chen Ji simply shook her head. Impossible. How could such a coincidence happen? I finally managed to contract 2F levels, but their talents were both miscalculated? Having said this, Lin Lan perhaps felt that her words were too arbitrary, so she paused before continuing to speak. Of course, even if Lu Chenhuan's talent was miscalculated, he definitely couldn't be a genius with such amazing performance as Lang Ruoxue. In Chen Ji's mind, Lang Ruoxue's talent must be at least S-level or above. Su Ke's refusal to let Lang Ruoxue participate in the battle is equivalent to a foolish act of cutting off his own arms. Of course, that was because Li Xiangdong was acting as a referee on the martial arts stage at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely scoff at Chen Ji's analysis. No one knows better than Li Xiangdong, who came back and reviewed the surveillance footage many times, that Lu Chenhuan's actual talent is definitely not lower than Lang Ruoxue's. If anyone looks down on her for this, that would be truly stupid. However, Malinois, relying on her woman's sixth sense, still has high hopes for Su Ke. Just wait, I have a feeling this kid Su Ke can create a miracle. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Xiangdong waved his hand and announced the start of the competition. The decisive battle begins. As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, and Ning beside Zhao Fei instantly transformed into a beast, his limbs turned into hooves, and the Pegasus wings on his back also flapped and spread out. Zhao Fei, who was beside her, also summoned the halberd magic weapon given by his clan from the storage ring at this moment, jumped onto Ning's back in one step, and entered combat state. Seeing Zhao Fei and Ning enter combat mode, Lu Chenhuan also instantly transformed into a beast. Golden fur grew from his cheeks, his claws stretched out, and he let out a deafening roar. At this moment, Su Ke was also mobilizing his own spiritual power, ready to release his skills at any time. Although he said that he didn't care about Ning and the others, Suke was always cautious in battle, using all his strength even if it was a lion fighting a rabbit. Seeing that both sides had entered the combat state, the audience in the stands held their breath, ready to witness the next battle. But unexpectedly, at the moment when Zhao Fei and Ning took off into the air with the help of their wings, two pills popped out in front of them and were then swallowed into their stomachs. In an instant, the energy and blood of Zhao Fei and Ning surged, and the spiritual pressure also rose wildly at this moment. In an instant, the two of them's cultivation level directly stepped into the third level, a state close to perfection. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the two men, the people watching the game off the court were all stunned, and then there was an uproar. Secret medicine. This is a secret medicine that can temporarily improve your cultivation. I never thought that Ning and Zhao Fei would actually consume their own blood in essence using secret medicine in order to win this youth training competition. The secret medicine is equivalent to adrenaline that temporarily stimulates potential. It can temporarily enhance one's combat effectiveness, but it causes great damage to the body. Not only is it difficult to refine, but it also takes a long time to recover afterwards. No one expected that Ning and Zhao Fei would actually use secret medicine for a competition. And it was swallowed directly at the moment the battle started. They want to fight to the death. Chapter 111, Eternal Hunger Realm, and Ning's Shock. Seeing Zhao Fei and Ning swallowing the secret medicine, everyone in the scene couldn't help but become nervous. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about Zhao Fei and Ning. After all, their real strength was only at the second level. No matter how well they performed, there was still a huge gap in cultivation between them and Suke and the others. Wanting to win was nothing but a pipe dream. But at this moment, stimulated by the secret medicine, the two of them instantly reached the third level of cultivation, and were slightly superior to Suke and the others, and were qualified to challenge Suke and the others. Seeing this scene, Suke couldn't help but frown slightly, and the doubts in his heart that had been in his mind for a long time were resolved. I was wondering why Ning was staring at me so covetously today and had the courage to challenge me. It turns out he has a secret medicine on him. Secret medicine is recognized by some big families as a good thing for saving lives. It is generally used for first aid on the battlefield. The cost of refining is high and the sequelae of use are huge. After using this secret medicine, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover one's essence. Suke had not expected that in order to be able to fight against him, the two were willing to take this medicine. Looking at Zhao Fei and Ning flapping their wings and soaring into the sky, Suke couldn't help but smile mischievously. Ning, if you want a fair fight with me, just tell me. Huan and I can suppress our cultivation to the second level and fight you. Why bother taking something as risky as a secret medicine? However, Ning, who had already transformed into a beast, had a sneer on his face. Please? You wish. I just want to prove that, under the same conditions, I, Ning, am no worse than her, Lu Qinhuan. Your original choice was wrong. However, Lu Qinhuan, who was standing in front of Suke, had a look of sarcasm on his face when he heard this. Brother Su's choice was wrong? Wasn't it you, Ning, who made the choice yourself? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to prove your potential and make Brother Su regret it, so you can vent your anger. You just can't accept that Brother Su, whom you abandoned, has become an SSS rank beast tamer and has even contracted with an F rank me. Faced with Lu Qinhuan's sharp sarcasm, Ning couldn't help but be stunned, and then gritted her teeth. So what? I just want to prove that Zhao Fei and I are no worse than you. Zhao Fei, let's go. As the words fell, Ning's spiritual power suddenly surged, and he was surrounded by flames. Zhao Fei on her back clenched the halberd tightly in his hand, his eyes full of fanaticism. Below, Lu Qinhuan also twisted his neck and transformed into the prototype of Tao Tai, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Come and fight. Suke, who was standing behind Lu Qinhuan, activated his divine eye of insight at the same time, observing the changes in Zhao Fei and in Ning's strength and talents. Beast Master, Zhao Fei. Realm, Level 3 Soul Feeding. Talent, S-level. Contracted Beast, Flame Pegasus. Talented skills, Halberd Strike, Last Stand, God of War, Peerless, Invincible, Soul Feeding. Disadvantages, strong power, but not fast enough, overly dependent on the bonus of the contracted beast. Find a way to separate them, and use the speed advantage to overwhelm them. Beast Mother, Peace. Realm, Level 3 Burning Blood. Talent, S-level Blazing Pegasus. Beast Master, Zhao Fei. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Burning Sky Step, Blazing Sky Wings, Pegasus Meteor, Burning Blood. Disadvantages: it is fast and has a strong burst of power, but its defense is somewhat insufficient, especially between the sides of its abdomen and neck, which are relatively weak. Its wings are even more fragile, and it can be countered in the air. Looking at the information of the two people, Suke's eyes flashed with brilliance. Compared to the previous second level, after Zhao Fei and Ning forcibly raised their realm to the third level, they also briefly possessed the third level innate skills of burning blood and feeding souls. And the information defects of Ning at this time were different from when he first saw her awakening. At that time, the biggest flaw mentioned among Ning's shortcomings was that Ning was unable to exert her true strength due to lack of training. But now, after Ning's hard work, this defect has been made up for and replaced by the defect of her own talent as a beast girl. Huan and Ning is more happy, Zhao Fei is more powerful. Let's focus on attacking Ning first and find a way to separate the two of them. Ning's weakness is between her lower abdomen and neck. Her wings are most vulnerable when she's in the air. Got it. The moment Lu Qinhuan received the message from Suke, his eternal hunger domain instantly unfolded, covering the entire training ground, including Ning and Zhao Fei in the sky, at the same time. Domain-related skills? The moment Ning and Zhao Fei were enveloped by the realm of eternal hunger, their hearts sank instantly. How come Lu Qinhuan also has domain-related skills? Isn't that something only Lang Ruoxue has? Previously in Fengming Great Rift Valley, Lang Ruoxue was the only one around Suke who had used domain-type skills, so Ning and Zhao Fei were mentally prepared for this, but they never expected that Lu Qinhuan would also have domain-type skills. Damn it, how come she also has domain-related talents and skills? When did this happen? Why do I remember she didn't have this skill before? At this moment, Ning and Zhao Fei looked at the world around them that suddenly darkened, feeling their own vitality gradually slipping away, and felt a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Especially Ning, today she had to fight with Suke and Lu Qinhuan with all her might after taking drugs. The other party also took the initiative to withdraw from Lang Ruoxue, competing fairly with her 2 against 2. If she lost in this situation, her future Taoism would be shattered. However, Zhao Fei on her back had a look of determination in his eyes. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to fight. This field seems to be able to continuously drain our vitality and transfer it to Lu Qinhuan. Ning, we must end this battle swiftly. Deal with Lu Qinhuan first and interrupt her domain. Go! Charge! After hearing Zhao Fei's words, Ning came back to his senses, gritted his teeth and let out a long roar, carrying Zhao Fei and quickly rushing towards Lu Qinhuan. At this moment, Li Xiangdong, who was watching this scene below, smiled. He had already expected this in his heart, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at the viewing platform above. On the viewing platform above, Chen Ji and Chang Qiji also widened their eyes when they saw Lu Qinhuan use the Eternal Hunger Field. Domain-type skills? How come Lu Qinhuan also has domain-type skills? Why didn't we get this news before? Goodness me, this guy Li Xiangdong is hiding something from us. Look at how calm he is, he must have predicted this outcome a long time ago. Is this still F class? Especially Chen Ji, his face was as dark as charcoal at this moment. Damn it! Li Xiangdong knew that Lu Qinhuan also had domain-related skills, yet he still hid it from us. No wonder I was wondering why he was so optimistic about Suke and the others. Chang Qiji, on the other hand, was laughing out loud with excitement. Director Chen, it looks like your Earth-grade magical weapon might be gone this time. Seeing Chang Qiji's smug look, Chunji gritted his teeth in hatred. Not necessarily. Their current realm is not high, and their domain skills are good at group battles. In a 2-on-2 duel, they may not necessarily win. Besides, Suke looks quite vulnerable. If Zhao Fei and the others get close to him, the outcome is uncertain. As he spoke, Zhao Fei had already rushed to a place not far in front of Suke and the others on his horse Ning. Chapter 112, Fierce Battle, Destroyed Wings. Seeing Zhao Fei riding Ning and rushing towards them, Lu Qinhuan didn't hesitate at all. He activated all 3 realms of cultivation, and his momentum was like a surging river, covering the entire martial arts arena. However, at this time, Zhao Fei and Ning had also reached the 3rd level of cultivation thanks to the improvement of the secret medicine. There was no fear in their eyes at all, and they rushed towards Lu Qinhuan and Suke madly with a powerful momentum. Suke, who was standing behind Lu Qinhuan, saw Ning and Zhao Fei rushing towards them, but his eyes remained calm and his brain was analyzing the situation quickly. They are planning to suppress Huan first and break her domain suppression so that they can exert their full strength. Under the cover of the Eternal Hunger domain, Zhao Fei and Ning's vitality will be lost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The longer it is consumed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them, so the two must fight quickly and decisively. And Ning is a speed-type fiery Pegasus. With her full strength burst, she rushed to a place less than 5 meters away from Lu Chenhuan in an instant. The moment he rushed above Lu Chenhuan, and Ning flapped his wings violently, and streams of fire surged out from the tips of his wings, turning into a raging flame that instantly rolled downwards. Innate skill, blazing sky wings. However, facing the flames flying all over the sky from a Ning, Lu Chenhuan did not avoid at all. His skin instantly turned into metal and he stomped hard on the ground. The huge impact force directly created a huge dent in the ground. His body rushed straight towards Zhao Fei and a Ning in the air like a metal cannonball. Sizzle! Those horrific flames fell on Lu Chenhuan's skin, but they couldn't cause any damage at all. On the contrary, they made Lu Chenhuan, who was soaring into the sky, look like a killing god rushing out of the flames of hell. Her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light at this moment, and the fangs at the corners of her mouth revealed a chilling light. Seeing this scene, and Ning, who was in mid-air, couldn't help but shrink her pupils. However, Zhao Fei, who was on a Ning's back, laughed out loud when he saw Lu Chenhuan not avoiding the war. Just in time. As he spoke, Zhao Fei's muscles exploded inch by inch, and the God of War buff was instantly activated. His own strength and defense instantly increased by 50%. He swung the halberd in his hand and swung it directly towards Lu Chenhuan. Facing Zhao Fei's attack, Lu Chenhuan was not afraid at all. His tail suddenly changed, turning into a long chain blade, changing the target of attack, and instantly stabbed towards Ning. And Su Ke below also activated the Tyrant buff instantly. In an instant, Lu Chenhuan's all attributes increased by 100%. Both his speed and strength were instantly pulled to the extreme. The chain blade stabbed towards Ning's abdomen at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Ning hurriedly vibrated his wings to forcibly change his direction, but the distance between the two sides was too close and the chain blade was too fast. Although Ning avoided the two sides of his abdomen, the chain blade instantly pierced through one of his wings and directly pierced into it. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fei, who was riding on Ning's back, couldn't help but reveal murderous intent in his eyes. After this blow from me, you still dare to hurt Ning? Distracting from the battle is tantamount to seeking death. As he spoke, Zhao Fei swung the halberd in his hand quickly, and in an instant he was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Chenhuan. But at this moment, a sarcastic smile appeared on Lu Chenhuan's lips. Big fool. The next second, the second stage of the chain blade was activated, and Lu Chenhuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Ning's wings that were pierced. What? Faced with Ning's sudden disappearance, Zhao Fei was completely caught off guard. His powerful blow missed, and his center of gravity tilted, and he almost fell sideways. Lu Chenhuan seized the opportunity, swung out his gold-eating claws in an instant, and tore at Ning's wings. In the face of extreme speed and power, Lu Chenhuan's terrifying attack directly caused a sonic boom, which exploded in Ning's ears. And Ning subconsciously tried to retreat, but Lu Chenhuan's teleportation speed was too fast. Before she could even react, Lu Chenhuan's gold-eating claws had already landed on her right wing. Swish! This claw directly tore off Ning's Pegasus right wing, blood splattered, and violent spiritual power poured wildly around. The moment the wings were torn apart, Ning's body couldn't help but tilt sideways and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Ning reacted quickly and immediately poured his blood and spiritual power into transforming into wings. And Ning's Pegasus wings are made of spiritual power and his own blood essence. After being damaged, they can be quickly replenished by consuming blood essence and spiritual power. But the flaws that come with it are also obvious. That is, the wings are relatively fragile and easily damaged. But at this time, Lu Chenhuan was concentrating on locking onto Ning's wings, not giving Ning a chance to condense his wings again. He waved his claws and slapped Ning's wings again. Burning Sky Step. Seeing this, Ning immediately used the Burning Sky Step, turned his body and stepped directly towards Lu Chenhuan. But with the blessing of the tyrant, Lu Chenhuan's speed and strength were comprehensively improved, and even Ning, who was known for his speed, was caught off guard. When Burning Sky Step fell, Lu Chenhuan's skin was shining with metallic light, and he actually endured the attack of Burning Sky Step and continued to attack Ning. As Ning's body kept shaking, Zhao Fei was also tossed up and down and almost fell to the ground. He wanted to help Ning fight off Lu Chenhuan, but under Lu Chenhuan's tight grip, he was afraid of hurting Ning, and his already bulky body seemed even heavier. And Ning also realized this at this time and shouted angrily at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei, don't worry about me. Go deal with Su Ke first. Su Ke's buff has a huge impact on Lu Chenhuan's combat power. Find a way to interrupt him. Originally, Zhao Fei and Ning's battle plan was to deal with Lu Qinhuan first and interrupt her domain, but now seeing that Lu Qinhuan was so powerful, they were forced to change their battle plan and change the target of attack to Su Ke. The moment Ning finished speaking, Zhao Fei no longer hesitated and jumped off Ning's back, waving the halberd in his hand and smashing it towards Su Ke. Seeing Zhao Fei rushing towards Su Ke, Lu Qinhuan, who was eager to protect his brother, looked downcast and wanted to withdraw to protect Su Ke instantly. But how could Ning let Lu Qinhuan get his wish at this moment? She directly blocked Lu Qinhuan with a sneer on her face. Want to protect Su Ke? Impossible. Even if I can't defeat you, I can still hold you back for a few seconds. Su Ke doesn't act like a close combat beastmaster. I want to see how he can stop Zhao Fei's attack. Judging from Su Ke's current performance, he is more like a beastmaster with auxiliary bonus, especially the terrifying buff of the tyrant, which can be said to be the ceiling of blessing skills. At this moment, the people watching the battle around saw Zhao Fei rushing towards Su Ke, and they all cried out in surprise. Chapter 113. Is this a bound spirit? Zhao Fei and his men have changed their target to Su Ke. And Ning took the opportunity to hold Lu Qinhuan back, while Zhao Fei rushed towards Su Ke. At this moment, the students watching from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Even Li Xiangdong, who was standing at the back watching the battle, couldn't help but nod slightly. And Ning and Zhao Fei reacted well, being able to quickly change to the most reasonable fighting style in such a short period of time. Chen Ji, who was standing on the high platform watching the battle, breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, was finally at ease. Just now, after Lu Qinhuan used the Eternal Hunger Field, he quickly locked onto Ning and the others and attacked. Chen Ji almost thought that the two of them were going to be doomed this time. Fortunately, Ning and his men changed the battle plan in time. Ning held back Lu Qinhuan, while Zhao Fei took the opportunity to target Su Ke. Ning and the others reacted quickly. After realizing Lu Qinhuan's difficulty, they promptly changed their battle plan and targeted Su Quebec. At this time, Chen Ji looked at the scene below and let out a long sigh, then looked at Cheng Qiji with a smile on his face. Director Chang, it seems we may not be able to send out our Earth-grade magical instruments. Su Ke may have top-tier beast taming talent, but at the moment, he's more of a support-oriented beast tamer. Without the beast mother's protection, facing the melee-focused Zhao Fei would be very dangerous. Even Lin Lan beside her couldn't help but smile. That's right. Su Ke underestimated the enemy this time. If he had brought Leng Ruoxue with him for protection and let Lu Qinhuan take the lead in the attack, Zhao Fei and Ning would definitely not be able to do anything to him. What a pity, he underestimated the enemy. Although Lu Qinhuan's performance this time was amazing, far beyond the imagination of Chen Ji and Lin Lan, he was able to confront the combined forces of Zhao Fei and Ning with an F-level qualification without being at a disadvantage. But the battle between Beastmasters does not only look at the gap between the Beast Girls on both sides, but also the Beastmasters themselves. Chen Ji and Lin Lan did not think that without the protection of the Beast Girl, Su Ke, an auxiliary Beastmaster, could withstand the attack of Zhao Fei, an S-level melee Beastmaster. Cheng Qiji and Malinhua also broke out in a cold sweat for Su Ke when they saw the battle below. Indeed, judging from Su Ke's current performance and position, he is a Beastmaster with a support orientation. If he was a melee Beastmaster, he would have rushed forward with Lu Qinhuan instead of hiding behind him. But at this time, Cheng Qiji still had hope in his heart. Logically speaking, an SSS-level Beastmaster should have quite a few innate skills. Su Ke has only used one talent skill since the beginning. He should have a backup plan or a trump card. But Zhao Fei didn't consider these. He waved the halberd in his hand and looked at Su Ke with a ferocious look in his eyes. He had been in youth training for so long, but he had never heard of how strong Su Ke's fighting ability was. Even if Su Ke had a backup plan, Zhao Fei did not think that Su Ke could withstand his attack. As he rushed towards Su Ke, Zhao Fei's God of War was activated, and his strength and defense instantly increased by 50%. His eyes were full of the belief that he would win. However, facing Zhao Fei's attack, Su Ke's eyes were full of calmness. A sarcastic smile played on the corner of his mouth. Want to target me? Su Ke could understand Zhao Fei and Ning's thoughts, but he was not someone who could be easily bullied. The reason why I didn't take action all this time was because no one was worthy of my action. Now that it was the final moments of the youth training competition, Su Ke didn't mind showing off his little fighting ability to Zhao Fei and Ning and the others. While he was thinking, Zhao Fei had already dropped from the sky with a halberd and came in front of him. The moment the halberd approached him, Zhao Fei instantly launched a halberd attack. The terrifying spiritual power burst out from the tip of the halberd blade, and with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum, he swung it towards Suke fiercely. Under this powerful blow, the surrounding space was distorted, which shows how terrifying its power was. In an instant, the terrifying halberd was less than 30 centimeters away from Suke and was about to chop down on his head. Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Cheng Qiji, who was watching the battle from above, couldn't help but worry about Suke. But facing Zhao Fei's terrifying attack, Suke showed a smile. He stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Zhao Fei, who was about to rush in front of him, exhaling gently. Bound Spirit. In an instant, an energy chain suddenly shot out from Suke's hand and quickly wrapped around Zhao Fei. Seeing this scene, the curators around couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Soul binding? Isn't this a skill used by beast masters after they advance to the second level to restrain the contracted beast girls from going berserk? Strictly speaking, skills like soul binding are not even considered innate skills, but can only be considered as auxiliary small skills. Why did Suke use the soul binding technique on Zhao Fei? Can't spirit binding only be used against your own beast girls? And it's not a combat skill. That's right. Logically speaking, Suke has plenty of combat experience. He shouldn't be unaware of this kind of common sense, right? Could it be that he started to panic when he saw Zhao Fei approaching him? At this moment, no one understood why Suke used the soul binding technique on Zhao Fei. Cheng Qiji and Shen Ji, who were standing on the high platform watching the battle, were also stunned. Even Zhao Fei himself was a little slow to react. Bound spirit? Suke, are you panicking? At this moment, Zhao Fei saw Captain Su using the soul binding on him, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen his victory. Even Ning, who was in mid-air, showed excitement in her eyes. But the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. In the field of vision, the soul binding chain quickly climbed up Zhao Fei along Suke's palm. The next second, Zhao Fei's figure, which was in mid-air and ready to attack, suddenly froze. He fell straight to the ground with the halberd in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but show shock in their eyes. No, how can Suke's soul binding be used on humans? And can it even stop their movements? At this moment, everyone was shocked beyond words by the scene before them. Especially Zhao Fei, who was the person involved, felt that his body and the spiritual power in his body were all stagnant at this moment, and he lost control of himself. He could only watch as Suke took a step towards him and punched him. But until this moment, Zhao Fei still had illusions in his heart. Suke is just a support-type beast master. It's impossible for him to seriously injure me with one strike. As long as I wait for this strange spirit binding to end, I can turn the tide of the battle. But the next second, his expression suddenly turned ugly. Because in the field of vision, Suke's palm had unexpectedly transformed into a beast at some point, emitting a chilling metallic glow. Chapter 114. Should I avoid his attack? Lu Qinhuan's innate skill? How did Suke know Lu Qinhuan's innate skill? Seeing Suke's palm transform into a beast, Zhao Fei felt his mind go blank at this moment. As we all know, beast transformation is a special talent that only beast girls have, and only beast girls have the bloodline that allows them to transform into beasts. But the Suke in front of him could actually transform into a beast, although only his palms, but it was enough to shock people. The students watching around widened their eyes with disbelief in their eyes. Beast transformation? How could Suke, a beast master, transform into a beast? Not only the students, but even the referee Li Xiangdong widened his eyes with a look of confusion. Shenji and Cheng Qiji, who were watching the battle from above, were also shocked and their faces were full of disbelief. Beast transformation? How could Suke, a beast master, transform into a beast? At this moment, the four people standing on the high platform were all shocked. They are not like those students who only know how to shout wow. Their rich experience allows them to quickly think of a possibility. Based on the battle history of human beast masters, there is only one possibility for a beast master to transform into a beast. That's a 9th level beast master. He's one with the light, and can transform his body into a beast while inheriting all the abilities of the beast girl he's contracted with. But that's level 9. Suke is only level 3 now. How could he achieve beast transformation? The four of them looked at each other at the same time, with suspicion in their eyes. Fortunately, Lin Lan, who was standing by, quickly guessed the possibility. It must be some kind of innate skill of Suke that allows him to mimic the state of beast. Or it could be the ability to temporarily borrow one of the abilities of the person you contracted with. They didn't believe that a 3rd level beast master could transform into a beast. There are many beastmasters in history who have the talent of being able to temporarily borrow one of their beast girl's abilities. Listening to Lin Lan's speculation, Chen Ji on the side nodded continuously. That must be the case. Even 7th rank beastmasters like us can't transform into beasts. It's impossible for Suke, a 3rd rank beastmaster, to be so unstoppable. The beastmaster who is transformed into a beast is, in a sense, a very terrifying existence. He can not only use his own innate skills, but also all the abilities of the contracted object. He is equivalent to a plus version of his contracted beast girl and is extremely difficult to target. This is also the difficulty and terror of the 9th level beastmaster in the Tongchen realm. At this time, they had no idea that Suke would have a concentric contract that could use the abilities of his contracted partner. Amidst everyone's shock, Suke's claws slapped straight towards Zhao Fei's neck, but at the critical moment, Suke still did not kill him. He raised the gold-eating claws a little and slapped Zhao Fei straight on the face. As Zhao Fei was imprisoned by the bound spirit, he could only watch helplessly as Suke's gold-devouring claws slapped towards him without being able to do anything. Bang! An extremely loud dull sound was heard, and Zhao Fei was directly hit in the face by Suke's palm, which was blessed with the tyrant buff. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and countless golden stars passed by and fell straight to the ground. Although Suke withdrew his attack, his strength did not decrease. Zhao Fei's head was hit so hard that his mouth and eyes were slanted, and a huge hole was smashed on the ground. Blood flowed out of all his orifices. Seeing this scene, the students watching around exclaimed in surprise. After taking the secret medicine, Zhao Fei was knocked down in one blow? There's no room for fighting back at all. Even Ning, who was desperately trying to entangle Lu Qinhuan in the sky, couldn't help but widen his eyes with disbelief in his eyes. She never expected that after trying her best to stop Lu Qinhuan and letting Zhao Fei deal with Suke, she would end up with such a result. Due to the distraction, Ning, who was already no match for Lu Qinhuan, was suppressed by Lu Qinhuan and attacked madly. His wings were destroyed and regenerated, and he kept falling to the ground from mid-air. After dealing with Zhao Fei, Suke walked towards Ning and Lu Qinhuan, ready to end the battlefield. Zhao Fei, you fucking idiot! Ning, who placed all her hopes on Zhao Fei at this time, seemed unable to bear this result and couldn't help but curse at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei, who was somewhat unconscious after being hit by Suke's claw, seemed to be stimulated at this moment. He struggled to get up from in front of Suke again, holding the halberd. At this moment, his blood and energy were surging throughout his body, and an aura that was several times more terrifying than before rose up. Suke! Don't even think about going over there. Boom! A powerful pressure instantly swept across the entire training ground. The ground where Zhao Fei was located rapidly sank, and terrifying energy roared and flowed. Upon hearing this, Suke turned around and looked at Zhao Fei, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and staring at him fiercely with a halberd on his head. A light flashed in his insightful eyes. This is Zhao Fei's innate skill, a fight to the death. Last stand, briefly reduce your health to the lowest point, gaining a 5-fold burst that lasts for 10 seconds. Afterwards, you will fall into a weakened state and lose all combat power. This desperate battle is similar to a skill that consumes the original essence and blood for a short burst, and is the same as the barbarian ultimate move that Suke used in his previous life. Suke looked at Zhao Fei, who was fighting with his back to the wall, and knew that the other party was determined to defeat him. Secret medicine, a last-ditch effort. You're maxing out all the negative buffs, at any cost. Looking at the almost insane Zhao Fei, Suke sighed inwardly. To a certain extent, no matter whether Zhao Fei wins or loses today, he will have to pay an unspeakable price. At this time, Cheng Qiji, who was watching the battle from above, also frowned. Zhao Fei's innate skill is obviously a key skill that consumes essence to perform. It will definitely require a long period of nurturing afterward. For a big competition, they are willing to go to such lengths. Even Malinhua, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but frown slightly. With rich combat experience, she quickly analyzed the best way to deal with the situation. This explosive skill will definitely not last long. Suke only needs to avoid his sharp edge and dodge this wave of explosions to win without fighting. Shenji, who was beside Cheng Qiji, also sighed softly. He knew that at this point, the outcome was no longer important. As long as Suke was smart enough and found a way to avoid Zhao Fei's outburst, victory would be assured. However, at this moment in the martial arts arena below, Suke looked at Zhao Fei, who was fighting a desperate battle, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I avoid his sharp edge? Extremely cold territory. In an instant, the azure area spread wildly from Suke's feet to the surroundings, instantly covering the entire martial arts arena. With the blessing of the dual domains, the gray and azure colors in the entire martial arts arena intertwined into a strange gray-blue color. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even Cheng Qiji and others who were watching the battle from above had their pupils tremble in an instant. Chapter 115, Burning Blood, Completely Beastly. Extremely Cold Territory. Lang Ruoshua's innate skill, the Extreme Cold Field. The moment Suke unleashed the Extreme Cold Field, everyone's eyes widened. They never expected that Suke could not only use Lu Qinuan's innate skill, the Gold Devouring Claw, but also use Li Lang Ruoshua's innate skill, the Extreme Cold Field, at the same time. Even Li Xiangdong had not anticipated this scene at all, he only felt his eyelids twitching. This little guy Suke always creates unexpected miracles for people. Even Chen Ji and others who were watching the battle from above stayed where they were. I can actually use the innate skill of another contracted partner, and it's a domain-related skill. You know, in ordinary external battlefields, one domain-type skill is enough to turn the tide of the battle, but in the current Suke combination, plus Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshue, it is equivalent to 3 domain-type skills. This combination of team battles is invincible. When the fields are superimposed, the weakening of local combat power is terrifying. Genius. This is a true genius. Even Chen Ji and Lin Lan, who had been speaking for Zhao Fei, could not help but admit the terrifying nature of Suke's talent. At this point, no matter whether Zhao Fei and his team win or not, they cannot cover up the brilliance of Suke and his team. In this battle, Zhao Fei and his men were fighting for their lives, but Suke was still handling it with ease until now, and the gap between the two sides was immediately apparent. Your war college has indeed recruited a rare genius that is rarely seen in a million years. At this time, Chenji finally let go of the pitiful self-esteem in his heart and sighed softly. But the battle is not over yet. Let's see the final result. At this moment, on the battlefield, Zhao Fei, who felt himself being shrouded by a double domain, was also horrified, but then his eyes turned into a sinister look. No matter what means Suke used, he had already begun to burn his essence to start a do-or-die battle, so he only had one way left. Charge forward. Kill. At this moment, the energy and blood in Zhao Fei's body was like a blazing flame rising into the sky. In the gray area, he was like a burning candle. He strode towards Suke, waving the halberd in his hand. However, under the dual cover of the Extreme Cold Field and the Eternal Hunger Field, Zhao Fei's energy and blood power rapidly weakened, and his already inflexible body became even more clumsy. On the other side, Ning had already lost a lot of energy and blood due to the existence of the Eternal Hunger Field, and was no match for Lu Qinuan. After the Extreme Cold Field expanded, his speed was instantly slowed down. Lu Qinuan seized the opportunity and used the chain blade to attack, locking his back, teleporting to his back, and tearing both wings apart. Due to the Eternal Hunger Field's continuous absorption of qi and blood, Ning was no longer able to condense the wings of a Pegasus and fell straight down. After losing the ability to control the air, Ning was no match for Lu Qinuan, who was completely made of metal. He was hit on the lower abdomen by Lu Qinuan's 2 claws and fell heavily to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, just as Lu Qinuan was about to retreat to support Suke, Ning shouted loudly, and the blood and essence in his body burned wildly. His body quickly transformed into the form of a Pegasus, and his human features quickly faded away. Completely beastified. Seeing the scene, everyone around widened their eyes at this moment, and Li Xiangdong's body tensed up instantly. Burning blood. A third-level beast girl can burn her own blood and essence to transform completely into a beast for a short period of time, but she will be weak for 3 days afterwards. Ning and Zhao Fei are ready to fight. Whether it is Ning's blood-burning beast transformation or Zhao Fei's desperate battle, they are both means of burning themselves to fight a decisive battle. Coupled with the blessing of the secret medicine, one can imagine how weak the two will be after this battle. But in order to win this battle, Ning and Zhao Fei no longer cared about so much. Seeing the two of them activate the final state, everyone's minds became tense at this moment and they couldn't help swallowing. They knew that the key to ultimately deciding victory or defeat had arrived. Whether it is Zhao Fei who activated the last stand, or Ning who entered the blood-burning state, in this state, victory or defeat is just a matter of a blink of an eye. At this time, Suke, who was present, also felt the threat from the two people. He narrowed his eyes slightly and prepared to use other means. However, at this moment, Lu Qinuan's voice rang out. Ning, don't you just want to prove to Brother Su that choosing me was a mistake? Since today's battle was started by me, I will end it. Let me prove it. Brother Su didn't choose you because you weren't as strong as me. As Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, the entire eternal hunger realm instantly boiled over, and countless bloodlights in the darkness gathered and burned madly towards Lu Chenhuan. She also chose to burn her blood and transform completely into a beast. Seeing this, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Huan. Su Ke didn't expect Lu Chenhuan to choose to burn blood and transform into a beast. Su Ke, who was in tune with him, also understood Lu Chenhuan's thoughts at this moment. She wanted to prove to Ning that her choice was not wrong. Since Ning was willing to burn her blood and essence to make Su Ke regret it, then he could also burn his blood and essence to prove himself. Although Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke could surely win if they joined forces, Lu Chenhuan was obviously not satisfied with this at the moment. She wanted to prove to the world her Lu Chenhuan's strength and declare to the world that there was nothing wrong in contracting her. In the area where gray and azure were intertwined, the sounds of wind and thunder were crackling, the terrifying power of qi and blood was surging wildly, and an unprecedented terrifying pressure emerged from Lu Chenhuan. Her body shape changed rapidly, 2 long golden horns quickly grew out from her forehead, tiger claws stretched out, her eyes were red, and her body shape was also expanding rapidly. The moment she appeared, the heaven and earth shook, dark clouds gathered around the city, and a horrible smell of blood filled the entire youth training camp. Roar! At the moment when his body completely transformed into the prototype of Tao Tai, the terrifying area actually showed a tendency to expand rapidly. Fortunately, Lu Chenhuan controlled it in time and did not cover and affect the students watching the battle around him. But Ning and Zhao Fei, who were in the area, showed horror in their eyes at this moment. Because their vitality was actually being lost at an extremely terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, most of their energy and blood were lost. Quick victory! Realizing that something was wrong, Zhao Fei and Ning quickly sped up, preparing for a quick victory. However, facing the attacks of the two, Lu Chenhuan just glanced at them coldly, and the tail of the bronze chain instantly sank into the ground. The next second, the entire ground of the martial arts arena shook and roared, and countless bronze chain blades stabbed out frantically, piercing through Ning and Zhao Fei's bodies in an instant with lightning speed. Countless terrifying rays of light passed through Zhao Fei and Ning's bodies, nailing them bloodily to the sunken and cracked martial arts stage. It's like 2 living specimens that can be manipulated and admired by anyone. Chapter 116, Victory, Speculations about Lu Chenhuan's identity. Ning and Zhao Fei, who were nailed to the ground by bronze chain blades, had no idea that the two of them, who had activated the desperate battle and blood-burning states, would be killed instantly upon their first encounter. The vitality of the two people, which was already rapidly draining away, melted away even faster at this moment, like a candle in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they were so thin that they were almost just skin and bones. He couldn't even hold on to the state of last stand in burning blood, and quickly recovered into a haggard human form. As for Lu Chenhuan, the instigator, he sniffed the bloody smell in the air with a greedy look on his face, licked his lips with his fiery red tongue, and his red eyes were full of enjoyment. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked beyond words. However, Su Ke, seeing Zhao Fei and Ning about to be sucked dry, instantly came into contact with the extreme cold field and then spoke to Lu Chenhuan. Huan, withdraw the domain and your chain blade. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan turned his head and glanced at Su Quebec. He seemed to have remembered something, and the bloodthirsty red light in his eyes gradually faded. He raised his claws and waved lightly, and the eternal hunger domain quickly retreated towards his feet. Then he twisted his tail and retracted his bronze chain tail. Crash! There was silence between heaven and earth, with only the sound of the bronze chain blade being dragged back into the ground. The moment the bronze chain blade was retracted, Lu Chenhuan instantly returned to human form. But compared to before, her face was a little pale at this moment, and her body was shaking slightly. It seemed that she had not yet recovered from her complete bestial state and almost couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, Su Ke stepped forward in time, holding Lu Chenhuan's right hand with one hand, and wrapping his other hand around Lu Chenhuan's waist, supporting her body and speaking with concern. Huan, how are you? Listening to Su Ke's caring words and looking at the concerned look in Su Ke's eyes, Lu Chenhuan felt warm in his heart and shook his head gently. I'm fine, brother Su. I used the eternal hunger field to absorb a lot of Ning and Zhao Fei's vitality. I used up most of their blood essence when burning my blood. Plus, I didn't use my beast transformation ability much, so my own loss was not high. After listening to Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Su Ke felt relieved. I'm glad you're okay. Compared to the conditions of Zhao Fei and Ning, Su Ke was more concerned about Lu Chenhuan's safety. At this moment, Li Xiangdong, the referee, rushed onto the martial arts stage. Looking at Ning and Zhao Fei, who were dying, with countless blood holes all over their bodies and unable to speak, his eyelids twitched wildly. Lu Qinhuan came to his senses and hurried forward with the support of Su Ke and spoke to Li Xiangdong. "General Li, don't worry. When I was fully transformed, I carefully controlled the angle. I only gave them a little stimulation and didn't stab them in any fatal spots. There is no fatal point." Looking at Zhao Fei and An Ning with blood holes all over their bodies, Li Xiangdong felt like the sky was falling. But this light is bleeding out almost completely. After having their vitality drained by the eternal hunger field, the two men, who already had little blood left, looked like corpses after losing so much blood. "Healer! Healer, get on stage! Help!" At this time, Li Xiangdong, who was full of anxiety, spoke to the beast girls with healing abilities and the beast tamer instructors in the audience. Zhao Fei and An Ning are S-level geniuses after all. It would be a real joke if they died in a competition. Hearing the noise, the instructors in the audience rushed to the stage and scrambled to rescue Zhao Fei and An Ning. But the two were seriously injured and their essence was depleted, so it was not easy to save them. Everyone had to work together to carefully repair Zhao Fei and An Ning's injuries. As for Li Xiangdong, he took the opportunity to walk aside and announced the result of the competition to the audience. The winner of this competition is number 27, the Su Ke team. Let's congratulate them. After Li Xiangdong's announcement, the audience came to their senses at this moment and cheered. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! A small youth training competition can actually allow us to enjoy such a wonderful battle. I am so surprised. I originally thought that Zhao Fei, who started a last-ditch fight, and An Ning, who burned with blood, could turn the tide of the battle, but I didn't expect them to be defeated by Lu Qinhuan in the end. To be honest, Lu Qinhuan's fully transformed beast is so handsome. With just one encounter, he instantly killed Zhao Fei, who was in a desperate state, and An Ning, who was burning with blood. And look at how he's doing after activating the blood burning technique. He's so full of energy. How can he be weak? Everyone looked at Su Ke and Lu Qinhuan with fear in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how many seconds they could last if they encountered a pervert like Lu Qinhuan. Chen Ji and Lin Lan, who were watching the battle from above, also had their mouths wide open, and they haven't closed them yet. He was killed instantly after just one encounter? Originally, the two thought that after Zhao Fei and An Ning started the last-ditch fight in the blood-burning battle, there would be a fierce fight, but unexpectedly, they were defeated by Lu Qinhuan in one encounter. How come Lu Qinhuan is so powerful? Is this really just an F-rank beast girl? At this moment, both of them had deep doubts about Lu Qinhuan's talent. Especially Lin Lan, her eyes narrowed slightly. Exactly. I remember that Lu Qinhuan's awakening information clearly stated that his talent was Hungry Mole. But look at Lu Qinhuan's completely beastly state just now. How does he have anything to do with a mole? The two of them still couldn't forget the state of Lu Qinhuan just after he completely transformed into a beast. The pressure was so great that even these two 7th-level cultivators felt a slight throbbing in fear in their souls. If you tell them it's a mole, they totally don't believe it. Not only Chen Ji and Lin Lan, but even Cheng Qiji and Malinhua beside them began to doubt at this moment. Could it be that Lu Qinhuan's awakening information is the same as Lang Ruoshue's, and there is also an error? As members of the Great Xiaowar Academy, the two had been through hundreds of battles and could tell at a glance that the imposing aura displayed by Lu Qinhuan when he had just fully transformed into a beast could definitely not be that of an F level. With such strong pressure and combat power, let alone S, even SS is possible. At this time, Cheng Qiji and the other man's eyes were full of joy. It seems that Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshue, who are under Su Ke's contract, are more than just the F level shown in the information. In this way, we won't have to worry about Su Ke's future development. Two beast girls this strong are totally worthy of Su Ke's SSS rank. Of course, at this moment, everyone has not realized that Su Ke's true talent is not just SSS. If they knew that Su Ke's true talent level is God level, I am afraid that more than just a few deans would be dispatched. Cheng Qiji, who was full of joy, seemed to have thought of something. He coughed dryly, looked at Chen Ji and Lin Lan with a righteous look on his face, and spread out his palms directly. You two, you lose. Give me the promised Earth-level magical weapon. Chapter 117, Shi Ji's surprising inference. After the competition for first place between Su Ke and An Ning ended, the remaining three, Shin Songyun, Duanjin and Lu Yun, had a rematch to decide the third, fourth and fifth place candidates. With Li Xiangdong's announcement, the results of the entire youth training competition were determined. Su Ke and his team ranked first, and Ning ranked second, Shin Songyun ranked third, Lu Yun ranked fourth, and Duanjin ranked fifth. Afterwards, after some simple treatment, they each went on stage to receive their awards as Li Xiangdong announced. But Zhao Fei and Ning, who came in second, were too seriously injured to even stand up, so their instructors from the 2nd Battalion had to collect the medals on their behalf. On the other hand, Su Ke and Lu Qinuan, especially Lu Qinuan, did not seem weak at all even after using the burning blood to activate his complete beast transformation. He stayed beside Su Ke, jumping around with the trophy in his arms. Everyone was very sad about this result. Even Qin Ji, who was watching the battle above, couldn't help but let out a sigh. I never thought that even with all the tricks Ning and Zhao Fei used, they couldn't do anything to Su Ke and Lu Qinuan. Especially in that final blow, Lu Qinuan didn't even borrow much of Su Ke's abilities. In her fully transformed beast state, she single-handedly crushed Ning and Zhao Fei. Although Chun Ji and Lin Lan did not want to admit it at this time, the strength shown by Lu Qinuan kept reminding them that Lu Qinuan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Especially Lin Lan, who now changed her previous idea that Lu Qinuan was a waste F level. The strength displayed by Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue is definitely not F level. Where can an F class crush two S classes? Not to mention F level, even A-level geniuses like Shin Songyun and Lu Yun could only be suppressed when facing S level Ning and Zhao Fei. Where could there be such a strong F class? And judging by their beastly states, both Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue's talents are vastly different from what was stated in their awakening information. How could there be a scaly bug? And Lu Qinuan, in his fully transformed state, with horns and a pair of majestic tiger claws, doesn't look like a mole at all? Which mole looks like this? Even Chang Qiji, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but nod slightly. Indeed, judging from the performance of this youth training competition, neither Lu Qinuan nor Lang Ruoxue performed like an F-level player. Malinhua on the side frowned slightly. Could it be that, as you previously deduced, their awakening information is incorrect? But how could it be such a coincidence that both of them awakened to F-level, both of them contracted with Su Ke, and both of them happened to have incorrect awakening information? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? After listening to Malinhua's words, the three people around her fell silent. It is indeed as Malinhua said, all this is too much of a coincidence. More importantly, the awakening arrays of each school were personally engraved and passed down by the ancient sages of the human race. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to make mistakes. But this time, there were two mistakes, which seemed abnormal no matter how I thought about it. On the other hand, Chang Qiji frowned tightly and suddenly thought of a possibility. However, he did not defend himself, but just smiled and spoke to Chen Ji and Lin Lan. There's no such thing as coincidence. Some things in the world are just coincidental. Forget it, forget about all that nonsense. As Su Ke and his team's future directors, let's go down and congratulate them first. As the future director of Zhao Fei and Ning, I suggest you also go and express your condolences to the two parties involved. When Chang Qiji said this, he seemed to remember something and smiled at Chen Ji and Lin Lan with a smug look on his face. By the way, don't forget the Earth-level magic weapon you lost to us. As the Dean of Lingwu College, I believe you will not default on your obligations. Of course, if you refuse to pay, I don't mind asking our Dean to go to your Lingwu Academy in person to ask for it. You. Looking at the despicable expression on Chang Qiji's face, Chen Ji instantly became furious and completely forgot about what happened between Lang Ruoxue and Lu Qinuan just now. After saying these words, Chang Qiji pulled Malinhua and quickly walked towards the podium where Su Ke and the others were standing. Malinhua, who was next to Chang Qiji, waited until she walked down from the platform before gently poking Chang Qiji's elbow with her hand. Old Chang, did you think of something just now? Malinhua, who was connected with Chang Qiji's mind, guessed what Chang Qiji must have been thinking about as soon as she saw Chang Qiji's expression. It's just that because Chen Ji and Lin Lan were still there at the time, he felt that the timing was not right and didn't say it. Now that he was completely away from Chen Ji and Lin Lan, Chang Qiji finally relaxed and nodded mysteriously at Malinhua. Lanhua, your guess is correct. I did have a very bold guess just now. Looking at the mysterious expression on Chang Qiji's face, Malinhua's heart moved slightly. What conjecture? Chang Qiji subconsciously looked around, and seeing that Chen Ji and Lin Lan had not caught up, he lowered his voice and spoke to Malinhua. Lanhua, is it possible that Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoxue's awakening information is correct? Instead, they completed their talent transformation with Su Ke's help? They advanced? Upon hearing this, Malinhua's expression changed and her pupils trembled. Talent transformation? At this moment, Malinhua was shocked. The day a talent awakens is an unchanging constant. This is a universally recognized law. If Su Ke can really change the talents of these two people, it will shock the world. Yes. Chang Chiji nodded cautiously. So I didn't say this speculation just now. If Suke can truly transform and upgrade the Beast Girl's talent, then his value will far exceed what it is now. Perhaps with his own strength, he can create at least 2 future Beast Gods. Even more if he's been hiding something about his talent. On this basis, if we can help non-contracted Beast Girls level up, it will cause a huge stir throughout the world. Even the ferocious beasts might come knocking and kill people. Listening to Chang Chiji's inference, Malanhoa's heart was also in turmoil. She never imagined that Chang Chiji would have such an inference in his mind. But what is shocking is that this inference seems so possible based on various past evidence. That's why I interrupted the topic and diverted Chang Ji and the others' thoughts to other places. At this moment, Chang Chiji narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Suke and the other two who were standing on the podium with excited expressions. If they guess this result and confirm it, then we might not be able to hold Suke back with just the 2 of us. But Chen Ji and the others are not fools. It is very likely that they will come to similar conclusions after they realize what is happening. So, after today's game, let's get everyone on the road straight away. Don't waste any time on the road. Chapter 118. Then let us wait. Listening to Chang Chiji's inference, Malanhua on the side couldn't help but nod heavily. Chiji, you are right. We can't afford to take the risk even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of this happening. If it is true as the 2 guessed, that Suke has the ability to change the talents of Beast Girls, then the impact of this matter will be huge. Although it can indirectly prove why Suke dared to contract 2F-level Beast Girls, it will also enhance Suke's competitiveness. Once this talent is confirmed, the presidents of the 3 major colleges may come out to compete for him. What is more important is that if the 3 deans were to take action, it might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and the situation would then become several times more complicated than it is now. In contrast, if the 2 of them quickly brought Suke and the others out of Tianhai to avoid being tempted by someone, many things could have been avoided. Without testing and confirmation, no matter how many guesses you have in your mind, they are just guesses and cannot be counted, and there will be no real risk. Thinking of this, Malanhua and Chang Chiji looked at each other, then quickly walked to the podium on the side and waited quietly for Suke and the others. At this moment, Suke reached out and took the 1,000-year-old snow lotus planted in the jade box from Li Shangdong. He opened the box and smelled the cool and subtle fragrance emanating from it, his eyes filled with joy. With this 1,000-year-old snow lotus, Ruosh Yue's materials for advancement are complete. From now on, I just need to focus on preparing Huan's next level of advancement materials. With the Millennium Snow Lotus in hand, Lang Ruoshua has obtained all the materials for advancement at this stage. The next step is to collect fresh blood essence of 4th level or above ferocious beasts to engrave the Taodai pattern on Lu Qinhuan's back and activate the Taodai eyes. The preparations for the talent advancement of the 2 at this stage have been completed. While they were thinking, everyone left the stage, while Chang Chiji and Malanhua quickly came on stage and walked to the side of Suke and the others. Su, Lu, and Lang, congratulations on winning first place in this youth training competition. Hearing the congratulations from Chang Chiji and Malanhua, Suke, Lu Qinhuan, and Lang Ruoshua couldn't help but turn their heads and look at Chang Chiji and Malanhua who were hurriedly walking towards them. Thank you, directors. No need to be so polite. You will all be attending our war college sooner or later anyway. We will be a family from now on. Having said this, Chang Chiji hesitated for a moment, coughed dryly, and then looked at Suke and the other 2. Student Su, do you have time? Hearing Chang Chiji's question, Suke raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked at Chang Chiji. What's wrong, Director Chang? Is there something wrong? Upon hearing this, Chang Chiji spoke a little embarrassedly. Student Su, our dean urged us to get you here quickly. He said he loves talented people and wanted us to get you to Kyoto as quickly as possible. Now that the competition is over, I wonder if we can set off on our journey as soon as possible. Otherwise, Dean Shui might blame us. Listening to Chang Chiji's words, Suke couldn't help but frown slightly. So soon? Logically speaking, it would be normal even if the youth training competition started 3 or 4 days later. This is the first time I have seen people as anxious as Chang Chiji and Malanhua. Could it be because they have some concerns in their hearts? While thinking, Suke turned his head to look at Lang Ruoshua and Lu Qinhuan on both sides. Ruoshua, Huan, what do you think? After listening to Suke's question, Lang Ruoshua hesitated for a moment before speaking to Suke. Brother Su, it's not impossible to leave early, but I want to see my father before I leave. After all, if I leave Tianhai quietly, he will definitely be worried. Lu Qinhuan beside him also nodded. Brother Su, I also want to say hello to Dad before I leave. Let him know before I leave. Upon hearing this, Suke nodded slightly, then turned to look at Chang Chiji again. Director Chang, you heard it too. Huan and Ruoshue want to see their family before they leave. I want to accompany them to visit their friends before leaving. Suke has always been a sentimental person, so it's natural that he wouldn't let Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshue leave Tianhai with regrets. Can you two wait? Seeing the unquestionable expression in Suke's eyes, Chang Chiji couldn't help but be stunned. He and Malinhua looked at each other and immediately made a decision in their hearts. Okay, then we'll wait a little longer. After you've met your families, we'll come pick you up personally and leave immediately. Hearing Chang Chiji's answer, Suke's eyes showed satisfaction and he nodded slightly. Okay, Director Chang, please wait for our news. Since Chang Chiji and others are willing to make concessions, I won't make things too difficult for them. As they were talking, Suke took Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshue and walked straight off the stage. They returned to the camp to pack up briefly and prepare to leave to visit their relatives. Chang Chiji and Malinhua looked at the backs of Suke and the others as they left, and exchanged glances. After today's battle, Suke and the others will become the hottest topics of discussion throughout Tianhai. We must provide covert protection at all times to prevent any accidents from happening before they leave Tianhai. As they spoke, the two of them followed Suke and the others without making a sound. After Suke and the other two returned to the camp and simply sorted things out, they began to face new challenges. How should we arrange things for Huanhuan's family and Ruoshue's family? Seeing Suke on both sides looking at him expectantly, he gently touched his forehead. He was now under contract with both Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshue. It was obviously unrealistic to leave any of them behind and go to another company. Not to mention whether Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoshue would feel resentful about this, the parents on both sides would definitely be unhappy. To focus on one thing and neglect the other is unfair. At this moment, Suke felt for the first time the troubles brought about by having too many contract partners. Lu Qinhuan, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed Suke's dilemma and spoke hesitantly. Brother Su, how about we go to Ruoshue's house first? After all, you've been to my house, but we haven't been to Ruoshue's. Lang Ruoshue, who was standing by, bit her lips and spoke softly upon hearing this. I think we can go back to Sister Huanhuan's house first. After all, we've seen Dad many times in the past few days, but Sister Huanhuan hasn't been home to visit her family yet. She must miss him terribly. Seeing the two people's considerate looks, Suke felt warm in his heart and reached out to gently rub their heads. I'm so lucky to have such sensible contract partners like you two. At this moment, the communicator in Lang Ruoshue's arms rang. Lang Ruoshue turned it on, and then handed the communicator to Suke with a strange expression. Brother Su, it's Dad calling. Seeing Lang Ruoshue's strange expression, Suke raised his eyebrows slightly and then answered the phone. Hello, father-in-law, I'm Su Quebec. Moshi Moshi? Listening to Suke's answer, Lang Qianqiu's enthusiastic voice came directly from the microphone. Hey, son-in-law, I heard you won first place in the youth training competition. I specially invited your other father-in-law to come to my house to celebrate together. Chapter 119 Gogogo Let Us Go. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's voice coming from the other end of the microphone, Suke's eyes couldn't help but shine. Father-in-law, this is a brilliant plan. Lang Qianqiu's arrangement directly solved the problem of whose house to go to first. Regardless of whether Lang Qianqiu had a sudden impulse or had planned it long ago, after hearing Lang Qianqiu's invitation, Suke immediately agreed. Okay, father-in-law, I'll bring Huanhuan and Ruoshue over right away. After finishing speaking, Suke hung up the phone and spoke to Lang Ruoshue and Lu Qinhuan. Huanhuan, to celebrate our first place in the youth training, Ruoshue's father asked us to go to his house for dinner. Uncle Lu is also here. Okay, let's go together. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Qinhuan nodded slightly, then looked at Lang Ruoshue. Ruoshue, we have never been to your house, so this time you will lead the way. Lang Ruoshue blinked her eyes when she heard this. Dad has arranged for the driver to wait outside the youth training camp. Good guy. There are many benefits to following our Ruoshue. Listening to Lang Ruoshue's words, a sly smile appeared in Lu Qinhuan's eyes, and then he pulled Suke's right hand. Brother Su, shall we set off? Suke nodded slightly upon hearing this, and threw Chia, who had been eating melon seeds and was sleepy, onto his shoulder. Gogogo, let us go. Xia, who was curled up and dozing off, subconsciously grabbed Suke's shoulders, stretched out her little paws to rub her eyes, and a look of excitement appeared in her eyes. I'm finally going to leave this youth training camp and see the truly vast world of the human race? Looking at the energetic Xia, Suke gave Xia a slap on the head. After you get out, you must be more careful in your actions and never let others notice your abnormality. Otherwise, I'll just have to put you in the darkroom. Regarding Xia's identity being exposed, Suke had a backup plan, which was to throw her into the beast controlling space. But Suke would not deprive Xia of her freedom unless it was absolutely necessary, so he gave her a verbal warning first. Looking at the serious expression on Suke's face, Xia nodded guiltily. Understood, master. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. After all, you know I cherish my life very much. Life is important. After hearing Xia's answer, Suke's eyes showed satisfaction. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, Suke stretched out his other hand and pulled Lang Ruoxue up and walked outside. At this time, students were leaving many tents in the youth training camp one after another, and some concerned parents even ran to the camp to pick up their children. Seeing Suke and his companions coming out, everyone in the 1st Battalion greeted them. Captain Su, Captain Lu, Captain Lang, are you leaving? The youth training is over, so naturally we have to leave. Suke greeted them with a smile. He didn't say anything about seeing you in Kyoto. After all, there were many students who didn't achieve outstanding results during the youth training and were not qualified to enter Kyoto, so he shouldn't discourage them. But after thinking about it, I felt like I was lacking some youthful passion if I didn't say anything. Everyone, see you on the battlefield against the ferocious beasts. Hearing Suke's words, everyone's eyes lit up and they patted their chests heavily in front of Suke. See you on the battlefield, Captain Su. I hope that by then, we will still have the opportunity to follow you. Seeing the hope in their eyes, Suke smiled. If I have the chance, I will protect you. Let's go. As he spoke, Suke pulled Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue away. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, some parents who came to pick up their children showed confusion in their eyes. Everyone else is in pairs, why is this guy holding 2? What? He's the Suke who earned nearly 1 million points in the hunting competition, won 1st place in the youth training competition, and contracted 2 beast girls? Maybe this is talent. Miss, uncle, please get in the car. Suke and the other 2 walked out of the youth training camp and got into the car of the driver who had been waiting there. After seeing Suke holding 2 people in his left and right hands, the driver tactfully said nothing more. Suke sat in the middle of the back seat, his arms stretched out from behind Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's necks, gently stroking the solid alloy of the car body, a look of emotion in his eyes. In this era of war, chaos, and scarcity of resources, my father-in-law is quite capable to be able to acquire such a highly safe vehicle. Listening to Suke's sigh, Lang Ruoxue lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. It's nothing. I have dozens of cars like this at home. If Brother Su likes it, I'll go back and ask Dad to buy us a few. Listening to Lang Ruoxue's words, Suke reached out and gently rubbed Lang Ruoxue's face. We're going to Kyoto soon, so this thing won't be very useful. But when he thought of his huge beast taming space, Suke's mind was slightly moved. But you can have one as a backup, so it will be more convenient for traveling in Kyoto in the future. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chinhuan frowned. Brother Su, the journey to Kyoto is long and arduous, and we have to pass through several restricted areas. I don't think a vehicle can get through. Suke smiled when he heard this. Don't worry about this. I have my own clever plan. Hearing Suke's self-introduction, both Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but blush instantly to their ears. However, Xia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, rolled her eyes when she heard this, muttered, turned around and buried her head in Suke's arms. Soon, the car drove into the bustling city. Hearing the familiar sound of traffic, Suke and the other 2 couldn't help but stick their heads out and look outside. During the time in the youth training camp, everyone felt like they were isolated from the world. Apart from their classmates, they had little contact with the outside world and were almost getting moldy. Seeing the familiar buildings and people in the city, he suddenly realized that he was still in the human territory. Even Xia, who was originally curled up in Suke's arms, couldn't help but stick out her furry little head from Suke's arms and looked outside curiously. Compared to the joy in Suke and the others' eyes, Xia's eyes were filled with curiosity about the world, especially when she saw some novel and interesting objects. She looked at them with longing, staring at them carefully with her big eyes wide open. Suke glanced down at Xia's big eyes, which were full of curiosity and yearning, with a flickering gaze, and it was unknown what she was thinking. While he was thinking, the sound of a car horn brought Suke back to his senses. Brother Su, we're here. Chapter 120. Are you kidding, Huan Huan? Welcome home, miss and uncle. After getting off the car, Suke couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the row of neatly dressed servants in front of the manor. I knew the Long family was rich, but I didn't expect them to be so prestigious. In this era of chaos caused by ferocious beasts, he was still able to recruit so many servants to help guard the house. And in Suke's perception, the cultivation aura of these servants was no lower than the 3rd level, and some had even reached the 4th level. These beast masters and beast girls, who usually acted arrogantly, greeted Lang Ruoxue and themselves warmly when they saw them return. However, when he looked at Lu Chenhuan, who was still holding his hand beside him, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, their upbringing restrained them and they did not criticize Suke like people from other places did. Instead, they just gave him polite smiles. Lang Qianqiu ran out of the manor as soon as the 3 arrived and looked at them with a friendly expression. "Daughter, son-in-law, you are here. Come on, auntie has prepared the food, come in with me." As they spoke, Lang Qianqiu enthusiastically led Suke and the other 2 towards the dining room inside the manor. In the dining room, various delicious dishes had already been prepared on the spacious dining table, and Lu Lingfeng was already waiting there. "Dad." When he saw Lu Lingfeng, Lu Chenhuan's eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. He quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hands and hugged Lu Lingfeng tightly. Feeling the long-lost enthusiasm from Lu Chenhuan, Lu Lingfeng was stunned at first, then tears welled up in his eyes, and he reached out and gently patted Lu Chenhuan on the back. "Silly Huan Huan." Lang Qianqiu and Suke on the side also tactfully did not disturb the 2 of them. After a while, Lu Lingfeng was the first to react and gently patted Lu Chenhuan on the back. "Okay Huan Huan, there are so many people watching here." Lu Chenhuan reacted quickly and let go of Lu Lingfeng, stepped aside embarrassedly and grabbed Suke's hand. Lang Qianqiu, who was standing by, burst into laughter upon hearing this. "What are you afraid of? We are like a family now. I originally wanted to invite Ruoxue and your former principal and teachers to this dinner, but after thinking about it, I finally decided to just make it a family dinner. After today's meal, we will all be a family." Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but show a look of emotion in his eyes. "President Lung, what should we do?" In fact, before coming here, Lu Lingfeng had always been a little nervous. After all, judging from the relationship between Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, the 2 sides are still competitors in some subtle aspects. As Suke's contracted beast girl, Lu Lingfeng didn't believe that Lang Qianqiu had no intention of taking advantage of this banquet. Even in Lu Lingfeng's heart, he was already prepared to confront Lang Qianqiu, the richest man in Tianhai, for Lang Ruoxue. But unexpectedly, Lang Qianqiu's face showed no resentment at all. "What's wrong with that? You don't know how depressed and melancholy Ruoxue felt before she met Suke and Lu Chenhuan. I'm even prepared for Ruoxue to never find a contract partner in her lifetime. But I never expected that, by some strange coincidence, I would find such an outstanding son-in-law." Lang Qianqiu couldn't be more satisfied with Suke. "Our son-in-law is not only extremely talented, but also handsome and kind-hearted. Tell me, where in the world can you find such a good son-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lingfeng, who was standing by, showed a look of approval in his eyes. In fact, when Lu Lingfeng first learned that Lu Chenhuan had only awakened an F-level beast girl talent, his heart was filled with despair. His Lu family is not as wealthy as the Lung family. Even if Lang Ruoxue remains single for her whole life, they will still have enough money to protect her. For Lu Chenhuan, she will only have beauty but no ability to support it, and her future will be very miserable. At that time, Lu Lingfeng had even made up his mind that even if he had to bow his head, he would find a way to find a shelter for Lu Chenhuan. But he also didn't expect that Suke, who had awakened his SSS-level talent, would actually fall in love with Lu Chenhuan. Lu Lingfeng still remembers that feeling of surprise vividly. Let's not talk about that anymore. The kids have suffered a lot during their youth training, especially when they were almost killed by that damn white sky tiger. It really is. When Lang Qianqiu said this, his mind recalled the scene of Lang Ruoxue's death, and hatred appeared in his eyes. What a bastard! He almost killed Ruoxue. Hearing Lang Qianqiu's disgust, Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan subconsciously turned their gaze towards Xia in Suke's arms. Xia, curled up in Suke's arms, buried her head in Suke's arms a little embarrassedly, mumbling softly. As if sensing the gazes of Lang Ruoxue and Lu Chenhuan, Lang Qianqiu looked in the direction they were looking and saw Xia in Suke's arms. When he saw Xia, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen Xia before at Suke's place, but he didn't pay much attention to her at that time. Now, seeing that Suke had to bring her along for meals, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Is this your pet? Upon hearing this, Suke nodded quickly. Lang Qianqiu took the opportunity to step forward, walked to Su Kei's side and looked at Xia carefully. It looks like a cute little creature, but why do I always feel that its aura is somewhat familiar? Lang Qianqiu, who was full of doubts, looked at Xia's body, which was barely the size of a palm, and then put aside his doubts. It's impossible for such a small kitten to be familiar with it. It's probably just an illusion. Anyway, no matter what kind of pet it is, it's much cuter than that damn white tiger. While speaking, Lang Qianqiu greeted Su Kei and the others. Come here, son-in-law. You haven't eaten well for a while. You must be hungry. I asked Auntie to make this specially for you. Just treat it as your own home and eat as much as you want tonight. Having said that, Lang Qianqiu looked at Lu Chenhuan. By the way, Huan, you too. I asked Auntie to prepare more than a dozen freshly cooked dishes for you. It's so delicious. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Lu Lingfeng turned his head to look at the dozen or so pots of dishes piled up on the side, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Having raised Lu Chenhuan for so many years, Lu Lingfeng still didn't know that Lu Chenhuan was such a big eater. Are you just kidding, Huan? While thinking, Lu Chenhuan had already thanked Lang Qianqiu with a serious face. Thank you, Uncle Lang. Then, Lu Chenhuan excitedly picked up the large rice bowl specially made for her and held it in her hand. Open the flash. Respect family affection. Chapter 121 Owl's Conspiracy. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very much. It was also the first time that Lu Lingfeng knew that Lu Chenhuan was such a big eater. At the same time, he was blaming himself for having wrongly blamed Lu Chenhuan. When Lu Chenhuan was still in junior high school, the pocket money she gave her was often not enough. When she asked her what she did with the money, she said she used it for food, and even said it was not enough. At that time, Lu Lingfeng just thought that Lu Chenhuan was lying and must have used the money to fool around. It was not until now that he realized that Lu Chenhuan really did not have enough to eat back then. Moreover, because of the blame he had felt back then, he had been suppressing his instincts ever since then. In other words, Lu Chenhuan has never had enough to eat since he grew up with her. After learning the truth, Lu Lingfeng, a grown man, actually burst into tears without caring about his image. Fortunately, Lang Qianqiu and this grown man were there to drink with him and comfort him, saying that if it were them, they would never have thought that this girl could eat so much before seeing how much she ate with their own eyes. Speaking of this, Lang Qianqiu also recalled Lang Ruoshua's illness back then. As he sighed, he became even more grateful to Su Kei. During the banquet, Lang Qianqiu even became in-laws with Lu Lingfeng, saying that Su Kei would be the child of both families in the future, so they were considered in-laws. After knowing that both of them were single, the two single men felt sympathy for each other and wanted to become sworn brothers on the spot. As for Su Kei, he was directly pulled over by the two of them. While they were drinking and chatting, they kept saying that they hoped Su Kei would take good care of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue after they left Tianhai. After all, after leaving Tianhai, you are their only relative outside. Facing the two people's instructions, Su Kei looked serious. Don't worry, my two fathers-in-law. Huan and Ruoshua's affairs are my, Su Kei's. As long as I'm here, I won't let them suffer even a little bit of injustice. Seeing Su Kei's serious expression, Lu Lingfeng and Lang Qianqiu patted his shoulders heavily. You have always been a good character, we trust you. As they talked, the two of them raised their glasses again and toasted with Su Kei. As for Lang Ruoshue, she stayed beside Lu Chenhuan, watching Su Kei and the two old men getting along harmoniously, her eyes full of tenderness. Xia took the opportunity to take a piece of food from each plate, hiding in the corner and showing off her furry face with satisfaction. After dinner, Lang Qianqiu arranged for the servants to take them to the room that had been prepared in advance, and told them to spend the night in the manor with peace of mind. Su Kei, who was a little dizzy from drinking because of happiness, was carried by Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue to the extra-large bedroom reserved for 3 people. They gently washed him and helped him onto the bed. After everything that happened last night, the two turned off the lights in the room and crawled obediently to Su Kei's side. After countless days and nights in the youth training camp, they have long been accustomed to this way of getting along. In a daze, Su Kei's nose twitched slightly as he sniffed the 2 fragrant breezes lingering in front of his nose, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 2 silly girls. Thinking about everything that had happened during this period, he gently held the 2 of them in his arms, stroking their soft hair with his hands, and fell into a deep sleep. The 2 people who were hugged by Su Kei turned around and put their hands and legs on Su Kei, hugging his arms on the left and right, and fell asleep peacefully. In the darkness, Xiao's cautious call came from outside the door. Hey, have you forgotten something? I haven't even gone in yet. Under the cover of night, the cold moonlight sprinkled on a dense forest far away outside the Lung family manor. Two figures were hidden in the shadows, their eyes shining brightly. Owl, are you sure you want to do it here? This is the Lang family's base camp, and it's heavily defended. The owl hiding nearby nodded slightly upon hearing this. What do you know? This is called the darkest place under the lamp. The Lung family is hosting a banquet today, and everyone's vigilance is at its lowest. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult later. Who would have thought that we would take action at the Lang family? Besides, Lang Qianqiu's contract partner is long gone. Even if we face him, we still have a chance of winning. As he spoke, the owl followed the shadows and moved towards the Lang family manor. Seeing this, the bluebird beside him could only follow suit. The cold moonlight sprinkled along the sky onto the earth, adding a sense of danger to the ground. The owl and the bluebird, moving along the shadows, looked at the Lang family manor getting closer and closer in their sight, and couldn't help but smile. As expected, Lang Qianqiu not only hosted a banquet for Su Ke and his group today, but also held a separate banquet for his servants. Everyone ate and drank their fill and then went to relax. Looking at the empty gate of the compound, Owl and Bluebird became more and more confident, and the scene of their plan being successful appeared in their minds. However, just as the two of them stepped into the gate, rays of faint green light lit up from the shadows around the walls on both sides of the gate, like a pair of demon eyes from hell. Seeing this scene, the owl and the bluebird were horrified. Something's wrong, there's an ambush. Withdraw. In an instant, the bluebird turned into a flying bird, and the owl landed on the bluebird's back. Want to retreat? As the two were about to retreat, two figures in sweatshirts appeared in front of the door. The remnants of the demon god cult knew you would persist in your evil intentions, so we deliberately waited for you here. As he spoke, a dark green barrier suddenly opened from the sky, and dark green wolves roared out from the darkness and rushed towards the bluebird and the owl. War King Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. The moment they saw the two figures appear, the owl and the bluebird couldn't help but change their gaze. Walk! The bluebird let out a roar towards the sky, opened its mouth and blew out a violent gust of wind, instantly tearing apart the countless ghost wolves in front of it. At the same time, its body continued to retreat backwards, trying to take the opportunity to escape. The owl crossed its hands in a strange posture, and a magic seal condensed in front of it, striking towards the barrier behind it. But Malinhua's body flashed, and she instantly turned into a giant wolf as tall as a hill. She pressed down with her huge wolf claws, and countless spiritual powers from heaven and earth gathered in her palms in an instant, turning into a huge claw mark, which pressed down towards the owl and the bluebird with a terrifying force that covered the sky. Cheng Qiji took a step into the air and flew away, clenching his iron fist tightly, smashing towards the owl and the bluebird like a huge cannonball. Every step he took made the void tremble and the space collapse. Facing the fierce attack from the two, the owl gritted its teeth, cut off one of its arms, and chanted a strange spell. The next second, his arm suddenly grew larger and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Amidst the blood mist, the two figures disappeared. Chapter 122. I thought my master didn't want me anymore. Smelling the disappearing smell of blood in the air and looking at the blood mist in the air, Cheng Qiji's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Those remnants of the demon god cult are lucky to have escaped quickly. Ever since the two figured out the truth that Su Ke could upgrade his beast girl talent, they have been worried about Su Ke's safety. So after Su Ke and the others came out of the youth training camp, the two of them had been hiding their figures and following behind them. As expected, the people from the demon god cult could no longer restrain themselves and attacked Su Ke and the others. Fortunately, we anticipated this situation in advance, otherwise, the Lung family would have been in big trouble today. Seeing that the owl and the other two had lost their trace, Malinhua waved her hand gently to remove the barrier and ended her beastly state. It seems that the people from the demon god cult have set their sights on Su Ke, this SSS. Cheng Qiji also nodded. Yes, this time, the unrest targeting the hunting competitions at various youth training camps has caused the most trouble in Tianhai, and it actually involves a 7th-level ferocious beast. Whether it's a coincidence or not, to some extent, Su Ke and the others are in more danger than we imagined. It seems that the dean sent us two war kings to personally pick up Su Ke and the others. He must be worried about this issue. Perhaps it's not just us. Zhao Fei and In Ning from Lingwu Academy must have encountered a lot of trouble as well. Having said this, Cheng Qiji turned his head to look at the manor where Su Ke and the others were, with a gleam in his eyes. Chen Ji and the others will guard Zhao Fei and In Ning. We just need to keep an eye on Su Ke and the others. I have a feeling that the demon god cult's plan this time will definitely have a follow-up. We can't relax for a moment until Suke and the others are safely transported to Kyoto. Listening to Chung Chiji's analysis, Malinois beside him nodded seriously. I think so. Although we are in Dacia and there aren't as many monsters as outside the monster suppression pass, we can't let our guard down. In the territory of Dacia, the threat posed by the demon god cult and other human beings is even greater than that posed by any ferocious beast lurking in the darkness. As they spoke, Chung Chiji and Malinois disappeared into the darkness again. At this moment, in the night, in a dim alley in the old street of the city, a bird flapped its wings and fell into the shadows. The owl wearing glasses appeared in the alley with the help of the bluebird. One of his arms was broken, and the collar of his clothes on his arm was torn and bleeding. At this time, the owl's lens was full of cracks, and it emitted a chilling light in the shadows. I didn't expect that Chung Chiji and Malinois would disregard King Jean's dignity and ambush us at the Leng family manor. Fortunately, we prepared a backup plan in advance, otherwise we might have been defeated by the Leng family this time. The blue bird beside him was also breathing heavily, recalling the scene of his previous encounter with Chung Chiji and others, his eyes full of lingering fear. Since Chung Chiji and the others stayed behind at the Leng family manor, I'm sure Han Chong and the others from the Zhao family also made many mistakes. It seems that the top leaders of Daxia attach great importance to these students this time. The owl couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly as he listened to these analyses. It seems that we in the divine religion alone cannot complete this mission. We need to activate Plan B. The bluebird beside him nodded slightly. Yes, it's time to contact those guys lurking outside Tianhai City. As they spoke, the two men gently waved their hands to wipe away the remaining blood on the ground, and then quickly left the place. Early in the morning, Suke woke up from his sleep and stretched comfortably. He had no idea what happened last night, he only knew that the soft pillow behind his head was very comfortable. Looking at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue who were sleeping soundly, Suke reached out and gently stroked the hair around their ears, then gently pulled his arms away from their embrace, bent down and gently lifted up their legs, preparing to leave. But at this moment, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue seemed to feel Suke's movements, and opened their eyes while whispering softly. Subconsciously, she put her legs back on Suke's thighs and hugged Suke's arms tightly. Lu Chenhuan even acted coquettishly, holding Suke's hand and shaking it gently, pouting and making sounds. Sleep a little longer. Lang Ruoxue remained silent, just staring at Suke with her big, Kazalan eyes and blinking continuously. Suke looked at this scene and couldn't help but reveal a doting smile on his face. You two lazy bastards, there's really nothing I can do about you. Anyway, this kind of time is rare. Since you want to sleep a little longer, then rest for a while. As he spoke, Suke increased the strength in his hands and directly hugged the two people's waists and brought them closer to him, preparing to close his eyes and take another nap. But at this moment, there was an inopportune knock on the door. A familiar but somewhat hoarse voice came from outside the door. Hey, did you forget there's something outside the door? If you don't open the door for me, I'm going to call for help. Hearing this, Suke's eyes, which were about to close, suddenly woke up and looked at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him. Did you forget Xia outside last night? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but blink. Muji, we drank a little yesterday. I only remember helping you, Brother Su, onto the bed and then we fell asleep. After that, I don't seem to have any memory. Xia. I don't seem to have the impression that she brought anything with her. Hearing this, Suke couldn't help but hold his forehead, and quickly pulled his hands and thighs out of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue's arms, then quickly stood up and went to open the door for Xia. After all, Xia is a ferocious beast with high intelligence. If she is not kept under my watch and someone else finds out, it will be a big deal. While thinking, Suke opened the door, and then saw a ball of fur the size of a palm instantly bounce up from the ground and fall into Suke's arms. At this moment, Xia stared at Suke with a look of grievance on her face as she stared at his shaggy mess of hair. Master, you don't know how many times I screamed outside this evening. I wanted to come in, but I was afraid of being discovered if I shouted too loudly, so I could only call you quietly. Who knew I would lose my voice and you would ignore me? Xia, who kept accusing Suke, felt like tears were about to flow out, and her hoarse voice made people feel even more distressed. I almost thought you, Master, didn't want me anymore. Seeing this, Suke rubbed Xia's messy head with some heartache. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We will never abandon you. I promise you, I will always keep you by my side. Listening to Suke's comforting words, Xia, who buried her head in Suke's arms, couldn't help but smile with a look of success. Chapter 123 You're smart. After putting Xia into the house, Suke returned to bed and briefly practiced with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue. Then, there was a knock on the door from the official's house. "Miss, son-in-law, the master is calling you to dinner." After listening to the official's instructions, the three of them came back to their senses from their cultivation. Lang Ruxu even shouted loudly to the outside of the door. "Uncle Lu, I understand. Go back and tell Dad, we'll be right out." "Okay, miss." After hearing Lang Ruoshua's answer, Uncle Lu from the official family outside the door left. Suke couldn't help but tut when he heard Lu Shu addressing him and the others. Is this what it feels like to be born into a wealthy family? From childhood to adulthood, before coming to your Lang family, I have never been called master or uncle-in-law. Lu Chinhuan, who was standing by, jokingly said. Well, aren't you experiencing it now? As for me, even if I follow you into this Lang mansion, I won't be able to enjoy the title of miss or son-in-law. She has earned a lot of reputation as a greedy girl. Looking at Lu Chinhuan's feigned displeasure, Suke couldn't help but laugh. So what's wrong? Aren't you a real greedy girl? Suke. Facing Suke's teasing, Lu Chinhuan couldn't help but pout, and her cheeks puffed up. Looking at Lu Chinhuan's cute little expression, Suke couldn't help but reveal a doting smile at the corner of his mouth, and reached out to gently rub Lu Chinhuan's hair. Just kidding, our Huan Huan is not a greedy girl. Our Huan Huan is a well-known food connoisseur. Isn't that still a greedy girl? At this moment, Xia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, couldn't help but speak out. I'm envious of your grandma. Before Xia finished speaking, Lu Chinhuan couldn't help but growl and reached out to grab Xia in Suke's arms. Seeing that things were not going well, Xia let out a howl and quickly jumped out of Suke's arms at lightning speed, relying on her agility to jump up and down. Without using spiritual power, it would be difficult for Lu Chinhuan to catch the agile Xia. But Xia was jumping up and down and sticking out her tongue, making faces at her and mocking her. Greedy girl, a little. You think you can rely on the fact that we are in the Lung family and I dare not use my spiritual power at will, right? Seeing Xia being so arrogant, Lu Chinhuan glanced at her, grabbed the electric mosquito swatter beside him and pressed the switch. In an instant, an electric arc spread from the mosquito swatter, making a crackling sound. Lu Chinhuan raised the electric mosquito swatter and rushed towards Xia. Kill the cat! Kill the cat! Seeing Lu Chinhuan rushing towards her with an electric mosquito swatter, Xia screamed and rushed to Suke's feet for shelter. It grabbed Suke's trouser leg, blinked its big eyes at him aggrievedly, and seemed to be crying. Oh no! But unexpectedly, Suke reached out and picked it up from the ground and brought it in front of Lu Chinhuan. Come on, Huan Huan, ravage it as much as you can. Xia was completely taken aback by Suke's move and was unable to react. Suke held her by the scruff of the neck and looked at the crackling electric arc and the electric mosquito swatter coming towards her, and she raised her claws directly. Good sister, I was wrong. When it comes to admitting defeat, Xia has always been flexible. But at this time, Lu Chinhuan had no intention of letting Xia go. He raised the electric mosquito swatter and blew it hard at Xia's little face. No! Seeing the electric mosquito swatter blowing towards her face, Xia couldn't help but close her eyes. At this moment, Suke's voice sounded from the side. Okay Huan Huan, stop scaring Xia. Look at how her legs are shaking. Suke knew Lu Chinhuan's character very well. Although she looked fierce and aggressive at times, she would not kill anyone around her. Although Xia is a ferocious beast, she is not as perverse and violent as other ferocious beasts. On the contrary, through spending time with her, Suke discovered that Xia's personality is more similar to that of humans. In terms of stance, they tend to be neutral. And through this period of time together, Xia has become like a family with everyone. He stumbled a little with his words, but he had no intention of harming the other person. Listening to Suke's words, Xia carefully opened one eye, looked at the electric mosquito swatter less than 2 centimeters away from her, and blinked her big eyes to act cute at Lu Chinhuan. I just knew that my sister Huan Huan is the most tolerant and gentle girl. You were just joking with me. You wouldn't really want to do anything to me. When Xia said this, she deliberately winked at Lu Chinhuan to show her cuteness, and her little tail kept wagging to show her goodwill. Lang Ruoshue, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. Seeing this scene, Lu Chinhuan's anger subsided a lot and he snorted coldly. You're smart. Hearing this, Xia finally felt relieved. But just when Xia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the electric mosquito swatter in Lu Chinhuan's hand hit Xia's butt directly, causing Xia to jump up with the electric shock. Smelling the burnt smell of hair in the air and feeling the stinging pain on her butt, Xia's eyes were suddenly filled with grievance. Lu Chinhuan, what are you doing? At this time, Lu Chenhuan looked very proud. Nothing serious, just a little punishment to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan put the electric mosquito swatter down again and clapped his hands at Su Ke and Lang Ruoxue. Okay, brother Su Ruoxue, let's go eat now. Hearing this, Su Ke smiled and nodded, then loosened his hand. Xia took the opportunity to slip back into Su Ke's arms, her face full of grievance. Master, you sold me. Su Ke reached out and rubbed Xia's head, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he did not answer. However, Lu Chenhuan next to him took the opportunity to speak with a smug look on his face. Yes, brother Su is letting you know who is the king and queen of his harem. The harem. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but lower her head, her ears red. Xia, on the other hand, was slightly startled when she heard this, as if she wanted to say something. There was a hint of reminiscence and silence in her eyes, and she rarely argued with Lu Chenhuan. Su Ke also coughed dryly and blinked his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, the three of them returned to the dining room under the leadership of Lang Ruoxue. When entering the dining room, both Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside him could not help but frown slightly. Because in the field of vision, there were two familiar figures standing beside Ling Qianxiu. Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, who recruited them earlier. Seeing the three people appear, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua hurriedly came forward with smiles on their faces. Su, Lu, long time no see. Listening to the polite words of the two people, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but frown slightly. No, didn't we just meet yesterday? Chapter 124 Immediate Departure. Perhaps choked by Lu Chenhuan's answer, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua coughed dryly, turned their gaze to Xia and Su Ke's arms, and then changed the subject. Mr. Su's pet is a little different today. The fur on its butt is quite unique, fluffy and curly, as if it had a perm. Hearing the praise from Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, Xia and Su Ke's arms pouted and quickly turned her butt towards Su Ke's arms, with her head facing outwards. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. Ha! This little guy seems to understand what we say? So spiritual? As he spoke, Cheng Qiji looked at Xia, who was looking inward, with a somewhat suspicious look, and spoke to her tentatively. Are you a big dumb cat? Listening to Cheng Qiji's words, Xia, who was already in a bad mood, pouted and whimpered softly, then her limbs instantly exerted force, and a loud sound came from the direction of Xia's butt. Puff, puff, puff. Then, a foul-smelling green smoke came out from Xia's butt and hit Cheng Qiji, who had just put his nose close to Xia. Cheng Qiji was caught off guard by this terrifying attack and was shocked on the spot in an instant. The pungent smell made it difficult for Cheng Qiji to breathe, and tears flowed under the influence of the smoke. Wow, what kind of pet cat is this? Why is its fart so irritating? Seeing this, Malinhua, who was standing by, quickly took a step back in disgust, fearing that she would smell the stench on Cheng Qiji's body. At this time, Cheng Qiji's eyes were full of suspicion. He looked at Xia with tears in his eyes and coughing. Why did this little guy fart right when I was near him? Could it be that he really understood what I said and deliberately messed with me? All this happened so coincidentally that Cheng Qiji couldn't help but feel suspicious. Fortunately, Lang Qianxiu, who was not far away, quickly came over to smooth things over and spoke to Cheng Qiji and Malinhua with a smile. Director Chang, Director Ma, the food is all here, please take a seat. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qiji nodded slightly in agreement with Lang Qianxiu's words. Okay, then we'll respectfully obey your orders. As he said that, he followed Ling Qianxiu's guidance and sat between Ling Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng. Seeing this, Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan and the other two also sat down, picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. I don't know if it's because Cheng Qiji and Malinhua were present today, but it seems that no one enjoyed the meal as much as yesterday. Even Ling Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng, who loved drinking, only took up a small half-glass of wine to moisten their throats. Su Ke sat between Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoxue, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, who were enthusiastically accepting the toasts from Ling Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng. When Su Ke saw Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, he knew in his heart that it seemed that he and his companions should set off after dinner today. I just don't know whether this hasty arrangement was the intention of Kyoto or the personal idea of Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. Since there were people waiting, the meal went on quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chenhuan had finished the 20 or so pots of dishes in front of him. Cheng Qiji and Malinhua, who were holding cups of tea at the side, stared with wide eyes. Although they had heard rumors that Lu Chenhuan was a big eater, they were still shocked for a while when they saw Lu Chenhuan's astonishing appetite at such a close distance. Fortunately, they were people who had seen a lot of the world, and they quickly came to their senses and continued to toast with Ling Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng. He also took this opportunity to reveal the news that Suke and the others were going to be taken away. Mr. Lang and Mr. Liu, Suke and the others' safety is our top priority right now. Please allow me to take your daughter and son-in-law away after today's banquet. Listening to what Cheng Qiji and Lan Hua said, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but smile. What are the two directors talking about? You two from Kyoto want to specially summon Huan Huan and the others. Naturally, it's only your arrangement. Besides, the journey to Kyoto is long, and we'll feel more at ease with you two escorting us along the way. In response to Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng's words, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng hurriedly raised their wine glasses. Thank you for your help on the journey to Kyoto. Seeing Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng lowering their arrogant heads, Cheng Qiji and Malanhua hurriedly went over to support them. Brother Lang and Brother Lu, you don't have to report this to us. The request to escort Suke and the others was personally issued by the dean. Even if you two didn't say it, we would do our best to help Suke and the others. Listening to their polite words to each other, Suke quickly analyzed their plan and became more certain of the purpose of Cheng Qiji and Malanhua's trip. The lunch didn't last long. After everyone had almost finished eating, Cheng Qiji and Malanhua spoke up at the right time. The land is vast and rich in resources, and the food is delicious. I am very grateful for your hospitality. If we had the chance, we would have liked to stay in Tianhai for a few more days, but this time we are here on the orders of the dean to quickly escort 3 students to Kyoto, so we cannot delay any longer. I hope everyone will forgive me. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng immediately stood up and spoke to Cheng Qiji and the others. What are you saying, directors? Ruoshua, Suke, Huan, and the others are fortunate enough to be specially summoned to the War College with you too. That's a blessing for them. There's no question of forgiveness or inconsideration. Having said that, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng waved their hands generously. We should ask the 2 directors to pay attention to this. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qiji and Malanhua couldn't help but show satisfaction in their eyes and looked at Suke and others beside them. Then, my 3 classmates, since both parents have agreed, after today's meal, can you all follow us and set off for Kyoto immediately? Listening to Cheng Qiji and Malanhua's words and seeing the anticipation in their eyes, Suke nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll listen to the 2 directors. After finishing this meal today, we will immediately set off for Kyoto. Originally, Suke had planned to go back to the old city to visit his neighbors in the low-rent housing. But seeing that Cheng Qiji and Malanhua were so anxious and repeatedly invited him and others to set off immediately, Suke decided to follow their advice. After all, the 2 are well-known war kings in the whole daxia, and there is still a long time before the Kyoto exam. Logically speaking, the 2 should not be in such a hurry. There must be a reason for unusual things. Thinking about everything he had experienced during the youth training, Suke chose to trust Cheng Qiji and the others. Analysis of Article 125, Abandonment. After having lunch at Lang's house, Cheng Qiji prepared to take Suke and the others away. However, before leaving, Suke suggested going to see the low-rent housing where he once lived. Cheng Qiji and the others understood Suke's request and accompanied him to the low-rent housing where he used to live. Halfway through the journey, Suke and a few others went into a large supermarket and used the bonus card he had won in the youth training camp to buy a lot of daily necessities, which he put into his storage ring. But just as the group arrived near the low-rent housing where Suke used to live, Suke fell silent again when he looked at the dilapidated old houses in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to go in. Instead, he handed the supplies in the storage ring to Cheng Qiji and Malanhua who were standing by. Director Chang, Director Ma, please deliver these supplies to the residents of that building. I won't be going over there. Why? Cheng Qiji and Malanhua raised their eyebrows slightly and looked at Suke. Suke looked at the familiar building in front of him with a distant gaze. After this farewell, I don't know how long it will take before I can return to Tianhai. If I were to go see them just to say goodbye again, then I don't think there's any point in meeting them. It has no effect except adding to the sadness and reluctance. In Suke's mind, if he couldn't come back and have a good meal with these neighbors, it would be better not to meet them. Listening to Suke's words, Cheng Qiji nodded slightly, understanding what Suke was thinking. Okay, we'll help you deliver these supplies. Afterwards, Cheng Qiji and Malanhua put the supplies that Suke had piled on the ground into their storage rings and walked towards the low-rent housing. Suke and the other 2 stood there, watching Cheng Qiji and Malanhua walk into the stairwell, without saying a word. Chia and Suke's arms curiously jumped onto Suke's shoulders and looked around curiously at the strange buildings in front of her that she had never seen before. Her big eyes were full of curiosity and confusion. Lang Ruoxue, who was standing by, looked at the dilapidated low-rent housing and the rusty windowsills and railings, a look of heartache in her eyes. Brother Su used to live in such a shabby place. On the other hand, Lu Chinhuan, who had been here once before, did not show much expression. He just secretly held Su Kei's right hand tightly. After about 10 minutes, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua reappeared in the stairwell and walked quickly towards Su Kei and the others. Done. After hearing the two's answers, Su Kei finally felt relieved. However, Lu Chinhuan on the side looked at Cheng Qiji and Malinhua curiously. What did the two directors say when they went in? What else can I say? Upon hearing this, Cheng Qiji laughed and spoke to the three of them. I just said I was there to bring warmth. A man named Su Kei asked me to come and look after everyone and deliver some supplies. Has anyone asked about my brother Su's recent situation? In response to Cheng Qiji's answer, Lu Chinhuan continued to ask questions hurriedly. Of course there were. One of them, in particular, was an old man with gray hair and sitting in a wheelchair. He kept asking me how little Su Kei was doing recently, whether he was eating and drinking well, and I heard that he was in danger. What was the specific situation? Anyway, he asked about every detail. Listening to Cheng Qiji's description, Su Kei's eyes couldn't help but become complicated. It must be old Wang. He was the one who missed me the most when I was in public housing. Looking at Su Kei's distant gaze, Cheng Qiji reached out and patted Su Kei's shoulder. Don't worry. No matter who asks, I'll tell them that you're doing well and will soon be going to Kyoto to attend university with the big shots. Hearing this, Su Kei nodded gently and thanked Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. Thanks. Listening to Su Kei's words, Cheng Qiji couldn't help but wave his hand. It's just a small favor, no need to thank me. Okay, now that you've come back to see me and the things have been delivered, should we set off for Kyoto? Looking at the expectant expressions in Cheng Qiji and Malinhua's eyes, Su Kei pondered for a moment and looked at Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. Director Chang, Director Ma, can you tell us why you are so anxious to take us to Kyoto? If I remember correctly, there's still some time before the Kyoto Grand Examination. Besides, we're specially recruited into the school, so there's no need to rush, right? Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, who were beside Su Kei, also raised their heads and cast curious glances at Cheng Qiji and Malinhua. Both of them also had doubts about this issue. It is true that Cheng Qiji and Malinhua's attitudes are somewhat abnormal, which makes people think more. Even Xia, who was leaning on Su Kei's shoulder, subconsciously glanced over. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the three people, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua looked at each other, and after a little hesitation, decided to tell the truth. Okay, since you've noticed it, we won't hide it from you. Having said this, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua turned around and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, they continued. But before that, I need to ask you a question. While speaking, Cheng Qiji looked at Su Kei. Su Kei, tell me, have Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's talent levels improved and already surpassed F level? Facing Cheng Qiji's question, Su Kei frowned and looked at Cheng Qiji. Why? Is it related to this? Cheng Qiji nodded slightly. It is relevant, and it is a big deal. Whether it was your resistance against the 7th rank beast in the hunting competition, your performance in this youth training competition, or the changes in Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's beastly transformations, it's clear from all of these that Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue have long since transcended the shackles of being F-rank beast girls. Having said this, Cheng Qiji looked at Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue. Don't you think so? Facing Cheng Qiji's question, Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue did not answer immediately, but instead turned their eyes to Su Kei. This is a serious matter. If Su Kei doesn't say it, they will definitely not admit it. Cheng Qiji seemed to have anticipated the two's reactions and turned his attention back to Su Kei. Su Kei, even if you don't say it, we all have the answer in our hearts. Because right after this match, we took the time to watch the video footage that Li Shangdong left in the database. It's obvious that there's a huge difference between Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's beastly states before and after transformation. Listening to Cheng Qiji's analysis, Su Kei simply relaxed his guard and smiled at Cheng Qiji. Yes, that's right. I admit that Huan and Ruoxue's talent level has surpassed the original F level with my help. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua's pupils couldn't help but shrink. It is indeed so. Chapter 126 Tell the Truth. Although they had been prepared in advance, Cheng Qiji and Malinhua were still shocked when they heard Su Kei's answer. Cheng Qiji, in particular, looked at Su Kei with a fiery expression. So, what you're saying is that Lu Chinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's talent levels changed dramatically after they signed a contract with you? Seeing the fiery look in Chung Chiji's eyes, Suke frowned and shook his head slightly. It's not that huge, it just went from F class to B class. Since Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue have not yet started the next stage of talent evolution, their talents are currently still at B level, which is far from the SSS that Suke had expected. But when these words fell into the ears of Chung Chiji and Malinhua, it was like a thunderclap. Cheng Chiji, in particular, excitedly grabbed Suke's arm. What did you say? B rank? You mean, with your help, 2 F rank beast girls successfully jumped 4 major ranks and became rare B rank beast girls? You know, in the entire continent, beast girls above level B are relatively rare and belong to the top group, so they are arranged into youth training camps. But at this moment, Sukeka seemed not very satisfied, even though he had advanced to an insignificant level. Facing Chung Chiji's excitement, Suke looked rather calm. That's right. Hearing Suke's precise answer, Cheng Chiji jumped up in excitement. I knew it. I knew it. Based on the performances of Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue, it's absolutely impossible that they are the talents displayed by F-rank beast girls. But at this time, Chung Chiji still had doubts in his mind. Suke, with such a significant transformation, why do I see you seem somewhat dissatisfied? Could it be that the talents of Lu and Lang are not enough for you? Can they be further improved? Facing Chung Chiji's question, Suke frowned slightly and decided to tell part of the truth. Anyway, after entering the Dasha War Academy, he will definitely attract attention, especially the dean. I heard that he is a big shot of the 9th level. The fact that Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue have the talent to advance will definitely not be concealed. Thinking of this, Suke spoke directly to Cheng Chiji. To be honest, it can continue to improve, but I don't know to what extent it can be improved. But what is certain is that it will not be lower than S. Su Shuchue, who had something in mind, leaked some information to Cheng Chiji, saying that Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue's qualifications could be improved, but he concealed the news that their actual talent ceiling was SSS. After all, the combination of 2 SSS-level beast girls and himself as a god-level beastmaster, if the real news were to get out, it would definitely cause an uproar in the outside world. By then, it will attract more people with ulterior motives to covet it. But even if the true talent limits of Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue were hidden, Suke's words just now caused a huge storm in Chung Chiji's ears at this moment. Will it not be lower than S? So, you're confident you can raise both of your classmates' talents to S rank? Malinhua on the side also widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Looking at Cheng Chiji and Malinhua, whose eyes were filled with shock, Suke nodded slightly. You can understand it this way. It's just that this process will take some time. Hearing Suke admit this fact in person, Chung Chiji's mouth opened wide. Strong. It's so strong. It's incredible that an F-rank beast girl could be promoted to S rank or higher. What a miracle! There has never been such an example in the history of human beast taming. The talent level of a beast girl is determined from the moment she awakens, and there has never been a precedent for changing her fate. Malinhua, who was standing by, had a gleam in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Suke, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside her with a strange expression. It was Suke, however, who looked at Chung Chiji with a frown. So, this is why you're so anxious for us to go to Kyoto? Hearing Suke's question, Chung Chiji came to his senses and nodded quickly. That's right, that's the reason. When Chung Chiji said this, his expression began to become serious. Suke, you may not know that your actions are enough to change the history of the human race. Removing the shackles of talent locked by the heavenly Tao and helping the beast girl improve her original talent, this is such an astonishing thing. Once this matter is known to those great demons and beasts outside the pass, they will most likely send a large army to the border to seize you, or even secretly send assassins to target you. Listening to Cheng Chiji's words, Suke couldn't help but frown slightly. If it's limited to my own contract partners, would it also cause such fluctuations? Yes. Facing Suke's question, Chung Chiji nodded heavily. Whether or not it's limited to your own contract partner, your experience is valuable for our human race to study. Once we truly discover the secret to enhancing the talents of those low-level beast girls, our entire human race will see a massive boost in combat power. Having said this, Chung Chiji raised his eyes and looked at Suke. To put it another way, the fact that you are an SSS-level beastmaster is enough to make it worth the risk for those ferocious beasts to target you. If you add the fact that you can improve the beast girl's talents, then the targeting you will face will be endless. Listening to Cheng Chiji's analysis, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly. So what? When have we, the great human race, not been targeted by those ferocious beasts? One more me isn't too much. Looking at Sukei's fearless expression, Chang Chiji's eyes flashed with reminiscence, as if he saw himself back then. However, he quickly came to his senses and continued speaking to Sukei. Having said that, it's still necessary to make appropriate preparations for a rainy day. Since I can infer from this hunting competition and the youth training competition that you can help beast girls improve their talents, there must be someone who can infer the same answer from this. Chang Chiji paused when he said this. Although I have promptly obtained these videos from Li Xiang and asked him to promise not to easily spread this information in the future, we cannot prevent those with ulterior motives from speculating and trying to harm you. In order to ensure your safety, we must send you away from Tianhai and into Kyoto as soon as possible. Kyoto is the core of Daxia. Not only is the Jingzhou Prefecture Army stationed there, but it is also guarded by people from the 3 major academies. Your personal safety will be greatly guaranteed there. Chapter 127 The Real Opponent. Listening to Cheng Chiji's words, Sukei's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. And Cheng Chiji continued to speak. For some unknown reason, the demon god cult has been causing trouble frequently. It seems they are deliberately targeting this group of new geniuses. Sukei, if you continue to stay in Tianhai, your situation will be more dangerous than you think. Having said that, Cheng Chiji seemed to be afraid that Sukei didn't believe him enough, so he hesitated for a moment and then directly told him what happened yesterday. Just yesterday, the Lang family manor was attacked by 2 remnants of the demon god cult. If we hadn't taken action, I'm afraid something serious would have happened by now. Hearing Cheng Chiji's words, both Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially Lang Ruoxue, her eyes were full of disbelief. What? Last night, the remnants of the demon god cult actually invaded my Lung family? Cheng Chiji looked at the shock in the 2 people's eyes, seemed very satisfied with their performance, and nodded slightly. Yes, the 2 remnants of the demon god cult have cultivation levels no lower than the 6th level. If it weren't for us, I'm afraid your Lang family would have been in trouble last night. So, if you continue to stay in Tianhai, there's no guarantee that something like this will happen again. Whether you're planning it or not, your safety will always be at risk. After hearing these words, both Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue fell silent. However, Sukei glanced at Xia, who had snuggled into his arms and pretended to sleep again, his eyes flickering. In fact, Sukei had already noticed what happened yesterday. As early as when they were having dinner, Xia took advantage of the opportunity when Sukei stood up to quietly tell Sukei that she had sensed 2 powerful and familiar auras outside the manor, which were very similar to the auras of the demon god cult. So Sukei immediately chose to secretly tell Lang Qianxiu about this matter, and at the same time pretended to be drunk, called Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue to help him into the bedroom, and then asked Xia to be on guard outside. Otherwise, with Xia's cultivation speed, she could easily sneak into the bedroom when there was an opportunity and would not be stopped outside. As for Sukei, he pretended to be asleep, but in fact he had already entered a state of alert, ready to take action at any time. Fortunately, Cheng Chiji and Malinhua resolved the matter later, but Xia still loyally stayed outside all night without knocking on the door to disturb Sukei and the others. Of course, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue didn't know this. Cheng Chiji, on the other hand, looked at Sukei's relatively calm face and seemed to have some guesses in his mind. He looked at Sukei meaningfully. Sukei, even if you are mentally prepared for this kind of thing, any resistance will be useless in the face of such a huge disparity in strength. The only way is to enter Kyoto and, under the protection of the academy, quickly improve your strength. Only then will you have the foundation to settle down and be able to deal with it with ease. Having said this, Cheng Chiji paused and looked at Sukei in a serious tone. Sukei, I know you've reached the 3rd level now, and you're feeling pretty proud. But although his 3rd level cultivation is already far ahead of the newly awakened freshman in Tianhai, it is still not worth mentioning in the entire human race and the entire blue planet. Malinhua on the side also echoed and looked at Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue on the side. Yes, although I admit that you are indeed excellent, it is precisely because you are too excellent that your true opponents are not these peers, but the remnants of the demon god cult who have already achieved success in cultivation and the ferocious beasts. Especially as your talents gradually become apparent, you will be increasingly targeted by these people in the future. Listening to Malinhua and Cheng Chiji's words, both Sukei and Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue beside them fell into silence. Especially Sukei, even though he didn't say anything, he had to admit in his heart that he had indeed been arrogant before. This was especially true during the youth training competition, when even Zhao Fei and Ning, who had forced their way through to the 3rd level, were easily defeated by him and Lu Qinhuan. But after listening to Cheng Chiji and the others' reminders, and thinking about what happened yesterday, Sukei and the others knew that they really needed to start making some adjustments to their mood. The opponents that they should really pay attention to are the demon god cult hiding in the dark and the big monsters outside the demon suppression pass. The best way is to work hard to improve your strength as quickly as possible. After understanding all of this, Suke first bowed to Chung Chiji and the others. Thank you to both directors for your help yesterday. Don't worry, I'm just asking out of curiosity. I don't mean to stop going to Kyoto with you. Okay. After hearing Suke's answer, Chung Chiji and Malinois showed a look of satisfaction on their faces and spoke to the three of them. Now that everyone is ready, let's go now. Hearing this, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue nodded slightly, and then followed Chung Chiji and Malinois. Under the leadership of Chung Chiji and others, the 5 people walked out of the city gate. Outside the towering city gate, pairs of soldiers in city defense uniforms were on duty. When they saw Chung Chiji and Malinois, all the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but salute them respectfully. Meet the 2 war kings. Chung Chiji and Malinois are well-known war kings in the entire Daxia army. They have made great military achievements outside the Great Wall and are the objects of great admiration of these city defense troops. Seeing everyone's admiration for Chung Chiji and Malinois, Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but show envy in his eyes. Lang Ruoshue, who was standing by, saw all this without the same envy as Lu Chenhuan. She just turned her head to look at Suke standing by and gently bit her lips. However, just as they were about to leave the city gate, Suke, Lu Chenhuan and the others couldn't help but stop. Because in the field of vision, Lang Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng had been waiting outside the city gate for some time. Dad? Dad? Seeing the appearance of Lang Qianxiu and Lu Lingfeng, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue's eyes were filled with surprise. Why are you here? The 3 of them did not tell Lang Qianxiu their departure time in advance. The only explanation for their appearance here at this time was that they had been waiting outside the city gate early, ready to say goodbye. Lang Qianxiu had a kind smile on his face at this time. Our precious daughter and son-in-law are leaving Tianhai. As a father, how can I not come and see them off? Lu Lingfeng beside him also nodded. That's right, it's only natural for us 2 fathers to come and see our daughters off. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue couldn't help but show an expression of emotion in their eyes. They ran forward and hugged their fathers. Chapter 128, Going to Masturbate? It's so heartwarming. Looking at this scene, Chung Chiji and Malinois beside Suke couldn't help but show a look of nostalgia in their eyes. When we first left the city, it was the same scene. Even Xia, who was lying in Suke's arms, was secretly glancing at this heartwarming scene with a complicated look in her eyes, and no one knew what was going on in her little head. At this moment, Chung Chiji, who was standing by, seemed to have thought of something and looked at Suke. Suke, your family. I have no family. Hearing Chung Chiji's question, Suke took a deep breath. As far as I can remember, I've been without parents. I grew up in kindergarten. After I started junior high school, I was allocated my own low-rent apartment. I grew up under the care of old Wang and the neighbors in the low-rent apartment. Hearing this, Malinois couldn't help but reveal a look of heartache in her eyes. Then you didn't ask about their news? Malinois couldn't believe that in such a big country like Tianhai, there was still no news about Suke's parents. I've inquired. Facing Malinois's proposal, Suke spoke calmly. My father left Tianhai and disappeared when I was 3 years old. As for where he went or what he did, I have no idea. I heard he didn't report it. As for my mother, there is absolutely no news about her. Hearing Suke's answer, Chung Chiji frowned slightly. Could you please tell me your parents' information? Perhaps our war college can help find their information. Hearing this, Suke's eyes couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of hope. Daxia War Academy is one of the 3 major academies in Daxia, and its students are spread all over Daxia. Perhaps they can really help me. Thinking of this, Suke directly told Chung Chiji his father's name. Su Lin. Su Lin? Hearing Suke's words, Chung Chiji and Malinois couldn't help but frown at the same time, quickly searching their memories. This name sounds unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like a famous beastmaster. If it was a more famous beastmaster, the 2 would react quickly and would not have to search their memories for a long time without finding it. He should be a beastmaster of a relatively low level, a nameless one. At this point, Chung Chiji seemed afraid that Suke would be disappointed, so he quickly added. But don't worry. After we return, I will contact all the students in our academy and ask them to keep an eye out for any beastmasters named Su Lin. I will let you know as soon as I have any news. Hearing this, Suke showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes and nodded to Chung Chiji in thanks. Thank you, Director Chang. Upon hearing this, Chung Chi-ji waved his hand gently. No need to be so polite. Since you've entered our academy, you're a member of our academy. This is just a small favor, nothing more than a piece of cake. Having said this, Chung Chi-ji looked at Suke. And your mother? What's your mother's name? We looked it up for you. But in response to Chung Chi-ji's question, Suke simply shook his head. I don't know the answer to this question either. As far as I can remember, I haven't seen my mother. The only thing I remember is that she seemed to hold me when I was little. As for what she looked like or what her name was, it's all a blur in my mind. I have no impression. Listening to Suke's description, Chung Chi-ji and Malanhua's eyes showed distress. Poor child. In their minds, Suke was probably separated from his mother due to an accident at home when he was young. Later, his father left Suke alone to go out in search of his mother. At such a young age, he has already acquired the independence that shouldn't be afforded to him at his age. Now, they could finally understand why Suke always seemed calm in the face of adversity. It turned out that he had no family to accompany him since he was a child and had to grow up alone holding an umbrella. While thinking, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue stood up from Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng's arms, ran over together and pulled Suke over. Come, give each other a hug as a farewell. Listening to the two women's words, Suke and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but hold their foreheads. What are we, grown men, supposed to be hugging? That's right, it's inappropriate, inappropriate, inappropriate. Seeing them feeling a little embarrassed, Lu Qinhuan put his hands on his waist. You don't hug me, which proves that you don't really regard Brother Su as your own family. What's wrong? Aren't daughters and sons-in-law different? Lang Ruoxue beside her also blinked and nodded in agreement. I think Sister Huan is right. You've been without a family since you were a child. We are your family. Brother Su, you should also enjoy the love from your family. Listening to the two people singing in unison, Suke and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but hold their foreheads. Lang Qianqiu, on the other hand, coughed dryly, then stepped forward and gave Suke a simple hug. Ruoxue and the others are right. Son-in-law, I don't know when you will be able to return to Tianhai. Take care. Ruoxue, I will completely leave everything to you from now on. If you need anything in Kyoto in the future, tell me and I'll find a way to get it for you. Having said that, Lang Qianqiu took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Suke. This is a little living allowance I'm giving you. Take it and spend it. If it's not enough, just call me anytime and I'll top it up. Lu Lingfeng, who was standing by, also stepped forward and gave Suke a simple hug. Son-in-law, take care on your journey. Huan has a stubborn temper. You must take good care of her in Kyoto. I'm not as rich as Mr. Lang, but if you and Huan encounter any difficulties over there, tell us. Even if it's far away in Tianhai, we will rush over as soon as possible. Hearing the concern in their words, Suke couldn't help but show a touch of emotion on his face. Don't worry, fathers-in-law, I will. Whether it's Huan or Ruoxue, I won't let them suffer any injustice in Kyoto. Hearing Suke's promise, Lu Lingfeng and Lang Qianqiu felt relieved. Based on their understanding of Suke's character, they knew that Suke was always calm and steady in his work, and was a man who valued his promises and would never break his word. Okay, time to go. Just as a few people were greeting each other, Chung Chi-ji and Malanhua spoke up. The sooner we leave, the sooner we arrive in Kyoto, and the sooner everyone can feel at ease. Listening to what Chung Chi-ji and Malanhua said, Lu Qinhuan and Lang Ruoxue reluctantly said goodbye to the two old men, and then followed Suke to Chung Chi-ji and Malanhua. Alright, directors, let's go. Having said that, Lu Qinhuan looked at Chung Chi-ji and the others with some confusion in his eyes. But how should we set out? Of course I'll use this. As he spoke, Chung Chi-ji waved his hand and took out a helicopter from his storage ring. For a moment, Suke, Lu Qinhuan and the others were all stunned. Going to masturbate? Chapter 129, Forbidden Land Legend. Sitting on the plane, feeling the cold wind that made his head hurt, and listening to the roar of the propellers turning, Xia in Suke's arms subconsciously moved her head towards Suke's chest. The plane that Chung Chi-ji and his men brought out was a small plane that looked quite old. To be more precise, it was a modified fighter jet with windows that could be opened, and was used temporarily for transportation. Therefore, the fuselage is windy and can only fly at low altitudes. Lu Qinhuan, who was standing nearby, pressed his head against the airplane window with a look of curiosity on his face, pointing at the clouds outside the window and speaking excitedly to Suke. Brother Su, we are flying so high. This is the first time I've sat down like this and looked down at the world. Look over there, a bird. There's a bird. At this moment, Lu Chenhuan was like a little girl who had never seen the world, her eyes full of curiosity about all this. Even Lang Ruoshua, who was standing by, couldn't help but glance sideways, following Lu Chenhuan's gaze to the flock of birds circling in the distant clouds. Su Ke watched this scene with a flickering gaze. This world is different from the original world he lives in. Because of the emergence of the power of taming beasts, people focus on the cultivation of spiritual power, and technology lags behind slightly. Just like airplanes, most of them are just a means of transportation and do not carry out specific combat functions. However, Lu Chenhuan, who was standing by, asked Malinhua curiously. Director Ma, didn't I hear that all of you war kings above rank 7 can fly? Why don't you just fly us to Kyoto? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Malinhua couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl, do you know how far it is from Tianhai to Kyoto? If we don't use a plane, it would take a lot of spiritual energy for us to fly to Kyoto in our physical bodies. Cheng Qiji, who was flying a plane nearby, also nodded in agreement. Unless there's an emergency, it's very dangerous to keep consuming spiritual energy just to get on with your journey. If we encounter someone with ulterior motives or an attack from a ferocious beast lurking in a forbidden area, the risk is high due to the depletion of spiritual power. Forbidden area? Listening to Cheng Qiji's explanation, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshue on the side couldn't help but be stunned. The knowledge system learned in school occasionally mentioned forbidden areas, but they were only mentioned in passing, saying that they were full of dangers, but there was no specific mention of what was in the forbidden areas. Director Chang, can you tell us what is in the forbidden area? Even Suke, who was in a daze at the side, came back to his senses after hearing this, and looked at Cheng Qiji and others with curiosity. Malinhua, who was standing next to Cheng Qiji, looked at the curiosity in the eyes of the three people and smiled. I don't blame you for being curious. It's because there are some things in school that you don't need to know in advance. But now it's time for you to know all this, so let me introduce you to the general structure of this world. On Blue Star today, the human race and the beast race live in two separate places, with the demon suppression pass as the boundary. The humans live inside the pass, and the beast race lives outside the pass. Back then, our ancestors led countless beast masters and beast girls to gradually recover our lost territory. They then gathered elites from various nations to form the defensive line known as the Demon Suppression Pass. They also trained many powerful beastmasters and beast girls to guard the area outside the pass, making it difficult for the great beast monsters to break through. But in fact, apart from the demon suppressing pass, there are actually many places where ferocious beasts are entrenched inside the pass. When the human race's ancestors were recovering lost territory, many powerful demons and ferocious beasts refused to give up their territory and would rather die than retreat. In order to preserve the strength of the human race, the ancient sages went deep into various places to negotiate with these great demons and beasts. If anyone showed dissent, they would be killed immediately. Those with relatively gentle temperaments or those willing to submit to the human race swore an oath with the ancient sages, marking out a prison area and leaving them with a sufficient territory. In these territories, great demons are not allowed to leave, and humans are not allowed to set foot in them. They have made a heavenly oath with the ancient sages. If they break it, they will be baptized by the thunder of heaven and earth. And the place where these great monsters are located is a forbidden area. Listening to Malinhua's explanation, Lang Ruoshua, Lu Chenhuan, and Su Ke couldn't help but reveal a hint of understanding in their eyes. So that's how it is. The so-called Forbidden Land is a prison for these great demonic beasts that are still among the human race? Malinhua nodded slightly when she heard this, but then shook her head. There are currently 7 forbidden areas for the human race within the pass. 5 of them can be understood in this way, but the other 2 cannot be considered in this way. Listening to Malinhua's words, Su Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. Is there anything special about these 2? Upon hearing this, Malinhua glanced at Cheng Qiji, who was flying a plane beside her, then turned to look at Su Ke and the others. Yes. There are 2 forbidden areas. These are the places where 2 great monsters of the 9th level, half-step beast god, who were once killed by the ancient sages, died. These 2 great demons are extremely powerful. Even after their death, their spirits are still lingering, and their resentment has spread, turning the surrounding area into a deadly place. Therefore, in these 2 forbidden areas, there are no living creatures and there are many corpses. They are the 2 forbidden areas with the heaviest murderous intentions towards the human race. Listening to Malinhua's explanation, both Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruoshua beside him couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in their eyes. So there is such a secret. Malinhua nodded slightly. So, if you encounter these forbidden areas, try to avoid them as much as possible. Cheng Qiji, who was flying a plane next to Malinois, also nodded. Whether it's the living great demon beasts imprisoned in the circle, or the dead great demon spirits, we can't afford to provoke them. After listening to the two's explanation, Suke, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua finally had a general understanding of the so-called forbidden area. But no one noticed that Xia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, quietly opened her eyes, with an extremely complicated light flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Lu Qinuan on the side seemed to have thought of something and looked at Malinois again. But Director Ma, I remember you mentioned before that we would pass through a forbidden area on the way to Kyoto? Yeah. Facing Lu Qinuan's question, Malinois nodded without hesitation. Lang Ruoshue on the side blinked her curious eyes and looked at Malinois. Is that the former forbidden land for demonic beasts, or the forbidden land for marine spirits, as you mentioned, Director? Even Suke was curious and wanted to know the answer. Looking at the curious looks in the eyes of the three people, Malinois coughed dryly. Both. On the way from Tianhai to Kyoto, we have to pass through two forbidden areas. A place where great demons are imprisoned, and a place where evil spirits dwell. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the field suddenly fell silent. Chapter 130 Mysterious Black Bird. Seeing the somewhat silent expressions on Suke and the other two's faces, Malinois laughed and said, "It's fine. We are very familiar with the boundaries of these forbidden areas. As long as you don't cross the line and provoke the beings inside, generally there won't be any accidents." Having said this, Malinois seemed to be afraid that the three people would feel discouraged, so she continued to comfort them. What's more, we've walked through these territories more than once. Just like when we first came to Tianhai, we also had to pass through these two forbidden areas. But now everyone is fine, proving that as long as we don't overstep the boundaries, we'll be fine. After hearing about Malinois's safety, Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshua slowly calmed down and patted their chests gently. After all, according to Malinois's introduction, the beasts or evil spirits that exist in these forbidden areas are terrifying monsters or evil spirits that even 7th-level warkings like Malinois are completely unable to deal with. They are only 3rd-level Karami. If they really encounter them, there is no possibility of fighting against them at all. Only Suke narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the clouds passing quickly outside the window. He was not as optimistic as Lu Qinuan and Lang Ruoshue. On the contrary, after these two actions of the demon god cult, Suke was filled with uneasiness. Suke always felt that this demon god cult incident would definitely have a sequel and it couldn't be ended so easily and hastily. They dared to ignore the confinement of the Fengming Canyon Magic Circle and the strict guards of the Lung family, and they would definitely not miss the opportunity to take a plane to Kyoto. As for the turning point, it may be these forbidden areas. As if she could see the worry in Suke's heart, Malinois leaned her head close to Suke. "Xiao Shuchua, I see you look worried. Are you afraid those people from the demon god cult will use the forbidden area to cause trouble?" Suke, whose thoughts were seen through, did not try to hide it and nodded slightly. "These people from the demon god cult seem to be keeping a close eye on us. We can't rule out this possibility." Hearing Suke's worries, Malinois couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Shuchua, you worry too much. The demon god cult's methods are indeed bizarre, but those beings in the forbidden area are imprisoned by the heavenly Tao oath, or bound by resentment. How can they be released so easily? Not to mention that besides the heavenly Tao oath, there are also powerful people in our human territory monitoring them. If they dare to cross the border and hurt people, they will be surrounded and suppressed by the powerful people of our human race." Malinois smiled at this and gently patted Suke's shoulder. "Besides, Lao Cheng and I are very familiar with the route and won't take you on a random tour. Don't worry." Listening to Malinois's comfort to the others, Suke nodded gently. In a sense, Malinois and Cheng Qiji are both 7th-level war kings. Even if they face an 8th-level monster, they may be able to lead themselves and others to escape. I just hope my worries are unnecessary. While thinking about it, several people took a plane and headed towards Kyoto. Since it was already past noon when they went out, it soon became dark and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Fortunately, Suke and Cheng Qiji had prepared a lot of supplies in their storage rings in advance, and they took out some food to fill their stomachs. However, just as the setting sun shone through the clouds onto the fuselage, in the distant field of vision, the sky was suddenly occupied by a dark spot. That is, in the field of vision, a huge black cloud was rapidly approaching the plane that several people were on. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qiji, who was controlling the plane, couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. He had spent a lot of time flying and was relatively experienced. He could tell at a glance that the black clouds rapidly approaching him and the others were not normal clouds. Normal clouds are a mass, but the black clouds in the field of vision are constantly rising and falling. As the distance got closer, everyone became increasingly nervous. Malinois, who was sitting next to Cheng Chiji, also widened her eyes and looked carefully at the black cloud. Bird. It's a bird. As the distance got closer, the few of them quickly saw what kind of existence appeared in their field of vision. It was a sky covered by a dense flock of large black birds. From a distance, they didn't feel how big it was, but as they got closer, they intuitively felt the terrifying number of birds. Each of these birds is several meters long, and there are probably tens of thousands of them densely packed together, almost covering the entire sky. What kind of bird is this? Why have I never seen it in books? Suke considered himself a theoretical nerd at school, but he had never seen the birds before him in any books. Even Cheng Chiji, who was controlling the plane and watching all this, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. What kind of bird is this? How come I've never seen one before? Wife, have you seen it? In response to Cheng Chiji's question, Malinois shook her head slightly and clenched her fists. No. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart instantly rose. A bird this big is definitely not an ordinary bird, most likely a ferocious beast. No one has ever seen birds of such huge size and in such large numbers. Isn't this a good sign? I don't know whether the person coming here is good or evil. At this time, Cheng Chiji and Malinois were both extremely alert, staring at the flock of birds flying towards them. If they have any intention of attacking, the two will make defensive deployments at the first moment, abandon the planes and fight directly. But to everyone's surprise, the blackbirds seemed to have no hostility towards the appearance of the few people. They just screamed and flew towards them quickly. But everyone did not relax at all. Instead, they squinted their eyes and stared at the blackbirds. The best option would be an emergency landing. Cheng Chiji, who was controlling the plane, spoke in a deep voice. But these birds are flying too fast, and we are too close to each other. It would be too late to make an emergency landing now. I can only rely on my excellent skills to pass through the gaps between these flying birds. The plane the 5 people were riding in was relatively small, not much different in size from these birds. If operated well, they could easily pass through them. But Cheng Chiji was still secretly worried. Because if there is a mistake in operation and any bird is hit, causing the entire flock to riot, then a tough battle will inevitably follow. Never mind, charge. At this moment, Cheng Chiji gritted his teeth, pulled the joystick directly, and flew towards the flock of birds. At this moment, Chia, who was curled up in Suke's arms, opened her eyes and jumped out of Suke's arms to the front of the plane window.